Chun Sun, a mad scholar carrying a broken wooden sword. He wanders the world, a madman in the mortal realm, seemingly the most mysterious passerby in the passage of time. Every 3 years of madness, he will awaken, and this cycle goes on endlessly, with no knowledge of how many years have passed. Is it a curse, a cultivation, or a predetermined calamity? While the world dismisses that wooden sword, little do they know that this mad scholar sword is truly the best in the world. Chapter 1. The Madman in the Town. Ah, I'm invincible in the world. He. On the bustling street, a young man in a tattered green robe suddenly threw his book aside, placed his hands on his hips, and laughed towards the sky. This sudden scene startled the passers-by, and though they were annoyed and about to scold him, they froze in their tracks upon seeing the disheveled young man. Oh, it's that mad scholar, never mind then. They all cursed under their breath and left one after another. The young scholar laughed loudly, picked up his book, and squatted at the street corner, fervently flipping through it with wild eyes. Whenever a passerby walked by him, they would glance to see what he was so engrossed in, only to be shocked to find it was just a blank book with no records, secretly thinking to themselves that he truly is a madman, and then they would toss down a few copper coins and leave, shaking their heads. However, the young scholar was completely oblivious to all this, entirely immersed in his own world. The young scholar's name is Chun Sun, and no one knows where he came from. The townsfolk only know that since he appeared in Xiao Town, he has never left. He has been 2.5 years now, and everyone knows there exists this mad scholar in the town. Chun Sun squatted there reading, not knowing what he was looking at, often gasping in surprise, sometimes drooling silly smiles, and occasionally getting up to make bizarre movements that astonished onlookers, resembling an oddball. Soon, the sun began to set. Grumble, grumble. Chun Sun's stomach growled. Curious, he touched his belly and said, "Can you make that sound again?" Grumble, grumble. Hey! Chun Sun suddenly became interested, quickly getting up and pulling a bewildered old passerby, pointing at his stomach and asking in shock, "It's making noise, can you hear it?" Old Lee, seeing it was Chun Sun, pursed his lips and leaned in to pretend to listen to Chun Sun's belly, then nodded seriously. It's making noise. After he said that, he cast a cautious glance, afraid that Chun Sun might do something outrageous next. Chun Sun looked suspicious. Why is it making noise? Old Lee coughed lightly and said, "It's hungry, so it makes noise." Old Lee didn't want to stay with this madman any longer, wanting to escape, but Chun Sun tightly gripped one of his hands, leaving him no chance to run away. Hungry? Chun Sun's features twisted together as he scratched his head, bewildered. How could I be hungry? No way, how could I be hungry? So annoying, it keeps making noise, really annoying. Wow. Old Lee was startled by Chun Sun's demeanor and hurriedly said, it's okay. Just calm down. I'll take you to eat, and once you're full, it won't make noise anymore." Upon hearing this, Chun Sun calmed down a bit and looked at Old Lee expectantly. Really? Old Lee looked awkward, casting a helpless glance at his wrist tightly held by Chun Sun, and nodded. Really? Usually, people would avoid this mad scholar, but today he had carelessly been caught. How unlucky. Happy Noodle Shop. Swish, swish, swish. Chun Sun buried himself in eating noodles, completely ignoring the astonished gazes of other customers. Old Lee, sitting across from him, was not focused on Chun Sun, but rather on the towering stack of bowls on the table. 10 bowls. This meant that Chun Sun was currently eating his 11th bowl. Old Lee's heart raced. This kid could really eat, like a starving ghost reincarnated. No, this can't go on. If he eats like this, even mountains of gold and silver will be consumed. All gone. Just then, Chun Sun looked up at Old Lee, pointing at the empty bowl with his chopsticks. Old Lee glanced at the empty bowl with difficulty, inwardly exclaiming, "Good grief, he's finished again, not even leaving the soup behind. Chun Sun, you've eaten 11 bowls already. Are you still not full?" Old Lee cautiously asked. Chun Sun touched his face, affirming with wide eyes, "Not full." Old Lee was taken aback. Good grief, how can you tell if you're full by touching your face? And can't you feel whether you're full or not? Just as he thought this, Old Lee suddenly realized, damn it, he almost forgot. This kid is a madman. How can he use normal logic to reason with him? Old Lee sighed, reached into his pocket, and awkwardly smiled. Chun Sun, I don't have much money on me. I still need to buy a hairpin for my granddaughter later, so I can't let you eat more noodles. The implication was that 11 bowls were already the limit. But Chun Sun just frowned and asked, "Money? Old Li was dumbfounded. Eating noodles costs money. Do you think the boss would let you eat for free? Chun Sun nodded thoughtfully. Old Li was delighted this Chun Sun is mad for sure, but he still has some basic reasoning this is good. At least he looks more normal than before and can communicate normally. Then, can't we just not pay? Unexpectedly, Chun Sun suddenly said seriously. Old Li's expression instantly became very interesting. His mouth agape, unsure of what to say. This statement was also overheard by many customers and the noodle shop owner. The owner immediately jumped out, annoyed, and said, Chun Sun, if you dare to eat without paying, I will definitely report you. But Chun Sun couldn't understand what reporting meant. He simply turned his head and looked at the owner with the eyes of someone looking at a fool. The owner's lips twitched uncontrollably today. He was actually looked at as a fool by a madman and was about to get angry and teach Chun Sun a lesson. It's impossible not to be angry after all. He often felt pity for Chun Sun and gave him food, only to find that he didn't even remember his kindness, even looking at him like that. Cough, cough, old Sue, don't be angry, we'll pay. Today, I'm treating Chun Sun to a meal. Old Li hurriedly stood up, quickly handing over 33 copper coins he had counted beforehand, then pulled Chun Sun and ran out of the noodle shop. The owner accepted the money, and his expression finally relaxed a bit, but he still looked at Chun Sun's departing figure and said irritably, Humph, really an ingrate, if I ever. Give him food again. I won't be surnamed Sue. Hey, boss, don't be angry. What's the point of arguing with a madman? Yet, boss, Chun Sun is also a pitiable person. He went mad at such a young age, sigh. The customers continuously voiced their comfort, and the owner forced a smile, turning to head back to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Old Li chuckled, indicating wildly with his eyes at the hand that was tightly held by Chun Sun. Old Li's smile froze. He inwardly exclaimed that this was not good. Chapter 2. Old Li's helplessness. Did the madman speak? At this moment, Old Li's face was as ugly as if he had eaten something foul, and he hurriedly said, Chun Sun, I was nice enough to invite you for noodles. Don't stick to me like a stubborn plaster. However, Chun Sun couldn't understand what Old Li was saying. He just beamed and raised Old Li's hand over his head, shaking it while twisting his waist and hips, utterly delighted. Seeing that it was getting late, Old Li lost his patience, took a deep breath, suddenly pulled his hand away from Chun Sun's grip, and ran away. Chun Sun tilted his head, puzzled, watching Old Li's awkward retreating figure, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He bent down, got on all fours like a beast, and swiftly chased after him. On the street, passers-by quickly stepped aside, staring in disbelief as Chun Sun's figure sped past, wondering what madness this lunatic was up to again. Old Li, panting and exhausted while running, suddenly felt a chill and turned his head. When he saw Chun Sun's beast-like figure chasing him under the dim street lights, he was instantly scared out of his wits. Damn it! Old Li was nearly frightened to death, but this terrifying scene also ignited his potential, making him run even faster. Thus, the two of them chased and fled, causing chaos in the streets. Old Li's home was located on the west side of Xia town. Although it was considered remote, he was still a resident of the town, had his own small courtyard, and lived a worry-free life. You, don't force me, Old Li. Be sensible and get lost. Watching Old Li in the courtyard, Chun Sun said nothing and just kept laughing maniacally. Hee. The strange expression on Chun Sun's face, combined with his laughter, terrified Old Li, leaving him at a loss. Old Li couldn't help but glance at the courtyard fence, worried about what would happen if this madman forced his way in. Old Li was old and didn't care much, but he didn't want his granddaughter to be frightened by Chun Sun. Chun Sun, you little brat. Old Li's face turned dark as he wanted to say something, but suddenly a pleasant voice came from inside the house. Old Li's expression changed immediately as he anxiously shouted, Yuan, don't come out. But as soon as he finished speaking, a girl about 15 or 16 years old dashed out. The girl was slender, with a youthful ponytail, and although her looks were not extraordinary, she was quite pretty, especially her crescent-shaped eyes that sparkled even in the dark. Her name was Li Yuan, Old Li's granddaughter. Seeing Old Li holding a hoe with an aggressive demeanor, Li Yuan was startled and quickly ran up to him. Grandpa, what are you doing? Old Li sighed helplessly at this point, pointing his chin toward the fence outside. It's all because of this mad scholar. I kindly invited him for noodles, and now he wants to stick to me like glue. Humph. Li Yuan was surprised and tilted her head to look through the fence, finally seeing the ragged, disheveled Chun Sun standing outside. It's him? Chun Sun had become somewhat of a local celebrity in Xia town, and Li Yuan naturally recognized him. She had seen him from a distance when she occasionally accompanied Old Li to the market. Seeing that Old Li had someone with him, Chun Sun grinned at her, displaying a row of bright white teeth that shone in the night. Hee. However, His maniacal laughter made Li Yuan's expression change slightly, and she instinctively took a step back. Old Li noticed his granddaughter seemed frightened and immediately raised the hoe, threatening, "Chen Sun, you better get lost. Don't make me call the authorities." Unfortunately, Chen Sun couldn't understand him, which left Old Li feeling helpless. Old Li's mention of reporting him was just a desperate attempt to scare Chen Sun. In Old Li's view, Chen Sun was a pitiful person and wouldn't go to the authorities unless absolutely necessary. Hearing this, Old Li felt it made sense, then suspiciously glanced at the still silly Chen Sun, who was only grinning and silent. He was afraid this guy might suddenly leap over the fence. After all, although Chen Sun was not mentally stable, he had never truly harmed anyone in the 2.5 years he had been in Xia Town. Otherwise, he would have been jailed long ago. Yes, Yuan is right. As long as we ignore this Chen Sun, he will leave on his own. With that, Old Li and Li Yuan gradually went inside, while Chen Sun appeared not to notice, standing there, continuously chuckling to himself. To be fair, in the dark of night, this scene was quite eerie. Time flowed slowly, and night deepened. Outside, Chen Sun, dressed in ragged, thin clothes, seemed unfazed by the cold, standing there with a mad smile, laughing incessantly. Suddenly, the sound of a door creaking open echoed in the courtyard. Li Yuan came out carrying a lantern. When she saw Chen Sun's figure outside, she was taken aback, her expression turning incredulous. Moments later, Li Yuan emerged from the house again, but this time she was holding a blanket. She approached the fence and threw the blanket over to him. Here, the blanket fell next to Chen Sun, but he remained oblivious, seemingly unaware of Li Yuan's presence. Li Yuan couldn't fathom Chen Sun's current state of mind and didn't know what he was thinking or laughing about. She hesitantly said, "You wrap yourself up a bit. It's a long night, and if this goes on, you'll catch a cold." Chen Sun still did not respond. Seeing this, a struggle flashed in Li Yuan's eyes. But she finally mustered the courage to open the courtyard door, gritted her teeth, and stepped outside. Heart pounding, she cautiously approached Chen Sun and, seeing that he showed no signs of aggression, bent down to pick up the blanket from the ground and carefully wrapped it around him. Throughout the process, Chen Sun kept laughing, not giving Li Yuan a glance, making it seem like he was completely immersed in his own world. Li Yuan looked at Chen Sun with pity, unable to see his face beneath his disheveled hair, only feeling that he was very unfortunate. Sigh. The cold wind outside was biting. She couldn't withstand it. "Thank you." Suddenly, it seemed a faint voice echoed. Li Yuan's body stiffened as she quickly turned to look around. There was no one in the dead of night. Finally, her gaze settled back on Chen Sun, who was still laughing foolishly, and she sighed in relief, unable to help but smile wryly. "Looks like I misheard the sound of the cold wind howling." After saying that, Li Yuan glanced at Chen Sun one more time before shrinking her neck and reluctantly re-entering the house. Chapter 3. Brother Chen seems to have changed a bit. The next day, Old Li stepped out of the house with a smoking pipe, sat down in the courtyard, knocked the pipe against a stone, filled it with tobacco, then took a puff after lighting it, and began to smoke. Old Li smiled, comfortably enjoying a drag. However, when he hummed a little tune while surveying the yard, he was suddenly choked by the smoke upon unexpectedly discovering a figure squatting outside. "Damn, it's Chen Sun? Good heavens, isn't that my granddaughter's blanket?" Old Li suspiciously asked. "You didn't stay out here all night, did you?" But Chen Sun just squatted there, unresponsive, not even moving an inch. This kid can't have frozen to death, can he? Old Li felt anxious and hurriedly crouched down, pushing Chen Sun. "Chen Sun, Chen Sun." Chen Sun tilted his head, looking sideways at Old Li, and said, "Don't disturb the young one's growth." Seeing that Chen Sun was all right, Old Li felt a bit relieved, but was puzzled. Growth? What growth? Chen Sun remained serious, lowering his head and maintaining his still posture. Soon, smoke began to rise from Old Li's kitchen chimney. Many nearby households were the same, with smoke curling up from each home. While Old Li was preparing breakfast, Li Yuan also came to the courtyard and immediately spotted Chen Sun outside. Just as she was about to say something, Old Li shouted, Yuan, it's time to eat." "Got it, Grandpa." Li Yuan quickly went back inside. Old Li's breakfast was quite simple, just porridge and pickles. Li Yuan was still leisurely drinking her porridge when Old Li had already finished eating, refilled his bowl, added some pickles, and walked outside. "Grandpa." Old Li heard Li Yuan suddenly call him, stopping in his tracks, turning around with a puzzled expression and asking, "What is it?" Yuan. Li Yuan hesitated and said, "Grandpa, it's just a matter of a few more pairs of chopsticks. Why don't you just take him in?" Upon hearing this, Old Li's eyes widened, and he replied, Yuan, this is not just a matter of a few more pairs of chopsticks. Don't you know? That Chen Sun ate 11 bowls of noodles yesterday and still wanted more. With that kind of appetite, to exaggerate a bit, even the royal family couldn't afford to feed him, let alone me. Of course, the most important thing was that although Chen Sun was physically healthy, he was a madman. Essentially without the ability to work. He couldn't be taken in. Otherwise, why had no one taken Chen Sun in for the past 2.5 years in Xiao Town? Isn't that the reason? Hearing this, Li Yuan was also shocked. 11 bowls. After a moment of silence, she said, Grandpa, I can take on more sewing work in the future. As for his appetite, how about we control it a bit at each meal? In fact, the phrase thank you that she thought she misheard last night had been lingering in her mind. And in Li Yuan's view, Chen Sun was indeed pitiful. Hey, old Li was extremely annoyed. He didn't want his granddaughter to interact with Chen Sun because he knew his granddaughter was too kind-hearted and easily softened. Now it was all good. Grandpa, think about it, old Li said before walking outside. Soon, old Li brought porridge to Chen Sun and handed it over, saying, Kid, drink your porridge. The previously motionless Chen Sun twitched his nose, grabbed old Li's bowl, and finished it in a few gulps. Old Li was surprised and joked, wow, even a tree can drink porridge? Chen Sun was still squatting on the ground pretending to be a sapling, but deep in his eyes, there was a fleeting glimmer. Time flew by, and it was already winter. In the midst of the heavy snow, the world of Xiao Town turned white. Chen Sun had been staying at old Li's house for over 3 months, living off food and shelter without doing anything. Recently, old Li and Li Yuan noticed that Chen Sun's mad behavior had decreased significantly. He often stood quietly alone in the yard, seemingly lost in thought. However, old Li and Li Yuan did not disturb Chen Sun much. In their view, this kind of Chen Sun was quite good, at least he was quiet. In the evening, Chen Sun still stood in the yard, seemingly pondering something. He still wore his tattered blue shirt, with his hair disheveled, and carried a broken wooden sword on his back. Previously, old Li and Li Yuan had considered helping Chen Sun tidy up, but they hesitated, fearing that he might suddenly go mad. So they decided to leave things as they were. Big brother Chen, it's time for dinner, Li Yuan called out as she entered the yard. Hearing it was time for dinner, Chen Sun's eyes lit up, and he turned around, laughing wildly and rushing into the house. Li Yuan, not surprised at all, skillfully stepped aside to let Chen Sun pass. At the dinner table, Chen Sun buried his head in his food, eating like a whirlwind. Old Li and Li Yuan exchanged glances and smiled bitterly, having grown accustomed to it. Li Yuan suddenly looked at the wooden sword on Chen Sun's back, curious, and asked, Big brother Chen, you carry this wooden sword every day. Does it have any special meaning for you? Can I take a look? Upon hearing this, old Li also looked over, but he felt no curiosity. After all, Chen Sun was already a madman, even if he carried a toilet lid all year round. Old Li could understand. However, from old Li's perspective, it was pointless for Yuan to ask. Chen Sun was so mentally disturbed that it was already good enough if he could recognize people, and he hadn't really communicated normally. In fact, Li Yuan thought the same. However, unable to resist her curiosity, she still asked. But the next moment, Chen Sun's actions astonished both old Li and Li Yuan. Chen Sun stopped eating, took the wooden sword from his back, and handed it to Li Yuan. Li Yuan was taken aback and received it. Chen Sun grinned widely and continued eating. Li Yuan examined the wooden sword carefully. It was pockmarked on the surface, and aside from that, there was nothing special about it, so she returned it to Chen Sun. At this point, Chen Sun had already finished his meal. After putting the wooden sword back on, he quickly dashed out of the house and stood quietly in the yard after a sudden stop. Old Li and Li Yuan had long since gotten used to Chen Sun's erratic behavior. Grandpa, have you noticed that big brother Chen seems to have changed a bit? Li Yuan hesitated to say. Chapter 4, A Moment of Clarity, Encountering the Black Tiger. Old Li frowned and nodded. Chen Sun had indeed changed a bit. From the earlier act of handing over the wooden sword, it was clear that Chen Sun was much more normal than before. It gave off a sense of having gained some awareness, though not much. In Xiao Town, when winter arrived, people generally went to sleep after dinner, and there was not much entertainment, except for a few who visited brothels. Chen Sun's room was originally a storage place, which old Li had specially cleared out for him to live in. The room was simple, with just a wooden bed with a thick mat, a table, and a stool, nothing else. This wooden bed was made by old Li himself, using what he had cut from the mountains near Xiao Town for Chen Sun. At this moment, Chen Sun sat cross-legged on the bed, his gaze unusually clear for a moment, but deep within his eyes, there was a struggle of consciousness. 3 more months. At this moment, Chen Sun was rarely clear-headed. He was aware of his situation. Every time he went mad, it lasted for 3 years. Chen Sun had been aware of this since he could remember and had no idea how many times he had experienced it. He had been searching for the reason behind his madness, but had yet to find an answer, drifting around and going with the flow, leaving everything to fate. Thus, over the long years, Chen Sun had been caught in an endless loop between madness and clarity, with most of the time spent in a state of madness. Of course, after so much time, Chen Sun's strength had increased a bit. Additionally, Chen Sun harbored a secret that no one knew. He was immortal. Chen Sun had traveled to many places, witnessed countless lives and deaths, and bid farewell to many friends and family members. In the end, only he remained alive, and he had long since grown accustomed to it. For Chen Sun, immortality felt more like a torment, not for any other reason, but because the moments of clarity were simply too few. Chen Sun glanced at the house where old Li and Li Yuan were, a hint of warmth flashing in his eyes, but then, his clear gaze uncontrollably turned blurry and wise. Chen Sun's features twisted, and a silly, mad grin reappeared on his face. Finally, he lay down, hugged the quilt, and fell asleep, drooling from the corner of his mouth. The next day, Chen Sun got up early, still standing in the yard like usual, but this time, he was shaking his head and grinning foolishly, occasionally making some exaggerated movements. Li Yuan was sweeping the accumulated snow in the yard, glancing at Chen Sun from time to time, shaking her head helplessly, and smiling. There was no helping it. Chen Sun's antics were indeed quite amusing. Could it be that Big Brother Chen was just in a bad mood a couple of days ago? Which is why he was so quiet. In fact, sometimes, she envied Big Brother Chen for living so carefree. Wasn't that a kind of happiness? Old Li came to the yard, looked at Chen Sun, and said, he had a hatchet at his waist and a bundle of hemp rope on his shoulder. Hee hee. Chen Sun turned around, looking at Old Li and laughing, not sure if he understood. Old Li didn't care. He stepped forward, grabbed Chen Sun, and led him out of the yard. Yuan, Chen Sun and I are going to chop firewood. You stay home and lock the door well. Got it, Grandpa. Be careful, you and Big Brother Chen. Chen Sun and Old Li were on their way out of Xiao Town when they encountered many townsfolk greeting Old Li. Xiao Town was small, and the fact that Old Li took Chen Sun in was no secret. To the townspeople, Old Li was truly a soft-hearted person, taking in a madman who only knew how to eat and drink for free, something they couldn't do. However, the townsfolk were genuinely grateful to Old Li, as ever since he took Chen Sun in, they had a lot more peace. After leaving Xiao Town, Chen Sun and Old Li arrived at a peak outside the town after about half an incense stick's time. This peak was the closest to Xiao Town and had abundant resources, so the people of Xiao Town named it Xiao Peak. The saying goes, live by the water, eat by the water, live by the mountain, eat by the mountain. Many townsfolk relied on Xiao Peak for their livelihoods, hunting or gathering to sell. Of course, Xiao Peak was also fraught with danger, with fierce wild beasts. It was common to hear about hunters being eaten or severely injured by wild animals, and some even went missing after entering Xiao Peak. Old Li wasn't worried, as he usually chopped firewood at the foot of the mountain and never ventured to the higher, deeper areas. Plus, in winter, most wild animals hibernated and were rarely seen. Hey, you little brat, your stamina is quite good, not even out of breath. I'm getting old. Old Li said, sitting down on a wooden stump at the foot of Xiao Peak, looking at Chen Sun, panting. Chen Sun seemed to be laughing at him. Seeing this, Old Li helplessly smiled and, after a bit of rest, picked up his axe to prepare for chopping wood. Time passed quickly, and soon an hour had gone by. Old Li had chopped enough firewood and was now tying it with hemp rope. During this time, Chen Sun behaved well, just standing in place without wandering off, which made Old Li very satisfied. Just then, a rustling sound of snow being stepped on came from ahead. Old Li's hands froze in place as he tied the firewood. Since Chen Sun was right behind him, it was clear that the noise wasn't caused by him. Suddenly, Old Li's hand began to tremble as he raised his head and saw a massive beast shadow crouching not far away, glaring at them and ready to attack at any moment. Old Li's pupils dilated in shock. A black tiger. The black tiger was definitely a dominant beast in Xiao Peak. Usually, hunters avoided it at all costs, but to their surprise, they encountered it today. Damn, how could a black tiger appear at the foot of Xiao Peak? Old Li didn't dare to breathe, but his heart raced to the extreme, so tense that he could hardly breathe. Feeling a sense of despair, he glanced at Chen Sun and said without hesitation, Chen Sun, you, run. If it were anyone else, they would have let Chen Sun, this foolish madman, stay put to distract the black tiger, hoping to buy more time to escape. But Old Li's first thought was to get Chen Sun to escape. Chen Sun was laughing to himself, seemingly completely unaware of the impending danger. Old Li knew he couldn't communicate with Chen Sun, so he gritted his teeth, tightly gripped his axe, and faced the black tiger, though his hands visibly shook. After all, this was a black tiger. Even hunters with bows and arrows would feel their legs weaken at the sight of it, let alone Old Li, an old man. At that moment, after sizing up Chen Sun and Old Li for a moment, the black tiger seemed to feel that the two posed no threat and began to move closer. Taking low postures step by step, Old Li's face turned pale and his legs nearly buckled, mumbling, "What will happen to my granddaughter if I die? What about Chen Sun? I called him to chop wood. It's like I brought him to his doom, and he is still so young." Just then, Chen Sun suddenly walked in front of Old Li, crouched down on the ground, and assumed a beast-like posture, just like when he chased Old Li down the street that night. Roar, roar, roar. Chen Sun raised his head, and let out a low growl towards the approaching black tiger. It looked like a reckless act of a madman. But to old Li, this scene was filled with disbelief, his eyes turning red as his heart was filled with mixed emotions. Good boy, Chen Sun. All the grievances faded away at that moment when Chen Sun bravely shielded him with his body, disregarding his own life. Chapter 5. The Shock of Grandfather and Grandson. Seeing Chen Sun being so grateful and loyal, old Li felt moved. How could he really let Chen Sun stand in front? He quickly stepped in front of Chen Sun, aimed his axe at the black tiger, and shouted stubbornly, Chen Sun, you're still young, run. Before old Li could finish, he was astonished to find that the approaching black tiger suddenly turned and left. Old Li was dumbfounded. Could it be that the black tiger wasn't hungry? He didn't realize that the black tiger was slightly trembling and even unsteady on its feet. Chen Sun then stood up, laughing maniacally, and said, in front of the king of beasts, that little thing is still too tender. He howled proudly. Ha ha ha, only you can boast, old Li said, putting a bundle of firewood on Chen Sun's back while he carried another bundle and quickly left. Fortunately, they were already at the foot of the mountain, and the two soon left Xiao Peak. By noon, when they got home, old Li unloaded the firewood from their backs and went to get the teapot to pour 2 cups of hot tea, handing one to Chen Sun. It's quite cold. Chen Sun, have some hot water, old Li said as he comfortably sipped from his cup. Chen Sun held the teacup but didn't drink. Instead, he tilted his head curiously, examining the patterns on the cup. Old Li was speechless. Li Yuan heard the noise inside and ran out with a smile. Good, good, good. Old Li was about to invite Chen Sun to eat when Chen Sun had already dashed into the house. Old Li smiled helplessly. Li Yuan covered her mouth and laughed. Then curiously asked, Grandpa, usually when you call Chun good at lunch, you often say he is not good at anything, but he is the best at eating. Why didn't you say that today? Old Li's eyes widened. Nonsense. When have I ever said that about your Chingo? After the incident with the black tiger, he found Chen Sun more and more agreeable. Although the kid was a bit crazy and his thinking wasn't normal, he was truly loyal, and it hadn't been a waste to take him in. Of course, old Li didn't tell Li Yuan about the encounter with the black tiger. After all, they were safe and sound now, and mentioning it would only cause her unnecessary worry. Ever since the last time he encountered the black tiger while chopping wood at Xiao Peak, old Li had gone alone to chop wood and never brought Chen Sun again. This winter, Chen Sun stayed at home and rarely went out. Usually, old Li was busy with the market, while Li Yuan took on more sewing work, leaving Chen Sun idle. Several times, while Li Yuan was sewing in the yard, she found Chen Sun doing those strange movements, making her laugh so hard that she accidentally pricked her finger with a needle. In the cold winter months, Xiaohe town welcomed the new year. Every household hung red lanterns and set off firecrackers. Chen Sun spent the new year happily with old Li and his granddaughter. And so, winter passed, spring arrived. The snow melted, and everything revived. Wow, the snow has all melted. Spring has finally come. Early in the morning, Li Yuan greeted the warm sun, yawning as she came out of the house. Upon seeing the scene outside, she immediately smiled happily and quickly spotted a familiar figure in the yard, greeting, Chen Ge. Good morning. After greeting, Li Yuan was about to head to the kitchen to see what Grandpa made for breakfast. Good morning, Yuan. But just then, a calm voice rang out, causing Li Yuan to freeze in her tracks. Li Yuan turned around suddenly to look at the figure standing with its back to her. Unable to believe, Chen Ge, that was you just now. Chen Sun slowly turned around, smiling and nodding. At his response, Li Yuan's pupils constricted, her big eyes revealing a mix of surprise, anxiety, and disbelief. Even though Chen Sun was disheveled and in tattered clothes at the moment, the sunlight refracted in such a way that one could still see the faint, warm smile on his face. Li Yuan swallowed hard and shouted loudly, Grandpa, Brother Chun is back to normal. What nonsense. Old Li came out of the kitchen, cursing under his breath, and said impatiently, It's early morning. What are you shouting about? Li Yuan hurriedly pointed at Chen Sun and said, Grandpa, Brother Chun is normal again. Really? Huh. Old Li was taken aback, instinctively thinking Li Yuan was joking. But when his gaze met Chen Sun's eyes, which were different from before, his heart couldn't help but tremble. No way. Could it really be true? Old Li walked up to Chen Sun, uncertain, and called out, Chen Sun? Although Chen Sun was much older than old Li in actual age, it didn't stop him from addressing him like that. Wow. Chen Sun smiled, but did not elaborate. He was still searching for answers himself. How could he explain? At the dining table, old Li and Li Yuan absent-mindedly sipped their porridge, but their attention and thoughts were all on Chen Sun beside them. Chen Sun was now drinking his porridge slowly and even elegantly, which was a stark contrast to his previous wolfish appetite. Old Li and Li Yuan were still in shock. Everything felt too sudden, almost dreamlike, and incredibly unreal. After all, a person who had been mad for years suddenly becoming normal one morning was truly unfathomable. Ahem, Chen Sun, what are your plans for the future? Old Li put down his chopsticks and coughed lightly to ask. In his view, now that Chen Sun was better, he wouldn't stay at Old Li's house anymore. To be honest, Old Li's family could just make ends meet, but their living conditions were not great. In Xia Town, their standard of living could even be considered below average. Otherwise, Li Yuan would have been able to continue her studies. It was precisely because of the limited family finances that Li Yuan had to drop out after 2 years and stay at home to make a living with Old Li. At this time, Li Yuan also looked at Chen Sun curiously. Chen Sun put down his chopsticks and sincerely said, "Thank you for taking me in these past 6 months. Grandpa Li, it's just a matter of having one more pair of chopsticks. No need to say that." Old Li waved his hand. Then he added with relief, "Chen Sun, seeing you now speaking and behaving just like a normal person makes me very happy." Chapter 6. The person on the road is like jade. Chen Sun smiled and continued. "As for the next step, I will trouble Grandpa Li for a couple more days." Old Li chuckled and said, "Hey, you kid, talking about all this nonsense. As long as you want, you can stay at my place for a lifetime." After spending half a year together, they had developed some affection for each other. Moreover, that experience with the black tiger at Xiaha Peak was deeply etched in Old Li's heart. The three soon finished breakfast while chatting casually. During the meal, Old Li asked Chen Sun where he was from, whether he had relatives, and why he had come to Xia Town, among other questions. To this, Chen Sun naturally brushed off the inquiries casually, as there was not a single question he could answer. However, Chen Sun's recovery genuinely made Old Li and Li Yuan very happy. Old Li then went out to the market, planning to buy some groceries for a sumptuous lunch to celebrate. "Brother Chen, should we go to the market too?" Li Yuan asked, skipping around with a small basket, giggling. Li Yuan wanted to take Chen Sun to get a haircut and buy him a new set of clothes. These things used to be difficult, but now that Chen Sun was normal, it was naturally possible. Hearing this, Chen Sun smiled slightly and replied, "Okay." Li Yuan was delighted and immediately went out with Chen Sun. However, Li Yuan had a lingering doubt in her heart. Despite not having seen Brother Chen take a bath or anything for so long, he didn't seem to have any unpleasant smell, which was strange. From time to time, Li Yuan would glance at Chen Sun's straight posture, unsure of what to say. When she saw the wooden sword on his back, she finally found a topic to discuss. "Brother Chen, is this wooden sword very important to you? You used to carry it every day, and now that you're better, you still haven't taken it off." Originally, Li Yuan thought this wooden sword was just a toy of Chen Sun's. Chen Sun shook his head and smiled. "It's not that important, just a habit of carrying it." "Oh, I see." Li Yuan nodded but didn't notice that when Chen Sun finished speaking, the wooden sword on his back trembled for a moment. Moments later, Chen Sun and Li Yuan arrived at the market. The townspeople who saw Chen Sun were all secretly shocked. Goodness, the mad scholar. It should be noted that since Chen Sun was taken in by Old Li's family, he had rarely appeared in public. However, that wasn't even the most important part. The most crucial thing was that Chen Sun felt different to the townspeople. Although he still looked disheveled and messy, it seemed he had become normal. The change was so stark compared to his previous madness that anyone who knew Chen Sun could tell the difference. Chen Sun?" A passerby tentatively called out. Chen Sun looked over, nodded, and replied, wow." At this moment, the bystanders were all stunned. The madman is no longer mad. What is going on? After all, it was truly unbelievable for someone who had been insane for so long to suddenly become normal. It wouldn't be long before the news of the scholarly madman becoming normal would spread throughout Xia Town, becoming a topic of amazement for many people during mealtime. Half an hour later, Li Yuan stared blankly at the handsome young man walking out of the alley, unable to help but rub her eyes and tentatively call out, "Brother Chen?" Chen Sun smiled gently and nodded. Li Yuan gasped and swallowed hard. It was clear that Chen Sun had only simply washed his hair, and the barber had only slightly trimmed and combed it. But the transformation was truly astonishing to Li Yuan. Previously, due to Chen Sun's disheveled appearance, it was hard to see his face clearly, but now, after the trim, it was strikingly clear. His features were indeed as gentle as jade, making one's eyes light up. The person on the road is like jade, and the gentleman is unparalleled in the world, just like that. The aura he exuded was nowhere close to that of the previous mad scholar. It made people involuntarily want to call him sir. Li Yuan exaggeratedly noticed that even the slightly tattered blue shirt Chen Sun was wearing suddenly looked good. "Brother Chen, let me take you to buy a new outfit," Li Yuan quickly said. Chen Sun was silent for a moment before shaking his head and said, "No need. This outfit is just fine for me." If it weren't for Li Yuan insisting, Chen Sun wouldn't even have considered getting a haircut. Moreover, since the money was all earned by Li Yuan stitch by stitch, he didn't want to waste it. Li Yuan, feeling anxious, said, "Brother Chen, are you afraid of spending money?" "It's okay, a new outfit doesn't cost much." Chen Sun smiled. Yuan, I appreciate your kindness. But I'm used to this outfit, so I won't change." This outfit, To be honest, he had worn for many years already. All right. Li Yuan responded with some regret, but didn't press further. Although she had only recently interacted with the normal Chen Sun, she could already tell that he was likely someone who would stick to his word. Meanwhile, many passers-by were once again shocked to see Chen Sun. If it weren't for that signature tattered blue shirt, they might not have recognized him at all. Old Li's lunch was quite lavish, with chicken, duck, fish, and meat all served. To be honest, during the new year, Old Li's family hadn't eaten this well. It was clear that Old Li was genuinely happy. Chen Sun looked at the table full of dishes and sighed. Thank you, Grandpa Li. The food is very abundant. He expressed his gratitude directly and didn't say anything overly polite. Ha ha ha. Chen Sun, can you drink? Come have a drink with me, Old Li said. But he was already getting up with a wine jug to pour Chen Sun a drink. Grandpa, you can drink by yourself. Why do you have to pull Brother Chen along? Li Yuan murmured. In Li Yuan's view, since the wine tasted so bad, Chen Sun should not love drinking it. However, to his surprise, Chen Sun gladly agreed. Haha, good, let's have one. With someone to drink with, Old Li was extremely happy. Lunch quickly ended in a pleasant atmosphere. After Chen Sun and Li Yuan cleared the dining table, Chen Sun said to Li Yuan that he was going out for a walk and left the small courtyard. Naturally, Chen Sun did not let Li Yuan follow him for his own plans. Chen Sun intended to earn some money for Old Li. After all, he had been staying for free for quite some time. Despite Chen Sun's scholarly appearance, his way of making money was not by writing or painting for others. Instead, he planned to go hunting at Xiao Peak, which was quite a rough approach. Chapter 7, Nangong Yao, the Tiger Hunter returns. At the top of Xiao Peak, a figure gradually appeared, almost like a ghost. If Old Li and Li Yuan had seen this scene, they would surely have fainted. Because this figure was none other than Chen Sun. Standing at the mountain's peak, Chen Sun gazed far into the distance, taking in the magnificent spring landscape. Below, the entire Xiao town lay within Chen Sun's sight. Due to the height of Xiao Peak, looking down from the summit, Xiao town appeared quite pitifully small. After admiring the scenery for a moment, Chen Sun sat cross-legged, waved his hand, and an ancient zither appeared, resting across his knees. As Chen Sun's fingers gently plucked the strings, a soft and melodious sound echoed at the top of Xiao Peak. The beautiful melody attracted many birds and butterflies, circling around Chen Sun, dancing gracefully, with some even daring to perch on his shoulders. Unfortunately, this scene went unseen by anyone. At a certain moment, Chen Sun suddenly stopped playing, gently pressed his palms on the strings, and the sound abruptly ceased. The birds and butterflies, however, were reluctant to leave, flying around Chen Sun in circles before finally departing with a sense of loss. Like listening to celestial music, the ears become clear. What a beautiful tune. Suddenly, a powerful middle-aged male voice sounded. Then, a middle-aged man dressed in a plain brocade robe descended from the sky, standing 10 meters behind Chen Sun. The middle-aged man had a head of black and white hair flowing gracefully over his shoulders, a square face, piercing eyes, and a robust physique that gave him an imposing presence. Chen Sun, however, showed no surprise at the sudden appearance of the middle-aged man. As he had sensed him while playing the zither, the middle-aged man noticed that Chen Sun remained seated, slightly surprised, and stepped closer to stand beside him. Seeing that Chen Sun still did not react, he felt even more astonished. At this distance, it was already quite unsafe, yet Chen Sun remained as still as a mountain, showing no signs of alertness. After some thought, the middle-aged man introduced himself. I am Nangong Yao, passing through this area. Hearing the celestial music, I couldn't help but come to enjoy it. If I have disturbed you, please forgive me. Nangong Yao turned slightly and gave Chen Sun a slight bow. While speaking, he glanced at the wooden sword behind Chen Sun, feeling a hint of curiosity. Chen Sun lightly waved his sleeve, put away the ancient zither, stood up, turned to look at Nangong Yao, and smiled. This place does not belong to me alone. How can we talk about disturbing? Nangong Yao was momentarily taken aback, and then smiled. Interesting, indeed very interesting. It has been a long time since I met such an interesting person. I didn't expect to encounter one in this remote corner. Nangong Yao couldn't help but ask, may I ask your name? Chen Sun shook his head with a smile. We have just met by chance. It's better not to mention it. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of mountain wind blew, and Chen Sun dissipated like sand. Nangong Yao's pupils constricted as he watched this scene, secretly startled. A high-level being. His breathing became slightly rapid, and while feeling a sense of fear, he also experienced a feeling of loss. Just now, that scene felt like a dream, but he knew it had actually happened. Unexpectedly, I, Nangong Yao, in this remote place, had the fortune to meet a high-level being. It's a pity I did not learn the name of that senior. Nangong Yao shook his head bitterly, murmuring, that senior looks like an extraordinary figure, and I have never heard of such a person in Beixian. I suppose he is not from Beixian and must have wandered here from another region. However, it is also possible that he is from Beixian. After all, in vast Beixian, there are countless cultivators, and it is normal for some powerful beings to hide among the mundane or in various corners. Yet that kind belongs to a very small minority. After all, the vast majority of cultivators pursue fame and wealth. In Nangong Yao's view, those cultivators who see through the mundane and do not seek fame and fortune are the true cultivators. Nangong Yao looked around once more and finally sighed, taking off into the sky. At the same time, Chen Sun was carrying the corpse of a black tiger down the mountain. This black tiger was the one that had previously attempted to attack him and Old Li. The black tiger was quite large. Without 5 or 6 strong men, it would be impossible to carry it, let alone on the rugged mountain path. However, Chen Sun carried it with great ease. Upon closer inspection, the black tiger was actually floating rather than being carried by him. In an instant, Chen Sun reached the outskirts of Xiao town with the black tiger's corpse. To avoid causing panic, he specially set the black tiger down and went into town to find a cart, placing the black tiger onto it to be pulled into Xiao town. Just imagine, Chen Sun, a seemingly frail scholar, easily carrying a large black tiger into town. He would surely scare the townsfolk to death. However, even though Chen Sun brought the black tiger into town this way, it quickly attracted a crowd of onlookers. The townsfolk surrounded Chen Sun tightly, each one looking shocked at the beast's corpse on the cart. A black tiger? My goodness. Some hunters were also utterly astonished. They knew that even they avoided the black tiger at all costs. This creature was the overlord of Xiao Peak, incredibly fast, and even with a bow and arrow, it would be difficult to hit. Chen Sun, you didn't kill this black tiger, did you? How is that possible? Just look at him, thin arms and legs. He has not even enough to fill the tiger's tooth gap. The townsfolk exclaimed in disbelief. Damn, a black tiger like this could sell for a huge sum. Yeah. Of course, the vast majority of the townsfolk were extremely envious. Chen Sun smiled wryly. Of course, I didn't kill it. I don't have that ability. Today I climbed Xiao Peak to enjoy the view and was attacked by the black tiger. Fortunately, a celestial being suddenly appeared to save me. Otherwise, my life would be in danger. Upon hearing this, the townsfolk gasped in shock. My dear mother, what is this? A celestial being? Chen Sun actually had the fortune to meet a celestial being? The townsfolk knew of the existence of celestial beings, but they were extremely rare. They had only heard stories from the older generation about seeing celestial beings flying across the sky. In recent years, they had not seen one. And to think that Chen Sun had encountered one was truly a great fortune. After a wave of astonishment, the townsfolk looked at the black tiger and couldn't help but sigh. Isn't this a great fortune? Just look. It's obvious that after the celestial being killed this black tiger, he directly gifted it to Chen Sun. This guy is truly lucky. Everyone make way. I need to sell this black tiger, Chen Sun said with a smile as he pulled the cart away. However, many townsfolk continued to follow him, eager to see the excitement. Some townsfolk looked at Chen Sun's departing figure, their eyes turning red with envy, jealousy, and regret. Everyone knew that Chen Sun was now part of Old Li's family, and once he sold this black tiger, Old Li's family would become wealthy. It's no exaggeration to say that selling this black tiger would instantly allow Old Li's family to take off in Xiao town. If they had known this earlier, they would have taken Chen Sun in back then. Chapter 8. Wealth moves hearts. Officials arrive. Meanwhile, 3 hunters watched Chen Sun leave with flickering eyes. One of the lean men swallowed and said, Big brother, second brother, I estimate that the black tiger can sell for at least 100 gold coins. That's 100 gold coins. A fortune. When converted to silver coins, it's 10,000. When converted to copper coins, it's 1 million. It could bury a person alive. The conversion for mundane currency is 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins. 1,000 silver coins equal 1 million copper coins. In Little River Town, a bowl of ordinary vegetarian noodles sells for just 3 copper coins. How many bowls of noodles can you eat with 1 million copper coins? You can't finish them. It's simply impossible. 100 gold coins, 100 gold coins. If our 3 brothers had 100 gold coins, we could live worry-free for the rest of our lives. And we wouldn't have to constantly risk our lives hunting anymore. A middle-aged man with a full beard took a deep breath and said, Thus, the lean man and the bearded man tilted their heads to look at the bald man in the middle, who had a scar on his face, with a conflicted expression. Big brother. The bald man is the leader, named Dawei. The bearded man is the second brother, named Su Chong. The lean man is the third brother, called Shouho. These 3 hunters are not from Little River Town, but came from outside. Seeing that the resources in Little River Peak were decent enough to make a living, they settled here. They have been settled here for several years now, even longer than Chen Sun. Seeing the 2 looking at him, Dawei's eyes changed slightly, and he pulled the 2 into a corner, saying irritably, How dare you have such thoughts? You don't want to live anymore? We have been living in Little River Town for a few years, and we've seen the actions of the government. Do you really think the government is just idle? Su Chong and Shouho smiled bitterly upon hearing this. Su Chong said, Big brother, although you say that, I and Shouho don't believe you're not tempted. That's 100 gold coins. We could never earn that in a lifetime. Dawei hesitated. He was indeed very envious, but still said in a deep voice, anyway, I won't commit a crime. If we do that, there will be no place for us in Little River Town anymore, and once caught, I don't want to spend the rest of my life in prison. No matter how Dawei thought, he felt that this matter was too risky. To be honest, after living in Little River Town for so many years, Dawei had come to regard it as home. Although not wealthy, at least he wouldn't starve. And he didn't have to wander around aimlessly like before. Shouho, anxious, quickly said, Big brother, we are not originally from Little River Town. At worst, after finishing this job, we can just run away. With this money, where can't the three of us live comfortably? Yes, big brother. Although our current life is fine and we have enough to eat, I also want to live a good life. With this money, we can all marry beautiful wives. Su Chong added quickly, his face full of anticipation for the future, as if that 100 gold coins were already in hand. Dawei looked at Su Chong and Shouho. Sighed. Although the three were not biological brothers, their bond was stronger than that of real brothers. After so many years of hunting crises together, they had a bond that was life and death. Second brother, third brother, I. Dawei hesitated. Oh, big brother, stop with the you and me, just be straightforward. Are we doing it or not? Let us be clear, even if you don't do it, Shouho and I will. It's been so many years. And it's not easy to have such an opportunity to rise to fame in front of us. We don't want to give it up. Su Chong said seriously. Shouho also nodded repeatedly. Boldness can lead to wealth, risk, and reward. Let us do it. Hearing this, Dawei looked around, feeling a mix of emotions. What he was most reluctant to part with was this warm little town. Seeing Dawei like this, Shouho thought for a moment and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Raising his finger excitedly and saying, Hey, big brother, second brother, I have a plan. Su Chong was stunned and asked, Shouho, you usually seem silly. You can actually think of a strategy? Hurry up and tell us. Hee. Shouho smiled, then looked at Dawei and said, at a glance, Big brother is reluctant to part with Little River Town. To be honest, I and second brother feel the same way. Since that's the case, why don't we just not leave Little River Town? Not leave? Committed a crime by robbing and still not leave? What do you mean? Does the government tolerate us? That's impossible. Shouho said proudly. Big brother, second brother, you must be thinking about how to escape Little River Town after the robbery, right? Dawei and Su Chong exchanged glances. Otherwise, this isn't child's play. If it goes wrong, we could end up in jail. Shouho said sinisterly. Big brother, second brother. You seem to have misunderstood. That black tiger was originally hunted by us three brothers. So how could there be any crime? Could it be that Chin Sun took advantage of our inattention and stole the black tiger we hunted? Upon hearing this, Dawei and Su Chong's pupils constricted, and their backs felt cold. Shouho's plan was too sinister, too shameless. Dawei rubbed his bald head and said, But third brother, Chin Sun has already said it was killed by an immortal, and many townspeople were present to hear it at that time. We. Shouho dismissively said, Does what Chin Sun says count? Empty words, who would believe it? Immortal? Are immortals that easy to meet? Dawei and Su Chong fell silent. Although Shouho's method was a bit underhanded, it seemed really feasible. One could even say it was brilliant. In this way, it was very likely that they could get their hands on the black tiger without being pursued by the government and could continue to stay in Little River Town. As for Chin Sun, a frail scholar, they had no fear at all. He probably wouldn't even dare to think about revenge, and in the end, he could only swallow his anger. After thinking it over, Dawei couldn't help but feel tempted. After all, there was a good chance of getting something for nothing. That's 100 gold coins. Dawei immediately asked, Third brother, what do we do next? Chin Sun is already preparing to sell the black tiger. Su Chong said seriously, Right, we can't let him sell it. We need to intercept him. Shouho waved his hand, his face calm. Big brother, second brother, don't rush. That black tiger was originally hunted by us, so the logic is on our side. Therefore, what we need to do next is to proactively report it to the officials. Dawei and Su Chong were taken aback, then nodded one after another. Thinking about the black tiger's body about to be in their hands, their hearts couldn't help but race. We're going to get rich. Meanwhile, Chin Sun had already brought the black tiger to the largest tavern in Little River Town, the Spring Breeze Tavern. Because the black tiger was a rare item, many townspeople followed Chin Sun, surrounding the Spring Breeze Tavern in layers. Someone from the Old Li family had already gone to inform, and it was likely that Old Li and Li Yuan were excitedly on their way. Outside the tavern, the shopkeeper walked around the black tiger a few times, nodding in satisfaction from time to time, then said, Chin Sun, we at Spring Breeze Tavern are willing to buy this black tiger for 120 gold coins. How about it? Wow. Upon hearing the astronomical figure of 120 gold coins, the townspeople present erupted, each one staring at the black tiger, breathing heavily, their eyes turning red. If it weren't for the strict law enforcement in Little River Town, many people would probably rush up to grab it. Chen Sun nodded. Okay. The price is quite fair. Chen Sun understood that the other party was also a businessman. After buying the black tiger, they would likely transport it to other big towns for resale, making a considerable profit, which was only reasonable. Just as the shopkeeper was about to hand over the money bag to Chen Sun under the envious gaze of the crowd, a stern shout suddenly rang out. Chapter 9. To Court. Suddenly, it became quiet outside the Spring Breeze Tavern. Some townspeople hurriedly made way to allow 3 constables to enter. At that moment, everyone was puzzled, not knowing why the constables had suddenly come. Oh, it's actually Captain G. I wonder what brings Captain G to our Spring Breeze Tavern. The shopkeeper squinted his eyes and quickly stepped forward, cupping his hands and smiling. The shopkeeper had done nothing illegal, so he naturally wasn't afraid of the officials. Most importantly, as the largest tavern in Little River Town, he often shared profits with the townmaster. With that relationship, he was certainly more at ease. Among the 3 constables, the stout middle-aged man in the lead was the head constable of the Little River Town government, Jiba. He said lightly, "Shopkeeper, don't worry. We're not here to target your Spring Breeze Tavern. Someone reported that a person named Chen Sun stole their black tiger. And we're here to take this Chen Sun for a trip to court to confront those 3 people." Jiba said. As the words fell, the atmosphere outside the Spring Breeze restaurant suddenly became restless again. People looked at Chen Sun with shocked and uncertain expressions. Did the black tiger steal this? Some couldn't help but feel schadenfreude, thinking, good, it's better if it was stolen. They were scared to death. They almost let Chen Sun and the Old Li family get rich. Thus, many people cast scornful glances, as if to say, how could someone so young engage in such a disgraceful profession? They even fabricated a story about an immortal eliminating the black tiger. The shopkeeper was also taken aback and looked at Chen Sun with suspicion, silently putting away the money pouch for the time being. In the face of all this, Chen Sun remained expressionless. Are you Chen Sun? Jiba looked at Chen Sun and asked. In fact, Jiba was asking a question he already knew the answer to. In Xiaohe Town, there were not many people who didn't recognize Chen Sun. Yes. Jiba nodded, waved his hand, and said, cuff him and take him away. Yes, boss. 2 constables immediately stepped forward, ready to put handcuffs on Chen Sun. However, Chen Sun said, don't cuff me. I can walk on my own. The 2 constables paused and looked at Jiba. Jiba looked at Chen Sun intently. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room became somewhat stagnant. Just when everyone thought Chen Sun was going to anger Jiba and face dire consequences, Jiba said, all right. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could the usually fierce Constable Jiba be so accommodating today? Little did they know, Jiba was just going by his intuition. He observed Chen Sun for a while and found that he remained calm from start to finish, showing no signs of guilt. Moreover, those who were wronged usually panicked. But Chen Sun was different. This demeanor made Jiba look at him in a new light. After all, Jiba had been a constable for so many years. And at that moment, he sensed that perhaps the 3 hunters had reported him first. Although he had some suspicions, he still had to follow protocol and take Chen Sun away. Thus, Chen Sun was taken away, and the black tiger's corpse was also dragged along to the yamen. The townsfolk saw this and surged toward the yamen. On the way, Chen Sun ran into Old Li and Li Yuan, who were hurrying over. Old Li and Li Yuan were stunned when they saw this commotion. Old Li's voice trembled with urgency. Li Yuan's eyes were also red. They knew that common folk like them feared the government the most. After speaking, they followed Jiba and the others. But Old Li and Li Yuan couldn't believe that nothing was wrong. They anxiously followed along and inquired with those around them to learn that someone had reported Chen Sun for stealing their black tiger. Old Li and Li Yuan were instantly filled with anxiety, but there was nothing they could do. Bang, 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 as the sound of the drum faded. The courtroom quieted down. On the dais was the town head of Xiaohe Town, Jibuchang. Below, on both sides stood the constables. And the black tiger's corpse lay on a cart in the center. Chen Sun stood upright to the left of the black tiger's corpse, while Dawei, Su Chong, and Thin Monkey stood to the right. As for the crowd of onlookers, they stood outside the courtroom, with only Old Li and Li Yuan nervously watching. At this moment, Thin Monkey provocatively looked at Chen Sun, as if to say that he dared to steal the black tiger and would soon end up in prison. Dawei and Su Chong, on the other hand, lowered their heads slightly, appearing guilty as if they were the ones who reported the crime first. Bang! Jibuchang glared at the black tiger's corpse and then struck the wooden table, saying lightly, who is it? Who reported the case? In fact, for some minor cases, Jibuchang usually didn't need to preside over them personally. He was not that idle. But today was different. The case involved a significant amount of money. Dawei and the others suddenly knelt down. We rushed into town and saw that this guy Chen Sun was the one who stole it. He even told everyone that it was given to him by an immortal, full of lies, truly hateful. As soon as these words fell, the townsfolk watching immediately began to chatter among themselves. Silence. Bang. Ji Buochang struck the wooden table again, and the courtroom instantly fell silent. The townsfolk dared not breathe, while old Li and Li Yuan could only watch the scene with pale, helpless faces. Beside them, Ji Ba sneered at Dou Wei and the others. It was clear that their words were full of flaws. How could something like this be stolen? Their implication was that they left the valuable black tiger's corpse unattended and went off to relieve themselves. Was it really that absurd? Shouldn't at least one person have stayed to watch? Ji Buochang nodded slightly, and then looked at Chen Sun. They say you stole their black tiger. Do you have anything to say? Chen Sun cupped his hands toward Ji Buochang, then looked at Dou Wei and the others, saying, since you three hunted the black tiger, may I ask where the fatal wound is? Ji Buochang noticed that Chen Sun was calm and even faced him without kneeling, which made him feel somewhat displeased. This kid has some guts. Ji Buochang naturally recognized Chen Sun. He had heard that he had been mad before, but had recently recovered to become a normal person. However, it seemed that this Chen Sun might not be fully healed yet. Hearing Chen Sun's question, Dou Wei and the others immediately felt a chill and nervously raised their heads to look at the black tiger's corpse. At this moment, the black tiger's back was facing them, and they could see that its back and the back of its head were clean, with no bloodstains. When they first saw the black tiger, their instincts as hunters had led them to observe the injuries on the other side, and there were no wounds on its abdomen or neck either. Since the black tiger's corpse was lying on its side, the only angle they had not observed was the side of its abdomen. The fatal wound should be there. The three brothers exchanged glances and quickly came to a decision. Dou Wei immediately gritted his teeth and said, it's on the side abdomen. The fatal wound is on the side abdomen where the black tiger is lying. Chapter 10. The truth revealed. The town head buys the tiger. The townsfolk outside the courtroom saw that the plaintiffs, Dou Wei and the others, were so certain, and they speculated that it seemed Chen Sun really had stolen the black tiger. Old Li and Li Yuan clenched their fists, feeling extremely anxious. Ji Buochang glanced at Chen Sun, saw that he remained calm, and ordered, someone, turn the black tiger's corpse over. Yes, the constables on both sides stepped forward, and a group of people struggled to flip the heavy black tiger's corpse over. When everyone saw that the other side of the black tiger's abdomen was also smooth and clean, intact, and without any injuries, they were all taken aback. Old Li and Li Yuan let out a long sigh of relief, their backs drenched in cold sweat. Ji Buochang took a deep breath and suddenly glared at the already dumbfounded Dou Wei and the others, shouting, did you not say the fatal wound was on the side abdomen? Where's the fatal wound? Huh. Dou Wei and the others started trembling, their minds going blank in an instant. How could this happen? How could this happen? Thin Monkey, in a moment of desperation, stuttered and tried to argue. Town head. My brother has a bad memory. Actually, we killed the black tiger with medicine. Bang. Ji Buochang struck the wooden table heavily, sternly saying, dare to argue. From the beginning to now, your words have been full of flaws. Do you really think this town head is a fool? Dou Wei and the others were instantly terrified, repeatedly bowing their heads and tremblingly saying, we dare not. Please spare us. Please spare us. If we had known this would happen, it would have been better to just rob and run away. Now it was too late. They were right in the yamen, like fish on a chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. It was all Thin Monkey's bad idea, hastily concocted and poorly prepared, leading to numerous flaws. Ji Buochang coldly said, this town head sees you as having ill intentions, reporting first as the guilty party. Someone, give these 20 heavy blows. Then throw them into prison for 2 years. Normally, it wouldn't be so severe, but this time it involved a black tiger, and the amount of money at stake was too great. Soon, constables came forward to carry out the punishment on Dou Wei and the others. As the blows fell, Dou Wei and the others went from initial cries of agony to hanging their heads in exhaustion, their backs already covered in lacerations. The 20 boards are merciless, each one. Good. Sigh, I know the 3 from Dou Wei. After all, outsiders are still outsiders, and they actually did such disgraceful things. Yes, I felt from the beginning that Chen Sun was not lying. After all, he is a scholar. How could he engage in theft? After the case was characterized, the townsfolk's attitude changed drastically, with one person saying something and another responding. Chen Sun watched the scene with a blank expression, as if he were an observer. How could he not see it? From the very beginning, only old Li, Li Yuan, and a few other townsfolk were worried about him. The vast majority, however, hoped that this black tiger was indeed stolen by Chen Sun. To put it simply, they could not stand to see others doing well. It's quite human nature, haha. Subsequently, the 3 from Dou Wei were taken to prison by the bailiffs. At the last moment, the 3 glanced at Chen Sun, their eyes filled with resentment. In this matter, Chen Sun was truly the victim, yet the 3 from Dou Wei ended up resenting him. Why not hold a grudge against the government instead? This is a typical case of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Given this situation, the 3 from Dou Wei would likely seek trouble with Chen Sun after serving 2 years in prison. But they probably won't have the chance. After the three from Dawei received their deserved punishment, Chen Sun was too lazy to dwell on it, but that glance just now changed his mind. Ji Buchang saw that the matter was settled, and he struck the gavel, saying, "Court adjourned." The townsfolk outside who had been watching the excitement quickly dispersed. "You scared us to death." Old Li and Li Yuan jogged over, patting their chests. Chen Sun smiled. "I told you it wasn't a big deal. How could white turn black?" At this moment, Jiba walked up to Chen Sun and said with a smile, "Chen Sun, your visit to the Yamen is just a formal process. Don't take it to heart." Chen Sun shook his head. "It's fine." Jiba nodded. "All right. Since the matter is settled, you can take the black tiger and go. I'm really envious. This black tiger is worth quite a bit." Chen Sun smiled, and then called Old Li and Li Yuan to join him, ready to leave with the black tiger. "Chen Sun, right?" Just then, Ji Buchang unexpectedly walked over with a smile. "Town Master." Ji Ba quickly bowed, and Old Li and Li Yuan were also surprised and bowed. Chen Sun clasped his hands. "Town Master." Ji Buchang saw Chen Sun's calm demeanor and scrutinized him for a moment, then thought of something and glanced at Ji Ba, Old Li, and the others, saying, "This Town Master wants to have a private chat with Chen Sun." Ji Ba immediately understood, signaling the bailiffs and Old Li and Li Yuan with a look, and led the bailiffs away first. Old Li and Li Yuan were unsure what the town master wanted to talk to Chen Sun about, but they figured it was nothing serious. After giving Chen Sun a meaningful look about speaking appropriately in front of the town master, the two also exited. "Hee, now that there are no outsiders, take a seat." Ji Buchang gestured to a chair nearby, inviting Chen Sun to sit. Chen Sun had no reservations and sat down. Hearing this, Chen Sun was not surprised. He had already noticed the way Ji Buchang looked at the black tiger, so he smiled and said, "The town master is quite easy to talk to." "Oh." Ji Buchang was puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" Ji Buchang paused, looking at the composed Chen Sun, and suddenly burst into laughter. "Chen Sun, I must say, you have quite the guts. In all of Xiaohua town, probably only you would dare to speak to this town master like that." After the laughter subsided, he pondered and said, "Name your price. This town master may love money, but I will only acquire it within my duties and will never do anything to harm the common people." Chen Sun had a new level of respect for the straightforward Ji Buchang and said, "Previously, Chunfeng Tavern wanted to buy the black tiger for 120 gold. Ji Buchang immediately understood, turned, and left the court, entering the inner courtyard. "Wait here for a moment, and I will be right back." A moment later, Ji Buchang returned from the inner courtyard, holding a money bag, and walked up to Chen Sun, handing it over. "This is 120 gold." Chen Sun received the money bag and weighed it in his hand. Indeed, being an official is good. Officials have money. 120 gold is a considerable sum in the mundane world, yet the town master of Xiaohua town easily produced it. And the town master of Xiaohua town is only a 9th rank official. A glimpse through the window reveals a hint of the whole. Ji Buchang was taken aback and asked, "What do you mean by this?" Chen Sun replied, "Chunfeng Tavern is Chunfeng Tavern. How can it be compared with the town master? Therefore, the transaction price naturally cannot be compared." Ji Buchang smiled, finding Chen Sun much more agreeable. Indeed, it is rare to find a young person with such insight. After all, 20 gold is quite a lot. Chen Sun said, "Town master, I will probably be leaving Xiaohua town soon. I hope you will take good care of Old Li's family." Ji Buchang was startled. Chen Sun is leaving? Chen Sun smiled and clasped his hands. And this was his true purpose. Chapter 11. A dark night with a high wind, a night for murder. Old Li saw that Chen Sun did not bring out the black tiger and sighed, guessing that he must have been detained by the town master. But he did not dare to say anything. As long as he was safe, that was enough. Chen Sun smiled, but did not explain much. It wasn't until they encountered the eagerly waiting manager of Chunfeng Tavern halfway that Old Li learned that Chen Sun had sold the black tiger to the town master. The manager of Chunfeng sighed and left regretfully. The town master got ahead of him, and there was nothing the manager could do. Moreover, the manager did not blame Chen Sun, as in his view, if the town master wanted the black tiger, Chen Sun had no choice. He might even have sold it for a low price. Because in their eyes, that was Chen Sun's own money, and it wasn't really appropriate for them to inquire. Of course, Old Li and Li Yuan had no desire for Chen Sun's money whatsoever. In the evening, Chen Sun and Old Li's family gathered together for dinner. Halfway through the meal, Chen Sun suddenly put down his chopsticks, took out the money bag, and handed it to Old Li. Old Li was taken aback, and Li Yuan looked at the money bag in surprise as well. "Chen Sun, what is this?" Old Li felt something was off. Chen Sun smiled and said, "This is the money from selling the black tiger, for you and Yuan. Old Li said awkwardly, "Chen Sun, you should keep this money for yourself. It will surely be useful in the future. Yuan and I aren't coveting your money." Chen Sun smiled helplessly and said, "There isn't much money in there. Grandpa Li, please accept it. Otherwise, I would feel uneasy after eating and drinking for free at your house for so long." Old Li wanted to say something else. Li Yuan saw that Chen Sun was still holding out the money bag and said, "Grandpa, just accept Chun Gij's kindness. Just treat it as helping him save it." "All right, fine." Old Li had no choice but to accept the money bag, saying, "Chen Sun, then I will hold on to it for you. When you get married or something, just ask me for it." In Old Li and Li Yuan's eyes, there probably wasn't much money in the bag, so they reluctantly accepted it as saving for Chen Sun. Little did they know, there was actually 100 gold inside. Chen Sun nodded and smiled. Li Yuan gazed at Chen Sun's smile, lost in thought, not knowing what she was thinking. After dinner, Chen Sun stood in the yard, quietly gazing at the stars in the night sky. "Chen Gij." Li Yuan's voice suddenly rang out beside him. Chen Sun continued to look at the night sky and smiled. "What's wrong, Yuan?" Li Yuan slightly raised her head to look at Chen Sun's profile for a moment, then lowered her head and asked, "Is Chen Gij going to leave soon?" Chen Sun was momentarily taken aback, turned to look at Li Yuan, and realized that she must have sensed something during dinner. He nodded, yes. Upon receiving the answer, Li Yuan felt an ache of reluctance in her heart and asked, "Then, where is Chen Gij going?" A hint of confusion flashed in Chen Sun's eyes as he shook his head and softly replied, "I, Chen Sun, am but a drifting weed, wherever I float. That is where I shall be." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan's mouth slightly opened, her eyes dazed, and for some reason, a wave of sorrow unexpectedly surged in her heart. The Chen Gij in front of her gave her a sense of ancient loneliness, a kind of loneliness that was hard to articulate or explain. Li Yuan really wanted to say that since Brother Chen has no home, he might as well stay here and consider this place his home. However, she already knew for some reason that Brother Chen would definitely refuse. Chen Sun pondered for a moment and said, "Maybe." Li Yuan's heart relaxed slightly, and she nodded silently. Not knowing what to say for a moment, Chen Sun turned to her and asked, Yuan, by the way, what about your parents and grandmother?" A flash of sadness crossed Li Yuan's eyes as she replied, "That year during the Great Drought, there was no food at home, and many people in Xiaotown died. My parents and grandmother starved to death. My grandfather was also on the brink of death, but luckily, the town lord Ji Bichong took office in time and brought disaster relief grain, which saved my grandfather's life. After that, I relied on my grandfather until now. It's been more than 10 years in a blink of an eye. Natural disasters are merciless." Li Yuan considered herself lucky, not knowing how many old, weak, women, and children perished in the calamity. As long as one can survive, that's enough. Li Yuan concealed her sadness and smiled, saying, "Brother Chen, when you leave, you must say goodbye to me and Grandpa. Let me and Grandpa see you off. Don't just leave without a word, okay?" Chen Sun nodded and smiled, "Okay." On a dark, windy night, Old Li and Li Yuan had already fallen asleep. Inside Chen Sun's room, he slowly opened his eyes, and then his figure gradually dissipated. Meanwhile, in the government prison, 2 guards were also fast asleep. In this enclosed prison, even without their supervision, the prisoners couldn't escape. The prisoners in the jail were mostly asleep, except for 3 prisoners who stared blankly at each other through the cold iron bars, their eyes devoid of light. These 3 prisoners were naturally Dewei, Su Chong, and Shou Ho, who had just been brought in today. "Shou Ho, it's all your fault. What kind of stupid idea did you come up with that got us 2 years in jail? If I had known, I would have just robbed and run away." Su Chong sighed. Shou Ho, hearing this, retorted indignantly, "Second brother, you can't blame me entirely. My plan was definitely feasible. It's just that the timing was too rushed, and we were too unprepared. Who could have predicted that the Black Tiger had no visible injuries?" Su Chong silently nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. It seems what Chen Sun said is true. It must have been the work of an immortal. The Black Tiger's injuries should be internal." Dewei's pupils gradually focused, and he weakly said, "All right, stop talking. It's too late for that now. We might as well just serve our 2 years in jail honestly. Now, getting married, and all that will be delayed by 2 years. How many 2-year periods does one have in life?" Hiss. Perhaps he had pulled on his wound, and Dewei gasped in pain. Shou Ho pressed his lips together and lowered his voice, saying, "Big brother, second brother, when we get out, we must not let Chen Sun go. Our fate is all because of him." Humph. Upon hearing this, Dewei and Su Chong's eyes shifted, but they said nothing. In fact, they also knew that their predicament was self-inflicted, but they just couldn't swallow this anger. What to do if they couldn't swallow it? They couldn't go looking for the town lord or the government office, could they? They didn't dare to, so they could only vent their frustrations on Chen Sun. "You 3 are overreacting. What exactly have I done to deserve such resentment from you?" Suddenly, a ghostly voice rang in the ears of Dewei and the others. They jolted and immediately scanned their surroundings, exchanging terrified glances, each seeing shock in the other's eyes, until a young man appeared out of thin air like a ghost. Dewei and the others' pupils suddenly constricted, and they were so frightened that they leaned back. Chen Sun. Chapter 12. The government office is haunted. Looking at Chen Sun outside the iron bars, Dou Wei and the others were nearly scared out of their wits. They had seen Chen Sun appear in an unbelievable manner. Wasn't Chen Sun immortal like them? They never expected he was actually an immortal. Immortal, spare us. Immortal, spare us. Dou Wei and the others knelt on the ground, filled with unprecedented terror, regretting deeply in their hearts. They had actually provoked an immortal. At this moment, Dou Wei and the others understood that Chen Sun's previous claim about an immortal killing the black tiger referred to himself. I wanted to spare you, but you wouldn't spare me. Chen Sun smiled slightly, opened his palm, and 3 flickering flames danced within it. He then waved gently, and the flames slowly floated towards Dou Wei and the others. Seeing the flames approaching, Dou Wei and the others instantly felt the breath of death descending upon them, and they immediately screamed in terror, "Murder! Murder!" In an instant, the entire prison was awakened. They wouldn't have shouted if they had known, but as soon as they did, the flames accelerated instantly, attaching themselves to Dou Wei and the others, quickly igniting them and turning them into fiery figures, mixed with their painful howls. Chen Sun only smiled faintly at the scene, his figure gradually dissipating. At the same time, the guards rushed over, and the prisoners in each cell pressed against the iron bars, terrified, watching the flames illuminating the cell where Dou Wei and the others were. The 2 guards stared in shock at the 3 rolling fiery figures, stunned for a moment before turning to fetch water to extinguish the fire. The guards were so frightened that they immediately reported the incident. That night, Ji Bichong was awakened from his sleep and urgently summoned Ji Ba to go to the prison. Looking in shock at the 3 piles of ashes and listening to the guard's account, Ji Bichong and Ji Ba's eyes trembled. The prison was dark and damp, with no fire source. How could these 3 prisoners have suddenly caught fire and been burned to ashes? Such an event had never occurred since Ji Bichong took office, nor had it ever happened in history. This incident was full of oddities. Who were the 3 dead prisoners? Ji Bichong immediately asked. Are they the 3? Ji Bichong and Ji Ba were taken aback. Remembering this case, they both unconsciously thought of Chen Sun. Ji Bichong frowned and asked again, has anyone entered the prison? The 2 guards immediately knelt down in fear, saying, Town Lord, we were on high alert, and during that time, not even a mosquito entered. In fact, the 2 guards were also feeling uneasy. They wouldn't dare say they had been sleeping deeply during their watch, admitting that would be tantamount to seeking death. Furthermore, who could have imagined such an event would occur? Ji Bichong nodded slightly and said, for now, do not spread this matter outside. This town lord will investigate it myself. Yes, the 2 guards quickly agreed, and once Ji Bichong and Ji Ba left the prison, they dared to stand up, their bodies already drenched in cold sweat. Outside the prison, Ji Bichong said helplessly, fortunately, these 3 hunters are outsiders and have no relatives in the town. Otherwise, if such an incident occurs, it would be difficult for this town lord to explain. The town lord is right, Ji Ba said, bowing. Ji Ba was someone Ji Bichong had personally promoted, and usually, Ji Bichong entrusted his personal safety to Ji Ba, so he often brought Ji Ba along. Ji Bichong glanced at Ji Ba and asked, Ji Ba, what do you think of this matter? Ji Ba paused, quickly realizing what was being asked, and then revealed a bitter expression, saying, Town Lord, I carefully observed the scene in the prison just now and found no clues at all. The implication was clear. Ji Ba himself had no idea. However, Town Lord, there is something I don't know if I should say. Ji Ba suddenly said. Ji Bichong replied, speak. Ji Ba was silent for a moment, his heart racing slightly, and said, Town Lord, precisely because there are no clues at all, I believe this matter is not human-made. Ji Bichong's expression changed, and he coldly snorted, Humph. Are you implying that our government office is haunted? Ji Ba panicked and hurriedly bowed, saying, I misspoke. But in Ji Ba's view, there seemed to be no other possibility except for it being a haunting. It's not surprising if there are ghosts. After all, immortals exist too. Ji Bichong's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly said, just now, I heard the prison guard say that those 3 prisoners were shouting about murder, which startled them. This shows that the 3 prisoners must have seen something before they died, and it's very likely they saw their killer. It's a pity they were burned to death without any witnesses. However, what's even more bizarre is that the prison guard rushed over immediately, and none of the prisoners at the scene saw the murderer. That murderer truly comes and goes without a trace. You could say it's not human at all, which is quite possible. Ji Ba shook his head, feeling a bit cold. If we talk about contradictions, the ghost is still unknown. But there is indeed a person, Chen Sun. However, various signs indicate that Chen Sun couldn't have done this. Unless, Chen Sun is not human. Ugh. Ji Bichong shrank his neck and said, Ji Ba, in a couple of days, invite a Taoist priest to come to the government to perform some rituals. The town leader feels quite uneasy. Yes, town leader, Ji Ba nodded in agreement. Ji Ba was momentarily stunned but understood that although it was unlikely Chen Sun was responsible, the town leader still couldn't help but want to ask him. Yes, I might not be able to sleep tonight. The next day, Old Li was just about to go out when he saw two people standing outside the courtyard. He looked in confusion and was instantly shocked to find it was the town leader and Captain Ji. Upon hearing they were looking for Chen Sun, he hurriedly welcomed both of them into the courtyard and brought two benches. Town leader, Chen Sun. Old Li was respectfully about to say something when Chen Sun came out of the house, glanced at Ji Bichong and Ji Ba, and then smiled. Grandpa Li, you can go about your business. I can entertain the town leader and Captain Ji. Okay. Old Li, having lived for more than half his life, was a sensible man and knew that the town leader had business with Chen Sun. He soon bowed and left. However, one thing puzzled Old Li. When did this kid Chen Sun become so important? Logically, it should be the town leader issuing a command for Chen Sun to go to the government office. Yet here was the town leader himself coming to visit. How strange. Seeing Chen Sun walk over, Ji Bichong got straight to the point. Chen Sun, last night. Soon, Ji Bichong recounted the strange events that occurred in the prison last night. Chen Sun was surprised. Is that so? Chapter 13. Farewell, Moneybag. Ji Bichong and Ji Ba watched Chen Sun's expression with trepidation, and seeing Chen Sun like this, for some reason, they felt a sense of relief in their hearts. Yes, such bizarre things happened. The town leader couldn't sleep a wink last night. Ji Bichong sighed. Chen Sun smiled. The government won't be haunted, right? Ji Ba was immediately startled. He knew that he had said something similar last night, and the town leader had been a bit angry. If Chen Sun said this, he might provoke the town leader again. But then Ji Bichong's attitude and words left Ji Ba dumbfounded. There are indeed immortals in this world. Although they are elusive and we mortals find it hard to see them, they do exist. Since there are immortals, it's normal for ghosts to exist as well. Today, the town leader will invite a Taoist to perform rituals at the government office. Sigh. Ji Bichong said helplessly. Ji Ba thought Ji Bichong would be angry. But little did he know that for some reason, Ji Bichong found it difficult to be angry with Chen Sun in his subconscious. Chen Sun nodded, indicating that this method was feasible. Ji Bichong continued. However, the town leader feels guilty. Although those three prisoners had faults, they didn't deserve to die. Now they've died in the jail. Sigh. Chen Sun smiled and said nothing. Seeing this, Ji Bichong stood up and said, then it's settled. The reason I came to find you today was to have someone to talk to, which brings me some comfort. Chen Sun, this matter has already been put under a ban by the town leader, so don't spread it outside. Chen Sun nodded. Okay. Afterward, Chen Sun sent Ji Bichong and Ji Ba to the courtyard and quietly watched them walk away. How could Chen Sun not know that Ji Bichong and Ji Ba came here under the pretense of wanting someone to talk to, but in reality, they were testing him? To put it bluntly, it was because the two of them harbored doubts about him. But it was only a hint of suspicion, after all. In Ji Bichong and Ji Ba's eyes, he was just an ordinary commoner, and it was impossible for him to do, or even be capable of, such things. Brother Chen, who just came? Li Yuan walked out of the house, curious. Chen Sun turned around and smiled. No one. Oh, Li Yuan nodded obediently. At lunch, Chen Sun suddenly said, Grandpa Li, I will be leaving Xiahe town this afternoon, so you don't need to prepare dinner for me. Li Yuan froze for a moment while picking up food, then silently continued. Old Li looked up in shock at Chen Sun, his eyes full of disbelief. Chen Sun, why don't you stay a few more days? Chen Sun replied, no, that would trouble you. Old Li's eyes widened. Nonsense, what's troublesome about this? Chen Sun shook his head and smiled. Grandpa Li, you don't need to persuade me anymore. I've already made up my mind. During his period of madness, Chen Sun truly felt like a rootless drifter, floating along with the current. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before he likely went mad again, which would indeed bring trouble to Old Li's family. Old Li's lips moved as he quietly said, well, if that's the case. Li Yuan silently ate her meal and softly asked, Brother Chen, what time are you leaving this afternoon? I'll accompany you and Grandpa to see you off. Chen Sun smiled slightly. Let's leave at the hour of the dog. Okay. The rest of the lunch was rather dull, lacking the usual laughter and cheer. For all this, Chen Sun felt little emotional fluctuation. Over the years, he had already experienced countless farewells, including those of life and death. Time quickly arrived at the hour of the dog. Chen Sun, accompanied by Old Li and Li Yuan, walked all the way to the outskirts of Xiahe town. Chen Sun turned around, looking at Old Li and Li Yuan, and smiled. Grandpa Li, Yuan, let's stop here. Chen Sun carried a bundle on his back, inside which were clothes that Li Yuan had specially bought for him according to his size. He couldn't refuse and had to take them. Old Li tapped his smoking pipe and sighed. Chen Sun, when you're out there, be careful. Grandpa Li doesn't have much to give, but here is a bag of cakes. Take it for the road. Saying this, he took off a cloth bag from his waist and handed it to Chen Sun. Chen Sun's eyes flickered as he accepted the cloth bag, weighing it in his hand, and said, Grandpa Li, this bag of cakes is a bit heavy. Is there really only cake inside? Old Li paused, stammering. Chun Sun smiled, opened the cloth bag, and took out a money bag. This was the money from selling the black tiger that Chun Sun had given to Old Li that day. Chun Sun handed it back to Old Li, helplessly saying, "This really isn't much money. Grandpa Li, please don't refuse." Seeing Old Li not accepting it, Chun Sun pressed it into his hand, saying, "Just consider it saving it for me. That should be fine, right?" Chun Sun was startled and quickly turned to leave, walking away swiftly. Old Li immediately stopped in his tracks, watching Chun Sun's back as he tightly clenched the money bag, smiling bitterly. Li Yuan, who had been silent, saw that Chun Sun was leaving just like that, and her vision instantly blurred. She took a few steps forward and called out loudly, "Brother Chun, safe travels." She saw that figure raise a hand and wave, gradually walking further away. Soon, he disappeared into the spring-filled mountains and fields. Old Li and Li Yuan stood outside the town for a long time before turning and slowly walking back into town. Old Li looked at his granddaughter, who was feeling down, and sighed, Yuan, actually, Grandpa has long seen that your brother Chun might not be an ordinary person." Li Yuan was taken aback and nodded silently. How could she not see it? Previously, during Brother Chen's madness, it was one thing, but after returning to normal, whether in appearance, temperament, or speech and behavior, he surpassed ordinary people by far. Not to mention, just facing the town leader without being humble or arrogant. Maintaining a calm demeanor was not something an ordinary person could achieve. After returning home, Old Li opened the money bag in front of Li Yuan. When he saw the amount of money inside, he was instantly frozen in place. Curious, Li Yuan leaned over, and the next moment, her eyes widened in shock as she covered her mouth. Gold. The bag was full of gold coins. Upon closer inspection, there were indeed over 100. By the time Old Li, panting heavily, ran out of the town, the vast expanse of sky and land made it impossible to see Chun Sun's figure anywhere. Exhausted, Old Li sat down on the ground, and after a moment, his old eyes filled with tears as he tightly held onto the money pouch, murmuring, "Good child. It's not worth it. Old Li can't afford this 100 gold." Chapter 14. The Layout of the Mortal Realm, Young Zhaoting. After leaving Xia Town, Chun Sun headed south, enduring days of rough travel and nights spent at inns, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Given Chun Sun's relatively slow pace of travel, if there were a map of Beixian to show his progress, it would merely indicate an insignificant distance covered. Chun Sun was currently in Beixian. Beixian was just one region of the vast mortal realm. Yet it was a place that ordinary people could spend their entire lives without fully exploring. Besides Beixian, there were also the expansive South Heaven, East Qian, and West Sea. North of Beixian lay an endless snowy expanse, rumored to be home to snow monsters, fraught with danger. South of South Heaven was a well-known forbidden area in the entire mortal realm, the Forbidden Dragonland, said to house true dragons and many treasures. Whenever it opened, countless cultivators would flock there, but many would ultimately perish, yet they still rushed in. East of East Qian was a vast forest of demon beasts, a paradise for the beasts and a hell for cultivators. Beyond the West Sea, it was rumored there were ancient barbarian tribes where ancient cultivation methods were passed down through generations, but to reach these tribes, one must cross the treacherous West Sea, where countless cultivators had met their demise over the years. These famous regions were all marked on maps. However, many magnificent yet perilous areas remained undiscovered. Tianqing City. As the sun set in the west, Chun Sun looked up at the towering city walls that stood 5 zhang high and murmured. This was the first city Chun Sun had encountered in a month. Prior to this, he had passed through 2 small towns and many villages. This was indeed a city, not comparable to small towns. At the city gate, there were many people entering and exiting at all times. Chun Sun brushed off the dust from his travel, shouldered his burden, and joined the flow of people into the city. The streets of Tianqing City were very clean and tidy, and now and then, one could see people cleaning. Chun Sun walked slowly along the street and noticed several guards patrolling in an orderly manner, indicating that the security was quite good. He bought 2 meat pies from a shop, eating as he continued walking. After a while, Chun Sun saw a wall surrounded by many people. Curious, he walked over. Heavenly. Tomorrow is the day for the Dao Tian sect to recruit disciples. I hope my child will do well. If he has a spiritual root, my old son family will rise to prominence. Ha ha ha, old son, don't expect too much, or you will be disappointed. The Dao Tian sect only recruits a few children every 3 years. If there is a spiritual root, it would be like our ancestral grave emitting green smoke. Yes, with so many people in Tianqing City, hundreds of thousands of residents, how many children meet the age requirement for testing is needless to say. In the end, there are only so few with spiritual roots. TSK. Sigh, it's really too difficult. It's better to let the children study for exams. That's much easier than becoming an immortal. I think there is also a literary exam in the city in a couple of days. Chun Sun listened to the chatter and read the notice on the wall, and he understood the situation. It turned out to be a recruitment for disciples by a sect. In a remote place like Xia Town, ordinary people rarely saw cultivators, but in Tianjin City, there were already sects recruiting disciples. It was clear that from the moment a person was born, many factors determined their life, including the region they were born into, which was a science in itself. Being born in a remote place likely meant a life of mediocrity. However, being born in a good place could offer opportunities to walk a different life path. Hey, young man, are you here for the exam? At this time, a lady nearby noticed Chun Sun and asked. It wasn't too surprising for her to ask this, as Chun Sun's appearance resembled that of a scholar. Chun Sun replied, I'm just passing through. I see. The lady nodded and said, young man. The Dao Tian sect is a famous sect in Beixian. They are recruiting disciples tomorrow. Why not give it a try? Chun Sun laughed, shrugged his shoulders, and said, do I look like someone with a spiritual root? Besides, do I look very young to you, auntie? The lady immediately felt embarrassed. Not small, quite big. She realized she had made a hasty judgment. The scholar before her looked like he was in his 20s, well past the age limit for the spiritual root test. The lady quickly added, but you can still give it a try. Those with spiritual roots are few and far between. If you have one, perhaps the Dao Tian sect will accept you. Chun Sun pursed his lips and turned to leave. In his view, the lady was being overly enthusiastic, which could be problematic. He was alone, with nothing to be schemed over, and if there was anything, it would just be this handsome face. Thinking this, Chun Sun quickened his pace. Next, he noticed many places in the city surrounded by citizens, presumably all looking at the notice for the sect recruitment. There were also a few different notices that were likely for the literary exam. Seeing that the sun had set, Chun Sun entered a tavern and sat by the window, calling for a waiter to bring food and drinks. After finishing his meal, he planned to stay overnight in this tavern. Customer, here are your food and drinks. Enjoy. Before long, the waiter brought the food and drink and placed them in front of Chun Sun, bowing slightly before leaving. Chun Sun poured himself a drink and slowly enjoyed the hot dishes. At this time, the sky darkened, and it was evening, coinciding with mealtime. The tavern was quite full of guests, and many newcomers were being ushered upstairs by the waiters. The guests were drinking and chatting, and the topic was predominantly about the Dao Tian sect recruiting disciples the next day. At that moment, Chun Sun noticed a refined young man enter. After negotiating with the waiter, he looked around helplessly, and upon seeing Chun Sun, his eyes visibly brightened, and he walked over with a smile. Brother, the waiter just told me the tavern is fully booked. Cough, cough. I see you're alone. Could you spare half your table for me? Thank you. After speaking, the young man placed a silver coin in front of Chun Sun and clasped his hands in gratitude. Chun Sun nodded, accepted the silver coin, and then shifted his food and drink to make space for the young man, saying, help yourself. Zhao Ting was taken aback. He had thought this scholar would refuse to take his silver coin, but he actually accepted it? Really accepted it? Goodness, where's the scholarly integrity? Zhao Ting had come over precisely because he saw Chun Sun was a scholar. Unexpectedly, he found himself at a loss. Zhao Ting could only inwardly lament his loss and sat down in frustration. At this moment, he wished he could slap himself for going overboard. Then, Zhao Ting glanced at the sumptuous dishes on the table, swallowed hard, and awkwardly said, Brother, how about I don't order and just eat with you? Chun Sun shot him a glance and said, should I return that silver coin to you? Zhao Ting suddenly stood up, excitedly saying, really? Chun Sun replied, no, Zhao Ting. Chapter 15, Clarity Lost in the Eyes. Moments later, Zhao Ting's food was also brought up by the waiter. Zhao Ting poured himself a glass of wine, hesitated for a moment, then raised his glass and said, Brother, although you are a bit stingy and don't seem like a scholar, I still toast you a glass. Chun Sun smiled. Should I thank you then? Though he said that, Chun Sun also raised his glass and clinked it with Zhao Ting's. Ha ha. After taking a sip of wine, Zhao Ting felt that the other person had a unique personality and was indeed the most interesting person he had encountered in recent years. He couldn't help but ask, Brother, what is your name? Chun Sun replied, Chun Sun. Zhao Ting nodded and said, so it's Brother Chun. I, Zhao Ting, am honored to meet you. He immediately asked, I can see that Brother Chun is not from here. You must have come to Tianjin City for the exam, right? As he spoke, Zhao Ting glanced at Chun Sun's bag, showing that he was quite perceptive. At the same time, Zhao Ting looked at the wooden sword on Chun Sun's back, feeling puzzled. Chun Sun shook his head and said, I'm not here for the exam. I'm just passing through this city and decided to stay the night. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Sun suddenly felt a moment of disorientation, and his heart tightened slightly. This sign, wasn't it for the exam? Zhao Ting was somewhat surprised. He cleared his throat and awkwardly said, Brother Chun, you might be mistaken. I'm not here for the exam either. To be honest, I'm here for the Dao Tian sect's recruitment of disciples tomorrow. Oh, Chun Sun looked him over and found him interesting, so he replied, You must have exceeded the age limit for recruitment, right? Zhao Ting sighed. Yes, I'm 24 this year, which is far beyond the limit. But after studying hard for so many years, I finally realized that I, Zhao Ting, do not want to be an official or engage in the intrigues of the officialdom. None of that is what I desire. I want to cultivate immortality, to explore the world, and to see the landscapes that only immortals can witness. Hearing this, Qin Sun laughed. Brother Zhao, you might be thinking a bit too optimistically. The world of immortals may not be as beautiful as you imagine. The intrigues of the officialdom pale in comparison to the dangers of the immortal realm. Oh, Zhao Ting scoffed. Brother Qin, you seem to understand a lot. He then expressed some disappointment, saying, it's just that I'm a bit older now, and I'm not sure if I have a spiritual root. This first step in cultivating immortality is far more stringent than the civil examination. Qin Sun replied, in my opinion, Brother Zhao, you are full of spiritual energy and possess spiritual essence. You might just have a spiritual root. Oh, Zhao Ting smiled and raised his cup, saying, I love to hear Brother Qin say that. Qin Sun chuckled and asked, is your family well? Zhao Ting replied, of course, although my parents are getting older, they are in good health. He then paused for a moment and added with a wry smile, however, my thoughts are rather unfilial. My parents want me to achieve scholarly fame, but I am thinking about that ethereal path of cultivating immortality. Qin Sun nodded. Brother Zhao, remember, once you enter the immortal realm, you will have a gap with the mundane world. You might not even have the chance to see your parents off in the end. In other words, it may become difficult to meet them at all. Zhao Ting was stunned. Was it that serious? He then laughed. Brother Qin, you speak too seriously. Whether I can enter the immortal sect is still uncertain, and that is far too distant. Qin Sun smiled. It's not distant at all. He casually added, well, my ancestors once practiced immortality. Zhao Ting was taken aback, quickly cupping his hands and saying, I didn't expect Brother Qin to come from a family of immortals. I am truly honored. Qin Sun smiled without saying a word. Although he was making it up, Zhao Ting's reaction was indeed exaggerated. He had a knack for flattery. This hardly counted as a family of immortals. A true family of immortals would have generations of practitioners. The next day, just as dawn broke, the entire Tianqing city awakened, with bustling crowds filling the streets and alleys, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. This day marked the recruitment of disciples by the Daotian sect. A day of great significance for everyone. Hey, Brother Qin. Just as Qin Sun stepped out of the inn with his bag, he heard a familiar shout. Turning his head, he saw Zhao Ting hurrying over, rubbing his hands together. Brother Qin, I've been waiting for you for a while. Qin Sun said, isn't today the day Daotian sect is recruiting disciples? Why aren't you going? Zhao Ting took a deep breath and said, Brother Qin, I'm probably the only one my age there. I'm really nervous. Can you accompany me? Qin Sun was speechless. Brother Zhao, we just met yesterday. Why would my presence affect your nerves? Zhao Ting gritted his teeth and took out a silver coin, handing it over. Qin Sun was momentarily taken aback, but accepted the coin and put it away. All right, I was actually planning to go see the commotion. The sun gradually rose. The spiritual root test for recruitment by the Daotian sect was held in the central square of Tianqing City. When Qin Sun and Zhao Ting arrived, they found the square already crowded with citizens, packed tightly with people. However, the citizens dared not move closer because there were many guards from the city lord's mansion maintaining order, and the city lord himself would also be present. The square was very lively, with countless parents eagerly waiting with their children, anxious to find out whether their child was a dragon or a worm. Zhao Ting stood on tiptoe, looking inside, and said, Brother Qin, the immortals haven't arrived yet. They will probably appear with the city lord. Qin Sun nodded, but his mind was elsewhere. He gently rubbed his temples, feeling that vague sensation growing stronger. Zhao Ting noticed nothing unusual, as he was too absorbed in his own nervousness. Suddenly, the bell in the square rang out, and everyone quieted down. The head guard stepped forward and shouted, all children participating in the spiritual root test, please line up in an orderly fashion to enter. Parents are not allowed inside. The guards immediately opened several entrances to the square. The citizens hurriedly urged their children to go inside. Under the watchful eyes of the guards, the young boys and girls obediently lined up, no one daring to cut in line or cause trouble. Before long, 5 long lines formed. There were quite a number of children in Tianqing City to be tested, so they needed to do it this way to finish in a day. Brother Qin, I'm going in first. Zhao Ting was so nervous that sweat was pouring from his palms. All right, Qin Sun said, closing his eyes and frowning deeply. At that moment, Zhao Ting finally noticed Qin Sun's odd behavior and asked suspiciously, Brother Qin, are you all right? You look even more nervous than I am. Qin Sun took a deep breath and shook his head. I'm fine. You should go in quickly. Okay, Brother Qin, wait for my good news. If I have a spiritual root, I'll treat you to a big meal. Zhao Ting gritted his teeth and quickly entered the square, joining the other boys and girls. Meanwhile, Qin Sun suddenly opened his eyes wide, breaking into a manic grin, the clarity in his eyes disappearing. Chapter 16, Spiritual Root Test. Hey, look at that young man. He must be over 20, right? Isn't he exceeding the age limit? Yeah, he is so old and still coming to test with a bunch of teenagers. How shameless. You guys are going too far. Honestly, having dreams is commendable. Don't underestimate this young man. If he has a spiritual root, he might just be accepted by the Dao Tian sect, and then you won't be laughing anymore. Humph. With his age, he is already late to start cultivating immortality. Even if he is lucky enough to have a spiritual root, the Dao Tian sect probably won't take him. The comments from the citizens made Zhao Ting even more anxious, especially when he noticed some young people casting curious glances at him, causing his face to flush. However, he took a deep breath and tried to ignore the words and gazes. There will always be idle chatter if you don't listen. There is naturally nothing to be concerned about. He persisted for his dream. Zhao Ting couldn't help but turn to look at Chen Sun. The next moment, he was astonished, rubbing his eyes and looking again in disbelief. He saw Brother Chun grinning maniacally, causing many citizens nearby to feel alarmed and quietly distance themselves. Zhao Ting was dumbfounded. How did the calm and witty Brother Chun become like this in such a short time? Silence. The city lord has arrived. At that moment, the head guard shouted. The entire central square fell silent. Then, an elder with an air of immortality entered the square, accompanied by a middle-aged man who seemed to be the city lord. Behind the elder and the middle-aged man were 6 young disciples dressed in sect attire, following them calmly. The middle-aged man was undoubtedly the city lord of Tianxing City, while the elder and the 6 young disciples were cultivators from the Dao Tian sect. Countless citizens watched the Dao Tian sect's cultivators with rapt attention, feeling a deep admiration in their hearts. As expected of the immortals from a great sect, their demeanor alone made them stand out like a crane among chickens. The young boys and girls in line were filled with yearning. They too wanted to possess such grace and status. Look, even the lord of Tianxing City, who governed a city with a population of hundreds of thousands, was behaving with utmost respect in front of the immortals from Dao Tian sect. It could be said that once one had a spiritual root, they would truly soar to the heavens. Zhao Ting clenched his fists tightly, already so nervous that his palms were sweating. At the same time, Chen Sun was holding the hand of a middle-aged man with a dark complexion, and he said earnestly, "Oh dear, looking at your palmistry, your lifeline is very long. But wait, your face clearly shows that you've done many bad things and are destined to be struck by lightning. How can this be? Is it really true that good people don't live long, while evildoers can live for 1,000 years? No, this is too contradictory. Why is this happening?" The burly man initially felt quite pleased with Chen Sun's first few comments, but upon hearing the later remarks, his expression darkened instantly. It was as if he had been hit with a truth, and he yanked his hand away from Chen Sun's grasp and turned to leave. Chen Sun, however, was unaware of how jarring his words were in the currently quiet square. Countless strange gazes were directed at him. Even the elderly man from Dao Tian sect and his disciples frowned slightly and glanced over. Lord Suhai's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly bowed to the elderly man to apologize. He then stood up and shouted, "Who is making noise? Where's the guard team?" "Here." The captain of the guard, startled and breaking out in a cold sweat, immediately took 2 guards and strode toward Chen Sun with great authority. Oh, upon hearing this, Suhai furrowed his brow and, along with countless gazes, looked over. Sure enough, he saw that the loud young man was now sucking his finger with a curious tilt of his head, looking around with a rather strange gaze, filled with a kind of fervor. His demeanor was very natural, not at all like an act. Many citizens looked at this scene with pity, inwardly sighing. What a handsome young man. Who would have thought he was a lunatic? Crazy and foolish, he's truly a pitiful person. The elderly man from Dao Tian sect and his disciples relaxed their brows upon seeing this. With so many mortals watching, they naturally wouldn't hold it against a madman. Lord Su, since he is a madman, then let it be. We should proceed with the testing as soon as possible. The elderly man from Dao Tian sect waved his hand, displaying his grace. Suhai felt relieved upon hearing this, quickly bowed in thanks, and then glared at Zhao Ting, saying, "Keep an eye on your friend. If he makes any more transgressions, even if the immortal master is magnanimous, I, as the lord of this city, will still impose punishment." "Thank you, immortal master." "Thank you, lord." Zhao Ting sighed in relief, then quickly ran to Chen Sun's side and looked at him awkwardly, whispering, "Brother Chun, I don't know why you've suddenly become like this, but you must be careful from now on. If anything happens, I am weak and may not be able to help you." Upon seeing this, countless parents became anxious. The testing for spiritual roots was quite simple and straightforward. There was a special artifact that the tester only needed to place their hand on, and the results would be instant. It was precisely because it was so convenient that so many young boys and girls could be tested in a single day. "That person is obviously older," said a young male disciple who stayed by the elderly man from Dao Tian sect, looking at Zhao Ting. In fact, they had already noticed Zhao Ting earlier. This time, they could also learn from the young male disciple's words that the elderly man was a steward of Dao Tian's sect. Seeing this, Xianxia stroked his beard and nodded. It's fine, there's no need to rush. The testing process is very quick. Having one more child doesn't make a difference. Yes, the disciple bowed in response. Xianxia stood up and looked at the young boys and girls present, saying lightly, "Children, listen carefully. The process of testing for spiritual roots is very fast. Just place your hand on the spiritual root testing artifact held by the disciples in front. If there is a flash of light, it means you have a spiritual root, and you can stand aside. Otherwise, quickly retreat to avoid delaying the testing process. Do you understand?" The young boys and girls, intimidated by Xianxia's presence, quickly replied in unison, "Understood, Immortal Master." Xianxia nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. "All right, all disciples prepare. The spiritual root testing begins." Chapter 17, Metal Attribute Spiritual Root. As the spiritual root testing began, the square became lively. The young boys and girls, anxious, started their tests one by one. However, soon enough, with the expressionless voice of the disciples calling out next, 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 both the parents and the young boys and girls waiting in line felt their moods plummet rapidly. This simple step alone determined their fate of being unworthy of the immortal path, even though they had mentally prepared themselves in advance. Knowing that those with spiritual roots were few and far between, it was still hard to accept when the results were in front of them. Time ticked by, and more young people left the line dejectedly. Xianxia on the platform watched this scene with an impassive expression, indifferent. How could it be so easy to cultivate immortality? The spiritual root, being the most crucial threshold, was akin to sifting through sand. Xianxia glanced at the sun and thought to himself that if they could find 5 from so many young boys and girls in Tianqing City, it would already be great. Even if luck was poor and only 2 or 3, or even just 1, were found, that was something that couldn't be helped. Lord Suhai's expression was awkward. Looking at the time, it was almost noon, yet there wasn't a single child with a spiritual root. Could it be that the feng shui of Tianqing City had been bad in the past 2 years? It's worth noting that a few years ago, when Dao Tian's sect came to recruit disciples, 2 children with spiritual root qualifications were found by noon. Suddenly, the crowd became very agitated. In the second group, the young boy at the front who was undergoing testing saw the spiritual root artifact in front of him shining with light, dazzling even under the sun. The boy was stunned, his heart racing. Good heavens, my ancestral grave is smoking green. Who would have thought that they would produce an immortal master? The boy's parents were in tears, trembling with excitement. Countless citizens looked on with envy, realizing that from now on, this family would rise in status within Tianqing City. Even if they had a mediocre background before, having an immortal master would elevate their position to be on par with some prominent families, or even surpass them. Even the Lord would give this family face. This was the true meaning of one person attaining the Tao, leading to the rise of their entire household. Only through cultivation could one achieve such results. Even if someone excelled in academic exams, it would be far from this effect. Zhao Ting watched this scene. His eyes filled with envy. A pseudo-earth spiritual root. Although the qualifications are mediocre, it can still allow for cultivation. You can join our Dao Tian sect, but you will have to start as a servant. Child, what is your name? Xianxia looked at the boy and asked. Xianxia nodded. Yu Zhenghao. You stand aside and wait. Yes. Yu Zheng rubbed his hands and stood to the side under the gaze of the crowd, becoming the first one not to be eliminated. Feeling the many gazes upon him, Yu Zheng couldn't help but stand tall, feeling prouder than ever, just like his ancestors, never having felt so glorious. Then, the testing continued. Many relatives who had previously been distant from Yu Zheng's family approached his parents to chat, their attitudes now flattering. This is reality. Time flew by, and it was afternoon. During this period, 2 more boys and 1 girl were tested and found to have spiritual roots, though they were all pseudo-spiritual roots. Nonetheless, even so, they were envied by others. The citizens did not understand the differences in spiritual roots. They only knew that once one had a spiritual root, they could join Dao Tian's sect and soar to success. As the sun began to set, the spiritual root testing in the square was nearing its end. The number of people waiting to be tested had dwindled significantly. As for Qin Sun, at this moment, he was already lying on the ground, sound asleep. Yes, just lying there on the ground. The townsfolk around also knew that Qin Sun was a madman. They merely shook their heads at his behavior without saying anything, and instead kept their distance. Xianxia looked at the decreasing number of young boys and girls, nodded slightly, and said, "It seems that there are only these 4 left this time. Although they all have fake spiritual roots, it's still not bad." Suhai, standing by, didn't know what to say, so he just forced a smile. At this moment, it was finally Zhao Ting's turn. Zhao Ting cautiously placed his hand on the spiritual root testing device under the strange gazes of the Dao Tian sect disciples. Suddenly, the testing device erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. Zhao Ting was momentarily stunned, and an unparalleled joy erupted from his heart. Could it be that heaven favored him, Zhao Ting? Yesterday, Brother Chun said he had spiritual essence all over him, and it turned out to be prophetic? Could it be that Brother Chun is his lucky star? The square fell silent at this moment, and then erupted with gasps of astonishment. Because this light was vastly different from the previous four, not only was it more dazzling, but the most unique aspect was that the previous four were all white light, while this was golden light. The disciples standing in front of Zhao Ting were frozen, looking at him in disbelief before turning their heads to look at Xianxia on the stage, and stammering, "Deacon, Deacon." Even the other four disciples stopped their testing in unison, shockingly staring over at Zhao Ting. In the next moment, Xianxia flew down from the stage and came before Zhao Ting, staring at the testing device, and only after the golden light dissipated did he swallow hard. Xianxia suddenly looked at Zhao Ting, excitedly asking, "What is your name?" The city lord Su Hai was greatly shocked by this scene and hurriedly came down from the stage, quickly running to stand behind Xianxia. Looking at Zhao Ting with immense astonishment, while feeling a lingering fear, he thought to himself, "Luckily, I didn't offend this person or his friends earlier, or the consequences would be unimaginable." Given this situation, it was clear that this person's spiritual root was likely extraordinary. Xianxia was slightly taken aback and quickly helped Zhao Ting up, saying, "Zhao Ting, no need for formalities." He was now considered a core disciple, with a status and identity higher than that of this deacon. However, Zhao Ting still felt a bit anxious and said, "Master, do I have the qualifications to enter the Daotian sect? And my age?" Zhao Ting didn't understand spiritual roots. Although he inferred from the elder's reaction that he was likely able to enter, he still wanted to confirm, especially since he felt a bit anxious about his age. Upon hearing this, the square fell silent, and the townsfolk pricked up their ears, wanting to hear about Zhao Ting's qualifications, as they had all witnessed the reaction of the Daotian sect's master. Some who had initially mocked Zhao Ting fell silent, even lowering their heads, afraid of being discovered by him. No one expected that Zhao Ting would end up being the one with the best qualifications this time. However, to what extent he excelled still needed the master's confirmation. "Zhao Ting, given your qualifications, age is not a problem at all. Age restrictions apply to those with poor qualifications and fake spiritual roots. If they start cultivating in their 20s, it's just a waste of time. But you are different." Xianxia took a deep breath, looking at Zhao Ting as if he were a rare treasure, and continued, "Among mortals, those with spiritual roots are extremely rare. And your qualifications, when looking across the entire North Xian cultivation world, are top-notch. You possess a gold attribute, celestial spiritual root. Such excellent qualifications, not to mention in North Xian, even in the entire mortal cultivation world, would attract the attention of many major sections. In the Daotian sect, you would be treated like a treasure." Chapter 18. Brother Chun, what exactly happened to you? Once Xianxia's words were finished, countless gasps echoed throughout the square. The townsfolk looked at Zhao Ting with eyes filled with envy, now also carrying respect, no longer daring to entertain any other thoughts. After all, the words of this master from the Daotian sect were very clear. He was an exceptional talent in the entire North Xian cultivation world, a statement that spoke volumes. This Zhao Ting, with extraordinary talent, was like a potential dragon hiding in the depths, destined to soar in the future. In comparison, the previous four children with spiritual roots appeared mediocre. However, they were only considered mediocre when compared to Zhao Ting. Those four children still had futures far superior to the countless eliminated children here. Even Su Hai was shocked, and his gaze towards Zhao Ting turned respectful. In just a day, the attitude of the city lord had dramatically changed. Su Hai never imagined that someone could rise to such heights in a single day. Possessing a gold attribute, celestial spiritual root, Zhao Ting murmured to himself, feeling as if he were in a dream at this moment. Zhao Ting, please go up and take a seat," waiting for the rest of the children to finish their tests. Xianxia extended his hand towards the seats on the stage, smilingly inviting him. His face was filled with joy, and one could hardly describe how happy he was. Xianxia's attitude towards Zhao Ting made everyone tremble even more. "Oh, okay." Zhao Ting nodded in a daze and went up to the stage with Xianxia. Even now, he felt everything was so unreal. After getting on stage, the disciple who had initially commented on Zhao Ting's age also bowed and called out, "Brother Zhao." Zhao Ting repeatedly waved his hands. "I dare not." He hadn't even joined the Daotian sect yet. How could he be considered a senior brother? However, it also made it more apparent that his spiritual root was indeed remarkable. "Brother Zhao is overly modest," the disciple chuckled awkwardly, speaking carefully and trying to please him. In the Daotian sect, aside from the sect leader and elders, the purple-clad disciples held the highest status. At this moment, the testing resumed in the square. However, everyone's attention was somewhat unconsciously focused on Zhao Ting. Due to his dazzling talent, "Zhao Ting, are you from Tianqing City? Why didn't you come when our Daotian sect recruited disciples a few years ago? Shen He asked curiously. Although with Zhao Ting's qualifications, a few years' time was not significant, it still felt like a bit of time wasted. Moreover, Shen He was even more curious about Zhao Ting's background. How could someone with such celestial spiritual roots appear in a place like this? Logically speaking, the chances were extremely slim. Meanwhile, the city lord Su Hai felt disappointed upon hearing that Zhao Ting was not from Tianqing City. If he were from Tianqing City, then he, as the city lord, would have merit, and perhaps would receive a reward from the master. What a pity. Falu Town? Shen He nodded. Though he had no particular impression of this small town, but from today onward, it would be firmly remembered. However, upon hearing Zhao Ting's last sentence, Shen He became confused again, asking, preparing for exams? What exams? Zhao Ting scratched his head and said, literary exams. Shen He was taken aback, instinctively wanting to scold him for nonsense, but quickly held back, clearing his throat and earnestly advising, all right, Zhao Ting, with your talent. Focus on cultivating in the future and don't waste time thinking about literary exams. Zhao Ting nodded, yes. Shen He looked at Zhao Ting favorably, with such extraordinary talent. Yet he was humble and respectful to elders. There were other celestial spiritual root disciples in the Daotian sect, but very few were as modest as Zhao Ting. Most were rather arrogant. Honestly, at this moment, even if Zhao Ting were to scold Shen He might not dare to retort, only able to endure it. After Zhao Ting's mood eased, he suddenly thought of Chen Sun and quickly looked over, only to see Chen Sun lying on the ground over there, fast asleep, and couldn't help but have a strange look in his eyes. What exactly happened to Brother Chen? How could a fine person suddenly become like this? How did he suddenly go mad? At this moment, Zhao Ting couldn't help but ponder. In the evening, after the spiritual root testing was completed, no more spiritual roots appeared among the remaining children. Since cultivation was not possible, they could only resort to studying hard for exams. Master, I have already arranged accommodation at the city lord's residence for the younger ones. Under normal circumstances, Shen He would naturally stay for a night or even a few days. But this time, with Zhao Ting, a celestial spiritual root disciple, he was eager to return. All right, Su Hai said regretfully. On the side, Zhao Ting's expression changed. He didn't expect it to happen so quickly. He didn't even have time to say goodbye to his family. This time when he left, he told his family he was coming for the literary exam, but now, Zhao Ting hurriedly said, Master, could I say a word to my family before we leave? Shen He paused, but couldn't refuse Zhao Ting's request, smiling. Of course, it's only natural to see your family. After all, once you enter the sect, opportunities to return to the mundane world will be rare. Zhao Ting slightly opened his mouth because Shen He's words were almost identical to what Brother Chen said yesterday. Do you have to give up so much to cultivate? Is this the price of cultivation? Thinking of Chen Sun, Zhao Ting quickly looked over and, upon seeing Chen Sun still lying there, hurriedly walked over. After speaking, he headed towards Zhao Ting and Chen Sun. The 6 disciples also followed with the 4 newly recruited boys and girls. The 4 boys and girls were quite obedient, but their eyes kept glancing towards their family, who had not left. These families knew their children were leaving and wanted to approach and speak, but without Shen He's permission. They didn't dare to do so and could only watch anxiously. Yes. Su Hai bowed in response. Although he said this, he didn't leave but stood at a distance, probably waiting until Shen He and the others actually left before daring to go. As the city lord, Su Hai certainly had good insight. Brother Chen, wake up. After Zhao Ting approached, he crouched down and gently pushed Chen Sun. Chen Sun opened his eyes groggily and mumbled, what are you doing? Zhao Ting was taken aback and smiled bitterly. Brother Chen, what happened to you? Chen Sun's unfamiliar appearance made Zhao Ting feel uneasy, and his heart ached. Why did it turn out like this? Zhao Ting couldn't help but wonder, did he take away Brother Chen's luck? Zhao Ting was kind-hearted, and at this moment, he felt inexplicably guilty. After all, it was too coincidental. Zhao Ting. At this moment, Shen He and the group of disciples came over. Zhao Ting quickly stood up and said, Master, can you take a look at my friend? He was fine yesterday, but this morning, for some reason, he turned out like this. Chapter 19. The task of sweeping, heading to Daotian's sect. Oh, he was normal yesterday? Upon hearing this, Shen He and the group of disciples also showed confusion and began to examine Chen Sun. To be honest, if Chen Sun were not Zhao Ting's friend, Shen He and the others wouldn't even spare him a glance. They wouldn't waste their time. After examining Chen Sun for a while without any results, Shen He said, maybe it's hereditary. Zhao Ting, do you know if your friend's family has elders like this? Zhao Ting shook his head. No, I don't know. What are you joking about? He only met Brother Chen yesterday, and he only knows his name. As for other information about Brother Chen, he doesn't know anything at all. Shen He nodded and helplessly said, then there's nothing I can do. Zhao Ting, it's almost time. We will take you to Falu Town to meet your family. Zhao Ting silently nodded, but his gaze remained on Chen Sun. At this moment, Chen Sun stood up, crouched on the ground. drawing something with his fingers while occasionally letting out strange laughs. At this time, a mini-boat artifact appeared in Xianxia's hand. After speaking, he silently chanted a spell, and the mini-boat shot out of Xianxia's palm and grew larger in midair, hovering a few feet off the ground. At first glance, it could accommodate several dozen people. Zhao Ting and the 4 boys were left dumbfounded, their hearts gradually filled with excitement. Under Xianxia's eye signal, a group of disciples took the 4 boys and girls, lightly touching their toes, and boarded the boat. Yu Zheng and the other 4 children excitedly touched this and that, momentarily forgetting their families below. Only then did Xianxia look at Zhao Ting and extend his hand, smiling. Zhao Ting, we can set off now. Although Zhao Ting was a heaven root, he was still just a mortal and didn't have any martial arts skills. Naturally, he needed the steward to help him onto the boat. Zhao Ting frowned, looking at the flying boat and then at Chen Sun, his eyes showing signs of conflict. To be honest, he couldn't rest easy with Brother Chen suddenly turning out like this. Although they had just met, Brother Chen had truly brought him good fortune. It was said that if one has spiritual roots, then Zhao Ting really had spiritual roots, and they were heaven roots. Zhao Ting. Seeing Zhao Ting lost in thought, Xianxia called out. Xianxia, puzzled, asked, "What's the matter? Just say it." Zhao Ting pointed at Chen Sun, who was crouching on the ground, and coughed lightly. "Could you take my friend with us? Just give him some work to fill his belly." But currently, there was no precedent for mortals entering the Daotian sect. Xianxia instinctively wanted to refuse, but when he thought of Zhao Ting's uniqueness, he was suddenly startled and almost overlooked it. It would be fine to report to the higher-ups later. He believed no one would offend Zhao Ting, a person of such high stature, over such a trivial matter. Most importantly, this way, Xianxia would also have established a good relationship with Zhao Ting, and Zhao Ting would owe him a favor. Although this favor might be insignificant, it was still a favor from a disciple of the purple robe. The miscellaneous peak was made up of the lowest-level qi refining disciples, who also needed to eat regularly. So Zhao Ting's friend would fit right in there. Xianxia looked at Chen Sun again, secretly feeling emotional. This boy having Zhao Ting as a friend was also a stroke of luck. After all, if a mortal entered a place rich in spiritual energy, it would extend their lifespan compared to living in the mundane world. "Thank you so much, Master. That's great." Zhao Ting was overjoyed and quickly helped Chen Sun up, laughing. "Ha ha ha, Brother Chen, am I generous enough?" Chen Sun squinted and cackled. "Enough, enough. You are too generous." Zhao Ting was momentarily stunned, but also breathed a sigh of relief. Although Brother Chen had gone mad, fortunately, he could still communicate occasionally, even if the way and tone were a bit strange. Xianxia smiled and said, "Zhao Ting, you and your friend hold the hand of this steward, and I'll take you up to the boat." "Yes, Brother Chen, let's go." Zhao Ting pulled Chen Sun and excitedly walked over. Then, Xianxia took Zhao Ting and Chen Sun, lightly leaped, and soared into the air, boarding the flying boat. Chen Sun kept laughing, not even knowing what he was laughing about. In contrast, Zhao Ting had his mouth agape, his excitement evident. Just Xianxia's leap made Zhao Ting feel the brief sensation of flying. He couldn't imagine how exhilarating it would be once the flying boat took off. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The flying boat began to vibrate, and faint light flickered. At this moment, many townspeople gathered around, shocked at the scene. Meanwhile, Yu Zheng and the other 4 newly recruited disciples' families could no longer hold back and began to shout. On the flying boat, Yu Zheng and the other children had red eyes. After all, it was their first time leaving home since they grew up. "Dad, Mom, I will be fine. Dad, Mom, take care of yourselves." On the side, Xianxia and the disciples watched this scene expressionlessly. But no matter what, it was better than the literary exam. After Xianxia finished chanting the spell, he said, "Hold on tight." Zhao Ting and the boys quickly grabbed the railing, but only Chen Sun stood still, gazing at the sky with fervor. In the next moment, the flying boat shot off like a brilliant stream of light, soaring into the sky and disappearing in an instant. City Lord Su Hai let out a long sigh of relief and bowed, saying, "I bid farewell to the master." Whoosh! The flying boat swept across the night sky. Zhao Ting and the 4 boys clung to the railing, their faces filled with excitement. It was hard not to be thrilled. After all, this was their first time flying. "Brother Zhao, I hope to be in your care in the future." "Brother Zhao, my name is." The 6 disciples came up to Zhao Ting, introducing themselves with extremely humble and respectful attitudes. This made Zhao Ting force a smile, feeling uncomfortable all over. Yu Zheng and the other 4 boys looked at this scene with envy, knowing that this big brother Zhao Ting's future was beyond what they could compare to. They haven't even entered the sect yet, and these senior brothers and sisters are already trying to get close to Zhao Ting. Meanwhile, Xianxia is watching with a smile, his eyes never leaving Zhao Ting, as if he is looking at a priceless treasure. This Zhao Ting is the greatest gain for Xianxia on this trip, and also the biggest achievement for the Daotian sect in recent years. The 4 young men still don't know what it means to be a disciple in purple robes. Unless Zhao Ting has a pure heart, and cherishes old feelings. There might still be some interaction, but in Xianxia's eyes, the possibility is almost non-existent. People change, especially in the scheming world of cultivation. The speed of the spaceship is fast, and before long, they arrive at Faluzan. Zhao Ting's family in Faluzan is indeed considered wealthy. After all, from the fact that Zhao Ting gave Chen Sun 2 silver coins earlier, it is clear that poor families wouldn't be so generous. When Zhao Ting's parents heard that he had joined the Daotian sect, they were stunned, and then they became ecstatic. Although Zhao Ting's parents hoped he would pass the civil service exams and become an official, joining the Daotian sect and becoming a celestial master is naturally even better. Following this, at Zhao Ting's request, Xianxia reluctantly agreed to stay in Faluzan for 2 days. During this time, the news spread throughout Faluzan, and the town's lord and various prominent families were stirred up, all coming to offer their congratulations. From then on, Zhao Ting's family jumped to become the most prominent family in Faluzan. 2 days passed in a blink, and the spaceship soared through the sky, leaving Faluzan and heading towards the location of the Daotian sect. Chen Sun naturally went along. Although he wasn't joining the Daotian sect and wasn't a disciple, at least he could earn a living, working at the Daotian sect's miscellaneous peak. Sweeping the floor every day accompanied by the Green Mountains must also be peaceful. If Chen Sun were clear-headed, he would probably be quite satisfied with such an easy and idle job. Chapter 20. Chen Sun's Taunts. The spaceship was moving quickly, capable of traveling at least 20,000 miles a day without stopping. However, even so, it took 3 days to reach the territory of the Daotian sect. See, this area already belongs to our Daotian sect. As a first-class celestial sect in the North Xian region, the Daotian sect covers an area of hundreds of thousands of miles. Xianxia said, pointing below and smiling. Wow. Zhao Ting and the other young boys leaned over the railing, shocked as they gazed at the magnificent mountains and rivers before them. As for Chen Sun, he leaned against the railing, dozing off and sleeping soundly. Elder Shun, where's the sect? Zhao Ting quickly asked. The other boys, hearing this, were also curious. Xianxia shook his head and smiled. Zhao Ting, don't rush. The sect is on a celestial mountain, and when the ship flies another 1,000 miles, you will see it. Zhao Ting nodded. He glanced at the empty space below and asked the question he had been holding for 2 days. Elder Shun, why haven't we seen any towns since yesterday? A disciple took over the conversation and explained with a smile. Zhao Shixiao, you don't know? The cultivation sects in the cultivation world choose their sect locations in secluded paradises to separate themselves from the mundane world. Except for recruiting disciples every few years, they generally don't interact with the mundane world, including many loose cultivators who rarely come into contact with ordinary people. Therefore, ordinary people seldom see as cultivators. Xianxia smiled silently upon hearing this. It was indeed the case. Zhao Ting and the others felt enlightened and thought to themselves, so that's how it is. No wonder they had rarely seen celestial beings growing up. With this in mind, Zhao Ting and the others couldn't help but feel even more excited. What ordinary people and celestial beings? Let me tell you, you cultivators are just self-righteous. Chen Sun suddenly woke up and began to laugh crazily. The air fell silent. Zhao Ting's expression changed slightly, and he quickly looked at Xianxia and the others. Sure enough, he saw Xianxia and the group of disciples gradually lose their smiles, their faces looking a bit displeased. Zhao Ting, worried, hurried over and whispered, Brother Chen, stop talking. Zhao Ting didn't expect Chen Sun to suddenly speak. Was he crazy? Oh right, he is crazy. It's not like he's stupid. Crazy talk is normal, but this situation is inappropriate. Chen Sun muttered in discontent. What's wrong? I didn't say anything wrong. Aren't cultivators just self-righteous? Which cultivator doesn't come from ordinary people? Once they have a little bit of skill, they look down on ordinary people, thinking they are real immortals, not knowing how far they are from it. They are still ordinary people, just a bit more capable. In my opinion, if one wants to achieve the great Tao, they can't isolate themselves from ordinary people. Instead, they should carefully feel it. Oh, there's a saying that's quite good. The smoke and fire of the world most comforts the hearts of ordinary people. If Chen Sun were clear-headed at this moment, he would surely be extremely surprised. Unlike his previous madness, this was a continuous state of craziness and foolishness. Zhao Ting listened to Chen Sun's words, his mouth slightly agape, shocked in his heart, because he actually found it quite reasonable. You. Xianxia's face turned red, pointing at Chen Sun, his anger rising. He wanted to scold and teach him a lesson, but because of Zhao Ting's presence, he could only hold it in. He didn't know if it was because he was hit by a nerve or what, but Xianxia felt like he was about to go crazy. But soon, Xianxia reacted, startled, and quickly took a deep breath to calm himself down. He was actually angered by a madman. It seemed his cultivation was still a bit low, and all these years of cultivation had gone to the dogs. However, Xianxia still rebutted with a cold snort. Humph, what do you, an ordinary person, understand? We cultivators are naturally not self-righteous. If we frequently interact with ordinary people, it would only affect our spiritual essence. You can talk your crazy talk, but you wouldn't understand. As Xianxia was speaking, he suddenly noticed that Chen had leaned against the railing and fallen asleep, momentarily stunned, his anger rising again, but he quickly suppressed it. Elder Xian, Brother Chen is like this now. Some of his words may be somewhat biased, but I believe he is definitely not doing it on purpose. Please don't take it to heart. If Brother Chen has upset you, I apologize on his behalf. Zhao Ting slightly bowed and clasped his fists with a bitter smile. Shenhe's expression softened, and he smiled helplessly. It's no problem. This elder is not so petty as to argue with a madman. Only then did Zhao Ting breathe a sigh of relief. The spaceship continued its journey, but after Chen Sun's outburst, it fell into silence. Zhao Ting looked at Chen Sun helplessly. The four young boys had puzzled expressions, confused. The six disciples cast subtle glances at Chen Sun, silently feeling displeased. To be honest, if it weren't for Zhao Shixiang, they would have really wanted to teach this madman a lesson, but since he was Zhao Shixiang's friend, they didn't dare. As for Shenhe, standing at the front of the ship with his hands behind his back, his expression had unknowingly turned serious. From time to time, he looked at the sky and then glanced at Chen Sun, a strange look flashing in his eyes. Could it be that this immortal had really cultivated the wrong way? The smoke and fire of the world most comforts the hearts of ordinary people, Shenhe murmured to himself, unable to understand or make sense of it. He then lowered his head and shook it with a smile. He was truly crazy to keep pondering over the words of a madman. The cultivation world has always been one where immortals and mortals are separate, a convention long agreed upon by all cultivators. He almost let a madman's words confuse his heart. How ridiculous. Look at that towering celestial mountain ahead. Wow. The other three young men and women exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Ting quickly got up to look, his pupils slowly constricting and his heartbeat quickening. In the distance, there was a majestic celestial mountain soaring into the clouds, surrounded by mist and under the sunlight. It appeared ethereal and magnificent. They could also see many streaks of light crossing the sky and disappearing into the celestial mountain, and nearby, numerous celestial cranes were soaring, creating a peaceful scene of celestial beauty. The six disciples exchanged smiles. This trip to recruit disciples in the mundane city of Tianqing had taken several days, and naturally, it was much more comfortable in the sect, with abundant spiritual energy. Shenhe stroked his beard and smiled, saying, children, welcome to the Daotian sect. Chapter 21, The Four Peaks. Please follow this elder into the sect. After Shenhe finished speaking, he silently recited a mantra, and the spaceship quickly flew towards the distant fairy mountain. In no time, the spaceship disappeared into the white mist of the fairy mountain. At the gate of the Daotian sect, Zhao Ting woke the sleeping Chen Sun, and everyone got off the spaceship. Greetings, Elder Shun. Two disciples guarding the mountain gate hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Shun he nodded, then suppressed his excitement, took a deep breath, and pulled Zhao Ting along, instructing. This elder will take Zhao Ting to the inner cabinet. Suyang, you take them to report and register at the servant peak. Yes. One of the six disciples bowed in response. Saying that, they quickly vanished with Shenhe. What is going on? Who was that person taken away by Elder Shen just now? Did I hear wrong? To the inner cabinet? Upon hearing this, the two mountain-guarding disciples' pupils shrank. Calling him Senior Brother Zhao, Suyang sighed. Don't look at us with those eyes. Senior Brother Zhao has a gold element spiritual root. You five, come with me to report at the servant peak. After Suyang finished speaking, he led Chen Sun and the other four towards the servant peak. The other five disciples entered the mountain gate and also left. The two remaining mountain-guarding disciples were left stunned in place. Heavens, a spiritual root. Did you see that? The peak over there is the servant peak. On the mountain road, Suyang pointed to a mountain peak and said, Wow. Yu Zheng and the others exclaimed. Would they be spending time at that servant peak next? Although the servant peak was much shorter than the other peaks they had just seen, it was the largest overall and seemed to be rich in spiritual energy, like a fairyland. Chen Sun was quite quiet at this moment, holding a blank book and looking at it with fervor in his eyes as he walked. Senior Brother Su, what were those peaks we saw just now? Yu Zheng asked curiously. Suyang smirked and said, Those peaks, you servant disciples can only admire from afar. Unless dispatched, you are generally not allowed to approach. Saying this, Suyang turned around, pointed to a mountain peak, and proudly said, That's the Rinxian Peak, which is for outer disciples. I live on Rinxian Peak. Wow. Senior Brother is impressive. Yu Zheng and the others admired. Suyang laughed heartily and pointed to the mountain peak behind Rinxian Peak, his eyes filled with longing, introducing. That is the Dixian Peak, which is for inner disciples. The disciples and elders there are the backbone of our Daotian sect. In battle, they are the core strength of the sect. Without waiting for Yu Zheng and the others to ask anything, Suyang pointed to the mountain peak even further back, his eyes becoming respectful as he said, That's the Tianxian Peak, where the true disciples live. True disciples are also known as purple-clad disciples, each of whom possesses extraordinary talent and stands out in Dao Tian sect and the entire Bei Xian cultivation world. Su Yang smiled and said, "The senior brother Zhao who came with you will live on Tianxian Peak from now on." Yu Zheng and the others' eyes widened, but they seemed to still not fully understand. Seeing this, Su Yang explained, "Our Dao Tian sect, aside from the sect master, elders, protectors, and stewards, has about 13,000 disciples. Over 10,000 are servant disciples, over 3,000 are outer disciples, more than 500 are inner disciples, and with senior brother Zhao, there are only 15 purple-clad disciples." At this point, Yu Zheng and the others finally understood the value of purple-clad disciples. They breathed heavily, their bodies trembling slightly. The four of them had already stood out among so many spiritual root tests in Tianqing City, belonging to that rare category, thinking they were geniuses, and arriving with high spirits. They never expected that upon arriving at Dao Tian sect, reality would give them a harsh slap in the face. They, the 1 in 1,000 servant disciples, were over 10,000 in Dao Tian sect. There were still outer disciples, inner disciples, and purple-clad disciples. If they were to call themselves geniuses now, what would that make senior brother Zhao, a purple-clad disciple? No wonder their essay saying that genius is just the threshold to see me. Now it seems that Yu Zheng and the others felt they didn't even have the right to take a glance at Zhao Ting. Even this Su Yang, as an outer disciple, needed their respect. The casual chats on the way here felt like a dream. At this moment, everyone finally understood the gap, realizing what it meant to be worlds apart. Su Yang noticed the change in Yu Zheng and the others' expressions and smiled, saying, "All right. I've briefly introduced these several peaks to you. As for the other peaks and points to note, you will gradually learn about them in the future. Now let us go up to the servant peak." "Yes." Yu Zheng and the others quickly bowed, completely changing their attitude. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction, thinking that they could be taught. Upon entering Dao Tian sect, the first thing to do is to recognize oneself. Only then can one last long. Su Yang couldn't help but glance at the quiet Chen Sun behind and pursed his lips without saying much. After all, he was just a madman, often lost in his own world. Moreover, he had no need to know various matters. He was just relying on senior brother Zhao's connections to get by, not truly a disciple of Dao Tian sect. Although the servant peak was the lowest ranked peak in Dao Tian sect, it was the largest. After all, the servant peak alone needed to accommodate over 10,000 servant disciples. As Su Yang led Chen Sun and the others up the mountain, they frequently saw passing servant disciples, all of whom cast measuring glances at them. Everyone knew that the sect was recently recruiting disciples, and dozens of new servant disciples had arrived in the past few days. However, upon seeing Su Yang's attire, their expressions would change, and they would hurriedly bow and call him senior brother. Each time this happened, Su Yang would nod faintly and continue leading Chen Sun and the others up the mountain. When they reached the halfway point of the servant peak, they didn't continue climbing, but instead walked quickly forward. The number of servant disciples they encountered on the way increased, and Yu Zheng and the others felt a bit scared under the many scrutinizing gazes, subconsciously lowering their heads. Soon, they could see clusters of buildings densely packed together. Upon inquiring out of curiosity, they learned that these were the residences of the servant disciples. What shocked Yu Zheng and the others was that Su Yang told them servant disciples were also ranked. The servant disciples living at this halfway point were of the lowest rank, mostly at the first level of qi refining or still without spirit roots, numbering about 8,000. The other 2,000 or so lived in the areas above the halfway point of the servant peak. Those residing there were all at the second level of qi refining, with very few at the third level. Servant disciples at the third level of qi refining, if they progressed further, could leave the servant peak and go to Ren Xian Peak, thus becoming outer disciples. Chapter 22. Where is Chen Sun? Yu Zheng and the others breathed heavily, feeling unprecedented pressure, and made up their minds that after stabilizing their footing, the first thing they needed to do was to cultivate hard, striving to leave the halfway point as soon as possible, so they could have the opportunity to leave the servant peak and become outer disciples. Su Yang seemed to see through the thoughts of the four kids, but he didn't say much, only smiling helplessly. Su Yang had also worked his way up from the servant peak to become an outer disciple, and he understood one thing very well: the more beautiful the imagination, the more cruel the reality. Servant disciples were all of the false spiritual roots, and without resources poured into them, their potential was very low, especially in the resource-scarce servant peak. Wanting to break through to the mid-stage of qi refining was no exaggeration to say it was as hard as ascending to the heavens. Furthermore, as servant disciples, they had daily chores to do, and to be honest, there wasn't much time left for cultivation. The lack of resources, the limited time for cultivation, and other reasons were the realities, swords that shattered the beautiful imaginations of servant disciples. If one truly had the determination to leave the servant peak, one had to endure hardship, a lot of hardship to have a chance. You all go in and report for registration with your senior brother. Soon. Su Yang led Chen Sun to the outside of a pavilion and said, yes. Yu Zheng and the others quickly followed Su Yang into the pavilion. Since Chen Sun was hanging at the end, Su Yang and the others didn't pay attention to him and didn't realize that Chen Sun didn't follow them into the attic but instead wandered off to other areas. Shaking his head, Deacon Xian, for new disciples have come here, please help register them. As soon as he entered the attic, Su Yang smiled at the chubby man sleeping soundly on the chair. Xian Lifu smacked his lips, opened his eyes, and upon seeing Su Yang, smiled. Oh, Su Yang. It's been a while since you came to the miscellaneous peak. Xian Lifu had been a deacon at the half-mountain of the miscellaneous peak for many years. And Su Yang had once been under his care, but he had watched him rise to become an outer disciple. Su Yang smiled and said, I've been busy with cultivation. Only recently have I gone out with Deacon Shun He to recruit disciples. So I haven't had time to come to the miscellaneous peak. Xian Lifu nodded with a smile, stood up, took a brush and a notebook from the side table, glanced at the 4 newcomers, and said, name, age, spiritual root, and home address, reported all. Soon, Xian Lifu finished registering, threw the brush and notebook onto the table, then turned around and instructed inside. Soon, a disciple came out with 4 sets of earthy yellow miscellaneous disciple robes and other items, placing them in front of Yu Zheng and the others. Here are the disciple robes, bedding, and some daily necessities, the address plaque, the sect rules, and the precautions, as well as the first volume of the upper part of the Dao Tianju. Remember, the cultivation method must not be leaked. If discovered, it will be dealt with according to sect rules, Xian Lifu said lightly. Yes. Yu Zheng and the others were delighted and hurriedly stepped forward to take them, their excited little eyes glued to the scroll of Dao Tianju. Xian Lifu nodded, instructing a disciple behind him, you take them to their residence. Yes. The miscellaneous disciple responded and led Yu Zheng and the others outside the attic, saying, follow me. Su Yang, however, stood there expressionless, not paying them any mind. His task was complete once he brought these 4 youths here. In the future, if they meet again by chance, Yu Zheng and the others would still have to respectfully call him Senior Brother Su. After all, they were just 4 miscellaneous disciples, and Su Yang wouldn't have too much interaction with them. That was the reality. It seemed that Yu Zheng and the others realized something, and they all fell silent, leaving with the miscellaneous disciple in a dejected manner. Only then did Xian Lifu look at Su Yang, extending his hand to the chair beside him, and said with a smile, you brat, it's rare for you to come here. Why not sit down and chat with this deacon? Su Yang, being an outer disciple now, held a status that could be considered equal to that of Xian Lifu, the deacon of the miscellaneous peak. Deacon Xian, the matter isn't over yet. There's still one. Where's Chen Sun? Su Yang smiled, turned his head, and saw that the space behind him was empty. His expression stiffened. Xian Lifu looked puzzled and said, what Chen Sun? Didn't you bring a total of 4 disciples? What are you talking about? A mortal? Xian Lifu was dumbfounded, unable to help but dig at his ears, thinking he had misheard. However, upon hearing it was Deacon Shun He's order, his expression became more serious. It seemed that he was a relative of Deacon Shun He from the mortal realm. Although both were deacons, their status was vastly different. Xian Lifu was merely a deacon of the miscellaneous peak, while Shun He was an inner sect deacon. Xian Lifu's pupils suddenly shrank, a look of disbelief on his face. Heavenly spiritual root. Yes, absolutely true. In a few days, there should be a promotion ceremony for the purple-clad disciples, and you will know then, Su Yang said. All right, I'll go find Chen Sun. Saying this, Su Yang turned and left the attic. Xian Lifu sat down heavily in the chair, his eyes filled with shock. This is serious. Meanwhile, Chen Sun had meandered to the martial arena. The martial arena was spacious and relatively quiet, and at that moment, there were many miscellaneous disciples who had finished their tasks meditating and cultivating. Of course, there were also many casually walking and chatting in the arena. When some miscellaneous disciples noticed Chen Sun, they looked at him with confusion. His attire clearly indicated he was not a disciple of the miscellaneous peak. Moreover, the outer and inner sect disciple robes were not blue either. As Chen Sun strolled to the center of the martial arena, many curious gazes fell upon him, all speculating who he was. Suddenly, Chen Sun shouted loudly, did a somersault on the spot, and then, with a shout, spread his arms and joyfully ran around in the martial arena. The miscellaneous disciples. The disciples were dumbfounded by Chen Sun's inexplicable and sudden actions, looking completely bewildered. The martial arena was usually a quiet and solemn place, so most disciples would choose to cultivate there. However, the commotion Chen Sun created startled many disciples who were meditating, causing them to groan and nearly suffer backlash. Fortunately, their cultivation levels were low, and nothing serious happened. But this infuriated many disciples. who opened their eyes and were ready to confront the person who caused such a huge disturbance. Those disciples who had been interrupted saw the young man happily running in circles and were momentarily stunned. After cautiously glancing at his attire, they quickly relaxed and surrounded him, their eyes revealing hostility. Chapter 23. He is not quite right in the head. Soon, Chen Sun was surrounded by a group of disgruntled miscellaneous disciples. Those who had not been disturbed by Chen Sun also came over, not out of a desire to cause trouble, but purely to watch the excitement. Chen Sun had been running happily, but was now surrounded by the miscellaneous disciples, which limited his running space, forcing him to stop. He couldn't help but feel angry and said, "What are you doing? You've disturbed my happiness, don't you know?" The disciples were confused. "Hey, what a villain who complains first. Who disturbed whom?" A disciple said sternly, "Kid, this is the martial arena, a place where many disciples usually cultivate. We, who were disturbed and forced out of our cultivation state by you, haven't questioned you yet, and you dare say we disturbed your happiness. Are you still shameless?" Seeing someone take the lead, the other disciples also spoke up. "Exactly, looking at your attire. You must be a new disciple who hasn't had time to change into the disciple robe, right? Since you're new and don't understand the rules. Apologize to us, and we wouldn't want to make things difficult for you. Brother Gua, you're being too polite. If it were me, with so many of us here, we should just give him a beating. It's infuriating. Has anyone noticed that this guy seems a bit off? Who cares? An apology is a must, otherwise in a few days, this guy will definitely not have a good time." The disciples chattered, glaring at Chen Sun. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the martial arena at this moment, and that the miscellaneous peak had an unwritten new disciple protection period, 3 days, they would have lost patience and acted long ago. Hee hee. Chen Sun suddenly cackled madly, hands on his hips, chin raised, and arrogantly said, "That's right. You all hurry up and apologize to me, otherwise, you'll have to face the consequences." "Huh? What?" The disciples stared in disbelief, thinking they had misheard, but soon, a wave of anger surged in their hearts, and they could no longer contain themselves. They had to teach this madman a lesson today. "Damn it. Let us take him down. Justice is on our side. Deacon Xian wouldn't possibly punish us. Beat him. Just leave him breath." The disciples rolled up their sleeves and were about to surround Chen Sun and give him a good beating. Chen Sun showed no signs of panic on his face, still laughing madly while shaking his head and watching the scene unfold, but one hand slowly lifted and gripped the sword hilt behind his back. "Stop." At that moment, a low shout suddenly rang out. The miscellaneous disciples who were about to act paused and turned their heads abruptly, wanting to see who dared to meddle. But when they saw the attire of the newcomer, their faces changed, and they quickly retracted their movements, bowing their heads and shouting, "Seen the senior brother." The other disciples in the martial arena who were watching the excitement were also secretly startled, bowing and saying, "Seen the senior brother." The disciple dressed in outer sect attire walked over with a gloomy expression, and the servant disciples quickly made way. The newcomer was naturally Su Yang. After Su Yang came out of the loft, he looked around for Chen Sun and, noticing the commotion at the martial arts arena, he speculated that Chen Sun was likely there. After all, he had already seen on the spaceship that Chen Sun was a troublemaker. When he got closer, his guess was confirmed. It was indeed this guy, Chen Sun. Su Yang quickly walked up to Chen Sun, intending to pressure him with a few words. But thinking of Zhao Ting, he swallowed it down. There was no helping it. Although Chen Sun was crazy, he had strong connections. "Come with me to the loft," Su Yang said. Su Yang didn't even bother to ask Chen Sun why he had left the team to come to the martial arts arena because he knew it would be pointless. Chen Sun was simply not a normal person. Seeing that Chen Sun was ignoring him, Su Yang's expression darkened, and he had no choice but to forcibly pull Chen Sun's sleeve and walk out. The servant disciples looked on in astonishment, and there was a hint of apprehension in their gazes towards Chen Sun. What a guy, he has connections. Among the servant disciples, some were indeed connected, either as relatives of outer sect disciples or inner sect disciples, and they were doing quite well. They hadn't expected this guy to also have connections. With this thought, the disciples who had initially wanted to report Chen Sun to Su Yang could only swallow their grievances. Slap. Suddenly, Chen Sun shook off Su Yang's hand and shouted loudly, "They didn't apologize to me, so I'm not leaving." Su Yang. The servant disciples. Hearing Chen Sun's words and observing his demeanor, the disciples finally realized that he was simply not sane. Su Yang said in a deep voice, "What did they do that requires an apology from you?" Su Yang could guess that it was definitely Chen Sun who had caused the trouble first. Chen Sun crossed his arms and proudly looked up, refusing to speak. Senior brother, the truth is, we really didn't offend him. He was the one who caused a ruckus at the martial arts arena, disturbing our cultivation. Please, senior brother, see it clearly," a disciple hurriedly explained. Su Yang glanced at the other servant disciples and saw them all nodding quickly, indicating that it was indeed true. Su Yang was in a difficult position, but thinking of Zhao Ting, he coughed lightly and said, "You should apologize to him." What? The servant disciples were stunned for a moment, and then they felt a sense of injustice. This was too unfair. But due to Su Yang's status, those disciples who had been forcibly pulled from their cultivation had no choice but to swallow their grievances and prepare to apologize to avoid further trouble. However, before the disciples could apologize, Su Yang's next words made everyone feel much better. "Brothers and sisters, I believe you have also noticed that Chen Sun is not quite right in the head, and his thinking is vastly different from normal people. I hope you all can understand and treat this as giving me face." Su Yang sighed and cupped his hands. "So this madman is called Chen Sun?" After Su Yang explained, everyone understood that this Chen Sun was indeed a madman. However, they were puzzled about how the sect could accept a madman as a disciple. Even if he was just a servant disciple, it shouldn't be the case. "Chen Sun, we apologize to you," the disciples sighed. Chen Sun panicked, took a step back, and hurriedly cupped his hands, shocked. "You all are too kind. I can't accept this." The disciples were dumbfounded. He was the one asking for an apology. And now that he was apologizing, what did he mean by this? Immediately, the disciples couldn't help but look at Su Yang with mournful faces, full of questions. "Senior brother, what on earth does he want? This guy is really a madman." To be fair, knowing that Chen Sun was truly insane, the disciples no longer felt any anger towards him. They could understand him. Su Yang also felt a bit awkward because of Chen Sun, and he cupped his hands towards everyone again before dragging Chen Sun away from the martial arts arena without saying another word. The disciples watched Su Yang pulling Chen Sun away, their faces filled with forced smiles. They realized that with this madman Chen Sun around, the servant peak would definitely be livelier in the future. Chapter 24. The sect master of Daotian is actually him? Su Yang quickly brought Chen Sun to the loft. "Elder Qian, this is Chen Sun. Please find him a place to stay and assign him an area to clean," Su Yang said with a smile. Qian Lifu quickly stood up, approached Chen Sun, and kindly said, "Chen Sun, I am the steward of the servant peak halfway up the mountain. You can just call me Old Qian." Upon learning that Chen Sun was a friend of the newly promoted purple-robed Zhao Ting, Qian Lifu didn't dare to neglect him. Even if the other party was an ordinary person without spiritual roots. Chen Sun tilted his head, surveying the interior of the loft, seemingly not hearing Qian Lifu's words. Ha ha ha. Qian Lifu awkwardly chuckled. Su Yang was speechless and said, "Elder Qian, didn't I tell you that Chen Sun is mentally ill? You don't need to treat him like a normal person. Sometimes he is just hard to communicate with." Qian Lifu nodded. Okay. As Su Yang was about to leave the loft, Qian Lifu called out, "Wait." Su Yang turned around, puzzled. Qian Lifu glanced at Chen Sun and pulled Su Yang aside, whispering, "Su Yang, how should I arrange for this Chen Sun?" To be honest, Qian Lifu noticed that Su Yang's attitude towards Chen Sun was rather casual, which made him uncertain. After a moment of silence, Su Yang said, "Senior brother Zhao Ting probably won't have much interaction with Chen Sun in the future." Su Yang was well aware of the strict hierarchy within the sect, where most people were indifferent to one another. In fact, Su Yang had a good friend back at the servant peak, who was still there, but ever since Su Yang was promoted to the outer sect, they had rarely interacted. After saying that, Su Yang shook his head and left. Qian Lifu watched Su Yang's departing figure with pursed lips, and after a moment, he turned back to Chen Sun, and the warmth in his gaze had diminished considerably. "Come in," Qian Lifu called out. Soon, a disciple entered, bowing, "Steward." Qian Lifu nodded slightly and said, "You take Chen Sun to the west side. There's a grass hut there, and he will live there from now on. After that, take him to see where he usually eats, so he can familiarize himself with the route." The disciple was momentarily taken aback, glanced at Chen Sun, and nodded in agreement. But he couldn't help but ask, "Steward, don't disciples all live together? Why is Chen Sun?" Qian Lifu shot the disciple a glare and said, "Chen Sun is an ordinary person, not a disciple. How can he live with you?" The disciple was shocked and stared deeply at Chen Sun, wondering when ordinary people could enter the Daotian sect. The disciple bowed and said, "Understood." He then looked at Chen Sun and smiled. "Chen Sun, let us go." Seeing that Chen Sun was ignoring him, he hesitated, looking blankly at Qian Lifu. "Steward, this." Qian Lifu's eyes moved slightly, and he cleared his throat. "His mind is not quite normal, just take him along." "Ah yes." In the evening, the sky gradually darkened. On the west side of the servant peak halfway up the mountain, there was a solitary grass hut in the wilderness, surrounded by weeds and trees. Only a narrow path led out. The wilderness was silent, filled with the incessant chirping of insects that could drive anyone mad. In front of the grass hut, Chen Sun squatted alone, fervently flipping through a blank book. After the disciple took Chen Sun out of the loft, he showed him the dining hall and cleaning area, and finally brought Chen Sun to this grass hut before leaving. It was still afternoon at that time, and after arriving here, Chen Sun had not gone out and had skipped dinner. In this remote wilderness, it was pitch dark around, and anyone would feel abandoned by the world. Fortunately, Chen Sun felt nothing at all. He remained immersed in his own world. Suddenly, Chen Sun yawned, put away the book, stood up, and looked around in confusion before turning to enter the grass hut. The interior of the grass hut was very simple. In the dim environment, one could vaguely see a wooden bed and a set of wooden tables and chairs. Chen Sun yawned again, lay down on the bed with a thud, took down the wooden sword behind him, and fell asleep hugging the wooden sword. The cabinet is located at the top of Daotian Peak. Daotian Peak is another peak besides Zai Peak, Rinxian Peak, Dishuan Peak, and Tianxian Peak. Daotian Peak is also the core place of the Daotian sect, because usually, when something major happens, the high-ranking members of the Daotian sect gather here to discuss matters. At this moment, in the cabinet, Zhao Ting stood helplessly in the center. A group of people dressed in deep purple robes were sitting there, their eyes fixed on him, full of surprise and scrutiny, making Zhao Ting feel overwhelmed. Beside him, Steward Shun He stood with a bow, his posture very low, and upon closer inspection, his forehead was soaked with cold sweat. Although Shun He held a not low position in the Daotian sect as an inner door steward, there was nothing he could do. These people in front of him were all core elders of the Daotian sect. Any one of them had a status far beyond that of Shun He, which could be said to be worlds apart. The third person on the left, an old man with white hair and a youthful face, stroked his beard and smiled. His name was Jiang Bailu, the third elder of the Daotian sect. Shun He hurriedly knelt down and bowed, saying, "Third elder, you flatter me. This is not my merit, but a gift from heaven to our Daotian sect." After all, Shun He was also an inner door steward, speaking without any flaws, not taking credit, but attributing it to divine favor. Jiang Bailu smiled slightly, and the other elders nodded. "Rest assured, when the sect master arrives, he will definitely reward you for this. A heavenly spirit root. It has been a long time since our Daotian sect has recruited such an exceptionally talented disciple." The first person on the left, a young man with a righteous appearance, smiled faintly. His name was Lu Yunjian, the grand elder of the Daotian sect. Shun He trembled heavily, extremely excited, but helplessly did not dare to show it. "Zhao Ting." Lu Yunjian suddenly looked at Zhao Ting and called out with a smile. Zhao Ting's heart trembled, and he hurriedly bowed, respectfully saying, "Elder, elder." At this moment, Zhao Ting only knew that these people were all elders of the Daotian sect, but he did not know who was who. Lu Yunjian nodded slightly and said, "You possess a gold element heavenly spirit root. With such qualifications, even among the purple-clad disciples, you are outstanding." Upon hearing this, the elders nodded secretly. The Grand Elder's words were indeed true. Among the purple-clad disciples, the highest was the heavenly spirit root. And there were also earth spirit roots, but the lowest were all top-quality earth spirit roots. Most importantly, Zhao Ting's heavenly spirit root was of the gold element, making it unique in the Daotian sect. "I dare not," Zhao Ting hurriedly said. "Zhao Ting has just entered the immortal path and knows nothing about anything. I will need the guidance of all the elders in the future." The elders smiled and nodded, but in their exchanged glances, there was a hidden rivalry. Every purple-clad disciple would be a true disciple of the elders. However, they did not know which elder among them Zhao Ting would become a true disciple of. Now, the elders spoke kindly, and the atmosphere was harmonious because the sect master had not yet arrived. Once the sect master arrived, the elders would start to compete. Shun He listened to the elders' praise of Zhao Ting, feeling envious. Zhao Ting had truly risen to prominence in one leap. But thinking of his own contributions made him feel much better. It was also thanks to Zhao Ting that they had mutually achieved each other. Just then, a figure entered the cabinet and walked towards the hall with hands behind his back. The elders hurriedly stood up, bowing and calling out, "Sect Master." Shun He was also startled and quickly lowered his head, respectfully calling out. To be honest, although he was an inner door steward, he rarely had the opportunity to see the sect master. As for Zhao Ting, he lowered his head and became increasingly nervous, sweating all over. This was because the person who came was the supreme sect master of the Daotian sect. At this moment, standing above was a tall middle-aged man. The middle-aged man wore a plain robe, with black and white hair cascading over his shoulders, and his eagle-like eyes exuded a fierce aura without anger. Upon observing his appearance, it turned out to be Nangong Yao, whom Chen Sun had met on the peak of Xiaohua, outside of Xiaohua town, when he played the guqin. Unexpectedly, he was actually the sect master of the Daotian sect. Now, Chen Sun was indeed in this Daotian sect, which was quite marvelous. Chapter 25, The Elders' Competition. Nangong Yao glanced at Zhao Ting, then slowly sat down in his seat and said lightly, "Elders, no need for excessive courtesy, please take your seats." "Thank you, sect master." The elders bowed and sat down. Only Zhao Ting and Shun He remained kneeling, not daring to rise. Nangong Yao poured himself a cup of tea and said, I heard that we have recruited a disciple with a gold element heavenly spirit root. Is this the one? Nangong Yao nodded and looked at Shun He, saying, Steward Shun, well done. This time, I will reward you. There is a vacancy for an inner door elder position in the Dishuan Peak. How do you feel about it? The elders were secretly astonished. The sect master was directly promoting Shun He to an inner door elder. However, it was indeed appropriate. Not to mention that Shun He had been serving as an inner door steward for many years with diligence. He had now recruited such an outstanding disciple for the sect, which could be seen as a natural progression. Shun He stared wide-eyed in shock, feeling a bit dizzy from the sudden joy, finding it hard to believe. He had thought he would receive a significant reward, but he never imagined he would be directly promoted to an inner door elder. Shun He had been in the Daotian sect for many years, and although he had recruited Zhao Ting this time, he had never dared to even think about the position of inner door elder. Yet now, Lu Yunjian looked at the dazed Shun He, frowned, and said, Shun He, the sect master is speaking to you. Why are you in a daze? At this point, Shun He did not dare to be coy and say something like he was unworthy or anything else. When the opportunity presented itself, he had to seize it quickly. Nangong Yao nodded slightly and said, Well, you may step back for now. I will arrange for an elder to go to Dishuan Peak regarding your promotion to inner door elder. Yes. Shun He withdrew. Shun He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and bowed as he walked out. However, anyone could see that he could hardly suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. Shun He, if I'm not mistaken, you are currently at the late stage of foundation establishment, right? Lu Yunjian suddenly asked. Shun He paused and quickly bowed, saying, Yes. At the same time, Shun He grew anxious again, fearing that the promotion might be delayed. After all, the realm requirement for an inner door elder was also necessary, and they had to at least be at the golden course stage. Lu Yunjian smiled and said, Do not worry. I just wanted to say that you need to work hard on your cultivation in the future. Otherwise, the other inner door elders will not respect you. Do you understand? Shun He relaxed slightly and said, Understood. Afterwards, Shun He looked gratefully at Zhao Ting, who was a blessing for him, and quickly left. Nangong Yao then looked at Zhao Ting, a smile appearing on his face, saying, Zhao Ting, since you have come to the Daotian sect, treat the sect as your home. At the same time, the elder's eyes were flickering, eager to make a move. Soon, the third elder Zhang Bailu cleared his throat, stood up, and said, Sect Master. Zhao Ting has a reserved personality and good character. I find him very pleasing. May I take Zhao Ting as my disciple? The purple-clad disciples hold a high status, and there is a reason for that. Any purple-clad disciple has a core elder standing behind them. Nangong Yao smiled slightly, not in a hurry to respond, because he knew that the third elder was just starting the discussion. Sure enough, the next moment, a beautiful female elder stood up, cupping her hands and saying, Sect Master, there is already a purple-clad disciple under the third elder. Having another disciple might be quite burdensome, and I currently have none under me. Accepting Zhao Ting would be very suitable. Zhang Bailu's eyelids twitched as he stared at the female elder, saying, Fourth elder, you. The fourth elder Chu Ningchang glanced at Zhang Bailu expressionlessly, showing no sign of yielding. Although the fourth elder was in charge of the punishments in the Daotian sect, she was also the punishment elder. Zhang Bailu said irritably, Fourth elder, you are already busy enough managing the sect's punishments, right? If Zhao Ting follows you, he will probably be neglected. Humph. If you delayed Zhao Ting's cultivation, how do you plan to punish yourself, Elder 4? Chu Ningchang smirked and said lightly, There's no need for Elder 3 to worry about this. Zhang Bailu's expression darkened as she brushed her sleeve and said nothing more. The other elders, seeing this scene, suddenly dared not speak. It was clear that both Elder 3 and Elder 4 were eager for Zhao Ting, but they all wanted him. Zhao Ting had never seen such a scene before. While he was terrified, he couldn't help but feel a bit proud. After all, the elders were all competing for him. Elder 2, Lu Xianin, pondered and said, Sect Master, how about? Nangong Yao understood Lu Xuanin's meaning and replied, All right. Zhao Ting can choose any of you as a master. The sect won't interfere or show favoritism, so let Zhao Ting decide for himself. Upon hearing Nangong Yao's words, the elders felt relieved and immediately looked at Zhao Ting, each one recommending themselves, creating a very heated atmosphere. Zhao Ting, I am Elder 6. As long as you become my disciple, I will provide you with the best cave dwelling, treasures, and techniques. Who needs those? Zhao Ting, I have a treasure hunting spirit pet. With this spirit pet, treasures will be abundant. Just become my disciple, and I will grant you the treasure hunting spirit pet. Wow, Elder 9, you're really generous. You usually cherish that Xianhuang mouse so much, and you're willing to give it to Zhao Ting? It's just a treasure hunting spirit pet. Zhao Ting, I know you have a gold attribute spirit root, and coincidentally, I am the only artifact master in our sect. If you become my disciple, I will teach you everything. Teach everything? Isn't that a bit too much? Zhao Ting, I just have one thing to say. I also have a gold attribute spirit root. The last sentence was spoken by Chuningchang. The elders were all speaking one after another, and Zhao Ting was already sweating profusely. However, Elder 1, Lu Yunji, and Elder 2, Lu Xianin, did not join in the battle for the disciple. The reason was that Lu Yunji, as the elder, was usually busy with sect affairs, and Lu Xianin already had 2 purple-clothed disciples under him. Nangong Yao smiled and said, Zhao Ting, you don't need to worry about offending any elder. Their tolerance is not that small. Just follow your heart. Hearing this, Zhao Ting took a deep breath, bowed to the elders, and said with difficulty, Thank you for your kindness, elders. I would like to become Elder 4's disciple. Chapter 26, The Missing Breakfast? As soon as Zhao Ting finished speaking, apart from the delighted Chu Ningchang, the other elders all sighed and said nothing more. In fact, Zhao Ting's choice was the right one. Any treasures or techniques given by the elders could not compare to the fact that Elder 4 herself had a gold attribute spirit root. Good. Chu Ningchang waved her hand to lift Zhao Ting up from afar and provocatively glanced at Jiang Bailu. Jiang Bailu was speechless, shook her head, sat down, and felt a bit regretful, but it was still okay. In the hall, Nangong Yao slightly nodded. In his heart, Chu Ningchang was indeed the best choice for Zhao Ting's master, simply because their spirit roots were identical. However, Nangong Yao couldn't directly say it. This way of letting Zhao Ting choose himself was more appropriate. With this in mind, Nangong Yao stood up and said, All right, let's do it this way. Elder 1, after you go down, send invitations to the surrounding sections. In 5 days, we will hold a formal ceremony to confer Zhao Ting as the 15th purple-clothed disciple of our Daotian sect. Yes, Lu Yunji bowed in response. Zhao Ting was thrilled and could only think of sharing this good news with Chen Sun. The next day, at dawn, Chen Sun woke up leisurely, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and got out of bed. He slung his wooden sword over his back and bounced out of the grass hut, running towards the dining hall through the mist, like a mountain monkey, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At this moment, in the martial arts arena, over 8,000 miscellaneous disciples were gathered, bustling with activity. On the stage, Qian Laifu stood with his hands behind his back, his big belly protruding, and was energetically lecturing the disciples on something. The disciples were starving, but they could only hold their stomachs and endure, listening impatiently. There was no way. In this area, Qian Laifu had the most power, and he had to gather the disciples every morning to say a few words to assert his presence. At the same time, Chen Sun had followed the aroma and arrived at the dining hall. Due to the large number of disciples, the dining hall was built quite large, resembling a square. In the dining hall, some miscellaneous disciples were responsible for serving food. This was their job. After entering the dining hall, Chen Sun sprinted towards the food serving area. He grabbed a bowl and chopsticks from the side and handed the bowl to a serving disciple. The serving disciple was taken aback, looked at Chen Sun, and then glanced outside the dining hall, wondering if Qian the Fat had finished speaking. But no, at this moment, besides this one, he didn't see any other disciples coming to the dining hall. Only then did he notice Chen Sun's clothing, and his eyes widened in surprise. Junior brother, you must be a new disciple, right? After you finish breakfast, you'd better change your clothes. Otherwise, if Qian the Fat sees you, he will definitely punish you. In an instant, Chen Sun licked his lips and handed the bowl back to the serving disciple, shaking it. The serving disciple, who had just put down the spoon, looked at the empty bowl in confusion. Did you finish that already? The serving disciple took the bowl, served Chen Sun another portion just like the previous one, and handed it over. After seeing Chen Sun take it, he was about to put down the spoon. But in the next moment, he heard several swishing sounds and looked in shock to see that Chen Sun had already handed the bowl back to him. The serving disciple was stunned. Chen Sun puffed out his cheeks, chewed the steamed bun a few times, swallowed it, and shook the bowl, signaling for more. Junior brother, you are the fastest eater I have ever seen, the serving disciple said, swallowing hard. He then handed the spoon to Chen Sun and said, Junior brother, you can serve yourself, take as much as you want. I still need to go help carry a few more buckets of porridge in the back kitchen. Hee. Chen Sun took the spoon. Seeing this, the serving disciple went to the back kitchen. Chen Sun's eyes sparkled. He simply pushed the spoon and bowl aside, and then lifted the entire porridge bucket. Moments later, Chen Sun patted his belly, looking dissatisfied, as if he still wanted more. But apart from the big bucket of porridge, he had also finished all the other steamed buns and pickles on the table. None left, they were licked clean. Chen Sun smacked his lips and had no choice but to shake his head and leave. Shortly after Chen Sun left, the previous serving disciple and another disciple came out from the back kitchen carrying the porridge bucket. But when they saw the empty table, both of them were dumbfounded. At this time, a large number of miscellaneous disciples surged into the dining hall. Oh no, today's breakfast is probably not enough. How could this happen? Where's the porridge? Where are the steamed buns? Where are the pickles? A disciple said, his face pale. The previous serving disciple recalled Xianxiaaudiobooks and guessed that this must be related to that disciple. Although he didn't know what that disciple had done, it definitely had something to do with him. Of course, it couldn't possibly be that everything was eaten. After all, just that bucket of porridge, if everyone took a bowl, would be enough for hundreds of people. And those hundreds of missing steamed buns and 2 large bowls of pickles. What should we do, junior brother? Later, when the disciples can't get food, they will definitely report to Qian the Fat, and then we disciples responsible for breakfast will be punished. Sure enough, not long after, hundreds of disciples who couldn't get food began to argue with the breakfast-serving disciples, and the breakfast disciples, outnumbered, were trembling in fear. The commotion was so loud that they didn't even need to report. Qian Lifu was quickly drawn over. What is all this noise about? Qian Lifu yelled as he entered the dining hall. The hall immediately fell silent. After a moment, Qian Lifu understood the ins and outs of the situation, and his eyes couldn't help but show confusion. No wonder these hundreds of disciples would cause a riot. It was the first time in the history of the miscellaneous peak that breakfast was insufficient. A group of disciples in the dining hall looked at each other, all showing expressions of sorrow or distress. It wasn't that they couldn't handle it. They were used to this amount of food, and there had always been leftovers. Who would have thought that today it would be insufficient? Finally, one disciple who had met Xianxiaaudiobooks raised his hand and cautiously said, "I heard that." Upon hearing this, many of the miscellaneous disciples looked at him suspiciously, even some wanting to laugh. These people were really irresponsible. They simply miscalculated the amount of food and came up with such an absurd excuse. All the disciples had gathered at the martial arena earlier. So how could any disciple come to the dining hall alone? Would admitting a mistake kill them? Chapter 27. Xianxiaaudiobooks, you have lost your conscience. I say, can't you people in the dining hall take some responsibility? You could at least apologize to us in front of the steward, but you dare to spout nonsense. A disciple said angrily. The disciple serving food turned red in the face and shouted, "What I said is true." Qian Lifu's eyes flickered, and he suddenly thought of someone, asking, "Is the disciple you mentioned wearing a shabby blue outfit and carrying a broken wooden sword?" The serving disciple nodded excitedly. Yes, that's him." Oh, the other disciples were surprised. There really was someone who came to the dining hall first? At this moment, some of the miscellaneous disciples narrowed their eyes, having guessed who Qian Lifu was referring to. It must be that madman who disturbed their training with strange movements at the martial arena yesterday. Cough. I forgot to mention this earlier when we were at the martial arena. Qian Lifu cleared his throat, looked around, and said loudly, "This is a good opportunity to tell you all that we have such a mortal on the miscellaneous peak, not a sect disciple. His name is Xianxiaaudiobooks, and he currently lives in a grass hut on the west side of the miscellaneous peak. From now on, he will eat with everyone. His mind isn't quite right, so don't be too surprised when you see him." Wow. Qian Lifu's words caused an uproar in the dining hall. Non-sect disciple? Mortal? No, steward. Aren't we going in the wrong direction? Even if there is such a mortal who came to the dining hall first, we are discussing the issue of food quantity. Now we've lost breakfast for several hundred disciples. Are you trying to shift the blame onto that mortal? How shameless. A disciple glared at the serving disciples and spat. Exactly. Are you going to say that the breakfast for those hundreds of missing disciples was stolen by that mortal? Even if he were a pig. He couldn't eat that much, right? Another disciple chimed in sarcastically. The serving disciple's face turned red, and he shouted, "I never said he ate it. I just suspect it has something to do with him. Otherwise, how could this big bucket of porridge, hundreds of steamed buns, and 2 basins of pickles disappear without a trace? TSK, you should ask yourselves how it disappeared. Are you suspecting that Xianxiaaudiobooks moved all that food away? Where could he possibly take such a big bucket of hot porridge and those buns and vegetables? Tell me, even if he could move that much. I saw that the pots and pans were completely clean, unlike when they held food. If they had food, there wouldn't be a single crumb left, would there?" A disciple pointed out sharply. The serving disciple was dumbfounded, not knowing how to refute. A big bucket of hot porridge is heavy. He had to move it with another disciple. All right. Qian Lifu waved his hand and said, "You go cook another bucket of porridge and steam some buns. Let the disciples who haven't eaten have their meals first." Yes. Qian Lifu's eyes flickered again as he ordered, "Go bring Xianxiaaudiobooks here." Yes. The disciple who followed Qian Lifu responded and quickly left. He was the one who led Xianxiaaudiobooks yesterday. Qian Lifu looked at everyone and said calmly, "All right. You all sit down and wait for your meal. Xianxiaaudiobooks will be here soon. I'll ask him what the situation is later." However, Qian Lifu didn't have high hopes and guessed that he wouldn't get much information. At the foot of the miscellaneous peak, Xianxiaaudiobooks was diligently sweeping the ground with a broom, his expression very serious. Xian brother. At that moment, Zhao Ting waved his hand and ran over from afar. When he reached Xianxiaaudiobooks' side, he was already sweating profusely, bent over with his hands on his knees, panting and smiling. "Who? Xian brother, I have good news for you. I have become a disciple of the 4th elder, and in a few days, There will be a ceremony to confer the title of Purple-Robe Disciple. Isn't that glorious? Chen Sun tilted his head to look at Zhao Ting and grinned. Hee. Congratulations, congratulations. Zhao Ting was delighted. Although Chen Sun seemed a bit crazy, at least he still recognized him. Hey, Chen brother, don't sweep for now. Zhao Ting pulled Chen Sun over to sit on the side of the mountain path and said, Do you know who my master, the fourth elder, is? He is the elder in charge of all sect punishments. From now on, I'll protect you. Zhao Ting pressed his lips together and continued. Chen brother, how about I let my master take a look at you? Life is long, and I really can't bear to see you continue like this. Although Zhao Ting had only known Chen Sun for a short time, he subconsciously wanted to get close to him. Moreover, for Zhao Ting, who had just arrived at the Daotian sect, Chen Sun was the only familiar person. I'll take it that you agreed, Chen brother. Right now, I'm not a purple robe disciple yet, but once I get conferred in a few days, I'll take you to see my master. Zhao Ting said seriously. Seeing Chen Sun's expression, Zhao Ting pouted, and his gaze was drawn to the wooden sword Chen Sun was carrying, curiously reaching out. By the way, Chen brother, why do you always carry that wooden sword? I was curious about it since the day we met. Just as Zhao Ting was about to grasp the sword hilt, Chen Sun suddenly reached out and firmly grabbed Zhao Ting's wrist. Zhao Ting's expression changed, feeling his wrist gripped by a terrifying force, making it difficult to move. Fortunately, Zhao Ting was just a mortal at the moment and didn't think much of it, only believing that Chen Sun was simply stronger. Zhao Ting's wrist was in pain from Chen Sun's grip, so he awkwardly said, Chen brother, I won't look at it anymore. I was presumptuous without your consent. Chen Sun laughed crazily and released his hand. Little did he know that if anyone else touched that wooden sword without his permission, the consequences would not merely be a painful grip. Afterward, Zhao Ting chatted with Chen Sun for a while, mostly talking to himself, before leaving. Not long after Zhao Ting left, the miscellaneous disciple sent by Xianxiafu arrived, pulling Chen Sun up the mountain without saying a word. In the dining hall, a group of miscellaneous disciples who had never seen Chen Sun curiously sized him up. Meanwhile, those who had dealings with Chen Sun yesterday were also squinting at him since they had been forced to apologize to him by that outer sect disciple. Yes, that's him. When the serving disciple saw Chen Sun, he immediately said. Xianxiafu nodded, looking at Chen Sun, pointing at the table and asking, Chen Sun, when you were here earlier, did you see the big bucket of porridge and the steamed buns on the food table? Upon hearing this, all the disciples fixed their gazes on Chen Sun, eager to know if it was indeed the dining hall's fault for underestimating the food amount. Chen Sun pouted and looked blankly at the food table, shaking his head and grinning foolishly. But this motion of shaking his head had a completely different meaning in the eyes of everyone. Everyone's expressions tightened. Chen Sun meant that he didn't see it? So, the dining hall really made less breakfast and still refused to admit it, even trying to frame a madman for it. Xianxiafu narrowed his eyes, looking at the disciples responsible for breakfast in the dining hall, and said sternly, I am truly disappointed in you. Such a small matter could have been admitted, yet you dare to shift the blame to a mortal with a troubled mind? The disciple who had previously served food to Chen Sun broke down, trembling as he pointed at Chen Sun with a spoon, his eyes turning red as he shouted, Chen Sun, you have lost your conscience. Chapter 28, The Day of the Purple Robe Ceremony. The serving disciple's unwilling shout shocked everyone. The disciple in charge of serving food was so angry that his face turned red, and he raised his spoon to hit Chen Sun. What do you want to do? Xianxiafu's gaze sharpened, and he quickly stopped the disciple. The disciple's action froze, and he glared at Chen Sun hatefully before letting his hand drop weakly. Xianxiafu glanced at the disciples responsible for breakfast in the dining hall and coldly said, Humph, for today's incident, I will deduct 3 contribution points from each of you to teach you a lesson. After saying this, he flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. The dining hall disciples turned pale and were stunned. I ate it. Chen Sun suddenly scratched his head and said. Instantly, countless disciples focused their gazes on Chen Sun, their eyes flickering. The serving disciple exclaimed in surprise, Deacon, did you hear that? Chen Sun admitted he ate it. The serving disciple looked at Chen Sun, his expression softening, indicating that he had a conscience. Xianxiafu turned around, suspiciously glancing at Chen Sun, then said, Chen Sun, you are kind-hearted. These disciples are trying to pin the blame on you, and you are still trying to exonerate them. But I, the deacon, won't believe you. Hundreds of disciples' meals. And you say you ate them? That's ridiculous. Many of the miscellaneous disciples nodded, looking at Chen Sun with gentler eyes. Although Chen Sun seemed a bit out of sorts, he was a good person. The serving disciple instantly felt dejected. To be honest, even he didn't believe that Chen Sun could eat that much. It felt like a dream. Where did all that food go? However, this misunderstanding was soon cleared up at lunch, because Chen Sun really could eat. The miscellaneous disciples watched in astonishment as Chen Sun devoured his meal, consuming the equivalent of dozens of disciples' portions, and in the end, They even saw Chen Sun still wanting more. If there had been more food made, it seemed Chen Sun could have eaten even more. The disciples looked nervously at Chen Sun's stomach, wondering how someone could eat so much without even getting a bulge. It was puzzling. Where did all that food go? Unreasonable. After learning the truth, several disciples responsible for breakfast immediately burst into tears and hurried to find Xianxiafu. After Xianxiafu learned the truth, he was also stunned for a moment, and then he returned the contribution points that had been deducted from these disciples. Xianxiafu even specifically instructed the dining hall to prepare larger portions for each meal in the future. Thus, the miscellaneous disciples all learned that there was a very gluttonous and eccentric mortal in their area halfway up the mountain. For the next few days, Chen Sun repeated the same routine, eating in the dining hall, sleeping in the grass hut, and cleaning the mountain paths. It was quite leisurely. Many miscellaneous disciples actually envied Chen Sun, who ate and slept without a care in the world. It seemed like a wonderful life. During this period, news spread in Daotian's sect that there would soon be a ceremony to promote a disciple to purple robes. The disciples of the miscellaneous peak also learned of this news. Hearing that it was a new disciple who had joined the sect and had a golden spiritual root, this shocked the miscellaneous disciples while also filling them with yearning. When they entered the sect, they had become part of the miscellaneous peak, and those with good luck might break through to the next level and become outer disciples in who knows how many years, while those with bad luck would have to leave the sect after a few years without breaking through. Just look at that person. Upon entering the sect, he became a purple robe disciple. People really can't be compared to each other. To the miscellaneous peak disciples, purple robe disciples were like the moon. While they were just frogs in a well, able to gaze at it from afar was already an honor. To be honest, they didn't even have the opportunity to take a look. The promotion ceremony for purple robe disciples was not something miscellaneous disciples could attend. Time flew by, and the day of the promotion ceremony arrived. Today, Daotian's sect transformed from its usual solemnity to an unusually lively atmosphere. At the peaks, huge colorful banners were hung, fluttering in the wind. At the same time, streams of light swept across the sky, entering the immortal mountain where Daotian's sect was located. These were the various sects coming to congratulate with invitation letters in hand. Logically, disciples with golden spiritual roots should be kept hidden. As there is a saying that goes well, those geniuses who cannot grow healthily are all classified as waste. However, sects like Daotian, which are top tier in the North Xian region, had no such concerns. Large sects would not hide their talented disciples. Instead, they would announce it widely. First, it would strengthen the prestige of the sect. Second, it would make the disciples feel the sect's importance to them from the bottom of their hearts. After the various sects submitted their invitation letters at the mountain gate, they were guided by Daotian's sect disciples towards Tianxian Peak. The invitation letter clearly stated that the promotion to purple robes would take place at the martial arena of Tianxian Peak. During this time, many disciples from Xian Peak and Dixian Peak were also fortunate enough to ascend to Tianxian Peak and witness the purple robe promotion ceremony. Today, Daotian's sect was very busy, but the miscellaneous peak was under a prohibition. During the ceremony, all miscellaneous disciples were not allowed to descend the mountain. This clearly illustrated the lowly status of the miscellaneous disciples. Dong, 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 dong. The heavy and solemn sound of bells rang out from Tianxian Peak, reaching the miscellaneous peak, causing countless miscellaneous disciples to unconsciously look in that direction. Although they could see nothing, they all understood that the ceremony for promoting the purple robe disciples was about to begin. How enviable! Being promoted to purple robes is like stepping into the sky. When will we ants be able to turn the tables? I only know that instead of lamenting here, you might as well work hard on your cultivation. Otherwise, turning the tables is probably hopeless. Purple robes? Joining Xian Peak is already a dream I can hardly reach in my lifetime. Haha, you guys are thinking too far. Right now, we should focus on getting out of this halfway up the mountain. The promotion ceremony must be very grand and spectacular. But it's a pity we don't have the opportunity to observe it. The miscellaneous disciples all expressed their feelings on the spot, feeling melancholic and simultaneously unable to suppress their disappointment. The four young men who had come from Tianqing City together with Yu Zheng also had incredibly complex expressions. Humph, are you all very idle? At this moment, Xianxiafu appeared, his big belly sticking out as he shouted. Ah! The disciples were startled, bowed, and hurriedly fled to do their own things. Humph! Xianxiafu felt disgruntled because he could only stay in this miscellaneous peak, watching the miscellaneous disciples. He also wanted to go to the scene. Most importantly, that was Tianxian Peak. He had never been up there in his life. Sigh. Xianxiafu sighed, recalling something, and looked towards the west. He remembered Su Yang saying that Chen Sun was friends with Zhao Ting, which was a pity. In his view, although only a few days had passed, Zhao Ting had probably already forgotten Chen Sun's existence. Chapter 29. The ceremony begins. Chen Sun goes up the mountain. How noisy. Chen Sun had originally been preparing to sleep in the grass hut, but the heavy and solemn sound of the bells made him a bit irritable. Chen Sun suddenly got up, quickly rushed out of the grass hut, and angrily looked in the direction where the sound was coming from before running down the miscellaneous peak. Chen Sun sprinted all the way and soon arrived at the foot of Tianxian Peak. "Stop! Who are you?" Two guarding disciples blocked Chen Sun's path and shouted. The two disciples were in a bad mood because they couldn't go watch the promotion ceremony while on duty. At the same time, they noticed Chen Sun's clothing. Their expressions changed, and they looked at him suspiciously. "What's going on?" Chen Sun crossed his arms, tilted his chin, but instead of his usual crazy laughter, he wore an unhappy expression and said, Hey, it's so noisy up here. It's so noisy that I can't sleep, you know?" The two disciples were stunned. "What?" One of the disciples even scratched his ear, uncertainly asking, "Did you just say it's noisy on Tianxian Peak?" "Yes." Chen Sun nodded seriously. "Uh-huh." The two disciples exchanged a bewildered glance, and they couldn't help but burst into laughter, quickly covering their mouths. Then, the two disciples carefully sized up Chen Sun, slowly circulating their spiritual power, preparing to subdue this audacious person first. Chen Sun seemed to sense something, shaking his head and saying, Hey. You guys aren't really going to make a move on me, are you?" The two disciples paused. Then their expressions sharpened as they exchanged glances and suddenly made their move. In the next moment, Chen Sun suddenly flickered behind the two of them, delivering two swift and precise hand strikes to their necks. The two disciples rolled their eyes and collapsed forward. Chen Sun looked at the two disciples lying unconscious on the ground, feeling a lingering fear as he patted his chest, and said with a terrified expression, "Phew, luckily I know a bit about martial arts. I almost fell into your hands." If the two unconscious disciples knew how Chen Sun was acting at that moment, they would definitely scream in anger, "What the hell? Who beat whom? And you're still here feeling anxious?" After taking down the two obstructive disciples, Chen Sun hummed a tune and swayed his head as he ascended Tianxian Peak, a mountain that even the servant disciples and the servant peak's deacon could never step onto in their entire lives. On the mountain road, Chen Sun hummed a little tune. Feeling as if he had come alive, flipping through the wordless book without any delay, his eyes filled with fervor. I really am invincible. Those two strikes just now took them down. At Tianxian Peak, in the martial arena, there were many figures. In the back of the arena stood over 2,000 outer disciples of the Daotian sect. In front of the outer disciples stood a group of deacons and elders. In the center of the arena stood over 500 inner disciples of the Daotian sect. In front of these inner disciples stood a group of inner deacons and elders, among whom was Shunhe. On both sides of the arena were representatives from various invited sects, all observing the disciples and elders of the Daotian sect with astonished expressions. In the eyes of these various sects, the Daotian sect was indeed one of the top sects in Beixian, with its overall strength ranking at the forefront. Thinking of this, the various sect representatives looked towards the figures at the front of the arena, their eyes flickering with envy and other unknown emotions. Meanwhile, the outer and inner disciples and elders also gazed intently at the few figures at the front of the arena, their eyes filled with reverence. Because those figures were the face of their Daotian sect, 14 exceptionally talented purple-clothed disciples and 9 core elders. The 14 purple-clothed disciples stood quietly behind the 9 core elders, receiving the attention of many and enjoying the glory of the moment. Of course, today's main character was not them, but the newly initiated junior brother, Zhao Ting. However, at this moment, Zhao Ting had yet to make his appearance. He would come later with the sect master. Just then, footsteps sounded, and Nangong Yao and Zhao Ting entered the martial arena one after the other. In an instant, countless gazes were directed at Zhao Ting, who was following Nangong Yao. Many disciples and elders of the Daotian sect looked at Zhao Ting in amazement. Is this the newly initiated purple-clothed disciple? Zhao Ting, who was bowing his head and walking, had never seen such a scene and instantly broke out in a cold sweat. "I've seen the sect master." Many disciples, deacons, and elders immediately bowed and respectfully shouted. As the representatives from various sects assessed Zhao Ting, they also stood up, cupping their hands towards Nangong Yao, greeting and complimenting him. "Sect Master Nangong, your Daotian sect has gained another spiritual root disciple. How enviable. Truly, heaven blesses the Daotian sect. I often heard that the Daotian sect is a top sect in the Beixian cultivation world. Seeing is believing. My sect's Earth Immortal Pavilion is far inferior to the Daotian sect." Nangong Yao walked to the forefront, smiled slightly, and cupped his hands at the various sects, saying, "You all overrate my Daotian sect. It is our honor that you can attend the purple clothing conferral ceremony." Although these sects were not as strong as the Daotian sect, when united, they formed a powerful force, and as the host and sect master, Nangong Yao certainly would not underestimate them. Not at all. Sect Master Nangong is too humble. Witnessing the conferral of the purple clothes is a wonderful event. A sect representative smiled and said. Nangong Yao nodded slightly and gestured, please take your seats. After the various sect representatives took their seats, Nangong Yao glanced at Zhao Ting and then said lightly, Zhao Ting, step forward. Zhao Ting was startled and hurriedly stepped forward, kneeling on the prepared mat. Nangong Yao nodded and declared, the purple clothing conferral ceremony begins. As he spoke, the disciples around the martial arena began to beat the drums vigorously. Bang, 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 bang. Amidst the resounding drum beats, the Grand Elder Lu Yunjian stepped out from the core elder group and approached Zhao Ting, gently raising his hand. Several disciples held up trays high above their heads, bowing as they entered and stood behind Lu Yunjian. Lu Yunjian raised his head, scanning the entire arena, and said loudly, Disciple Zhao Ting, with outstanding talent, possesses a golden spiritual root. Following the sect master's wishes, I hereby confer Zhao Ting as the 15th purple-clothed disciple of our Daotian sect. Today, let this be witnessed. A wave of applause erupted in the martial arena. At that moment, Zhao Ting's mind went blank, and his whole body felt numb. He couldn't explain the feeling, but he liked it. Zhao Ting. This is the heavenly purple Xianluo robe, a treasure of the law. You will perceive its effects in the future. Lu Yunjian said as he took the purple robe from the tray and handed it to Zhao Ting. Zhao Ting quickly accepted it. It felt icy and smooth in his hands, with a delicate texture that he couldn't put down. Lu Yunjian nodded and continued to take out items from the tray and handed them to Zhao Ting. This is the identity token for purple-clothed disciples. The complete Daotian formula, and the sword for purple-clothed disciples. Amidst the envious and longing gazes, Zhao Ting trembled as he accepted these precious items one by one. Feeling valued, he fervently declared, Disciple Zhao Ting is grateful for the sect's cultivation. From now on, all benefits will prioritize the sect. Born as a person of the sect, I will die as a soul of the sect. The sect will not abandon me, Zhao Ting, and I will surely live and die with the sect. Zhao Ting's heartfelt words made everyone present nod in agreement, secretly admiring that Zhao Ting was indeed a person of character, grateful and seeking to repay kindness. People of character usually fall into two extremes, either extremely evil or extremely good. Obviously, Zhao Ting was the latter. Good, Nangong Yao said with a smile, then continued. Now that the purple clothing has been conferred, it's time for you to take a master. Hearing this, Lu Yunjian bowed in response and looked at the fourth elder among the core elders, Chu Ningchong, saying, Fourth elder, it's your turn to take on a disciple. Seeing this, the disciples were secretly shocked. Wow, Zhao Ting is actually going to be the true disciple of the fourth elder. The fourth elder was the punishment elder, and Zhao Ting was already a purple-clothed disciple. With the fourth elder backing him, wouldn't he be able to walk sideways in the sect from now on? The disciples were enviously amazed. At this time, the drumbeats continued to echo. Chu Ningchong smiled and nodded, stepping out from the core elder group and coming to Zhao Ting. Just as the master-disciple ceremony was about to begin, a sudden voice rang out in the martial arena. Shut up, shut up. Can you let me get a good sleep? The drumbeats stopped abruptly. In an instant, the smiles on countless faces froze. The martial arena fell silent. The faces of the outer and inner disciples and elders turned ugly, not to mention them. Even Lu Yunjian and the other core elders had gloomy expressions. So many sects were watching today's conferral ceremony, and such a thing happened. Sure enough, one could see the strange expressions on the faces of the representatives from various sections. Thus, everyone in the martial arena turned to look at the source of the voice and saw a young scholar in green standing with his hands on his hips outside the martial arena, causing everyone to be momentarily stunned. Who is this person? However, some people's expressions became particularly interesting. Chen, Brother Chen. Chapter 30, Nangong Yao's excitement. Chen Sun was supposed to be placed at the servant peak, so how could he appear at Tianxian Peak? On such a significant day, the martial arena was extremely quiet. With thousands of gazes focused on Chen Sun, various eyes flickering, Zhao Ting suddenly stood up from the mat, intending to walk towards Chen Sun. This action startled Shen He, who quickly transmitted a message. Zhao Ting, don't go over. Zhao Ting paused, and upon hearing this familiar voice in his mind, immediately thought of Shen He. Shen He continued to tremble as he urgently transmitted, Zhao Ting. Today is the day you are being granted the title of Purple Robe and becoming the disciple of Elder 4. Not to mention that all the disciples and elders of the sect are gathered here. The sect master is also present. Most importantly, various sects are watching. If you make a mistake and bring shame to the Daotian sect, you will definitely face severe punishment. It's not worth it for your crazy friend. Zhao Ting's heart raced, his palms sweating anxiously, unsure of what to do. At this moment, no one noticed that sect master Nangong Yao was looking at Chen Sun in shock, his eyes filled with surprise and delight. Former senior? Chen Sun laughed crazily. turning around and swaying his head as he was about to go down the mountain amidst countless astonished and strange gazes. Stop. Finally, Lu Yunjian spoke coldly. Chen Sun halted, turning around with curiosity to look at Lu Yunjian. Lu Yunjian tilted his head towards the outer sect camp and said lightly, if this elder remembers correctly, the foot of Tianxian Peak is guarded by outer sect disciples, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the outer sect disciples and elders trembled in fear and immediately knelt down. Lu Yunjian coldly snorted, pointing at Chen Sun, and asked, then tell me, how did this person come up? Su Ansong's face turned pale, stuttering, this. Lu Yunjian suddenly shouted sternly, do you know what day it is today? This elder will punish you properly afterward. Su Ansong's scalp tingled, trembling all over, not knowing what to say, only feeling hatred towards the elders and disciples below. If he, as the elder in charge of the outer sect, were to be punished, then the outer sect disciples and elders would not have it easy either. More importantly, today, in front of so many people, being reprimanded by the Grand Elder made Su Ansong feel utterly humiliated. Meanwhile, everyone looked at Chen Sun with increasing confusion, as his attire clearly did not belong to any disciple of the Daotian sect. How did he manage to mix in? Su Ansong sensed Lu Yunjian's gaze and took a deep breath, knowing he had to resolve this immediately. So he shouted, this child has intruded upon the ceremony and disrupted the order, showing no discipline or rules. Someone, kill this child on the spot. Yes. One of the outer sect stewards immediately responded and quickly stood up, drawing his sword and rushing towards Chen Sun with a fierce gaze, intending to take his life with one strike. Upon seeing this, Chen Sun just smiled, seemingly unaware of the approaching danger. Zhao Ting panicked instantly, cold sweat pouring down. Shen He quickly transmitted a warning. Zhao Ting, Chen Sun does not know the rules and has caused trouble. You have just been promoted to Purple Robe. Don't get involved. Although Purple Robe disciples hold a very high status in the Daotian sect, Shen He knew that in such an occasion, it was not the time for a Purple Robe disciple to speak. If Zhao Ting were to intervene, it would be equivalent to ruining himself. Zhao Ting's gaze turned urgent, aware of the gravity of the situation, but at this moment, he couldn't care less. Zhao Ting could not bear to watch Chen Sun die like this. After all, he was the one who brought Chen Sun to the Daotian sect. It hadn't been long since then. And if something happened to Chen Sun in the Daotian sect, Zhao Ting would feel guilty for a lifetime. With this thought, Zhao Ting's gaze firmed. Gathering his courage, he shouted tremblingly, spare him. Shen He felt his scalp tingle, growing increasingly anxious, sighing inwardly, thinking it was over. He too could not escape involvement in this matter. The outer sect steward who had rushed to Chen Sun suddenly stopped a few feet away, turning his head in disbelief towards Zhao Ting. At the same time, the martial arena grew even quieter. The disciples watched this scene in shock, feeling confused. Various sect powers were secretly amazed, thinking this trip to the Daotian sect was truly worth it, with one commotion after another. Lu Yunjian and the core elders also looked at Zhao Ting, their eyes flickering. Zhao Ting, what do you mean by this? Lu Yunjian's tone was somewhat cold. A mundane friend? How can a mundane friend be in the Daotian sect? This was the question lingering in everyone's hearts. Shen He knew he could not escape. Quickly stepping out of the line and kneeling, trembling as he said, Lu Yunjian noticed the unusual gazes from the surrounding sect powers, and his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. This was simply a joke. Lu Yunjian knew that this could not continue, lest more accidents occur, and how to deal with these people would have to wait until after the apprenticeship ceremony. Just as Lu Yunjian was about to say something, Nangong Yao, who had been silent, spoke up. All right, this matter ends here. The apprenticeship ceremony continues. Seeing that the sect master showed no signs of anger, everyone felt puzzled. Hee. Chen Sun laughed wickedly, turned around with his hands behind his back, and bounced down the mountain. Lu Yunjian ordered, don't let this person escape. Capture him first. We will settle it later. Yes. The outer sect steward responded immediately and rushed after Chen Sun. Nangong Yao narrowed his eyes and said, Grand Elder, this sect said this matter ends here. Did you not hear? As soon as the sect master spoke, the outer sect steward's legs went weak, and he did not dare to move. Lu Yunjian felt Nangong Yao's tone and also trembled inwardly, quickly bowing and saying, yes, sect master. Not only Lu Yunjian, but at this moment, all the disciples and elders in the martial arena, including various sect powers, were somewhat dazed. All right, let us continue the apprenticeship ceremony. There's no need to strike the drums anymore. Nangong Yao waved his hand. Yes, the apprenticeship ceremony continued. The elders, and even the heads of various sect powers congratulated Zhao Ting, offering encouraging words. Throughout the process, only Nangong Yao appeared distracted, occasionally glancing towards the direction Chen Sun had left. Nangong Yao was very certain that this was the senior he encountered at the top of the small river peak. He did not expect them to come to his Daotian sect. However, he did not know why that senior seemed to have changed into a different person. By the way, he had just heard something about a mind different from ordinary people. What exactly had happened? Could it be that the senior was experiencing life in a way he did not understand? Although Nangong Yao's face remained calm, his heart was extremely excited. He had almost been unable to resist greeting the senior earlier, but thinking of the many people in the martial arena, especially the various sect powers present, he refrained. Nangong Yao knew that such actions would only bring unnecessary trouble to the senior. That day at the top of the small river peak, the senior had left without a word, and Nangong Yao had regretted it for a long time. But now, the senior was in his sect, and Nangong Yao secretly resolved that he must seize this opportunity no matter what. Chapter 31. The Terrified Steward Qian. After the ceremony ended, Zhao Ting successfully became a purple-robed disciple and the true disciple of Elder 4, Chu Ningchong. When he saw Su Onsong's gloomy face, someone quickly stepped forward to wake the two disciples. The two disciples were still in a daze. In an instant, their faces turned pale, and they were terrified as they were bound, not knowing what had happened after Chen Sun knocked them out. After chatting with various sect powers for a while, Nangong Yao personally accompanied the core elders to send the various sect powers out of the mountain gate. At the Dao Tian Sect's mountain gate, two guarding disciples knelt on the ground, trembling. Sect Master Nangong, come visit my pavilion when you have time. Sect Master Nangong, we will take our leave now. Sect Master Nangong, esteemed elders, please stay. Nangong Yao smiled and clasped his hands. Then our sect will send everyone off here. Afterward, Nangong Yao and Lu Yunjian and the other elders smiled and watched the various sect powers leave. Once the sect powers were gone, Nangong Yao and the elders slowly retracted their smiles. Sect Master, is today's matter at the martial arena settled? Lu Yunjian pondered for a moment and asked uncertainly. Although the Lord said to stop at that, it was still a ceremony at the time, and the occasion was different, so Lu Yunjian was still a bit uncertain. Beside him, the elders also looked at Nangong Yao. Nangong Yao nodded and said lightly, yes, I have already made it clear at the martial arts arena. Elders, you may go about your business. After saying that, Nangong Yao entered the mountain gate. The elders hurriedly bowed to see him off, and only slowly stood up after Nangong Yao was out of sight. The elders exchanged glances, their expressions enigmatic. They always felt something was off with the Lord. However, no elder dared to speak up, and no one would discuss Nangong Yao behind his back. The elders shook their heads and gradually entered the mountain gate until they disappeared. But what happened at the martial arts arena today was deeply etched in the hearts of the elders. As for Chen Sun, he had only arrived at Daotian sect for a few days, yet now the entire Daotian sect, from the higher-ups to the disciples, was already aware of him. After the ceremony to grant the purple robe concluded, Chen Sun's antics at the top of Tianxian Peak quickly spread to the miscellaneous peak. In an instant, the miscellaneous peak was in an uproar. The usually spirited Qian Lifu was so frightened that he lost his composure and immediately ordered his disciples to go to the thatched house in the west to capture Chen Sun. Meanwhile, Nangong Yao arrived at the foot of the miscellaneous peak. He looked up at the miscellaneous peak, his eyes filled with emotion. This was his first time at the miscellaneous peak. If it weren't for the seniors here, the sect master Nangong Yao would never have appeared here. Because, strictly speaking, the miscellaneous disciples were not considered disciples of Daotian sect. Every year, many miscellaneous disciples left, and only those who broke through the third level of qi refining could be promoted to the outer sect. Only then could they be considered true disciples of Daotian sect. Nangong Yao exhaled, tidied up his nervousness and anticipation, then soared into the air towards the mountain. When two miscellaneous disciples arrived at the west and entered the thatched house, they found Chen Sun fast asleep on the bed. The two miscellaneous disciples exchanged glances, sighed helplessly, but their eyes were filled with deep admiration. This Chen Sun, as a mortal, climbed Tianxian Peak, disrupted the order in front of various big shots, and most importantly, managed to retreat unscathed. Truly impressive. For them, just climbing Tianxian Peak was something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. Chen Sun, wake up. The steward is calling for you. One disciple stepped forward and shook Chen Sun. Chen Sun lazily woke up, mumbling, I was sleeping, what's the matter? The two disciples were taken aback and had no choice but to help Chen Sun up. After all, it was the steward's order. As Chen Sun was being helped out of the thatched house, he felt quite good, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and cheerfully said, Hey. Not bad, let's go, fun. The faces of the two disciples darkened. They felt like Chen Sun was treating them like horses. Then, the two disciples guided Chen Sun toward the pavilion, but they encountered a middle-aged man halfway. The middle-aged man was, of course, Nangong Yao. Upon seeing Chen Sun, Nangong Yao was initially delighted, but when he saw him being supported by two miscellaneous disciples, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he said coldly, Stop. The two disciples also noticed Nangong Yao and couldn't help but look puzzled. Who was this person? They had never seen him before. However, they sensed that he was not an ordinary person. Could he be a steward from the outer or inner sect? But that didn't seem right, as outer and inner sect stewards had specific attire. However, this middle-aged man presumably held some status in the sect. May I ask who you are? One disciple bowed and asked cautiously. Nangong Yao leaned in, carefully glanced at Chen Sun, and then said, "Where are you taking him?" Nangong Yao nodded slightly and said, "Good. I will accompany you." Huh. The two disciples were confused but dared not say anything. Thus, Chen Sun was comfortably supported, with Nangong Yao following behind, heading toward the pavilion. However, Nangong Yao's gaze remained fixed on Chen Sun, his eyes revealing contemplation. Upon reaching the area for miscellaneous disciples, the disciples saw Chen Sun being brought over and started discussing among themselves, all filled with admiration and shock. Meanwhile, the disciples following behind, including Nangong Yao, were overlooked since they had never seen him before. "Steward, Chen Sun has been brought." Soon, Chen Sun was brought into the pavilion, and Nangong Yao followed him in. But halfway through the announcement, Xianxiafu noticed Nangong Yao standing quietly behind him, watching. Xianxiafu first looked at Nangong Yao in confusion, but then his pupils slowly constricted. His eyes filled with extreme disbelief. Finally, his plump body softened, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud, trembling. "I pay my respects to the sect master." "What? Sect master?" The two miscellaneous disciples turned pale instantly and knelt down with a thud, their heads hitting the ground as they trembled, their minds blank. Chapter 32. The senior is just playing with the world. Xianxiafu was trembling violently, his mind in a daze. He could not have imagined that the sect master would come to a place like the miscellaneous peak. This was the supreme sect master of Daotian's sect, a prominent figure in the northern Xian cultivation world, renowned far and wide. The miscellaneous peak had previously seen even outer sect stewards and elders rarely visit, let alone someone of the sect master's status. The two miscellaneous disciples knelt on the ground, holding their breath and not daring to move. At this moment, Nangong Yao said nothing, but his silence only increased the pressure on Xianxiafu and the two disciples, soaking them in sweat. Sect master, your presence at the miscellaneous peak is our honor. I will immediately command the disciples to gather everyone." "No need." Before Xianxiafu could finish, Nangong Yao interrupted him. Yes. Xianxiafu quickly responded. Nangong Yao said lightly, "When I just entered this pavilion, the first thing I heard you say was that you wouldn't spare the senior." "Huh? Senior? What senior?" Xianxiafu looked confused. Soon, his pupils suddenly shrank. Could the sect master be referring to Chen Sun? Xianxiafu's mind was spinning. Chen Sun was just a mad mortal. Why would the sect master refer to him as a senior? As for the two disciples, their minds had been blank from the start, not processing anything. Xianxiafu felt flustered and instinctively wanted to explain. However, before he could speak, Nangong Yao coldly said, "That's simply outrageous." Xianxiafu jolted, frightened, and repeatedly knocked his head on the ground. "Sect master, spare me, spare me." Nangong Yao looked at Xianxiafu expressionlessly, then turned to Chen Sun and bowed. "Senior, how would you like to handle this?" Hearing this, Xianxiafu panicked. But no matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't figure out if something was wrong. Chen Sun was undeniably a mad mortal. But now, Xianxiafu had no time to think further because his life was in Chen Sun's hands. Chen Sun chuckled, yawned, and said, "Oh whoa, I haven't slept enough yet." Nangong Yao awkwardly smiled, then looked at Xianxiafu and said, "Since the senior wants to rest, then you take me to see where the senior resides." Seeing that Chen Sun was not holding a grudge, Xianxiafu initially breathed a sigh of relief, but upon hearing Nangong Yao say he wanted to see Chen Sun's residence, his heart sank again. It was over, his little life was probably not going to be saved, though he did not know what was going on. It was clear that Chen Sun's status in the sect master's eyes was already very significant. If the sect master saw that Chen Sun lived in a shabby and remote thatched house in the west, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Yes, sect master. I will take you to the residence of Senior Chun right away," Xianxiafu said respectfully, his heart already filled with despair, adopting an attitude of facing death with courage. Xianxiafu initially thought about taking Nangong Yao and Chen Sun to a good place to stay, falsely claiming that it was Chen Sun's residence. Since Chen Sun was a madman, and who knows, he might be able to bluff his way through. But facing the imposing Nangong Yao, Xianxiafu wouldn't dare to lie even if he had 100 lives. Then, under the guidance of Xianxiafu, Chen Sun and Nangong Yao left the attic and walked towards the west. The two servant disciples remained kneeling there, unable to recover for a long time. After a moment, Nangong Yao looked at the grass hut in front of him and took a deep breath, saying, "You actually let a senior live in such a place?" Xianxiafu knelt on the ground, crying in fear, "Master, please spare me. I heard that Senior Chun is just a mortal brought by Brother Zhao Ting." Elder Shin, he said it was enough to provide food and shelter. I had no idea Senior Chun had any relation with you, master. Woo. Although the living conditions were poor, Xianxiafu believed he had never treated Chen Sun unfairly when it came to food these days. In the entire half-mountain area, Chen Sun had the most to eat, and he had never cut back on it. Instead, he had increased the meal portions in the dining hall. Xianxiafu was filled with regret, thinking he had underestimated Chen Sun's connection to Zhao Ting, never expecting that he was also related to the master. This could cost Xianxiafu his life. If he had done his utmost to take care of Chen Sun, no. Senior Chun, perhaps it would have been an opportunity for him as the steward of the servant peak, but now it was all ruined. And his life might even be at risk. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao pursed his lips and said nothing. Nangong Yao was a discerning master and knew that such matters were unpredictable. To be honest, the steward of the servant peak had not done anything wrong. Nangong Yao turned his head to look at Chen Sun, who was yawning beside him, and bowed slightly, saying, Senior, since I now know you have come to Daotian's sect, you must not continue living in this servant peak. Please, allow me to arrange for you to stay at Daotian Peak. Xianxiafu, kneeling, widened his eyes in shock. His heart racing. Goodness, Daotian Peak. That is where the inner cabinet is located, and also the peak where the master resides. Normally, even the core elders live on Tianxian Peak and can only go to Daotian Peak for important discussions. Chen Sun shook his head suspiciously at Nangong Yao, yawned again, and rushed into the grass hut, leaping onto the bed. Chen Sun's impatient voice came from inside the hut. Go away, I'm dead tired. Nangong Yao was momentarily taken aback, then smiled wryly. He recalled how, at the top of Sha Peak, Senior had played a heavenly melody that attracted countless butterflies, exuding elegance and detachment. Now, this demeanor was worlds apart from that time, two extremes. Nangong Yao said, Senior, please stay at Daotian Peak. If you continue to live in this dilapidated place, I won't be able to bear it. Nangong Yao sighed helplessly. Xianxiafu watched in fear from the side. No one in Daotian's sect dared to treat the master this way, except for Senior Chun. No wonder Senior Chun could make a scene on Tianxian Peak and still come out unscathed. It all made sense. After a long while, Nangong Yao finally bowed and walked out. Seeing this, Xianxiafu sighed in relief, quickly getting up and following suit. Don't think that Senior is really just a mortal. He is merely playing with the world. On the mountain path, Nangong Yao said one sentence before disappearing into the air. I humbly send off the master. Xianxiafu quickly bowed in farewell. After a moment, he straightened up, wiping the sweat from his forehead. With the master not punishing him, Xianxiafu felt relieved. But he also realized that perhaps the master simply did not take him, a steward of the servant peak, seriously. After all, the master was such a person of great stature. Yet, Xianxiafu felt proud to have the fortune to speak with the master so closely. He truly had no regrets in death. Remembering the master's earlier words, Xianxiafu's heart trembled. No wonder the master treated Senior Chun with such humility. It turned out Senior Chun was not a mere mortal, but a hidden figure of great importance. It seemed that Senior Chun had some connection with the master. Indeed, he should have thought of it earlier. How could a person with such a terrifying appetite be an ordinary mortal? Thinking of this, Xianxiafu's heart became extremely tense. After all, someone who was treated with such respect by the master living in the servant peak made it hard for him not to be nervous. At the same time, Xianxiafu resolved to do his utmost to serve Senior Chun well in the future. Chapter 33, Chu Nyangshan's Shock. On the morning 2 days later, Chen Sun was cleaning on the mountain path. Xianxiafu was painfully kneeling beside him, respectfully saying, Senior Chun, with your status, you shouldn't be doing such tiring work. Chen Sun glanced at Xianxiafu while cleaning, stuck out his tongue, and said excitedly, I'm warning you, don't bother me. Xianxiafu immediately dared not speak. He was feeling distressed. For the past 2 days, he had been trying to persuade Senior Chen not to live in the grass hut. He had arranged for a better place, but Senior Chen simply would not listen. Moreover, he could not let Senior Chen do such cleaning work. But no matter how he pleaded, it was useless. While sweeping, Chen Sun suddenly became annoyed, saying, Hey, can you stop following me? It's so annoying. Xianxiafu shivered and quickly said with a forced smile, Yes, I'll leave right now. Just then, Zhao Ting came running over. Chen Sun. Xianxiafu had never seen Zhao Ting before, but upon seeing his purple robes, he was shocked. Purple-robed disciple. He immediately understood the identity of the newcomer. So he hurriedly bowed and said, I greet you, Brother Zhao. Xianxiafu usually had no opportunity to interact with purple-robed disciples, and even seeing one was difficult. However, having seen the master just a few days ago, he was able to steady his nerves now. Brother Chen, today I'll take you to see my master. Let her take a look at you, Zhao Ting said, smiling as he approached. Meanwhile, Xianxiafu stood by, bowing, and his heart was bitterly laughing. Good. He had thought that now that Zhao Ting had become a purple-robed disciple, he would basically have no contact with him anymore. but now it seemed he was so enthusiastic. Damn it, he had misjudged everything and deserved to remain a lowly steward of the servant peak forever. It seems the rumors from a few days ago about Elder Zhao standing up to protect Senior Chun were indeed true. It appeared that Brother Zhao truly regarded Senior Chun as a friend. Moreover, it was worth mentioning that Brother Zhao probably still didn't realize the significance of his friend. After all, he was someone even the master had to treat with respect. Of course, Xianxiafu would not dare to say any of this. It was not his place as a mere steward of the servant peak to comment. Chen Sun scratched his head. Seeing this, Zhao Ting snatched the broom from Chen Sun's hand, threw it to Xianxiafu, and pulled Chen Sun away. Come on, Brother Chun. Let us hurry up and not keep the master waiting. Xianxiafu watched the two leave, looking down at the broom in his hand, and then silently began sweeping the ground again. At this time, some servant disciples passed by, all shocked at this scene. Heavens, what is this fat steward, who never works, going crazy about? The servant disciples were temporarily unaware of anything, as the two servant disciples who had seen Nangong Yao a couple of days ago had kept everything to themselves and dared not spread it. Tianxian Peak, Punishment Hall. As Zhao Ting pulled Chen Sun into the hall, they saw Chu Nyangshang already standing there. Master, Brother Chen has arrived, Zhao Ting said, bowing. Hee. Chen Sun looked at Chu Nyangshang, not knowing what he was smiling about. Chu Nyangshang did not mind. She had learned some basic information about Chen Sun from Zhao Ting long ago. Moreover, Chen Sun's special existence was now known by everyone in the sect. Chu Nyangshang stepped forward, sized Chen Sun up, and said lightly, Chen Sun, you should feel fortunate. The incident that happened in the martial arena on Tianxian Peak a few days ago, the master actually forgave you so easily. If it weren't for Zhao Ting's repeated requests, this elder would not have helped you. Zhao Ting's expression changed slightly at the side, but he did not dare to say anything. Chu Ningchang looked at Zhao Ting and said, I can help your friend, but you must remember that you have just entered the path of immortality. You have only just begun to draw spirit into your body. From now on, you must focus on your cultivation and not be influenced by external matters. Zhao Ting immediately bowed and replied, Disciple will remember. Chu Ningchang nodded, then reached out to grasp Chen Sun's wrist, intending to take his pulse. However, in the next moment, Chu Ningchang's pupils constricted, and she let go of Chen Sun's wrist as if she had been electrocuted, stepping back in disbelief, looking at Chen Sun. She concealed the hand that had just taken his pulse behind her back, her hand trembling slightly in her sleeve. Zhao Ting, however, did not see this scene. Chu Ningchang took a deep breath, looked deeply at Chen Sun, and said, Zhao Ting, you go outside first. Yes. Zhao Ting naturally did not dare to disobey. After glancing at Chen Sun, he quickly walked out of the punishment hall. Chu Ningchang stared at Chen Sun and said, You are not an ordinary person. What is your purpose in infiltrating the Daotian sect? Just now, when she took his pulse, her heart had suddenly raced, and her palm felt as if struck by an electric arc. Chu Ningchang believed that Chen Sun's madness was all an act. Chen Sun was also a cultivator, and an exceptionally formidable one at that. Chen Sun looked at Chu Ningchang suspiciously and muttered, Crazy. You. Chu Ningchang was momentarily taken aback, although her expression showed nothing. She felt a surge of anger inside. She crazy? Chen Sun was too lazy to pay attention to Chu Ningchang and took out the wordless book from his pocket, looking at it excitedly while humming a tune, swaying his head as he walked outside. Did this elder permit you to leave? If you do not state your purpose for infiltrating the sect today, you shall not leave the punishment hall. Chu Ningchang turned her head to look at Chen Sun and said coldly. Seeing that Chen Sun did not stop and insisted on leaving, Chu Ningchang's expression turned cold. A bundle of ropes appeared in her hand, and after silently reciting a spell, the ropes emitted a ghostly light and flew toward Chen Sun like a snake. Crack! Just as the ropes were about to reach Chen Sun, they suddenly snapped inch by inch without him doing anything, falling to the ground. Chu Ningchang stepped back, letting out a pained groan as a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Her expression as she looked at the retreating figure changed completely. A strong person, Chu Ningchang took a deep breath and dared not obstruct Chen Sun from leaving any longer. Instead, she quickly took out a talisman, infused it with spiritual power, and when the talisman lit up, she said gravely, Sect Master, there is a strong person infiltrating the sect. It is my disciple Zhao Ting's friend, Chen Sun. My spirit-binding lock could not even approach him before it was snapped apart. Meanwhile, at Daotian Peak, Nangong Yao listened to Chu Ningchang's message. His face was initially cold, but when he heard it was Chen Sun, he turned to a bitter smile. Senior Chen, then it's fine. Although Chu Ningchang did not clarify the situation in her message, Nangong Yao had already guessed the general idea. It must be that Zhao Ting brought Senior Chen to see Chu Ningchang for treatment, which led to this incident. Nangong Yao also took out a talisman, infused it with spiritual power, and simply said coldly, the punishment hall on Tianxian Peak. Upon hearing Nangong Yao's words, Chu Ningchang stood still in place. Chapter 34. Time passes, the cunning elders. Outside the punishment hall, Brother Chen? Zhao Ting saw Chen Sun come out and hurriedly asked. Chen Sun, however, was immersed in the wordless book, humming a tune as he descended the mountain. Zhao Ting paused in his steps, quickly turned around, and bowed, saying, Master. Chu Ningchang nodded, watching Chen Sun's retreating figure down the mountain. Her lips moved as she asked, How did you meet your friend? Can you tell me? Zhao Ting thought his master must want to understand Brother Chen's condition. So he said, Master, actually, I met Brother Chen by chance. It was like this. Then, Zhao Ting recounted the initial encounter with Chen Sun, telling every detail, even mentioning Chen Sun's words about having spiritual roots and the appearance of a cultivator. Zhao Ting sighed at the end. The day after we met, Brother Chen suddenly went mad, but fortunately, he still vaguely recognized me. Chu Ningchang slowly nodded, her eyes flickering as she looked at Zhao Ting, appearing as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Zhao Ting was startled and nervously said, Master, is there a way to cure Brother Chen's condition? Seeing Zhao Ting's worried expression, Chu Ningchang sighed internally, unsure whether Zhao Ting's association with someone as mysterious as Senior Chen, whom even the sect master treated cautiously, was a blessing or a curse. In fact, up to this point, Chu Ningchang herself had many doubts. For instance, who exactly was Senior Chen? How did the sect master know him? And so on. Chu Ningchang closed her eyes and said, Zhao Ting, you need not worry about your friend. Have you considered that your friend is not an ordinary person? After saying this, leaving Zhao Ting in confusion, Chu Ningchang turned and entered the hall. Having just experienced a backlash, she needed to heal. However, she did not show this in front of Zhao Ting. Outside the punishment hall, Zhao Ting remained bewildered. He really did not understand. After a while, he recalled something and smiled bitterly. Oh right, I forgot to tell Master that Brother Chen's family is a cultivation family, so he really isn't ordinary. Did Master realize that? In Chen Sun's first year at Dao Tian sect, his daily routine consisted of eating, sweeping, sleeping, eating, sweeping, and sleeping. Except for sleeping. Qian Lai Fu followed Chen Sun every day, constantly inquiring about his well-being and even suggesting that Chen Sun move to another place to live. But Chen Sun dismissed all of it. Many disciples on the mid-slope of the miscellaneous peak gradually noticed something unusual because the steward treated Chen Sun, this ordinary person, exceptionally well, so well that it was abnormal. It was not long before someone learned that Chen Sun was a friend of the purple-clad disciple Zhao Ting, which surprised everyone and made sense. No wonder. Later on, many disciples personally witnessed Zhao Ting and Chen Sun chatting leisurely on the mountain path, and they completely believed it. They couldn't help but sigh that although Chen Sun was a mad, ordinary person, he was truly lucky to have a sincere and steadfast friend like Zhao Ting. His talent shocked Dao Tian's sect, especially the disciples of the miscellaneous peak, who deeply felt the pressure of his exceptional talent. 100 days of foundation building. The achievements reached in just 100 days by a purple-clad disciple were dreams that the miscellaneous disciples could never aspire to in their lifetimes. People are different. This is reality, and Zhao Ting was undoubtedly a genius. 100 days of foundation building, even among the purple-clad disciples on Tianshan Peak, was unprecedented. This illustrates Zhao Ting's talent. Listening to the praises of other elders, Chu Ningchang felt pride as well, especially on the day of his foundation building. Sect Master Nangong Yao personally visited, smiling as he gave Zhao Ting an evaluation. You are very good. Speaking of Nangong Yao, as the sect master, even though he was busy, throughout this year, he frequently sneaked to the grass hut on the west side of the miscellaneous peak to visit Chen Sun, of course, bringing fine wine. Although Chen Sun spoke madly, his occasional astonishing remarks provided Nangong Yao with significant inspiration and shock, to the point where Nangong Yao felt his own realm subtly loosen. Nangong Yao was deeply grateful and increasingly regarded Chen Sun as a high-level person, a truly high one. At least not someone he could compare to. In Nangong Yao's heart, Chen Sun's status rose higher and higher, almost like a teacher on his path of cultivation. The miscellaneous peak, which Nangong Yao had never set foot on before, miraculously became his sacred place for learning and enlightenment, with Nangong Yao frequently visiting the miscellaneous peak. Although it was discreet and the disciples did not notice, the core elders gradually became aware of it. Elder 4, Chu Ningchang, was okay. She had known about Chen Sun's uniqueness long ago. However, Sect Master Nangong Yao's enthusiasm for that senior still shocked her, making Chen Sun seem even more mysterious in her eyes. At the end of the first year, some disciples of the miscellaneous peak reached their limits, alone and desolate, leaving Dao Tian sect to return to the mundane world. In contrast, Zhao Ting had reached the mid-stage of foundation building, achieving a speed comparable to flying. One evening, Nangong Yao came again to the grass hut on the west side of the miscellaneous peak. Although it is winter, the holy mountain where the Daotian sect is located has never seen snow. It is always like spring, with the sound of insects buzzing in the fields. Chen Sun sits on the ground, shaking his head and talking nonsense to himself. Nangong Yao also sits cross-legged on the ground beside him, showing no disdain for the disheveled appearance, listening earnestly to Chen Sun's ramblings, occasionally brightening his eyes and nodding in agreement, saying, "What you say is true, sir." As usual, when Nangong Yao reaches the grass-covered mountain path, he prepares to take off from the disciplinary peak. Just as he is about to leave, his eyes suddenly shift, and he says irritably, "A bunch of sneaky characters, why don't you come out?" The air falls silent. With a rustling sound, a group of core elders awkwardly emerges from the nearby bushes. The elders look at each other, some clearing their throats, while others shift their eyes, all showing signs of guilt. Nangong Yao turns around, looks at the elders like Lu Yunjian and others, and says lightly, "With your hiding skills, you think you can fool this sect? You elders are quite bold to dare to unite and follow this sect." Indeed, all 9 core elders are present. Seeing that the other elders are looking at him, Lu Yunjian can only clear his throat and say, "Ahem, sect master, you misunderstand. How could we dare to follow you? We were just thinking that the disciplinary peak has never been visited before, and the scenery is nice this evening. So we thought we would come up as a group to enjoy the view. Ahem, running into you is purely a coincidence." Chapter 35, The Shock of the Core Elders. Nangong Yao nods, scanning them, and says, "A group coming to the disciplinary peak to enjoy the scenery. How elegant of you elders." Hee. The elders chuckle awkwardly. Lu Yunjian forces a smile and says, "Are you also here to enjoy the scenery, sect master?" Nangong Yao's expression turns cold. "What? The great elder is now in charge of this sect?" Lu Yunjian quickly bows and says, I dare not. You misunderstand, sect master. Yunjian and the elders were just curious to ask. Just asking." After saying this, he pretends to leave. "Hey, sect master," Lu Yunjian hurriedly calls out. Nangong Yao turns around, glances at the elders, and coldly asks, "All right, no more fooling around. Speak, what brings you here?" The second elder Lu Xianin and the third elder Jiang Bailu exchange awkward glances. It has been a year, and they are not blind. The disciplinary peak seems to have suddenly transformed into a holy place, and the sect master has been quite diligent in coming here. Initially, some elders wanted to come alone or in pairs to take a look, but fearing to anger Nangong Yao, they decided to gather today to discuss coming together. The sect master, no matter how displeased he is, probably wouldn't be angry with the core elders. The elders actually have an inkling of what is going on. They learned some information from Chuningshang. Previously, when they noticed the sect master's unusual behavior, Chuningshang mentioned that there was a great person at the disciplinary peak. The elders were immediately shocked. A great person at the disciplinary peak? After some questioning, due to Chuningshang's concern for Nangong Yao, she did not reveal anything further. At this moment, seeing the elders looking at him expectantly, Nangong Yao can only shake his head helplessly, clasp his hands towards the thatched cottage, and say, "All right. I will tell you. This sect often comes to the disciplinary peak to visit a gentleman." "What? Visit a gentleman?" The elders are shocked, and Chuningshang's heart skips a beat. If she remembers correctly, the sect master had previously referred to him as a senior. Unexpectedly, after a year, the title has deepened. To be called gentleman by the sect master, this person must be extraordinary. In the cultivation world, cultivators of a higher realm are mostly referred to as seniors, and in cases where the realm is unknown or equal, they are called fellow disciples. However, calling someone gentleman carries a deeper respect. Who would have thought that there really is such a great person at the disciplinary peak of the Daotian sect? When did he come in? And why does he remain here? Of course, what intrigues Lu Yunjian and the other elders the most is what kind of person this great man is. Everyone is filled with confusion. Nangong Yao smiles and says, "Do you all remember the day Zhao Ting was conferred the purple robe?" Except for Chuningshang. The expressions of Lu Yunjian and others turn blank. They certainly remember the day Zhao Ting was conferred the purple robe. It was only a year ago, and there was a crazy mortal causing a disturbance at that time, making the memory quite vivid. Thus, everyone looks at Nangong Yao, hoping to get some answers. Nangong Yao remains silent, merely nodding slightly. Seeing this, the elder's pupils gradually constrict. It's him. The gentleman mentioned by the sect master is actually him. No wonder. Everything makes sense now. On the day of the purple robe conferral ceremony, in front of all the sects and factions, such an incident occurred. No one would have had a good outcome, yet the sect master merely glossed over it with a light remark. That incident had troubled the elders for a long time, and today they finally get an answer. Lu Yunjian is momentarily dazed and suddenly stumbles. Fortunately, Lu Xianin and Jiang Bailu on either side quickly support him. "Great elder, what is wrong?" Lu Xianin asks worriedly. The others are also puzzled. Lu Yunjian's face turns pale as he mutters, Sect master. Did I speak harshly to that senior that day? With that incident, I truly did not mean it. If I had known the senior's identity in advance, I definitely would not have dared. Everyone suddenly understands. Nangong Yao sighs helplessly and says, "Great elder, do not worry. As you said, if you had known in advance. Ignorance is no excuse. I will find a time to take you to sincerely apologize to the gentleman." Only then does Lu Yunjian breathe a sigh of relief. Feeling much better, Jiang Bailu suddenly says, "Sect master, I remember that the senior was a friend of Zhao Ting, right? How could Zhao Ting have any connection with the senior? That senior is treated this way even by the sect master, Zhao Ting. Although he is now a disciple in purple robes, still has too great a difference in status." Seeing that the others also cannot comprehend, Chu Ningxiang explains, "I have some understanding of this matter. My disciple, before he was immortal, met the senior by chance the day before he was recruited by our sect." Nangong Yao and the elders nod, and this makes sense. Zhao Ting truly has profound fortune. Not only is his talent outstanding, but he unexpectedly had the chance to meet that senior, truly a person of great fortune. Sectmaster, then why is that Chen senior? A cautious elder hesitantly asks. Though the question is not fully articulated, everyone understands. They simply want to ask why Chen senior is in such a crazy state. Nangong Yao shakes his head and says, "Not at all. You are truly short-sighted. The gentleman is not mad. He is merely playing with the world." As he speaks, a reminiscence appears in Nangong Yao's eyes as he sighs. "What you elders do not know is that previously, when our sect returned from the southern sky, we passed through a remote mountain area and met the gentleman. At that time, the gentleman was not like this but was sitting on the mountain peak, playing a celestial melody that attracted many birds and butterflies. He truly appeared ethereal, like a transcendent figure." The elders' eyes sharpen, and they perk up their ears to listen. They also understand that it must have been from there that the sect master met Chen senior. Listening to the sect master's description, the elders' eyes also reveal longing. Nangong Yao continues, "At that time, I was feeling bold and wanted to approach to make an acquaintance, to introduce myself. But unfortunately, the gentleman said, 'We are just passing acquaintances. No need to mention it,' and then vanished like sand and gravel, truly like a celestial trace." The elders are already dumbfounded, just listening to the sect master's description. That senior is truly extraordinary. It seems he really is playing with the world. Such a person exists in the world. All right, it is getting late. The gentleman is resting. Do not disturb him any further. Just leave with this sect. Nangong Yao waves his hand. Yes, the elders bow in response, but their hearts cannot calm down. Chapter 36. In the blink of an eye, 3 years of chaos in the north. In the second year of Chen Sun at the Daotian sect, he continues to eat, sweep the floor, and sleep every day. Nangong Yao often visits the straw hut, resembling a student, listening to teachings. Every word from Chen Sun, though seemingly the ramblings of a madman, provides great inspiration to Nangong Yao. Sometimes, Nangong Yao comes alone, and other times he brings elders with him. Over time, the core elders gradually become familiar with Chen Sun. After more interactions, they finally understand why the sect leader respects him as a teacher. Sometimes, the words Chen Sun speaks resonate in the elders' minds like the ringing of a great bell, or like a clear spring flowing into their hearts, bringing them significant benefits. The mad words of Chen Sun are unheard of by the elders, yet they remember each one deeply. For example, a tree that can embrace the sky grows from a tiny sprout. A 9-story platform rises from a pile of earth. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Upon first hearing it, the elders do not understand, but upon careful contemplation, they recognize it as truth. Cultivating immortality is a long-term process that requires starting from the smallest details, being grounded, and continuously accumulating effort to achieve the great path. For instance, knowing others is intelligence. Knowing oneself is true wisdom. Conquering others is strength. Conquering oneself is true power. The elders interpret this as meaning that on the path of cultivation, one must not only understand others, but also understand oneself, lest one be overtaken by desires and weaknesses, thus achieving the great path. Another example, the Tao gives birth to one gives birth to two gives birth to three, and three gives birth to all things. This sentence shocks the elders even more, as the Tao is the root of all things, and cultivators should pursue a state of unity with the Tao. Furthermore, heaven and earth are unkind, treating all things as straw dogs. Sages are unkind, treating common people as straw dogs. This statement delivers a blow to the elders on a spiritual level. Cultivators must transcend the worldly notions of good and evil, treating all things with an equal heart, without favoritism or discrimination. Every cultivator comes from the realm of mortals, yet in the end, they do not like their original selves. Why is that? It is worth deep reflection. From Chen Sun's teachings, Lu Yunjian and the other core elders greatly benefit, gaining clarity on many matters. And their resolve in the Tao only feels more solid. Thereafter, whenever Lu Yunjian and the other elders see Chen Sun, they respectfully call him teacher from the bottom of their hearts. In the second year, Zhao Ting broke through to the late foundation establishment stage, and his cultivation speed finally slowed down significantly. He needed more time to solidify his foundation, as the future golden core stage is a major threshold that requires great caution. Perhaps in the early stages, Zhao Ting could rapidly break through with the sect's resources, but once he surpasses the late foundation establishment stage, future breakthroughs would be much slower, requiring years, even decades, or even centuries. A few times, Nangong Yao and the elders were outside the straw hut when they noticed Zhao Ting approaching, quickly hiding to avoid being seen. Then, Nangong Yao and the others secretly watched as Zhao Ting casually placed his arm around Chun Sun's shoulders, their eyelids twitching and their hearts scolding him for his lack of propriety. Thus, Nangong Yao and the others would glance at Chu Ningchong, silently asking, "Fourth elder, your disciple has good talent, but he still needs to be tempered in dealing with people." Whenever this happened, Chu Ningchong could only awkwardly say, "Ignorance is no crime. It's all right for Zhao Ting." Zhao Ting, of course, was completely baffled, thinking he hadn't caused any trouble since coming out of seclusion. So why was his master scolding him for no reason? At the end of the second year, many disciples of the miscellaneous peak reached their limit and left the sect to live their remaining lives in the mundane world. However, they likely acquired some minor cultivation skills, so their mundane lives would still be exciting. As some disciples left, naturally, others were promoted to the outer sect. Although the number was small, it was still a sign of progress. The promoted disciples would still face a tedious, yet hopeful path of cultivation. To put it nicely, these promoted disciples could be seen as continuing the pursuit of the elusive path of immortality for those miscellaneous disciples who left the sect, which is considered a good thing. Perhaps in the end, the path of immortality is equally difficult to find, blending into the masses. But so what? In the third year after Chen Sun arrived at Daotian sect, the North Xian cultivation world fell into chaos. The once stable balance between the righteous and demonic paths suddenly erupted into war. The cause was the exposure of a demonic sect kidnapping righteous sect disciples on missions to turn them into blood slaves. A righteous sect, whose disciples had repeatedly gone missing, discovered the clues and went to the demonic sect to demand an explanation, only to find that over half of the high-ranking figures of the demonic sect from North Xian were gathered there plotting. Once the demonic sect was discovered, they decided to take immediate action, capturing all the high-ranking members and numerous disciples from the righteous sect and imprisoning them in the blood slave hall. From then on, the North Xian cultivation world was thrown into turmoil, and the righteous sects vowed to retaliate against the demonic sect. After being exposed, the demonic sect showed no remorse and became even more rampant, fully revealing their cruel fangs. In this third year, righteous sect disciples frequently went missing, and without exception, it was the work of the demonic path. The righteous sects had not failed to unite and confront the demonic sect, fighting for more than half a year, but unfortunately, they were repeatedly defeated. The reason was that the demonic sect was very united, while many unaffected righteous sects turned a blind eye to the matter. By the end of the third year, the war had calmed down, but everyone knew that this was just a temporary respite. With the righteous path unable to defeat the demonic path, the entire North Xian cultivation world was immersed in the calm before the storm. The major righteous sects issued prohibitions, forbidding disciples from going out, but this could not last long, as it severely hindered the development of the sect. In the short term, it was manageable, but as time passed, the sects would inevitably face a shortage of resources. Thus, as time went by, many righteous sects could no longer hold out and had to lift the prohibitions, sending stewards or protectors to lead teams to quietly go outside. However, they did not expect that the demonic sect had already dispatched people to monitor them day and night, waiting for the right moment to strike. As soon as there was movement, they would carry out kidnappings. Even with stewards and protectors leading the way, various sects still suffered heavy losses. The righteous path had no choice but to issue another prohibition, and for a time, the situation remained deadlocked. At Daotian sect, the entire sect was quieter than in previous years. Meanwhile, the disciples and elders of the human and earth profound peaks mostly wore sorrowful and grave expressions, their minds elsewhere, lacking the desire to cultivate, occasionally glancing towards Daotian Peak with hope and anxiety. At this moment, in the inner cabinet of Daotian Peak, Nangong Yao and a group of core elders sat solemnly, with no one speaking, creating a very serious atmosphere. Nangong Yao took a deep breath and was the first to speak. In a few more days, it will be nearly a year since the conflict between the righteous and demonic paths began in North Xian, right? The elders nodded, their expressions heavy. Who could have predicted that the once stable North Xian would suddenly encounter such events? No wonder the major demonic sects had been behaving themselves for so long. It turns out they were secretly plotting these things. Moreover, this year, Daotian sect has suffered heavy losses as well. After a moment of silence, Nangong Yao said lightly, "Bring me the list." Lu Yunjian was taken aback and quickly took out a list, and handed it over. When the elders saw the list, they pursed their lips and fell silent. Nangong Yao took the list, opened it, and read aloud. 215 outer sect disciples missing, 24 inner sect disciples missing, 1 purple-clad disciple missing. Hearing this, the elders sighed deeply, pain evident in their eyes. Everyone knew that when they said missing, it actually meant they had been captured by the demonic sect to become blood slaves. Jiang Bailu suddenly stood up, heartbroken, and said, "Sect leader, we must rescue Jingyao. If we continue to delay, Jingyao may be in danger." The Jingyao mentioned by the third elder Jiang Bailu is his true disciple, Su Jingyao, who was captured by the demonic sect during an outing and has since been untraceable. The elders sighed, their expressions despondent, feeling both anger and helplessness. The main issue was that up to now, they still did not know which demonic sect had captured these disciples, leaving them with no way to take action. Would they have Daotian's sect confront the entire demonic sect of North Xian? That was absolutely impossible. Daoshanzong is undoubtedly a top orthodox sect in Beixian, but it is not the strongest among the orthodox sections. Not to mention that even if Daoshanzong were the strongest in Beixian, it still wouldn't have the ability to face the entire demonic path. The disciples in purple robes are indeed treasures, but Daoshanzong only has 15. The reality is right in front of us, and there's nothing we can do. If we could accurately know which demonic sect kidnapped the disciples, we would have gone to settle the score long ago. Nangong Yao frowned slightly and said coldly, "Elder 3, please calm down. This matter requires careful consideration. Although Jingyao is indeed a disciple in purple robes and also your true disciple, you should not be biased in your words." As he spoke, Nangong Yao shook the list in front of Jiang Bailu and said, "Are those 215 outer disciples and 24 inner disciples not treasures of my Daoshanzong? What good is being anxious? As the sect master, I am even more anxious than you." Chapter 37, Discussing Going Out. After Nangong Yao finished speaking, a look of shame appeared on Jiang Bailu's face, and he could only bow and admit his fault before sitting down in defeat. The elders, including Lu Yunjian, wanted to comfort him but didn't know how to start, as they also felt very sad. "Sect master, the resources within the sect are being consumed greatly right now. If this continues, in 2 months, the disciples and elders below may not be able to afford their monthly spirit stones," Lu Yunjian said with a bitter expression. "No matter the time, resources are the core of maintaining the balance and operation of the sect, but this balance has been broken. Of course, there is still a large amount of hidden resources in Daoshanzong's inventory, but those resources can only be used in times of life and death crises for the sect. And the current situation is far from that time." Nangong Yao fell silent, not knowing what he was contemplating. "Sect master, in my opinion, why not lift the ban? It has been quite some time, and I don't believe there are still demonic sects lying in wait around us. Moreover, those demonic sects must also be wary of our Daoshanzong." Elder 2, Lu Xian, said solemnly. Jiang Bailu hurriedly responded, "I agree. Recently, I have left the sect and secretly patrolled the surroundings, but I did not find any traces of demonic sections." Hearing Lu Yunjian say this, Lu Xian and Jiang Bailu were momentarily taken aback, their faces showing disappointment. The ban absolutely cannot be lifted. Suddenly, Nangong Yao spoke, "My sect does have a method. I won't say it can restore the balance of our resource pool, but it can allow the sect to operate for a longer time." The elders were puzzled, not understanding how they could replenish the resource pool without lifting the ban. Could it be that they would have to use that hidden batch of resources? Nangong Yao tightened his grip on the list and said sternly, "Elder 5 and Elder 9, listen to my command." Immediately, one elder on each side stood up, walked out to the center of the hall, and bowed. The elder on the left, an old man with white hair, was Elder 5 Wang Tianfu. The one on the right, appearing youthful after taking a rejuvenation pill, was Elder 9 Zhou Tong. Nangong Yao nodded and said, "After you go down, the 2 of you will select some disciples and elders from Rinshu Peak and Dishu Peak to go out, and you 2 core elders will lead the team personally." Upon hearing this, the elders were shocked, but they also nodded slightly. At such times, it is indeed safer for 2 core elders to lead a portion of inner and outer disciples and elders out. The elders also understood the meaning behind the sect master's words. This method could indeed temporarily maintain the operation of the sect. As for why the sect arranged for Elder 5 and Elder 9, the elders quickly figured it out. There was no need to mention Elder 9 Zhou Tong, who had a treasure-finding spirit pet, the Xianwang rat, making him perfectly suited for leading a team. Elder 5 Wang Tianfu, on the other hand, was the strongest elder they could dispatch, because Lu Yunjian, Lu Xian, Jiang Bailu, and Chu Ningchang were often busy within the sect and unable to spare time. "As you command," Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong replied, bowing, just as the 2 were about to leave the inner cabinet after receiving the order. A sudden question from Chu Ningchang made them stop in their tracks. "Sect master, aren't we sending any disciples in purple robes this time?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Bailu's eyes flashed with pain and shock, while the other elders who had true disciples also averted their gazes. What a joke. One disciple in purple robes has already been kidnapped by the demonic sect. How could we possibly send out another? Nangong Yao asked in surprise. Elder 4. What do you mean? Chu Ningchong bowed and said, Sect Master. My disciple Zhao Ting has been immersed in cultivation for many years and has reached a bottleneck in his realm. May I allow Elder 5 and Elder 9 to take Zhao Ting with them? As soon as she finished speaking, Nangong Yao's eyes flickered. However, before he could say anything, the elders could no longer sit still and spoke up one after another. Absolutely not, Elder 4. Zhao Ting is the most gifted disciple in our sect. How can you send him out during such a dangerous time? That's right, Zhao Ting is too important. He should stay safe within the sect. Humph. Chu Ningchong snorted coldly and said, I, as Zhao Ting's master, am willing to let him go out. Yet you elders refuse? The elders were momentarily speechless. Chu Ningchong continued, If the elders are unwilling to send out their own true disciples, what is your intention in stopping me? After saying this, Chu Ningchong looked at the contemplative Nangong Yao and solemnly said, Sect Master, since Elder 5 and Elder 9 are leading the team, it is naturally safer. Moreover, forgive my bluntness, but disciples in purple robes are still disciples. We must not cherish them too much. They need to be tempered. The path of cultivation is filled with uncertainties and dangers. If they do not endure trials and hardships and remain in a greenhouse for years, how can their temperament grow? The elders nodded, unable to argue, feeling a bit ashamed inside. Zhang Bailu said solemnly, Elder 4, now that my disciple has been kidnapped by the demonic sect and his life is uncertain, what if Zhao Ting also encounters an accident? Chu Ningchong replied lightly, It is not that I, as his master, do not cherish my disciple. I just want to say that if Zhao Ting truly encounters an accident, it is also fate. Is there any smooth path in cultivation? Zhang Bailu was taken aback and fell silent. He felt that his understanding in this regard was lacking compared to Chu Ningchong. Very well, then let Zhao Ting go out as well. Zhao Ting has not been in the cultivation world for long. Although his realm has risen rapidly, he still lacks experience and is like a child. Elder 5 and Elder 9 can take good care of him on the way. At this moment, Nangong Yao spoke. Understood. Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong responded. The elders sighed and had no more words to say. They truly did not know how to argue, as Chu Ningchong's words had genuinely struck a chord with them. After Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong left the inner cabinet, they went to inform the responsible elders of Rinshu Peak and Dishu Peak, conveying the sect master's order to select a group of disciples to gather outside the mountain gate. Upon hearing this, the responsible elders of the two peaks immediately agreed and began screening the outer disciples. After bidding farewell to Chu Ningchong, Zhao Ting flew towards the mountain gate on his sword. After 3 years, he was no longer the ordinary person without any cultivation, but a true cultivator in the late foundation establishment stage. Halfway through his flight, Zhao Ting thought it wasn't too urgent, so he changed direction and flew towards the miscellaneous peak. At the miscellaneous peak, some miscellaneous disciples saw a figure flying in on a sword and hurriedly bowed, calling out Senior Brother, until the figure disappeared into the west before they slowly stood up, exchanging wry smiles. Nowadays, who in the miscellaneous peak didn't know that was Senior Brother Zhao Ting in purple robes? He often came to visit Chen Sun, and the disciples had long since become accustomed to it. Chapter 38. The 3-year period has arrived. Chen Sun regains clarity. Brother Chen. As soon as Zhao Ting arrived at the thatched cottage, he called out. But when he entered and saw Chen Sun lying on the bed in a deep sleep, he could only shake his head, not preparing to wake him. Brother Chen is living well, sleeping comfortably every day, Zhao Ting murmured, then looked around the thatched cottage with a helpless gaze. Over the past 3 years, he often wanted to help Brother Chen find a better place to live, but unfortunately, Brother Chen wouldn't listen. Otherwise, with his current status and position, it would be easy for him to help Brother Chen find a new place. Hey, Brother Chen. Recently, the northern Xian cultivation world has been in chaos, with the demonic path rampant. Our Daotian sect has also had many disciples taken, including Senior Sister Su, who has fallen into the hands of demons. This time, I will be going out with the elders. I don't know if it will be dangerous, but I, Zhao Ting, am not afraid. Senior Sister Su has always treated me well, and if I can slay a few demonic cultivators, it might relieve the frustration in my heart. Zhao Ting's gaze was somewhat vacant as he muttered to himself. In fact, Zhao Ting would only say such things to Chen Sun. Having a friend to confide in made him feel somewhat better. At that moment, Zhao Ting felt warmth in his arms and quickly took out a communication talisman, which echoed with the voice of Elder Wang Tianfu. Zhao Ting, you're the last one we need. Hurry to the mountain gate. Yes, Elder Wang. Zhao Ting's expression changed, and he quickly replied. Then, he glanced at Chen Sun on the bed, took out a few jars of fine wine from his storage ring, placed them on the wooden table, turned, and swiftly left the grass hut, flying away on his sword. As soon as Zhao Ting left, Chen Sun slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his gaze was unusually clear, and he murmured to himself, in 5 days, it will be another 3 years. After speaking, his gaze flickered, clarity dissipated, and a hint of madness appeared on his face. At the mountain gate, everyone stood in place. This time, 2 core elders were leading the expedition, along with 1 outer sect elder and 1 inner sect elder, with 100 outer sect disciples and 20 inner sect disciples. At this moment, the inner and outer sect elders and disciples looked respectfully at Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong, not expecting the sect master to suddenly order the 2 core elders to lead the team, which was indeed an honor. With 2 core elders leading, everyone felt a sense of security about this expedition. A figure flew in on a sword, quickly landing outside the mountain gate, attracting the admiring gazes of the disciples. The newcomer, wearing a purple robe of heavenly mystery, was none other than the late-arriving Zhao Ting. Apologies for being late, disciples. Zhao Ting bowed apologetically to Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong. Hee, no problem, Wang Tianfu replied with a calm smile. Zhou Tong also nodded with a smile. How could they blame Zhao Ting, the most talented disciple of the Daotian sect? Seeing the warm demeanor of the 2 core elders towards Zhao Ting, everyone felt envious, secretly praising him as Brother Zhao. Shen He looked at Zhao Ting with satisfaction, thinking that in just 3 years, Zhao Ting had grown to this extent. Indeed, the leading elder from the inner sect this time was Shen He, who had been promoted 3 years ago and was now at the core formation stage. All right, since everyone is here, let us set off. As Wang Tianfu turned and waved his sleeve, a huge spiritual vessel appeared in midair. This vessel was different from Shen He's flying artifact from the past. It was a specific flying treasure for the Daotian sect, called the Tianzhou. The Tianzhou was extraordinary, capable of accommodating more people, flying faster, and possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities. Board the Tianzhou. With Wang Tianfu's low shout, everyone quickly boarded like locusts. The Tianzhou began to vibrate, and the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the disciples guarding the mountain gate, it transformed into a streak of light and flew away. On the Tianzhou, the disciples looked down at the ground with serious and slightly tense expressions. The area of several 100,000 miles was all under the Daotian sect's domain, and it would take considerable time for the Tianzhou to fly out. During this process, everyone had to be extremely cautious, as there might be ambushes from the demonic sect. Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong were seated on the flying vessel, closing their eyes to cautiously extend their spiritual senses. The first few thousand miles should be fine. The demonic sect wouldn't be foolish enough to set an ambush there. But as we get further from the sect, the possibility of ambushes increases. As the Tianzhou flew further away from the Daotian sect, the elders on board became increasingly cautious. Meanwhile, in the hidden forests below, many demonic cultivators lay in wait, coldly staring at the approaching Tianzhou. Hee, the Daotian sect is still the Daotian sect. They dare to send disciples out. It seems their resources are running low, otherwise they wouldn't take such risks. Elder Yu, we are quite far from the Daotian sect now. Just give the order, and we will take action. No rush, no rush. Elder Yu, the speed of the Daotian sect's Tianzhou is extremely fast. If we hesitate any longer, we won't catch up. Listen to this, elder. It's not time to act yet. If I'm not mistaken, the sect master of the Daotian sect must be watching in the shadows. What? What should we do then? What's the rush? We've been waiting here for quite some time. We aren't worried about a little more time. Let the people of the Daotian sect leave safely for now. Before the anxious demonic cultivators could ask anything further, they froze, inwardly exclaiming how clever the elder was. After all, he was an elder and had a brain. Time passed quickly, and 5 days went by. On this day, Nangong Yao, having nothing to do, visited Chen Sun at the grass hut on the west side of the miscellaneous peak again. Upon arriving outside the hut, he saw Chen Sun sitting there drinking wine, which surprised him slightly. Chen Sun seemed different than before. He was much calmer. Nangong Yao didn't think too much about it, walked over, and bowed slightly. Sir, Nangong is here again. Chen Sun took a sip of wine, looked up, and smiled. My humble abode is dilapidated, and I don't have extra stools. Do you mind sitting on the grass with me? Nangong Yao stiffened, slowly raised his head, and saw the young man looking at him with a warm smile. After being taken aback, Nangong Yao's expression turned to joy. Sir, you. Chen Sun slightly raised his chin, gesturing to the grass in front of him. Sit. Nangong Yao quickly nodded and sat on the ground opposite Chen Sun, his delighted gaze occasionally glancing at the now extraordinary Chen Sun, feeling secretly excited. Yes, this was the feeling. Chen Sun seemingly produced a wine cup from nowhere and tossed it to Nangong Yao. Nangong Yao hurriedly caught it, and when he saw Chen Sun picking up the wine jug to pour for him, he was startled and quickly snatched the jug away, saying, I can pour it myself. How could I trouble you, sir? Chen Sun smiled faintly and let him be. Chapter 39. The little snacks delivered to the door. Previously, he had sent plenty of wine to the sir, and now the sir was drinking this osmanthus wine, indicating that the wines he had sent were all gone. Chen Sun smiled, but said nothing. This osmanthus wine was sent by Zhao Ting earlier. Soon, Chen Sun and Nangong Yao were drinking and chatting in this remote mountain area. Nangong Yao did not use spiritual power to dissipate the alcohol's effects, causing his gaze to become hazy and his face to flush. Feeling a bit tipsy, Nangong Yao sighed. Sir, recently the northern Xian cultivation world has been in turmoil, with the demonic sect rampaging, and many righteous sect disciples have been captured to become blood slaves. Even our Daotian sect has lost many disciples, including a disciple in purple robes. Sigh, as the sect master, I feel guilty. May I ask, sir, what should I do? Chen Sun nodded slightly. Zhao Ting had mentioned this to him before. Chen Sun replied calmly, you righteous sects should unite and fight against the demonic sect. Nangong Yao smiled wryly. If only it could be as you say, sir. Unfortunately, the righteous sects in the northern Xian cultivation world cannot unite as one. Chen Sun softly said, if that is the case, then your righteous sects will only be gradually eroded by the demonic sect. By the time those righteous sects finally wake up, it will likely be too late. Nangong Yao nodded, his expression becoming slightly serious. Such a thing must not be allowed to happen. Throughout history, northern Xian has maintained a balance between righteousness and evil. If the demonic sect were to dominate northern Xian, not to mention the righteous sects, even the mortals would suffer greatly. Although in the eyes of the righteous sects, mortals are seen as ants and looked down upon. In the eyes of the demonic sect that practices evil techniques, they are all nourishment. For a long time, the northern Xian cultivation world has been kept in check by the righteous sects, preventing the demonic sect from extending its claws towards the mortals. Of course, the righteous sects maintaining this balance against the demonic sect is not truly for the sake of the mortals, but also for their own interests. After all, once mortals suffer, there will be no fresh blood to replenish the cultivation world. Upon hearing this, Chen Sun glanced back at the thatched cottage and smiled. No need. It's not shabby at all. As the saying goes, a mountain doesn't have to be high. It becomes famous with a celestial being, and water doesn't have to be deep. It becomes spiritual with a dragon. I actually think it's quite good. While speaking, Chen Sun finished his drink, stood up, brushed off the dust from his pants, and picked up a broom, walking outside. Nangong Yao was taken aback, quickly standing up and asking, where's the master going? To sweep the ground. I can't just eat and drink for free at Daotian sect. Nangong Yao looked at the retreating figure, momentarily stunned, and couldn't help but smile bitterly, eventually sighing. What a saying, a mountain doesn't have to be high. It becomes famous with a celestial being. The master truly is the master. After being cooped up in Daotian sect for 3 years, now that he regained clarity, he naturally wanted to cherish the time and go out for a stroll. In the vast territory of Daotian sect, Chen Sun walked slowly, occasionally smiling as he looked around at the beautiful mountains and rivers, marveling at the choice of location for Daotian sect. Although Chen Sun walked slowly, each step he took covered 1,000 miles. When he reached a certain spot, a smile crept onto his lips, and he completely slowed his pace. At the same time, a group of hidden demonic cultivators noticed Chen Sun. Elder Yu, someone else has come out from Daotian sect. One of the demonic cultivators quickly said. In the shadows, the eyes of the demonic cultivators gradually became suspicious. Observing the young man's attire, he didn't seem to be a disciple or elder of Daotian sect. Moreover, what was even more outrageous was the aura the young man exuded. It was ordinary. A mortal? What was going on? Why was a mortal coming out from the direction of Daotian sect? Or was it that this mortal had accidentally wandered into Daotian sect from another direction and ended up here? If that were the case, how unfortunate for this mortal. He had walked right into the faces of their demonic cultivators. Elder Yu, should we capture this mortal and drain some blood for everyone to quench their cravings? One demonic cultivator licked his lips greedily. The other demonic cultivators also lit up with excitement, swallowing hard. They had been lying in wait here for so many days. Now that a little snack had come to their doorstep, how could they not indulge? Yu Sha, the one referred to as Elder Yu, at this moment had flickering eyes, occasionally glancing around, saying, don't act rashly. This mortal's appearance is too strange. It could very well be a ploy from Daotian sect. They might be trying to lure us into revealing ourselves. Upon hearing this, the demonic cultivators exchanged glances. Could it be that Daotian sect was so insidious? One demonic cultivator quickly questioned, Elder Yu, Daotian sect is a righteous sect. Could they really do something like using a mortal as bait? Isn't that something we demonic sects do? Yu Sha's eyes were filled with disdain as he replied, Humph, what righteous sect or not, it's all nonsense. For their own interests. What wouldn't they do? It's just that we demonic sects are more overt about it. The demonic cultivators nodded in agreement, though some were hesitant to fully agree. Perhaps some righteous sects were indeed quite shady, but over the years, Daotian sect had maintained a good reputation. In summary, The demonic cultivators did not believe that this mortal was part of Dao Tian's sect's scheme. One demonic cultivator awkwardly said, "Hee, elder you, we understand the logic. But the brothers just want to satisfy their cravings." At that moment, the demonic cultivators noticed that the mortal was actually walking toward them. Hadn't he been walking straight before? Why did he suddenly turn and come in their direction? The demonic cultivators were bewildered. Yusha also furrowed his brow, his eyes flickering. "Elder you, could he have discovered us?" A demonic cultivator wondered. This was indeed too unusual. They had an invisibility formation here, completely transparent to the mortal's eyes. Yusha relaxed his brow slightly and said faintly, "It's naturally impossible for him to have discovered us. He probably just suddenly wanted to walk in our direction." The demonic cultivators nodded in agreement, and their eyes lit up. This was a chance that had come right to them. They couldn't let it slip by without drinking his blood. Soon, as Qin Sun approached within a yard of them, just a few more steps would bring him through the invisibility formation. Just as the demonic cultivators were grinning with malicious intent, they were shocked to see the mortal suddenly stop in his tracks. What does this mean? Why isn't he coming in anymore? Hey, don't get too excited. The little snack is right in front of us. He can't possibly run away. I'm just puzzled. Why did this mortal suddenly turn and stop at the formation? I mean, is our invisibility formation malfunctioning? Can he see us? No, the formation is functioning well. The demonic cultivators debated among themselves. But Yusha's brow furrowed deeply again as he looked into the eyes of the young man outside the formation. For some reason, he felt as though he had been seen. Just as the demonic cultivators were losing patience and were about to take action to capture Qin Sun, he touched his chin and spoke. "What are you murmuring about here?" The demonic cultivators. What the hell? What did this mean? Could he really see them? Or was he just talking to himself? However, the demonic cultivators dared not deceive themselves any longer, believing it was the former. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? At this moment, even Yusha felt a chill run down his spine, his heart racing, feeling a prickling all over. Yusha steeled himself and asked, "See, can you see us?" Qin Sun nodded, "Of course." Upon hearing this, the faces of the demonic cultivators changed, and their gazes toward Qin Sun shifted completely. This was definitely not a mortal. Moreover, their invisibility formation was supposed to be unbreakable below the transformation stage. Upon deeper reflection, it became a bit horrifying. Yusha swallowed hard and said, "How is this possible? Our invisibility formation." But before he could finish, Qin Sun pointed at the invisible barrier before him and said, "Oh, are you referring to this?" With that, Qin Sun lightly poked, and the barrier shattered into pieces, dissipating. At the same time, the array flags nearby made a loud bang and fell to the ground in disarray, completely destroyed. Now, the faces of Yusha and the other demonic cultivators turned pale, and fear seeped into their eyes as they looked at Qin Sun. Could he be at the transformation stage? With a thud, Yusha's legs went weak, and he was the first to kneel on the ground, trembling. Hundreds of demonic cultivators followed suit, kneeling on the ground, fear consuming them. Why? Why would a transformation stage senior appear in the territory of Dao Tian's sect? They had never seen or heard of such a person before. "Please spare me, senior." Yusha trembled as he spoke. Qin Sun smiled and said, "Weren't you wanting to drink my blood? I'm right here now. What's the matter?" "Not drinking anymore." The demonic cultivators were so frightened they nearly fainted. Indeed, the invisibility formation had not isolated anything. Even their intention to drink blood had been overheard by this individual. Seeing that the situation seemed to have no room for negotiation, Yusha and the other demonic cultivators instinctively wanted to resist, but facing the young man's serene smile, they couldn't muster a shred of courage. Seeing that these demonic cultivators were so frightened they couldn't even speak, Qin Sun lost interest and turned to leave. Forget it. Yusha and the others breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if all their strength had been drained, collapsing on the ground as they watched Qin Sun leave, sending off the senior. Suddenly, Yusha and the others' pupils shook, and their hearts tightened. They saw the young man in the distance, and the wooden sword on his back suddenly shot into the sky. Like a beam of light, it came with a chilling sharpness that made their hair stand on end. Swish! In the next moment, hundreds of heads flew up in unison, and shortly after, they fell to the ground. Each head bore the same expression: fear, despair, wide-open eyes, unable to close in death. Whoosh! I didn't want to hold you accountable, but my sword won't spare you, so it can't be helped. After leaving the territory of Dao Tian's sect, Qin Sun unintentionally arrived at a spirit market. What is a spirit market? A spirit market is a trading place for cultivators, where one can buy with spirit stones or exchange items. As long as one has spirit stones, one can buy many resources for cultivators in the spirit market. As soon as Qin Sun entered the spirit market, he attracted many curious and flickering gazes. This was mainly because almost all the cultivators in the spirit market wore wide-brimmed hats, veils, or even masks. After all, if one were to find treasures in the spirit market, it was easy to attract unwanted attention. Someone as open and straightforward as Chen Sun was indeed rare and quite surprising. Chen Sun naturally didn't care about the many gazes and walked straight ahead. Most of the visitors to the spirit market were loose cultivators, with only a small portion being from cultivation families or sections. This also reflected the difficulties faced by loose cultivators, like Xiao Ting, who found it easier to join a sect and obtain resources. However, everything has its pros and cons. Loose cultivators have their advantages, while joining a sect has its own benefits. At least, disciples of a sect do not enjoy the same freedom as loose cultivators. The spirit market was very quiet, with only the sounds of footsteps and soft murmurs breaking the silence. The cultivators running stalls were also quietly sitting there, with no one calling out to attract customers. Compared to the mundane world, it was indeed quite different. Chen Sun rarely stopped in front of a stall. The other treasures in the spirit market were like draw stam. After a glance, he lost interest. But this stall was different. It was selling wine. At that moment, a masked cultivator sitting at the stall opened his eyes upon noticing someone lingering in front of his stall. When he saw the young man without any disguise, he was evidently taken aback. "You're quite an interesting person," the cultivator said. Chen Sun scanned the wines on the stall and smiled. "What do you mean by that?" The cultivator replied, "In this large spirit market, it seems you are the only one showing your face." Chen Sun squatted down, picked up a wine jug from the stall, opened the cork, and sniffed it before saying, "What difference does it make whether I show my face or not?" The cultivator paused before responding, "It makes no difference. I truly admire your boldness." Chen Sun curled his lips into a smile and raised the wine jug in his hand. "This wine is quite good. I didn't expect to find it for sale in such a remote spirit market." This wine was even better than the one given to him by Nangong Yao, the leader of the Dao Tian sect, which is why Chen Sun made that remark. The cultivator's eyes lit up. "So you understand wine?" Chen Sun replied. "At least it smells rich and fragrant, with a variety of ingredients. Yet the aroma is pure, and this wine must have been aged for many years." The cultivator looked at Chen Sun, his gaze gradually showing appreciation. Chen Sun asked, "How much is this wine worth?" "I'll buy it." Unexpectedly, the cultivator waved his hand and laughed. "You're quite an interesting person and knowledgeable about winemaking. I'll give you this jug of 100 flavors of the world as a gift. Consider it a gesture of friendship." Chen Sun was slightly surprised and looked at the cultivator meaningfully. "Are you sure you want to be friends with me?" Chapter 41. I also know you are not a man. The cultivator was momentarily stunned and then said, "Do you think I have ulterior motives?" Chen Sun smiled indifferently. "Just tell me, how many spirit stones?" The cultivator had no choice but to say, "Then you can give me 100 low-grade spirit stones." So cheap. After paying the spirit stones, Chen Sun picked up the 100 flavors of the world and continued walking through the market, sipping as he went. The cultivator looked down at the 100 spirit stones, then raised his head to watch Chen Sun's retreating figure, his eyes flickering slightly. At the same time, many cultivators who had been eyeing Chen Sun immediately followed him out of the spirit market. The cultivator who had sold Chen Sun the wine also quickly packed up his stall and hurried out. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After a wave of air, Chen Sun emerged from the transparent barrier and turned to look back. Besides the mountains and fields, there was no spirit market to be seen. One could imagine that if a mortal accidentally wandered into the spirit market, they might think they encountered a ghost and be scared to death. Chen Sun took a sip of the 100 flavors of the world and sighed. The name is indeed fitting. After one sip, there are many flavors: sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy, truly the flavors of the world. After saying that, Chen Sun walked on, completely unconcerned about the cultivators chasing after him from the spirit market. A group of about 10 cultivators exchanged glances, all knowing each other's thoughts. Nothing more than murder and theft of treasures. From the moment Chen Sun entered the spirit market, he had caught the attention of these cultivators, and when he casually spent 100 spirit stones on a jug of wine, they directly regarded him as a big fat sheep. Spending so many spirit stones on a jug of wine without even batting an eye, how rich could he be? One masked cultivator said flatly. After speaking, he immediately chased after Chen Sun, while the other cultivators, seeing this, also sharpened their gazes and hurried to follow. As these 10 or so cultivators pursued Chen Sun, the cultivator who had sold him the wine also emerged from the spirit market, quickly changing into a different robe, frowning, and hastening after him. Chen Sun walked at a leisurely pace, and soon, hurried footsteps and the sound of breaking air began to rise behind him. Before long, the group of cultivators rushed in front of Chen Sun, blocking his path. "Stop!" Chen Sun halted, holding the wine jug and cupping his hands with a smile. "What do you mean, everyone?" The cultivators, seeing that Chen Sun could still smile, exchanged glances and then couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Still laughing? Don't you know you're staring death in the face? When did such a top-notch rookie emerge in the Beixian cultivation world? It's one thing to enter the spirit market without any disguise, but to lavish spirit stones on a jug of cheap wine without realizing it. And to be so ostentatious. How foolish can a cultivation rookie be? Chen Sun, puzzled, asked, "What are you all laughing about?" "Haha," one cultivator replied. "We're laughing at you for being an idiot. With those spirit stones to buy a jug of cheap wine, you might as well have given them to us." Chen Sun frowned, looked at the wine in his hand, and then smiled. "Thank you for the reminder. I'll be more careful next time." "Haha." Seeing this, the cultivators laughed even harder. "This really is an idiot. Can't he see our intentions? Next time, we're talking about his next life." Chen Sun then said with a smile, "But this can't be considered cheap wine. I feel like spending 100 spirit stones on it was worth it. After all, spirit stones are valuable. But fine wine is even more precious." The cultivators were momentarily taken aback and lost their patience, their gazes turning cold and fierce. The next moment, like a pack of wolves, they pounced on Chen Sun. The hidden cultivator, seeing Chen Sun not dodging or avoiding, thought he was frightened and immediately focused his eyes, flipped his hand to take out a talisman, infused it with spiritual energy, and threw it into the crowd. "Spirit fire spell, go." The talisman flew rapidly into the crowd, suddenly exploding, and the raging fire instantly burned the surrounding cultivators, causing them to roll on the ground, screaming in agony. Seeing this, the hidden cultivator dashed out, grabbed Chen Sun's arm, and soared into the sky, leaving the area. In just a few breaths, the group of cultivators was burned to ashes. "Friend, why didn't you dodge just now?" Once they were out of the mountains, the cultivator asked in a hoarse voice. Chen Sun countered, "If I'm not afraid, why should I dodge?" The cultivator paused, shocked, and then began to assess Chen Sun, only to find no fluctuations of spiritual energy. He seemed like a mortal. However, it must also have been due to using a concealment technique. The cultivator immediately smiled wryly. "It seems I was overly cautious. After all, if one didn't have some skill, no one would foolishly appear so openly in the spirit market." Chen Sun then raised the wine jug in his hand and laughed. "It's not overly cautious. I just finished this 100 flavors of the world. Do you have any more? I want to buy a few more jugs." Hearing this, the cultivator stepped back 2 paces and said, "You actually know it was me?" He had intentionally altered his voice just now, not expecting to be recognized by this person. This was a bit serious. In the cultivator's eyes, Chen Sun became somewhat inscrutable. Chen Sun merely smiled. "What is so surprising? I also know you are not a man." The cultivator was taken aback, looking at Chen Sun in shock. After a long silence, she removed her headpiece, and a cascade of purple hair flowed down like a waterfall. She then took off her mask, revealing a beautifully delicate face with enchanting eyes. Jimengli, no longer speaking in a male tone, smiled wryly. "You truly are a remarkable person." Chen Sun remained silent, merely shaking the empty wine jug in his hand as a gesture. Jimengli immediately took out a bottle and handed it over, saying, "You don't need to pay any spirit stones. It's rare to meet someone like you who understands wine, so I gift it to you." When she was at the spirit workshop, Jimengli noticed that the other party only sniffed the wine and immediately identified over 100 ingredients, which made her realize he was someone knowledgeable about wine. Chen Sun pulled out a handful of spirit stones and stuffed them forward, smiling. "I can't owe you anything." Jimengli was taken aback, not understanding, and could only accept the spirit stones helplessly, saying, "I am Jimengli. May I ask your name, friend?" Chen Sun, Chen, as in old affairs, and Sun, as in to seek. Jimengli nodded, secretly noting it down, and sighed. "I just wanted to find a kindred spirit in wine to drown my sorrows. I wonder if Brother Chen could accompany me for a drink?" Hearing this, Chen Sun shrank back the earthly flavors he had just bought and said, "I can, but since it was you who proposed drinking, I can't force you. Moreover, as the listener, it would be fair for you to provide the wine next, right?" Jimengli was dumbfounded. She had truly never encountered such a person before, but it also made her feel quite interesting. She then smiled broadly. "That is only right." Subsequently, Chen Sun and Jimengli found a lake and sat down in a dilapidated pavilion by the lake. Jimengli took out 4 or 5 jugs of earthly flavors and placed them on the stone table, but when she went to take out wine cups, she was stopped by Chen Sun waving his hand. Confused, Jimengli listened to Chen Sun. "The scenery is so beautiful. Why do we need wine cups? This earthly flavor is best enjoyed straight from the jug. Isn't it delightful?" Jimengli glanced at the scenery and laughed. Indeed. Chapter 42, The Saintess of the Demon Sect. Jimengli, why are earthly flavors brewed by people? Chen Sun took a sip and smacked his lips, saying. Jimengli smiled and cupped her hands. Mengli is unworthy. Chen Sun looked at her and said, "You are talented." He then continued, "The ingredients for brewing earthly flavors are not easy to obtain. They are mixed with the 4 seasons and spread across the land. You are quite generous to sell them to me cheaply." Jimengli's eyes brightened. What Brother Chen said is true. In my early years, to brew this earthly flavor, I ran all over the North Xian, and even went to the misty snowfield north of North Xian for one of the ingredients, almost losing my life there. Chen Sun nodded slightly, teasingly saying, I didn't expect you, a woman, to be such a wine enthusiast. That's truly rare. Ji Mengli laughed heartily. I can't take credit for that. Despite being a woman, Ji Mengli had a carefree personality, displaying quite a masculine spirit. However, she quickly restrained her smile, a hint of sorrow clouding her beautiful face, and said, wine is a good thing. When one is drunk, many unhappy things can be forgotten. Chen Sun shook his head. True, but it is only temporary, isn't it? Ji Mengli murmured. Temporary is good too. Seeing this, Chen Sun stopped speaking and focused on drinking and enjoying the view. Ji Mengli said, Brother Chen, after you learned my name earlier, you were not surprised or even a bit afraid. So I take it you have not heard of me before. Chen Sun smiled. It's not that I am not surprised or afraid, but there is nothing in this world that can truly surprise or frighten me. Ji Mengli was taken aback. What an arrogant tone. She shook her head helplessly, thinking that Chen Sun had drunk quite a bit and was speaking nonsense. If Mengli were to say that I come from the demon sect, would Brother Chen be afraid? Ji Mengli looked at Chen Sun, asking with some concern. Chen Sun glanced at her and smiled. Even if the heavenly king stood before me, I would not be afraid. What is a mere demon sect? Ji Mengli was dumbfounded, quickly looking up at the sky and making a shushing gesture, saying, Shoo, Brother Chen, such blasphemous words should not be spoken. We cultivators are most wary of the heavenly Tao. You must be truly drunk. Chen Sun shook his head, indifferent. Sigh, I am powerless. Ji Mengli forced a bitter smile, then looked at Chen Sun, saying with difficulty, Mengli is the saintess of the great Yin demon sect, and the sect master is my biological father. As she spoke, Ji Mengli kept looking at Chen Sun, but found no change in his expression, remaining unmoved, which shocked her even more. He isn't afraid at all, Chen Sun then said. As the saintess of the demon sect, and with a sect master father, you must have been accustomed to the sect's actions since childhood. Why would you have such thoughts? Ji Mengli bit her lip and said, if cultivators harm each other, it is normal in the cultivation world. But I have seen with my own eyes how they capture mortals to refine pills and spells, including the elderly, women, and children. The youngest was merely a few years old. I clearly remember that he was dragged and thrown in front of the alchemy furnace, desperately shouting to me, Sister, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. It was from that day on that I grew to loathe the demon sect and traveled outside, during which I brewed this earthly flavor. Chen Sun nodded slightly, feeling that the wine in his mouth had become a bit bitter. He hadn't expected that this earthly flavor had such a layer of meaning behind it. Chen Sun remained silent, sighing inwardly. The world is unpredictable, and a kind-hearted person was born in the demon sect, a matter of fate and chance. However, Chen Sun did not show much emotional fluctuation, having lived countless years. He had seen many aspects of the world. Ji Mengli looked down. Whatever will be, will be. My life has already been bound by the demon sect, and it is difficult to escape. Chen Sun smiled slightly, stood up, and said, It's getting late. I shall take my leave. Ji Mengli hurriedly stood up and said, Thank you, Brother Chen, for listening to me today without annoyance. I feel much better. If Brother Chen is interested, you are welcome to visit the Great Yin Demon Sect anytime. We'll see, Chen Sun said as he walked out of the pavilion, gradually moving further away until he disappeared from sight. Ji Mengli watched him leave, feeling a sense of regret. A friend in wine is worth 1,000 cups. This Chen Sun is enigmatic and carefree, truly a remarkable person. Sigh. Ji Mengli sighed, leaving the pavilion and soaring into the sky towards the direction of her sect. A few days later, in the territory of the Dao Tian sect, a group of elders and disciples returning from outside stood there, their faces shocked as they looked at the corpses and heads lying everywhere. At first glance, there were hundreds of headless corpses. Zhao Ting had never seen such a scene, his face pale, unable to suppress his urge to vomit. The inner and outer disciples also had their pupils constricting, feeling terrified. Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong scanned the area with grave expressions. These hundreds of corpses were all from the demon cult. Suddenly, Wang Tianfu spotted a head and exclaimed, Yusha, that seems to be Yusha from the Great Yin Demon Sect. Upon hearing the name of the Great Yin Demon Sect, everyone shuddered, because the Great Yin Demon Sect is one of the top sects among the demon sects in North Xian. Zhou Tong's expression changed, and he quickly walked over to take a closer look, saying, Elder 5 was right. This truly is the fourth elder of the Great Yin Demon Sect, Yusha? It was clear that these demon cult practitioners from the Great Yin Demon Sect had set an ambush here. The destroyed array flags nearby were enough to explain everything. Although Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong were core elders, with so many demon cult practitioners present, especially with the rumored mid-nascent soul Yusha leading them, if they were ambushed, the outcome was indeed uncertain. Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong exchanged glances, feeling a lingering fear. The two could tell that the Yusha and his group of demon cult practitioners had been instantaneously killed. It was the kind of instant kill with no chance to resist. Just from the smooth severing of each headless corpse and head, one could tell. Who on earth did this? Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong swallowed hard, and couldn't help but wonder if the missing disciples of their Dao Tian sect were taken by the Great Yin Demon sect? Yes. Chapter 43, The Agreement. The heavenly ship quickly swept into the Dao Tian sect. In an instant, countless discussions of shock erupted from various peaks. Meanwhile, in the inner cabinet of Dao Tian Peak, Nangong Yao and 9 core elders were all present. Everyone looked coldly at the hundreds of corpses neatly arranged on the ground. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly solemn. The sect master, Jing Yao, and those disciples must have been captured by the Great Yin Demon sect. This Yu Sha is the 4th elder of the Great Yin Demon sect, which is a well-known fact. Zhang Bailu pointed at the corpses scattered all over the ground and said indignantly. The elders furrowed their brows, and their fists in their sleeves quietly clenched. The 3rd elder was right. It was almost certain that the Great Yin Demon sect was the one targeting their Dao Tian sect. However, what puzzled the elders was who else, besides the hidden ambushing demon cultivators, could be responsible? Master, when the 9th elder and I returned, we discovered many decapitated bodies from the Great Yin Demon sect. Surrounding the corpses were destroyed formation flags, and these corpses have been dead for some time, Wang Tianfu said solemnly. Just as the elders were racking their brains in confusion, Nangong Yao, who had been frowning deeply, suddenly relaxed his brow and sighed. If our sect's guess is correct, it should be the master. The master? The elders' hearts skipped a beat. Isn't the master usually at the miscellaneous peak? Over the past 3 years. Aside from that one time he went to the Tianxian Peak martial arena, it seems he hasn't left the miscellaneous peak at all? Nangong Yao smiled and said, the day before yesterday, our sect went to the miscellaneous peak to look for the master, but we didn't find him. We guessed that the master might have left the sect. What you don't know is that for some reason, the master has returned to the appearance we first saw him in back then. Oh, the elders were shocked and dumbfounded. If what the sect master said is true, and the master has indeed left the sect recently, then it is very likely that it was the master who did this. Otherwise, it's hard to think of anyone else who could have the strength to instantaneously kill hundreds of demon cultivators, including Yu Sha. The sect master could certainly take down these demon cultivators, but he would never be able to do it instantaneously. Moreover, the ambush formation set by the demon sect was extremely clever and hard to detect. We can ask the master when the time comes. Thinking of this, Lu Yunjian couldn't help but ask, Sect master, has the master returned? Nangong Yao shook his head. Our sect hasn't gone to the miscellaneous peak in the past 2 days, so we don't know if the master has returned. Nangong Yao took a deep breath and said solemnly, right now, the urgent matter is the Great Yin Demon sect. Previously, we didn't know which demon sect was targeting our Dao Tian sect, and we had no way to deal with it. But now that we know, we cannot do nothing. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the elders became serious. Lu Xianyin asked, Sect master, what should we do next? Before Nangong Yao could speak, Zhang Bailu said angrily, what else can we do? Of course, we directly attack the Great Yin Demon sect. How dare they bully our Dao Tian sect? This time, we must bloodily wash the Great Yin Demon sect. Lu Xianyin was momentarily taken aback and then said in a low voice, 3rd elder, do not underestimate the Great Yin Demon sect. In the North Xian region, they are also a top-tier demon sect. If our Dao Tian sect recklessly attacks, the outcome will only be a mutual destruction. Moreover, now that the North Xian is in chaos, if our sect suffers severe damage at this time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhang Bailu moved her lips, sighed, and fell silent. Nangong Yao looked helplessly at the two and then said, Great elder. Lu Yunjian stepped forward and bowed. Here. Nangong Yao pondered for a moment and instructed, immediately draft a letter to the Great Yin Demon sect, stating that 3 days from now, our sect invites the Great Yin Demon sect's sect master to meet at the White Fox Ridge. Lu Yunjian responded, understood. The elders nodded. Understanding the sect master's intention, if the Great Yin Demon sect could hand over disciples like Jing Yao, it could prevent a major battle. But if they were unwilling to hand them over, then they could only fight. Noon. Miscellaneous peak, cafeteria. Chen Sun took a portion of food and sat down nearby. Eating slowly, the miscellaneous disciples looked on in astonishment. Is this still Chen Sun? Didn't he used to eat like a wolf, devouring food as if he were a tornado, consuming at least dozens of servings? What's wrong today? Is he in a bad mood? But soon, the disciples gradually realized with shock that Chen Sun seemed different from their impression. Is Chen Sun normal now? One disciple with a food tray approached cautiously, slightly respectful, and tentatively called out, Chen Sun? Although Chen Sun was an ordinary person, no disciple at the miscellaneous peak dared to provoke him. They would all be courteous upon seeing him. This is because Chen Sun is a friend of Zhao Ting, and over the years, the friendship between Zhao Ting and Chen Sun has been observed by the miscellaneous disciples, who feel envious. Chen Sun paused his chopsticks, turned his head, and smiled gently. What's the matter? The disciple's pupils constricted, and he quickly waved his hand, awkwardly laughing. Huh? Nothing, nothing. The madman who went crazy for 3 years has suddenly returned to normal. My goodness. Just eat your meal and stop mumbling. Finish eating and get back to work. At that moment, the plump steward Xianxiafu arrived, shouting. Many disciples were immediately frightened and quickly finished their meals, putting down their trays and fleeing in a hurry. Humph. Xianxiafu snorted coldly, then noticed Chen Sun. His expression changed slightly, and he rubbed his hands together, approaching respectfully and saying in a low voice, Senior, how is the food? Does it suit your taste? To the miscellaneous disciples, Xianxiafu's behavior seemed normal. They thought he was trying to curry favor with Chen Sun and get close to the purple-clad senior brother Zhaoting. Chen Sun smacked his lips and pointed at the dishes in his tray with his chopsticks, saying, 6 dishes and 1 soup. This food is quite good. Xianxiafu stumbled, his face filled with shock. It wasn't because of Chen Sun's evaluation of the food, but rather his demeanor. This. Xianxiafu swallowed hard and cautiously said, as senior you. Chen Sun naturally understood what Xianxiafu was referring to, so he just smiled. After putting the food tray in the washing basin, he left. Xianxiafu was left standing there in disbelief, finally exclaiming with a long sigh, I see, I see. The sect master said that the senior enjoys playing with the world. It seems that the senior's unpredictability is normal. However, after the senior has returned to normal, he truly possesses an extraordinary and transcendent aura. Awakened, Xianxiafu hurriedly chased after him. Senior, let me see you off. Chapter 44. The Conspiracy of the Great Yin Demon Sect. During this time, it was quiet, and Chen Sun's gaze was focused, occasionally nodding slightly, completely different from the frenzy of his previous state. It wasn't until the hour of the rooster, when the sun set and the sky darkened, that Chen Sun finally closed the wordless book. Just then, a rustling sound of footsteps in the grass could be heard. Chen Sun was not surprised and looked up. He saw Nangong Yao, Lu Yunjian, and 9 other core elders arriving together, with Nangong Yao carrying 2 jars of wine and a roast chicken. When Nangong Yao and the others saw Chen Sun, their expressions turned to joy. They hurried forward, bowing. We meet the master. If this scene were seen by the elders and disciples of the Daotian sect, they would surely be shocked. Here were the supreme sect master and 9 core elders, behaving so respectfully. Chen Sun nodded. Sit. Nangong Yao, Lu Yunjian, and the other elders immediately complied, sitting down on the ground without caring whether it was dirty or not. After sitting down, the 9 elders looked up at Chen Sun, who was smiling, and quickly lowered their heads, filled with astonishment. How could they not see that the master was indeed, as the sect master said, no longer in that mad state? However, because of this, the elders felt much more restrained in front of Chen Sun. In their eyes, the master was sitting there, still smiling. But the invisible aura he projected was even stronger than that brought by the sect master. Master, Nangong Yao handed over the 2 jars of wine and the roast chicken. Chen Sun accepted them and smiled. I was just about to go to the cafeteria. This roast chicken came at the right time, still steaming and warm. Nangong Yao laughed, knowing that the master never missed his 3 meals a day, so he brought the roast chicken for the master to enjoy. Lu Yunjian chuckled. Master, you don't know? This roast chicken was personally prepared by the sect master. Mind your words, Nangong Yao scolded. Lu Yunjian was taken aback and quickly shut his mouth, looking innocent. The other elders wanted to laugh at the great elder's behavior, but held it back. After all, he was the great elder. They couldn't laugh for fear of being targeted later. Chen Sun picked up the whole roast chicken and took a bite, chewing and swallowing before praising. Not bad. The meat is fresh and delicious, fatty but not greasy, tender yet not falling apart. Nangong Yao was delighted. As long as the gentleman likes it, that's good. Chen Sun took out a pot of 100 flavors of the world and handed it over. You treated me to roast chicken, so let me treat you all to some wine. This wine is called 100 Flavors of the World, a fine brew. You should give it a try. Although there was only this one pot of 100 Flavors of the World, Chen Sun naturally didn't mind sharing it with Nangong Yao and the others. That's just how 100 Flavors of the World is. No, Nangong Yao quickly waved his hand, but Chen Sun had already forcefully shoved it into his hands. So he had no choice but to accept it, thanking the gentleman for the wine. Chen Sun smiled faintly and began to enjoy his meal with a drink in his left hand and chicken in his right. Seeing Chen Sun eat so happily, Nangong Yao and the others couldn't help but swallow their saliva. However, they had already been fasting for many years and hadn't eaten such things. In the cultivation world, cultivators generally start taking fasting pills when they reach the mid-stage of qi refinement. Logically speaking, consuming mundane food would only cause impurities to accumulate in the body, hindering cultivation. Yet the gentleman eats 3 meals a day, seemingly without any impact. Soon, Nangong Yao and the others took out wine cups and poured a cup for each of the 9 elders. And the pot of 100 flavors of the world was nearly empty. After tasting the wine, the expressions of the crowd varied. To be honest, the wine was decent and pure, but the mixed flavors of sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy made it somewhat uncomfortable. However, everyone naturally praised it as good wine. Sir, in the territory of Daotian's sect, we discovered hundreds of corpses of demonic cultivators, all beheaded. Before Nangong Yao could finish, Chen Sun casually remarked, I did it. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao and Lu Yunji's pupils contracted. It was indeed the gentleman's doing. Instantly killing hundreds of demonic cultivators, including Yusha, truly showed the gentleman's unfathomable realm. Although they hadn't witnessed the scene, they imagined it must have been quite brutal, given the expressions of terror on those severed heads, which they all had seen. Wang Tianfu stood up and bowed sincerely. Zhou Tong also hurriedly got up. Chen Sun waved his hand. It's no bother. I happened to pass by there and found someone hiding. I was just curious to see what was going on, but they wanted to drink my blood. So I had to strike hard. The crowd, what a decisive strike. Nangong Yao and the others couldn't help but smile wryly. Those demonic cultivators were truly unfortunate. Of all the blood to drink, they dared to aim for the gentleman's. No wonder they met their end. In the Dian demon sect, a 1,000-mile crane arrived. A disciple quickly delivered the contract tied to the crane's leg. In the great hall of the demon sect, the sect leader, Ji Wucong, coldly smiled. What a Daotian sect. Bang! Ji Wucong suddenly smashed a cup onto the hall floor, startling the elders into hurried bows. Ji Wucong clenched his fists and said fiercely, Sect leader, should we go to Bifling? An elder hesitantly asked. Go. Of course, we must go. Ji Wucong replied expressionlessly. Elders, listen up. The elders bowed. Present. A sinister smile slowly appeared on Ji Wucong's face as he said, take this time to set up a net at Bifling. Upon hearing this, the elders were secretly startled, understanding Ji Wucong's intentions. Immediately, someone stood up and said, Sect leader, the Daotian sect chose Bifling as the meeting place to guard against us. The terrain there is treacherous, and with Nangong Yao's preparations, it won't be easy for us to take him down. Humph, Ji Wucong coldly snorted. Even if we can't take down Nangong Yao, we must heavily injure him. Once Nangong Yao is severely injured, our Dian demon sect can immediately unite with other demon sections. Isn't the righteous and demonic path at a standoff now? Since Nangong Yao dares to kill our sect elder, then let us first take action against his Daotian sect. Completely open up the situation. Shock the North Xian. The elders trembled slightly at this, not expecting the sect leader to have such intentions, and couldn't help but feel excited and bloodthirsty. It seemed this plan was feasible. Therefore, the objective of going to Bifling was very clear. Even if they couldn't kill Nangong Yao, they must severely injure him. Once Nangong Yao was severely injured, the Daotian sect would be like a headless dragon. At that time, they would unite with other demon sects to bring the Daotian sect to its knees. Chapter 45, Atop Bifling. In the grass hut on the west side of the miscellaneous peak, Nangong Yao and the others had just left when Xiaoting arrived. Brother Chen, Chen Sun yawned, just about to go inside to sleep, and said, I'm going to rest. You really know how to pick your moments. Damn, Brother Chen. Are you crazy? Seeing Xiaoting's excited appearance, Chen Sun smiled faintly, not crazy for now. At this moment, Xiaoting couldn't care less about the word temporarily. He looked Chen Sun up and down, not hiding his happiness. Then he pulled Chen Sun to sit down, took out 2 pots of wine from his storage ring, handed one to Chen Sun, and said, Come on, Brother Chen, I want to have a good chat with you. Oh my God, I'm so happy you can recover. Don't get too excited, Chen Sun said, feeling a bit helpless. What do you mean by recover? I'm not sick. Chen Sun had just finished drinking wine, and now Xiaoting was pulling him to drink again. However, seeing Xiaoting genuinely happy for him, Chen Sun didn't refuse. The two then chatted idly, during which Xiaoting proudly boasted about being a 100-day foundation builder, the #1 talent of the Daotian sect, and that he was now a late-stage foundation cultivator, saying he would protect Chen Sun. Chen Sun just smiled and said nothing. After an unknown period, Xiaoting, feeling a bit tipsy, said, Brother Chen, there's something I have to tell you that will definitely shock you. Chen Sun, go ahead. Chen Sun nodded seriously. Hearing you say that, it seems really impressive. Xiaoting rolled his eyes at Chen Sun and said, Brother Chen, I don't like to hear that. Is it just a bit impressive? It's extremely impressive. I heard Elder Wu say that the senior wiped out that group of demonic cultivators with just one move. Chen Sun was annoyed by Xiaoting's chatter, rubbed his temples, and said, All right, one move is one move. Okay, I'm drunk and want to sleep now. Let's talk another day. Xiaoting was dumbfounded. Seeing Chen Sun get up and head into the grass hut, he hurriedly stood up and said with a bitter smile, Brother Chen, at least give me some face and be shocked, okay? Hearing the grass hut fall silent, Xiaoting sighed. realizing that Chen Sun was just a mortal and wouldn't understand what he was saying. He could only shake his head helplessly, pick up the empty wine pot from the ground, and leave. 3 days later. Bifling. The mountain range is named after the white fox. But it doesn't mean that this place is a white fox den. From a distance, the mountain looks like a white fox lying down. Surrounding Bifling are several large and small cultivation sects, and with Bifling's treacherous terrain, it is rarely visited by people. At this moment, atop Bifling, 3 people from the Daotian sect had arrived. The sect leader Nangong Yao, the second elder Lu Xianin, and the third elder Jiang Bailu, Lu Yunjian, and Chu Ningxiang. One being the first elder and the other the fourth elder, stayed behind to handle affairs and did not come along. The wind at the top of Bifling was quite strong, blowing Nangong Yao and the others' hair and robes. Sect leader, the people from the Dian Demon sect won't not come, right? Jiang Bailu frowned, displeased. To be honest, he was anxious because his disciple Jing Yao was likely in the hands of the Dian Demon sect. Nangong Yao looked at a certain spot and calmly said, "They will come." Sect leader, the demon sect is cunning, not to mention the Dian Demon sect. A first-rate demon sect. I'm worried they will play tricks. Lu Xianin scanned the surroundings and said with concern. Nangong Yao sighed. Our sect is naturally aware of this. But unfortunately, disciples like Jing Yao are in their hands. We have no initiative. Being able to set the meeting place at Bifling is already very beneficial for us. Lu Xianin nodded solemnly, understanding this point. Jiang Bailu sighed and muttered, if only that day the gentleman hadn't killed Yusha, but captured him instead. Then we would have had some bargaining chips against the Dian Demon sect. Shut your mouth. Nangong Yao suddenly shouted. Jiang Bailu was startled and immediately covered his mouth. Humph. Nangong Yao coldly snorted. Since when do you, Jiang Bailu, have the right to evaluate what the gentleman does? Jiang Bailu's heart trembled. Nangong Yao shot a cold sideways glance. And if it weren't for the master taking action to eliminate the ambushing Yusha and the others, how could the 2 elders and Zhao Ting return to the sect safely? Third elder, you have spoken out of turn in front of our sect more than once or twice. If there is a next time, our sect will not easily spare you. Jiang Bailu hurriedly lowered her head. Sect master, please don't be angry. It was my slip of the tongue. Beside her, Lu Xianin pursed his lips. Suddenly feeling a sense of foreboding, he abruptly looked towards the horizon and said, Sect master, the Dian Demon sect is coming. Nangong Yao looked in that direction, his expression slightly tightening. Whoosh. Several streams of light swept across the sky with incredible speed, reaching the peak of Baihu Ridge in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, the streams of light transformed into 4 figures, landing before Nangong Yao and the others. It was Ji Wucang from the Dian Demon sect along with 3 elders. Seeing this, Nangong Yao's eyes flickered slightly. Jiang Bailu and Lu Xianin also felt their hearts tighten, becoming vigilant. It is customary for the 2 sects to meet for discussions, each led by their sect master and 2 elders. But the Dian Demon sect has brought 3 elders besides their sect master. What do they intend to do? Sect master Nangong. Long time no see, Ji Wucang said, clasping his hands and smiling amiably. However, as the leader of a demon sect, his sinister appearance paired with that friendly smile felt quite strange. Ji Wucang's eyes flickered, and he said, Sect master Nangong, you and I in the righteous and demonic paths rarely interact, but since you have invited our sect to Baihu Ridge, let us get straight to the point. Nangong Yao replied calmly, ha ha ha. Ji Wucang suddenly threw his head back and laughed, unsure if it was mockery or jest, then suddenly stopped, saying, Chapter 46, Yuanying Self-Destruction. As soon as these words were spoken, the howling winds on Baihu Ridge seemed to stop. Nangong Yao's expression remained unchanged. But Lu Xianin and Jiang Bailu's pupils contracted slightly, cursing inwardly. The other party clearly knew that Yusha and the other demonic cultivators were dead. Yet they still said such things, clearly unwilling to hand over the Daotian sect disciples. Nangong Yao furrowed his brows and said, Since sect master Ji knows that your sect's 4th elder and others have perished, why say such things? Nangong Yao's tone grew heavier. Do not confuse the issue. Our sect's disciples have never provoked your Dian Demon sect, but you were the ones who initiated hostilities and plundered. As for your 4th elder and others, they set an ambush in our sect's territory. They brought this upon themselves, so do not blame anyone else. Ji Wucang laughed heartily, a sinister grin stretching from ear to ear. The wind at the mountain peak howled, growing colder. Nangong Yao and Ji Wucang exchanged icy glares, while the elders from both sides stared at each other without blinking, as if a full moon bow was about to be drawn tight. After a moment, Nangong Yao took a deep breath, turned with the 2 elders, and prepared to leave. If they could not reach an agreement, there was no need to continue the discussion. Sect Master Nangong, do you think our sect will let you leave safely? At this moment, Ji Wucang said with a smile. Nangong Yao paused, turning his head to ask, what does Sect Master Ji mean? Do you think having one more elder than our sect gives you the right to do something outrageous? Lu Xianin and Zhang Bailu turned around, closely watching Ji Wucang and the others, vigilant but unafraid. They could not be held back. However, they couldn't help but curse inwardly. The demon sect truly had no shame. My sect's fourth elder Yusha cannot die in vain. Ji Wucang smiled, then raised his hand to clap. One of the demon sect elders immediately sat cross-legged, took out a formation flag, silently recited a mantra, and infused it with spiritual power. Nangong Yao sensed something, and his eyes changed slightly as he shouted, "Go!" Lu Xianin and Zhang Bailu's hearts tightened, and they followed Nangong Yao to flee Baihu Ridge. However, at that moment, numerous dark, eerie lights flashed on Baihu Ridge, casting the already gloomy ridge into an even more sinister light, resembling hell. The eerie lights slithered like snakes, quickly weaving together from all directions to envelop the entire Baihu Ridge. This sudden scene also alarmed nearby cultivation sects, who rushed towards Baihu Ridge to see what was happening. Could it be that a treasure was appearing? At the same time, the three of them stood in midair, their escape route blocked by the eerie light. Not good. Lu Xianin shouted, his face grave. Sect Master, the Dian Demon Sect has actually set up a great formation in advance. Nangong Yao's expression remained unchanged, but his fists slowly clenched and his eyes turned dark. Choosing Baihu Ridge, which was relatively close to the Daotian sect, was meant to intimidate the opponent. He never expected the Dian Demon Sect to be so audacious. Even more unexpected was that Ji Wucang could set up a grand formation here in just 3 days. Today would likely not end well. Zhang Bailu suddenly turned around, pointing at Ji Wucang, and shouted, "Despicable and shameless." Ji Wucang did not speak, but one of the elders behind him laughed coldly. What if we are despicable and shameless? We are the demon sect. Do not expect us to abide by your righteous sect standards. Zhang Bailu was furious but found herself at a loss for words. Suddenly, Lu Xianin spoke with some urgency. Sect Master, Third Elder, do you feel it? The spiritual power in our bodies is slowly depleting, although it is very slow. It is indeed draining. Nangong Yao and Zhang Bailu naturally sensed it too, looking up at the great formation with increasingly serious expressions. It must be the doing of this demonic formation. This demonic formation was truly strange. They had never heard of it before. No wonder it was a top-tier sect like the Dian Demon Sect, with such deep foundations. This is the U-Snake suppressing dragon great formation, which isolates everything. If cultivators cannot escape from this formation, the longer they stay, the faster their spiritual power will deplete. The drained spiritual power will all be absorbed into the U-Snake suppressing dragon great formation. With this back and forth, you will grow weaker, and the formation will become increasingly indestructible. In the end, the dragon spirit of the formation will manifest and devour you. The demon sect elder sitting cross-legged with the formation flag sneered. Ji Wucang and the other 2 elders also revealed sinister smiles. Hearing this, Nangong Yao and the others took a deep breath. They did not need the Dian Demon Sect elder to explain. Through their perception and the changes in the formation, they could discern the nature of the formation. It was indeed an extremely insidious formation. Second elder, you break the formation. Third elder, stay with me to block them. Nangong Yao immediately shouted. At this moment, they could not delay any longer. Ji Wucang and the others would definitely not sit by and watch them break the formation. So they had to let one person break the formation while the others held them back. Yes, Zhang Bailu took out a whisk and said. Nangong Yao glared at the demon sect elder sitting cross-legged, conveying through sound, Second elder, if you find it difficult to break the formation later, find an opportunity to seize that formation flag. Lu Xianin nodded heavily. Seeing this, Ji Wucang chuckled coldly and said, Third elder, come with me to meet Nangong Yao and Zhang Bailu. Fourth elder, just guard the fifth elder, holding the formation. Do not let him be ambushed. The fourth elder of the demon sect nodded in agreement, understood. For the moment, what they needed to do was not to defeat the 3 from the Daotian sect, but to delay them as long as possible. As time passed, the 3 from the Daotian sect would exhaust their spiritual power and ultimately fall apart without any attack. Boom. The next moment, both sides began to fight. Various techniques were unleashed, dazzling to the eye. The powerful aura of the Yuanying shook Baihu Ridge, causing the earth to tremble for miles around. Lu Xianin, seeing this offensive, was anxious and frantically contemplated the U-Snake suppressing dragon great formation. If only the 6th elder had come with them. Among the Daotian sect, the 6th elder was the most adept at formations. But they had not expected such a situation to occur. Moreover, due to arriving early and being closer, he had not had time to escape and had been turned into a mist of blood. This was no treasure appearing. This was a Yuanying old monster fighting here. Time passed second by second. At this moment, every second was extremely precious for Nangong Yao and the others. Both sides were fiercely engaged in battle. each sustaining varying degrees of injury. Lu Xianin breathed heavily, unable to find a way to break the formation, and his heart began to panic. He could not help but look at the demon sect elder holding the formation, seeing someone guarding him. Seizing the formation flag seemed hopeless. Meanwhile, amidst the fierce battle and the effects of the formation, the spiritual power within Nangong Yao and the other two was depleting rapidly. If this continued, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the smiles on Ji Wucang and the others' faces grew increasingly intense. It seemed that today they could not only severely injure Nangong Yao, but perhaps even capture him directly. Master, you and the second elder go. At that moment, the bloodstained Jiang Bailu growled. Ji Wucang and the others' expressions tightened as they stared at Jiang Bailu. Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin were momentarily stunned. But upon seeing Jiang Bailu's abdomen gradually bulging, their pupils shrank sharply. Third elder. No. After saying that, Jiang Bailu's abdomen quickly swelled. Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin's eyes instantly turned red, their bodies trembling. No, don't. At this moment, Ji Wucang and the others also turned pale. They never expected such a thing to happen. Ji Wucang shouted urgently, "Disperse the formation. Retreat." Whoosh. The ghost serpent suppressing dragon formation dissipated. Ji Wucang glanced at Nangong Yao unwillingly and fled with the three elders towards the outside of Baihu Ridge. Lu Xianin, though filled with sorrow, also pulled the dazed Nangong Yao to rush out. The next moment, boom, a tremendous roar exploded at the peak of Baihu Ridge, and Baihu Ridge was suddenly leveled to the ground. A massive shockwave swept out in all directions, covering hundreds of miles, with everything withering and being destroyed. Nangong Yao and Ji Wucang, who had not escaped far, were affected, their bodies shaking as they simultaneously spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, all suffering serious injuries. The self-detonation of the nascent soul was indeed terrifying. Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin, completely unaware of their injuries, slowly turned around, staring blankly at the Baihu Ridge, now flattened. Lu Xianin's old eyes brimmed with tears. Master, the third elder. Chapter 47, The 9 Rings of the Daotian Bell. The self-detonation of the nascent soul, how terrifying. Cough, cough. Ji Wucang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coughed. The 3 elders were also panting heavily, still shaken, as if they had just walked through the gates of hell. Although they were not dead, they had all sustained serious injuries. They could never have imagined that Jiang Bailu would suddenly self-detonate in such a way to allow Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin to escape. Who was Jiang Bailu? She was the 3rd elder of the Daotian sect, a mid-nascent soul powerhouse, highly respected in the Daotian sect, and also had a reputation in the North Xian. And just like that, she self-detonated. Jiang Bailu was indeed loyal and righteous. Ji Wucang looked up at the sky with mixed feelings and suddenly asked, if today we fell into a trap and found ourselves in a desperate situation, would the 3 elders be willing to die to help this sect escape? The 3 elders were momentarily stunned, their eyes flickering for an instant. And they hurriedly said, Master, we are naturally willing. Yes, the Dian Demon sect can still operate without us, but it cannot do without the Master. Ji Wucang could see through their intentions and couldn't help but laugh. It seems my question was unnecessary. I can clearly feel the loyalty of the elders. At the same time, Ji Wucang sighed deeply in his heart. On this point, he envied Nangong Yao. It was just a pity that the demon sect was the demon sect, and none were without selfish motives. As the leader of the demon sect, Ji Wucang understood this well. Master, it is likely that Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin were also severely injured in the explosion earlier. What should we do next? An elder, holding his chest, asked with difficulty. As the saying goes, take advantage of his illness to kill him. Now was a rare opportunity. However, Master, we have also sustained significant injuries. Is this really okay? An elder hesitated. It would be more stable to unite with other demon sects to take down the Daotian sect. But they were afraid that when it came time to divide the spoils, their injuries would prevent them from gaining the upper hand. Moreover, the demon sect was already cunning. Other demon sects might see their Dian demon sect's high-level members severely injured and have other ideas, which they had to guard against. Hearing this, Ji Wucang smiled faintly. This is not a problem. I have a spirit herb that can temporarily mask our injuries. And as Dian demon sect is a first-rate demon sect in the North Xian, they probably won't dare to have other intentions. This time, with Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin severely injured and Jiang Bailu dead, the combat strength of the Daotian sect's upper echelons has dropped significantly. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Upon hearing this, the 3 elders felt much more at ease, though the pain from their injuries still made them grimace. By the way, Master, can you tell us why you suddenly captured righteous sect disciples as blood slaves? We have been quite puzzled about this lately, another elder asked curiously. To be honest, they used to secretly capture mortals, but now they were openly capturing cultivators, and they did not know the specific reason. They just knew to follow orders. Otherwise, they wouldn't target righteous sects, as that was a tough bone to chew. Nangong Yao furrowed his brow and said in a low voice, "It's fine to tell you. This was an order from the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect. As for what they want these blood slaves for, it is unknown. Perhaps the leader of the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect is cultivating some world-shattering demonic technique, or perhaps they want to unify the North Xian. Swallowing Heaven Demon sect." The three elders were dumbfounded. That was the only existence above all within the North Xian Demon Dao sections. If the Dayan Demon sect was considered a first-rate sect, then the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect could be called a super demon sect without exaggeration. Among the righteous sects of North Xian, there was also a super immortal sect called the Tianjian sect. However, their demon path was different from the righteous path. The demon path was united. And one main reason was that almost all demon sects in North Xian bowed to the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect. The righteous path was not united because each sect operated freely. The Tianjian sect would not intervene much. Because once the Tianjian sect showed any intention of unifying the righteous path, they would face resistance and condemnation, as such actions were no different from the demon path. Seeing the stunned expressions of the three elders, Ji Wuzong shook his head and said solemnly, "In truth, the reality may be even more complicated. I suspect that this blood slave incident may involve forces from the southern sky or eastern Xian. Don't look at me so shocked. This is just my speculation." The three elders were already astonished. They never expected the blood slave incident to be so complicated. Cough, cough, cough. Yes, the three elders were also severely injured. Their bodies swaying, feeling dizzy. If they delayed any longer, they might faint halfway. At the edge of the Daotian sect's territory, two streams of light streaked by. "Master!" At that moment, a shout rang out. The weakened Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin looked up and saw Lu Yunjian and a group of core elders rushing over. Earlier, the disciples guarding the Soul Lantern Hall had urgently reported that the soul lanterns of the Master and the second elder were swaying, and there were even faint signs of extinguishing. Furthermore, they said that the third elder's soul lantern had gone out. This was serious. Upon seeing the injuries of Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin, even though everyone had been mentally prepared, they were still shaken and hurried over to support them. Lu Yunjian and the others did not ask anything, their expressions grim as they helped Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin quickly return towards the sect. With support, Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin leaned their heads and fainted. After returning to the sect, Lu Yunjian could no longer contain himself and immediately shouted with a twisted face, "Ring the Daotian bell for me. Ring the Daotian bell." Bang, 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 bang. 9 bell sounds, as if coming from the primordial chaos, reverberated through the sky, instantly stirring the Daotian sect. For a time, even the disciples doing chores at the miscellaneous peak and those cultivating at various peaks all groaned and were forcibly pulled out of their cultivation, and some even suffered backlash. But they had no time to care, hurriedly rushing out of their residences or caves, looking up in horror. The Daotian bell rang 9 times. What happened? In the grass hut on the west side of the miscellaneous peak, Zhao Ting suddenly stood up from the grass, his pupils contracting as he muttered, "The Daotian bell rang 9 times, and all disciples must stop what they are doing and await Brother Chen. I heard the master say that when the Daotian bell rings 9 times, it indicates that something significant has happened concerning the survival of the sect." Chen Sun nodded, raised his head, took a swig of wine, wiped his mouth, and said, "You can go." "All right." Zhao Ting took a deep breath, soared into the air with his sword, and left the miscellaneous peak. Chapter 48. The gift of the master is not ordinary. On the miscellaneous peak, over 10,000 miscellaneous disciples stood in place, looking tense. They were all well versed in the sect rules, which stated on the last page that when the Daotian sect's bell rings 9 times, all miscellaneous disciples must stand still and cannot move without orders, even if it means standing until death. Even the steward Qian Laifu stood there with his large belly, his expression filled with worry. He didn't know what serious matter had occurred after spending many years in the Daotian sect. It was also the first time he heard the Daotian bell ring 9 times. On Daotian Peak, a group of elders stood there, their expressions worried. In front of them, Elder 7 was checking the injuries of Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin. Lu Yunjian spoke with a hoarse voice, "Elder 7, how are the sect master and second elder?" Elder 7 Jin Huashan was the elder most skilled in alchemy in the Daotian sect, and he was currently helping Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin recover. After feeding them a few pills, he stood up, shook his head, and sighed. The sect master and second elder should wake up soon, but their injuries are too severe. It will be difficult to heal in a few years. Everyone took a deep breath. They had anticipated this outcome, but their anger grew even more intense. Thinking of the extinguished soul lamp and the third elder who did not return, everyone could hardly contain their grief. What exactly had happened? Cough, cough. At that moment, Everyone saw Nangong Yao cough and slowly open his eyes, and they quickly surrounded him. Sectmaster. Nangong Yao was silent for a moment, then weakly said, "The Dian Demon sect had set up the Ghost Snake Suppression Dragon formation in advance at Baihu Ridge, and we were trapped. The third elder self-destructed to force Ji Wutsong to withdraw the formation, allowing the sect master and second elder to escape." What? Nangong Yao's words were concise. But Lu Yunjian and the others had red eyes and trembled all over. They had thought about the third elder dying in battle, but never imagined he had died in self-detonation. Sectmaster. The Dian Demon sect first captured 240 disciples from our sect and then forced the third elder to perish. This enmity cannot be tolerated. Lu Yunjian shouted. The other elders clenched their fists tightly, feeling a suffocating frustration. Now that the sect master and second elder were severely injured and the third elder was gone, how could they take revenge on the Dian Demon sect? In the end, they would only face defeat. Nangong Yao gritted his teeth slightly and said, "Ji Wutsong and his three elders' injuries are not much lighter than ours." Upon hearing this, everyone perked up. They looked at Nangong Yao, waiting for his orders. Nangong Yao took a deep breath, a fierce light appearing in his eyes. The disciples like Jing Yao must be rescued, and the third elder's grudge must be avenged in 5 days. After the sect master and second elder rest a bit, we will point our swords at the Dian Demon sect in 5 days. Although the situation in Beixian was severe now, after witnessing the death of the third elder at Baihu Ridge, Nangong Yao no longer intended to endure. This time, even if it meant death, he would take action. The third elder was willing to die for the sect without regrets. Then, as the sect master, he was also willing to give his all for the third elder. Yes, the elders were moved, some wanted to advise against it. But the warmth in their hearts made it hard to speak out. Since the sect master had made up his mind, they would accompany him. Even if it meant death in the end, they would not hesitate. Elder, quickly prepare the disciples and elders. Gather outside the mountain gate in 5 days. Nangong Yao said. Understood. Lu Yunjian nodded, just about to take out a talisman to send messages to the various peaks. Just then, a figure slowly walked in. The elders paused, turned around, and were about to scold whoever dared to enter. But when they saw the visitor, their hearts trembled, and they hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, "Sir." The visitor was, of course, Chen Sun. Seeing this, Nangong Yao was startled and struggled to get up to pay his respects. Nangong Yao smiled wryly. "Sir, please forgive me." Chen Sun smiled and said, "It's fine. Please sit down." Lu Yunjian brought a chair and placed it behind Chen Sun. Chen Sun nodded, sat down, and said, "I heard you discussing which demon sect to target in 5 days while I was outside." Everyone lowered their heads and pursed their lips. "Sir, it's like this." Nangong Yao was about to explain the situation, but Chen Sun raised his hand to interrupt. "I generally understand what happened, so there's no need to elaborate." Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao and the others' expressions changed slightly. "How did the sir know?" "Oh, right. I suppose you all just mentioned it, and I overheard it outside." Nangong Yao had no choice but to say softly, "What you said is correct. In 5 days, we must target the Dian Demon sect. This enmity cannot go unavenged." Chen Sun glanced at the core elders, once 9, now 8. Nangong Yao often brought these elders to the straw hut, so Chen Sun naturally recognized them. As for Zhang Bailu's death, Chen Sun felt little turmoil in his heart. After all, he had seen too many births and deaths. Chen Sun nodded slightly and said softly, "In my opinion, you don't need to go to that demon sect." Everyone was startled. Nangong Yao sat up slightly and said hoarsely, "Sir, are you suggesting that given the current severe situation in Beixian, I should consider the bigger picture? Sir, 214 disciples of our sect have been captured, and now the third elder is gone. If I continue to hesitate and be cautious, I would be letting down many disciples and elders, and it would also breed inner demons. We must go to the Dian Demon sect. I hope you will not stop me, sir." Chen Sun chuckled and said, "Why would I stop you? Don't misunderstand my meaning. I'm saying you don't need to go to that demon sect. They will come to your Dao Tian sect themselves, and it should be soon." Nangong Yao and the elders exchanged glances, but soon their expressions changed slightly as they realized something. Previously, they had been blinded by anger and hadn't thought much. Now, after what the sir said, they reacted. Seeing everyone in deep thought, Chen Sun yawned, slowly stood up, and handed over 2 pills, saying, "I have 2 pills for treating severe injuries. Their efficacy is barely acceptable, so I'll give them to you." Nangong Yao received them in a daze, wanting to stand up to see him off, but his injuries were too severe, so he had to give up. He thought of Zhang Bailu and ultimately swallowed some words, saying, "Sir, take care." The elders bowed, wanting to send Chen Sun off. "Stay your step." Chen Sun waved his hand, walked outside with his hands behind his back, his figure becoming more and more illusory until he gradually disappeared. Everyone was stunned, watching this scene akin to an immortal descending. After a long time, they finally woke up and hurriedly said, "We wish you well, sir." Nangong Yao was relatively fine. But the elders were seeing this for the first time and found it hard not to be shaken. Cough, cough. We, the parties involved, are confused, but fortunately, the sir reminded us. Now that I think about it, Ji Wucong set a trap for us at Baihu Ridge to weaken our sect's high-level combat power, followed by a sudden attack. Even if the death of Yusha was due to his burning anger, he probably thought to take advantage of the chaos in Beixian and strike at our Daotian sect. Ji Wucong is indeed bold, Nangong Yao said solemnly. The elders were filled with rage upon hearing this. Sectmaster, but didn't you say that Ji Wucong and his 3 elders were also severely injured? Lu Yunjian asked in confusion. Nangong Yao pursed his lips and said, such a good opportunity, Ji Wucong would certainly not want to miss it. He is likely to unite with other demon sects to come. The elders were immediately shocked, their hearts tightening. Lu Yunjian recalled what the sir had just said about them coming soon, and he became anxious, saying, Sectmaster, what should we do next? Facing the Dian demon sect would be fine. We would fight on our home turf and wouldn't hesitate at all. But if it's not just the Dian demon sect, our Daotian sect might not be able to withstand it. Nangong Yao did not dare to be presumptuous and said without hesitation, send a message to the other righteous sects and request assistance. Yes. Lu Yunjian bowed and quickly turned to leave. Nangong Yao added, Elder, also let the elders and disciples of each peak prepare for battle. Lu Yunjian paused for a moment, replied that he understood, and then left. In front of the other elders, Nangong Yao finally opened his palm, revealing the elixirs given by Qin Sun. Sectmaster, may I observe this elixir? 7th Elder Jinhua Mountain earnestly asked. In his view, the elixirs bestowed by the master must be top-grade treasures that could greatly reduce the recovery time for the sect master and the 2nd elder. As an alchemist, Jinhua Mountain certainly did not want to miss this opportunity. Seeing Nangong Yao nod, Jinhua Mountain immediately took out the 2 elixirs and examined them closely. The others remained silent, wanting to hear Jinhua Mountain's evaluation of the elixirs given by the master. This is not right. Jinhua Mountain held up his palm, looking left and right, sniffing, and frowned. These 2 elixirs not only lack any spiritual herb fragrance, but they also don't even have any alchemical patterns, no matter how you look at them. They are the most ordinary elixirs. Due to certain reasons, Jinhua Mountain had already spoken quite tactfully. Otherwise, in his view, these 2 elixirs were even below standard. Oh, Nangong Yao and the others were astonished, finding it hard to believe that the master's gift could be something mundane, but they did know Jinhua Mountain's expertise in alchemy. Since it was given by the master, they refused to believe it was an ordinary product. After finishing, Nangong Yao, with the elder's support, sat up, crossed his legs, and put 1 elixir into his mouth. He held his hands in a meditative posture, intending to refine it, but was stunned to find that the elixir melted instantly upon entering his mouth. As Nangong Yao was still in shock, the power of the elixir had already spread to his limbs and bones, beginning to heal all his injuries at an unbelievable speed. And under the slowly astonished gazes of the elders, Nangong Yao's pale face visibly became rosy. Feeling everything within him, it was like a miracle, causing his heart and mind to tremble. Immortal elixir, immortal elixir. With a clap, Nangong Yao pushed away the elder who was supporting him, stood up abruptly, clenched his fist, and was filled with shock. The elders were left dumbfounded. Hadn't the sect master just struggled to turn over? How did he suddenly? Sectmaster, you. Chapter 49, Sect Preparation for Battle, the youth from 3 years ago. However, Nangong Yao quickly realized that his sudden vitality had startled the elders due to the stark contrast. So he opened his palm to show the remaining elixir, exclaiming, this elixir melts in the mouth, requiring no refinement, and spreads through the limbs and bones, rapidly nourishing the organs and healing all injuries, even including some past hidden injuries of our sect. The effects of this elixir are unprecedented. Calling it an immortal elixir is not an exaggeration. Could the master truly be an immortal descended from the heavens? By the end, Nangong Yao's heart trembled, and the master became even more mysterious in his mind. At this moment, the hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. All the elders were shocked by Nangong Yao's words, swallowing hard. Could such elixirs truly exist in the world? They had witnessed the severely injured sect master go from taking the elixir to a rosy complexion, then suddenly standing up full of vitality, all in less than 5 breaths. The terrifying and astonishing speed of healing. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought it was a tall tale. It should be noted that 7th Elder Jinhua Mountain had previously stated that for Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin to recover would take at least a few years, and they would need to take medicine every day in the process. But now, seeing the elders in a daze, Nangong Yao took a deep breath and said no more, instead turning to press the elixir into the still unconscious Lu Xuanin's mouth. No, Sectmaster. Please wait. Suddenly, the elders hurriedly opened their mouths to stop him. Nangong Yao paused and looked at them. What is it? Sect Master, this elixir is too precious. You should keep it for emergencies. Yes, Sect Master, the second elder is fine. The elders all spoke out, feeling that the elixir was too precious and should be kept. If Lu Xianin were conscious at this moment, he would definitely say, thank you. However, Nangong Yao shook his head upon hearing this and pressed the elixir into Lu Xianin's mouth without hesitation, causing the hearts of the elders to leap. Some elders were so anxious that they quickly stepped forward to pry open Lu Xianin's mouth, wanting to take the elixir out, but unexpectedly, the elixir had already melted. What are you elders doing? Nangong Yao raised an eyebrow and said sternly. The elders felt embarrassed, sighing inwardly, still feeling it was a pity. Nangong Yao said, even if the one lying here were not the second elder, but any one of you, I would still press this elixir into your mouth without hesitation. Hearing this, the elders felt warmth in their hearts. They were not being selfish, but purely thought it would be best for the sect master to keep the elixir for backup. Nangong Yao continued. Moreover, this was given by the master, and it was originally meant for the second elder. How could you dare to keep it? The elders were then startled and repeatedly said they would not dare. At this moment, Lu Xianin woke up, feeling his condition, with shock and confusion in his eyes. Second elder, you're finally awake. We were so worried. The elders hurriedly surrounded him, looking extremely worried. Wait a moment, let me gather my thoughts. Lu Xianin raised his hand and looked at Nangong Yao, somewhat dazed. Wasn't I severely injured? How? And why is the sect master also? Lu Xianin even doubted whether he was dreaming. Fortunately, after the elders explained, Lu Xianin learned that he was saved by the master's immortal elixir, feeling shocked and at the same time saddened by the fact that the third elder had indeed perished. All elders, please step back and attend to your duties, making full preparations for the arrival of the demon sect. Nangong Yao waved his hand. Yes. The crowd retreated. Over the next 2 days, some elders went to the resource repository to unlock the hidden resources, making them available for use at any time. Many elders also led disciples outside the sect to set up formations in various places within a radius of thousands of miles, whether it be illusion formations, killing formations, or trapping formations. This series of events made the usually carefree disciples of the miscellaneous peak very worried, unable to concentrate on their work and cultivation. Although they still did not know what exactly had happened, they could sense something was amiss. Perhaps a war was about to break out, as the 9 tolls of the bell from the previous 2 days suggested a lot. This time, it might very well be a matter of life and death for the sect. At the Miscellaneous Peaks dining hall, it was noon, and Chen Sun walked in, carrying a food tray to get his meal. Chen Sun, the disciple serving the food, recognized him and greeted him, quite familiar with each other now. Chen Sun nodded slightly, scanning the empty dining hall, and said, there are so few disciples eating today. Aren't they hungry? The serving disciple paused for a moment and said with a bitter smile, it's not that they aren't hungry, but most of them can't eat. After the 9 tolls of the bell the past few days, I'm sure you heard them too. It seems we are going to have a sect battle soon. And under such circumstances, everyone is worried sick. How can they eat? Chen Sun smiled and said, I see, but there's no need to worry if a sect battle occurs. The miscellaneous disciples need not take action, just stay safe. Thank you. Chen Sun took the tray and turned to find a seat to sit down. Behind him, the serving disciple suddenly said, Chen Sun, if a battle breaks out, you'd better stay in your residence and not come out. When cultivators fight, the heavens and earth will shake, and we miscellaneous disciples cannot withstand even a little. You have no cultivation. And if you are caught up in the aftermath of the battle, it would be hard to survive. Chen Sun nodded and found a seat to sit down. He picked up his chopsticks and had not eaten more than a few bites when a disciple came over with a food tray, sitting down beside him with a smile. Hee, Brother Chun, do you still remember me? Chen Sun turned his head to look and replied, I don't remember. The disciple's face froze. Brother Chun, it's me, Yu Zheng. 3 years ago, I came with you and Brother Zhao Ting from Tianqing City. It turns out this disciple was one of the 4 young men brought to the Daotian sect 3 years ago with Zhao Ting and Shen He. Chen Sun smiled and said, so it's you guys, how have you been? Chen Sun continued, it seems you're doing well, still able to stay in the sect. Yu Zheng shook his head sadly. No, it's been 3 years, and I'm still at the first layer of qi refinement. If I don't break through this year, I'll have to leave the sect by the end of the year. Chen Sun nodded in silence. Yu Zheng put down his chopsticks, resting his chin on his hands. The once youthful boy had indeed matured quite a bit compared to 3 years ago. He sighed, I really envy senior brother Zhao Ting. 100 days to establish a foundation, while I, after 3 years, still can't break through to the second layer of qi refinement. I have to say, the gap between people is really huge. Chen Sun smiled, that's right. Yu Zheng grinned and said, Brother Chen, what about you? Do you plan to stay in the Daotian sect forever? Although staying in this immortal paradise can slightly increase a mortal's lifespan, Don't you feel out of place with them? Or feel lonely? Chun Sun shook his head helplessly but replied with a smile. I have to say, your idea sounds pretty good. I guess I need to consider it. Chapter 50. Brother Chen, I'll see you off. Daotian Peak, Inner Hall. Nangong Yao and 8 core elders gathered here, each with a grim expression. Lu Yunji said solemnly. It's truly hateful. Before Nangong Yao could speak, Lu Xianyin angrily waved his sleeve. Now that the North Xian is in chaos and the demon sect is rampant, do they not understand the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold? Chu Ningchong said, Second elder, please don't be angry. As far as I know, among the righteous sects nearby, only the Tianji sect and Qingdao Pavilion have disciples captured by the demon sect. Other sects are temporarily safe. Perhaps that's why they are unwilling to take risks and come. Sooner or later, it will be their turn. Lu Xianyin said angrily. The elders sighed, unsure of what to say. After a moment of silence, Lu Yunji said, Sect Master, the demon sect is bound to come fiercely this time. Should we seek help from the Tianjin sect? Nangong Yao shook his head, saying, Our sect believes that if Tianjin sect knows about this, they would be willing to come to our aid, but Tianjin sect is too far from our Daotian sect, they won't make it in time. Lu Yunji had to give up upon hearing this. Sect Master, with our sect starting a war on home turf, we have laid many formations in secret within 1,000 miles. Now with the support of Tianji sect and Qingdao Pavilion, I believe the demon sect won't gain much even if they come fiercely, Chu Ningchong said earnestly. Nangong Yao and Lu Yunji nodded upon hearing this. It was indeed true. But what they wanted was not just to withstand the demon sect, but to take down the Dayan demon sect and avenge the third elder. What our sect is most worried about is not this, but that disciples like Jing Yao are still in Ji Wutsong's hands. Our sect fears that the cunning and treacherous nature of the demon sect will use Jing Yao and other disciples as hostages to threaten us, Nangong Yao said heavily. The elder's pupils shrank. If not for the sect master's reminder, they would have almost forgotten about this matter. Sect master, if the master intervenes, those demons should not pose a threat, right? At this moment, Elder Wang Tianfu said cautiously. The air froze. Impudent. Nangong Yao shouted angrily, then coldly said, The master first exterminated the lurking demon cultivators of the Yusha, and then generously gifted 2 immortal pills to heal our sect and the second elder. If it weren't for the immortal pills, this battle would have been completely uneven. How dare you say such words? You may have no shame, but our sect still has some dignity. Tianfu realized his mistake. Sect master, please calm your anger. Wang Tianfu's heart trembled as he hurriedly bowed. The other elders also coughed dryly, remaining silent. Nangong Yao initially wanted to reprimand Wang Tianfu further, but suddenly remembered the recently deceased third elder, who had been even more reckless with his words than Wang Tianfu. Yet when it came to crucial moments, he was genuinely devoted to the sect. Thus, he shook his head, unwilling to scold him further. 2 days later, the people from Tianji sect and Qingdao Pavilion arrived at Daotian sect. Tianji sect and Qingdao Pavilion are not considered top-tier sects among the North Xian sects, but rather second-tier. Both were led personally by their respective leaders, accompanied by 3 elders each, plus several hundred disciples, showcasing the importance they placed on this trip. Nangong Yao personally received the leaders of Tianji sect and Qingdao Pavilion. At Tianxian Peak, in the guest reception area, 3 people sat facing each other. Nangong Yao, Tianji sect leader Pang Nian, and Qingdao Pavilion leader Pui Dao. Pang Nian appeared aged and haggard, with numerous wrinkles on his face that moved every time he smiled, giving a somewhat eerie impression. Pui Dao looked middle-aged and robust, having lost one eye, but the other was sharp and contained a fierce sword intent. You two have had a hard journey. Nangong Yao poured drinks for them, smiling. Pang Nian forced a smile and said, Sect Master Nangong need not say such things, but what surprised me is that only I and Pavilion Master Pu have come. Could it be that Sect Master Nangong only? Pang Nian and Pui Dao immediately understood, exchanging glances without saying much more. To be honest, if it weren't for their own disciples also being captured by the demon sect, they might not have come to support at all. Even so, it took much thought before they decided to come. Pui Dao said gravely, Sect Master Nangong, can you detail the events to us? All right. Nangong Yao nodded, and then recounted the disputes with the Dayan demon sect one by one. During this, upon hearing about the incident at Baihu Ridge, Pang Nian and Pui Dao's pupils shook. The third elder of Daotian's sect has fallen? The two sighed and clasped their hands, mentioning Jiang Bailu. Nangong Yao pursed his lips and momentarily had no mood to say anything further. He then stood up. You two can stay here for now. If you feel uncomfortable, you can also walk around the sect. Before the demon sect arrives, our sect still needs to arrange some matters, so I will take my leave for now. Pang Nian and Pui Dao stood and clasped their hands. Sect Master Nangong, take care. After Nangong Yao left, Pang Nian clenched his fist and said solemnly, Pavilion Master Pu. After hearing Sect Master Nangong's words, I feel a bit uneasy and inexplicably anxious. I'm afraid we might have stumbled into this mess. Hui Dao's eyes flickered, Leader Pang. There's no need to worry too much. Although the Dian Demon sect is strong, Dao Tian sect is also a first-class sect and has its own foundation. As for the final outcome of this battle, let's wait and see. The next day, in the skies above the Dao Tian sect, the originally peaceful sky suddenly darkened with thunder and lightning, as a terrifying dark cloud floated in from the horizon. Beneath the dark clouds were ships flying blood-red flags. And at a glance, there were more than 100 of them. Each ship was filled with bloodthirsty and cold-eyed demon cultivators above the foundation establishment stage. At the forefront were 10 massive leading demon ships, each representing a demon sect, and presently, there were exactly 10 demon sects. On the ground below, thousands of Qi refinement stage demon cultivators from the 10 demon sects were either running or jumping across the territory of Dao Tian sect. In an instant, the territory of Dao Tian sect was filled with overwhelming demonic energy, rolling like a tide, causing countless birds and beasts to panic and flee in all directions. At this moment, in the Dao Tian sect, all disciples and elders above the foundation establishment stage soared into the air, gazing at the distant dark clouds and demonic energy, their hearts trembling uncontrollably. 10 demon sects have joined forces. In all their cultivation years, they had never seen such a terrifying spectacle before. Zhao Ting's legs felt weak and his heart raced. He was anxious. This was his first opportunity to confront the demonic path, and this was the lineup. Soon, on the peaks, all disciples of the sect saw the scene in the distance, dumbfounded. An overwhelming sense of oppression and dread swept over them. The faces of the Tianji sect and Qingdao pavilion members turned pale, and they immediately regretted coming. 10 demon sects. They really shouldn't have come. Coming to aid Dao Tian sect was akin to courting death, but now it was too late for regrets. As sect master, they have arrived, Lu Yunji murmured. Yes. Lu Yunji gritted his teeth in response. The overwhelming momentum of the demon sect meant that Dao Tian sect had truly reached a point of life and death. At this moment, the tense atmosphere in Dao Tian sect reached an unprecedented level. In the grass hut on the west side of the miscellaneous peak, Chen Sun was thoughtfully stroking his chin with one hand while gazing at the distant 10 demonic sects when Zhao Ting suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Flying on a sword, Chen Sun saw Zhao Ting quickly stretch out a hand towards him, urgently saying, Brother Chen, I know there's a secret path in the back mountain that can help you avoid the demonic sects and leave Daoshanzong. Hurry, I'll take you out of the sect. Chapter 51. Chen Sun's character. Zhao Ting thought Chen Sun was stunned by the approaching demonic sects and hurriedly urged, Brother Chen, hurry. As he stepped forward to pull Chen Sun slightly sidestepped to avoid him. Brother Chen, what do you mean by this? If we don't leave now, it will be too late, Zhao Ting said anxiously. At this moment, Zhao Ting was burning with anxiety. Completely unaware that he was also a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator and had just been dodged by Chen Sun. Chen Sun asked, Aren't you going to leave? Zhao Ting paused and softly replied, I won't leave. 3 years ago, during the ceremony to seal the purple robe, I said that if I live, I am a member of the sect. If I die, I am the soul of the sect. The sect has invested countless resources in me over these 3 years. Now that the sect is in danger, if I flee, I would look down on myself. Chen Sun nodded, but said, If you don't leave, you might die. Aren't you afraid of death? What about your parents in Falu town if you unfortunately die? I'm afraid of death, of course, but I can't leave, Zhao Ting said, becoming a bit agitated. Brother Chen, you must leave. As a favor for our friendship, please go to Falu town and give this item to my parents. And tell them that I'm fine in Daoshanzong and not to worry. Saying this, Zhao Ting took out a jade pendant and forced it into Chen Sun's hands. Chen Sun helplessly accepted the jade pendant and said, All right, I'll leave the sect with you. I really can't do anything about you. Zhao Ting was overjoyed. Chen Sun shook his head and then stood on the sword with Zhao Ting's assistance. Brother Chen, don't be afraid. My sword control technique is already very skilled. Just hold on to my sleeve. In the next moment, the flying sword whooshed towards the back mountain of Daoshanzong. Soon, they arrived at the back mountain. After steadying himself, Zhao Ting smiled and asked, Brother Chen, how does it feel to fly on a sword? Exciting, right? Exciting, Chen Sun replied. Although he said it was exciting, Zhao Ting could see no sign of excitement on Chen Sun's face. Strange. Zhao Ting quickly thought that Brother Chen must have been in the sect for too long and had seen too much, so it was naturally not surprising to him anymore. Ahem. Zhao Ting cleared his throat and walked over to an inconspicuous groove in the back mountain stone wall, pressing a mechanism. Boom. The seemingly ordinary stone wall suddenly opened to the sides, revealing a deep staircase lined with luminous stones. This secret path leads directly to a secluded forest outside the sect. Brother Chen only needs to keep walking to reach that forest. Chen Sun smiled and cupped his hands, saying, Brother Zhao, then we shall meet again. Hearing this, Zhao Ting sighed inwardly. Given the fierce approach of the demonic sects, he feared that their chances of meeting again were slim, but he still cupped his hands and said, "Brother Chen, we shall meet again." Chen Sun nodded, entered the secret path with his hands behind his back, and walked down the stone steps. Zhao Ting watched him go, pursed his lips, and then went to press the mechanism again, causing the stone wall to slowly close and return to normal. In the secret path, Chen Sun walked at a steady pace, his expression calm, with no emotional fluctuations. Since he was leaving, he would go. Although Chen Sun had eaten and drunk in Daoshanzong for 3 years, Nan Gongyao and others had benefited more from him, whether it was the insights from his teachings, the casual extermination of the ambushing demonic cultivators, or the 2 pills. In truth, Daoshanzong owed him, Chen Sun. Only Zhao Ting made Chen Sun hesitate slightly. Zhao Ting was a kind-hearted person, and as a purple-robed disciple, he had treated Chen Sun exceptionally well over the past 3 years. Zhao Ting's good deeds were far beyond those of Nan Gongyao and others, who acted out of knowledge of Chen Sun's exceptional nature, while Zhao Ting was completely unaware. Now, Zhao Ting was a disciple of Daoshanzong, sharing life and death together. Well, thinking of Zhao Ting, he could help him a little. Chen Sun smiled. However, Chen Sun's intention was not to exterminate all the invading demonic cultivators. Besides the ambushing demonic cultivators from the Dayan demonic sect, he had no grudges against the other demonic sections. Although Chen Sun appeared to be a handsome young man in his 20s, strictly speaking, he was an old monster who had lived for an unknown number of years. After living for a long time, Chen Sun's temperament was already different from ordinary people. His perspective on things was also entirely different. He was not filled with zeal, thinking about exterminating demons and promoting good in the world. In Chen Sun's view, everything has its reason for existence, and there is no true distinction between good and evil. In the world, where there is darkness, there is light. Where there is good, there is evil. This is the way of balance. Just like day and night, each has its advantages and disadvantages, and neither can be absent. No one wishes for perpetual daylight, nor does anyone wish for eternal night. In other words, many things in the world appear quite ordinary to Chen Sun and are not worth mentioning. Meanwhile, in the territory of Daoshanzong, the 10 demonic sects had already pressed in, causing many elders and disciples of Daoshanzong to feel terrified. Not long after the 10 demonic sects had set up their formation within 1,000 miles of Daoshanzong, the Grand Elder Lu Yunjian shouted, "Activate the formation." Buzz. In an instant, the area within 1,000 miles shimmered with brilliant light. The countless qi refining cultivators from the 10 demonic sects suddenly fell into the traps of the formation. Some were trapped in a confinement formation, spinning in place and unable to escape. Some were caught in an illusion formation, laughing foolishly and licking their lips. Others fell into a killing formation, engulfed in flames, poisoned, or pierced by icy spikes. In an instant, screams erupted. At the same time, within the killing formation, countless light swords shot up towards the many demonic ships in the sky, but were casually blocked by the leaders of the demonic sects with a cold snort. The losses among the qi refining cultivators below were severe, yet the faces of the leaders of the demonic sects showed little anger. After all, qi refining cultivators were merely cannon fodder for show, while the real combat power lay with those above the foundation establishment stage. What they never expected was that Daoshanzong was aware of their impending attack and had set up numerous small formations in advance. The members of Daoshanzong saw that although their formations had eliminated many qi refining demonic cultivators, they had not caused any damage to the cultivators in the sky. And they felt no resentment. After all, the enemy had too many strong cultivators. And relying solely on these formations to inflict significant losses on the demonic sects was simply wishful thinking. Swish. Moments later, the 10 demonic sects flew to the outside of Daoshanzong, but did not continue forward, as they could see that the sacred mountain where Daoshanzong was located was already rippling with faint waves. This indicated that Daoshanzong had activated its protective formation at the first opportunity. Haha, Nan Gongyao. Do you really think that relying solely on Daoshanzong's protective formation can stop our 10 demonic sects? Do you believe that our sect can easily break the formation without effort later? In the center of a demonic ship, Ji Wucang stood at the bow, sneering coldly. Behind Ji Wucang stood Ji Mengli, who had shared a drink with Chen Sun on that day. Chapter 52. Please, sir, break the formation. Outside the mountain gate, demonic energy surged. Everyone gritted their teeth, but felt a hint of insecurity. Sectmaster, how come Ji Wucang and his 3 elders? Lu Xianin said, his pupils contracting. Elder Lu Yunjian and the other elders also couldn't believe it. Weren't Ji Wucang and his elders heavily injured? Why did they now appear rosy and full of blood energy, showing no signs of injury? Nan Gongyao's eyes flickered, his mind filled with uncertainty. He had originally thought that fighting on their home turf would give them at least a 60 chance of winning, but now, with all 10 sects descending. And Ji Wucang and others seemingly healed. How could they fight this battle? Nan Gongyao's heart sank continuously. What he once thought was a 60 chance of victory had now dwindled to less than 10. In other words, there was almost no chance of winning. Fortunately, they still had the protective formation. As the sect leader, Nan Gongyao naturally could not show any signs of fear. He said calmly, Ji Wucang, your demon sect abducts righteous disciples as blood slaves, which is a mortal enemy to all righteous sects in Beixian. You dare to come knocking at our door instead of hiding away. Ha! Mortal enemy? Do you righteous sects even deserve that title? With just a single message from our sect, 9 sects are willing to come together. And look at you, Nangong Yao, TSK. Only the Tian Kuei sect and Qing Dao Pavilion, 2 second-rate sects, are willing to assist your Dao Tian sect? You righteous sects have such a cowardly attitude. And you think we demon sect will be afraid of you? Ji Wucang mocked mercilessly. Nangong Yao narrowed his eyes, unable to retort, as Ji Wucang's words were all true. In contrast, the Tian Kuei sect and Qing Dao Pavilion, who had come to assist, also changed their expressions, as Pang Yin and Pui Dao had already had thoughts of retreating. Oh, right, Nangong Yao, let me show you something entertaining. I believe it will please you. Ji Wucang smiled and clapped his hands. The next moment, on the demon ship, a group of disciples bound tightly were brought out to the bow. And they were all disciples of the Tian Kuei sect and Qing Dao Pavilion. The hundreds of thin, hollow-eyed disciples were filled with excitement upon seeing Pang Yin and Pui Dao, crying tears of joy as they shouted, Sect Master, Pavilion Master. The Dao Tian sect was in an uproar. The members of the Tian Kuei sect and Qing Dao Pavilion's pupils shrank. Pang Yin and Pui Dao clenched their fists tightly. These were actually their disciples who had been abducted by the demon sect. At this moment, Nangong Yao looked at these disciples, and combined with Ji Wucang's earlier words, he had a bad premonition in his heart. He never expected Ji Wucang to be so well prepared. Could it be that everything was within his expectations? Sure enough, Ji Wucang sneered. Our sect can release these disciples, but we have one condition. You 2 sects must leave Dao Tian sect immediately, and our sect will not stop you, allowing you to leave safely. Pang Yin and Pui Dao's hearts trembled, filled with surprise. Such a good thing. They had already had thoughts of retreating. Pang Yin said without hesitation, of course. Ji Wucang smiled slightly. That is natural. Our sect always keeps its word. Pui Dao immediately added, Sect Master Ji. Our Qing Dao Pavilion is also willing to retreat. You. The elders of the Dao Tian sect had ashen faces. The disciples were also pale, not expecting the 2 assisting sects to be driven away by the demon sect's few words. Pang Yin and Pui Dao ignored the many gazes and bowed apologetically to the expressionless Nangong Yao, saying, Sect Master Nangong, forgive me for speaking harshly, but the demon sect is too powerful today, and Dao Tian sect has almost no chance of winning. I do not wish for the elders and disciples under me to suffer unnecessary sacrifices. Please understand. Sect Master Nangong, please open a corner of the formation to allow our 2 sects to leave. Ha, Nangong Yao, is this what makes you happy? You should be very pleased right now, right? Ji Wucang laughed heartily, and many sect leaders and demon cultivators on the demon ship laughed mockingly. Nangong Yao seemed to have not heard, only staring at Pang Yin and Pui Dao, saying, if you 2 want to leave, our sect will not keep you. But the demon sect is notoriously cunning. Do you truly believe Ji Wucang's words? Pang Yin smiled. Sect Master Nangong, you worry too much. We both have our own judgment. What a joke. Why consider whether it's true or not at this point? If we stay in Dao Tian sect any longer, we will undoubtedly die. It's better to take this risk and have a glimmer of hope. Besides, in front of so many people, they wouldn't believe that Ji Wucang, this demon sect leader, would go back on his word. Nangong Yao nodded, no longer saying anything, and said lightly, you may leave. Go. Pang Yin and Pui Dao turned and waved their hands, leading their respective people out. Nangong Yao took out the formation compass and opened a corner of the formation to let the Tian Kuei sect and Qing Dao Pavilion exit. After leaving the sect, Pang Yin and Pui Dao bowed to Ji Wucang, with Pang Yin saying, hee, good. Ji Wucang smiled slightly and waved, release them. On the demon ship, the bound disciples were thrown down. Pang Yin and Pui Dao were overjoyed, quickly using their spiritual power to catch their own disciples. But at that moment, Ji Wucang's sharp voice suddenly rang out, quickly kill them. Don't give them a chance to self-detonate. Pang Yin and Pui Dao's faces changed drastically. Sect Master Ji, you are untrustworthy. Ji Wucang sneered. You want to talk about honesty with the leader of this demon sect? Naive. The next moment, an overwhelming pressure descended from the demon ship, shaking the heavens and earth. Sect Master Nangong, quickly open the formation and let us in. We want to leave. We want to leave. Before Pang Yin could finish shouting, the Tian Kuei sect and Qing Dao Pavilion were engulfed by endless demonic spells. The screams rose and fell, then abruptly stopped. It was indeed a quick kill, not giving them a chance to resist or even self-detonate. Watching the Tian Kuei sect and Qing Dao Pavilion being wiped out in the blink of an eye, the people of Dao Tian sect trembled in their hearts. On the demon ship, Ji Mengli watched this scene, feeling some pity, but it was still acceptable. They were all cultivators after all. Fortunately, there were no mortals. After the destruction of the Tian Kuei sect and Qing Dao Pavilion, there was silence inside and outside Dao Tian sect. Ji Wucang loudly announced, "Nangong Yao, withdraw the formation. Otherwise our sect will continue to perform for you." After speaking, he clapped his hands, and 240 disciples were brought out. They were the purple-clad disciple Jing Yao and those inner and outer disciples. All the disciples were emaciated, dazed, as if they could no longer think independently. And they had lost their human semblance, as if their blood had been drained. The Dao Tian sect was in an uproar. Everyone's faces completely changed. Sister Jingyao, Brother Ma Liang. The disciples covered their mouths, gasping in shock, filled with extreme indignation. Zhao Ting also looked at the woman in front of the group of disciples with narrowed pupils, his heart ready to explode with anger. Previously, Sister Jing Yao had such a gentle image in his mind, but now she had been turned into this ghostly figure by the demon sect. Nangong Yao's breathing quickened, unable to hold back any longer. As he expected, Ji Wucang would use the disciples as leverage. He said in a deep voice, "Ji Wucang, what do you want?" Ji Wucang chuckled softly. "Our sect does not want anything. As long as you withdraw the formation, we will not harm them. But if you do not withdraw, for every breath that passes, I will kill one of your disciples. It's that simple. Oh, let us start with this purple-clad disciple. You have 5 breaths to think about it. After 5 breaths, it will begin." The cruelty lay before him, and the situation was almost unsolvable. What to do? What to do? Nangong Yao's face changed wildly, the pressure in his heart making him feel unbearable. The formation could definitely not be withdrawn. But Jiang Bailu had just died, and if his disciple Su Jingyao also, Nangong Yao felt he was going to suffocate. After establishing the sect for so many years, it was the first time he encountered such a cruel situation. 3 breaths, Ji Wucang said with a sinister smile. Nangong Yao's pupils shrank to pinpoints. Sect master. The elders and disciples also looked at Nangong Yao with difficulty, fully aware of the complexity of his current mindset. 4 breaths now. Oh, sect master Nangong. Ji Wucang smiled slightly. At this moment, a demon sect elder had already pressed a dagger against Su Jingyao's neck, and as soon as 5 breaths passed, he would not hesitate to cut off Su Jingyao's head. Huff, huff. Even as the sect master, facing this unprecedented pressure, Nangong Yao was forced to breathe heavily, sweat soaking his back. His mind became muddled, as if floating in the clouds, yet also as if a mountain was pressing down on him, almost losing the ability to think. In this situation, an uncontrollable figure emerged in Nangong Yao's mind. That figure seemed to become the only straw that could save him from this indecisive predicament. 1 last breath. Nangong Yao's face turned pale as he turned to face the direction of the miscellaneous peak, closed his eyes, deeply bowed, and trembled as he said, "Forgive Nangong for being thick-skinned. Please, sir, break the deadlock." The disciples were bewildered. The hearts of the core elders tightened. Just as Ji Wucang and the other members of the demon sect squinted their eyes and looked suspiciously towards the direction of the outer sect peak. A calm voice resonated from the outer sect peak, echoing throughout the land. The moment the voice sounded, Zhao Ting's expression froze. Ji Mengli on the magic boat also furrowed her brows, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the voice. Chapter 53. Shocked. Reversal of the Heavenly Gang. Outer sect peak. All the outer disciples stared in shock at the direction of the grass hut in the west, their pupils trembling, filled with disbelief. Chen Sun, the master said to let the gentleman break the situation, and the gentleman in his mouth turned out to be the one responsible for sweeping the floor. Chen Sun? Why? Wasn't he Chen Sun an ordinary person? As the outer disciples felt their minds go blank in disbelief, their long-standing impression of Chen Sun began to gradually collapse. It was as if, in the mundane world, an ordinary friend they interacted with daily suddenly transformed into a noble emperor. The disciples waiting for their meals also looked towards the grass hut in the west, their spirits trembling. That amiable, gentle, and approachable scholar in their memories gradually became vague and mysterious. On the outer sect peak, only Qian Laifu, the steward, was stunned, but his heart was still shaken. Earlier, the master had referred to Chen Sun as a senior. Now he had become a gentleman, and the master's deep respect was evident to everyone in the sect. At this moment, a figure in green stepped out from the outer sect peak amidst countless gazes, taking a single step to reach the mountain gate. "Gentlemen." Nangong Yao and the other core elders respectfully bowed. "Gentlemen, I am ashamed," Nangong said. Chen Sun's expression was calm, without a word. As thousands of eyes looked at Nangong Yao and the others' respect for the newcomer, their scalps tingled. The moment Chen Sun appeared, many people's eyes shook, and their hearts stirred with waves of shock. Even those disciples and elders who had not interacted with Chen Sun were dumbfounded. How could they not recognize that this person was the madman who had caused a scene during the purple robe ceremony 3 years ago? No wonder the master had directly glossed over the matter at that time. It turned out he had such an extraordinary status. Even Shunhe, the inner sect elder who had brought Chen Sun to the sect, and those outer disciples turned pale, their mouths agape, their pupils trembling, looking at Chen Sun. They felt their worldview collapsing. Everyone had previously envied Chen Sun for having a purple-robed disciple friend like Zhao Ting. But now it seemed they should envy Zhao Ting instead. Brother Chen, bang. Zhao Ting stumbled and sat down on the ground, staring blankly at Chen Sun. Since the moment Chen Sun's voice resonated, Zhao Ting's eyes had remained vacant. Brother Zhao might be thinking too simplistically. The immortal world may not be as beautiful as you think. In my view, Brother Zhao is full of spiritual energy, naturally possessing spiritual roots. Brother Zhao, you need not worry about your friend. Have you ever considered that your friend is not an ordinary person? Brother Chen, how does it feel to fly with a sword? Exciting, right? Exciting. The more he thought about it, Zhao Ting's face grew paler, his gaze gradually focusing, but his pupils trembled violently, feeling dizzy, as if the world around him was shrouded in fog. Nangong Yao and the other elders couldn't help but look at Zhao Ting. Upon seeing his state, they all sighed inwardly. Soon, Chu Ningchong gently lifted Zhao Ting from a distance, given the situation. They said nothing more and allowed Zhao Ting to calm down on his own. On the magic boat, Ji Mengli, after her initial shock, bit her lip and looked at Chen Sun, feeling sorrowful. She couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. The Chen Sun she had met by chance in the spirit workshop was now in such a situation, and his status was so high. She had felt that Chen Sun was extraordinary before, but now he truly was extraordinary. Moreover, he stood on the opposing side. Ji Mingli suddenly realized why every jar of worldly flavors she had wanted to gift him had to be purchased with spirit stones. She also understood the meaning of his words, "I don't want to owe you." It turned out that from the very beginning, Chen Sun had seen through everything. At this moment, Ji Mingli felt unsettled in her heart, but it was still okay. She believed that in Chen Sun's heart, their relationship was merely a fleeting acquaintance, not even reaching the level of friendship. "Who are you? State your name," Ji Wucong said with a flickering gaze. The other leaders of the demon sect and various demon practitioners also stared fixedly at Chen Sun, constantly sizing him up. Nangong Yao and the elders' respect for this scholar in green was evident to them, shocking their hearts. They never expected that there was such a figure in the Dao Tian sect. Looking at his appearance, they had never seen him in Beixin before. This made the usually cautious demon practitioners even more careful. Chen Sun clasped his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. "I am just a sweeper at the outer sect peak of the Dao Tian sect. I am not anything sacred." Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao and the others felt embarrassed yet terrified, thinking that the gentleman was scolding them, frightened and wanting to say, "Sir, we never intended for you to sweep. A sweeper at the outer sect peak?" Ji Wucong was momentarily stunned, glancing at the leaders of the demon sect. Ji Wucong took a look at Chen Sun's attire and said solemnly, "Looking at the elders' attire, it should not be from the Dao Tian sect, right?" Nangong Yao and the others exchanged glances, unsure of what Ji Wucong was plotting. "Chen Sun, no? Good." The next moment, Ji Wucong clapped his hands and said loudly, "The Dao Tian sect actually let the elder sweep here? Truly lacking in manners. Elder, it's better if you don't stay in the Dao Tian sect. Elder, Wucong is the master of the Dian demon sect, and today I specially invite you to be a guest at Wucong's demon sect. We guarantee to serve you comfortably in all aspects of food and living. Beautiful women will be at your disposal. Please, Elder, come with me." As soon as these words fell, there was an uproar in the Dao Tian sect. Nangong Yao and the others were dumbfounded. Ji Wucong was being too despicable. Nangong Yao immediately coldly said, "Ji Wucong, don't talk nonsense. As fellow first-rate sects of Beixin, whatever you Dian demon sect has, our Dao Tian sect has as well. It is truly the gentleman who does not wish for it." Ji Wucong retorted with sarcasm. "Hee. What do you mean by willing or unwilling? In our sect's view, your Dao Tian sect simply lacks sincerity. If the sincerity were truly there, I don't believe the elder would still be sweeping. You, what do you mean? How dare you let such a character sweep? Today, I will not let your Dao Tian sect off. We will seek justice for the elder and annihilate your whole sect." The world became silent. With only Ji Wucong and Nangong Yao exchanging verbal blows, the atmosphere shifting dramatically. Ji Wucong was indeed cunning. Seeing that things were heading in an uncontrollable direction, he directly reversed the situation, forcing their hearts, as if everything he did next was for Chen Sun's sake. Ji Wucong looked at Chen Sun and cupped his hands, sincerely saying, "Elder, The Dao Tian sect treats you this way. It is truly vile and detestable. How about I help you eliminate them? Don't worry. You don't need to lift a finger. Just watch from the side. We will handle everything. Chen Sun, Chapter 54, The Might of One Sword. Nangong Yao felt slightly anxious and said, Gentlemen, Ji Wucang is treacherous and cunning. You must not listen to his nonsense. Everything he said is fake and insincere. Bullshit. Nangong Yao, you better not slander our sect in front of the elder. I am the most honest person. Ji Wucang retorted angrily. Nangong Yao mocked. You Ji Wucang. The most honest? Then how do you explain the Tian Kuei sect and the Qing Dao Pavilion just now? Ji Wucang cleared his throat and huffed. You know nothing. How could that bunch compare with the elder? At this moment, Chen Sun said, There is no need to say more. You have no enmity with me. And today I will not make things difficult for you. Just release the disciples of the Dao Tian sect and withdraw. As his words fell, the place returned to silence. Nangong Yao and the elders felt some regret at Chen Sun's words, but did not dare to say anything further. The master is not originally from the Dao Tian sect. And over the years, they have actually benefited greatly from the master. The master has no reason to help them eliminate these demon sections. Moreover, the most important thing is that from the various tones of the master, it can be faintly perceived that he seems to view both the righteous and demonic paths equally. Without any favoritism. Outside the Dao Tian sect, the demonic cultivators are agitated, their expressions grim. Ji Wucang restrained his smile and said solemnly, Senior, if you want to protect the Dao Tian sect, you certainly can, but please give us a convincing reason. Chen Sun was about to speak when suddenly, a moment of haze enveloped him, and he thought to himself that it was not good. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It hadn't been long, and he was truly drunk again. The next moment, Chen Sun's eyes gradually lost their clarity, and a familiar maniacal smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. Chen Sun felt the world spinning around him. Taking advantage of his last moment of clarity, he slowly reached for the sword hilt behind his shoulder, and then suddenly drew the sword. He slashed it toward the distance with a casual stroke. Everyone's pupils constricted sharply. Clang! In the next moment, a sharp and piercing sword cry resounded through heaven and earth. At the instant Chen Sun drew his sword, the grand formation of the Dao Tian sect shattered with a thunderous crash. All of their eardrums were instantly torn apart by the sound of the sword cry. Blood flowing endlessly. Boom! With one sword strike, infinite sword energy erupted from the wooden sword. The heavens shook and the earth trembled, as if it were the end of the world. Whoosh! The formless sword energy rampaged across an area of hundreds of thousands of miles, leveling mountains and rivers. When the sword energy dissipated and the dust settled, outside the Dao Tian sect, as far as the eye could see, there was chaos. A terrifying chasm, unfathomable in depth, began outside the Dao Tian sect and spread to an invisible distance, as if connecting to the other end of the world. The world fell silent again. Everyone stared blankly at the destruction caused by a single sword, their souls trembling. What a powerful sword, strong enough to be infuriating. Bang 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 bang. Everyone from the Dao Tian sect's legs went weak and they knelt on the ground, frantically swallowing saliva. The 10 demon sects had also long since fallen to the ground. Kneeling in submission, a grand sight. Ji Wucang's face turned pale, his whole body trembling. He stammered, As senior, we retreat. We retreat. Tashich, thank you for sparing our lives. At this moment, the hearts of the demonic cultivators were filled with extreme fear. They had never felt such terror in their lives. The might of that sword. At the same time, while the demonic cultivators felt fear and respect for Chen Sun, they also felt gratitude. Because they all knew that if Chen Sun truly wanted to kill them, with the unparalleled power of that sword just now, every single one of them would be instantly obliterated. When did Bei Xian produce such a powerful sword cultivator? That sword just now. Even a transformation stage or integration stage cultivator should not have been able to achieve it. Could it be that this senior is a sword cultivator of the Great Ascension stage? The Great Ascension stage that has already reached the peak of the mortal realm. So terrifying. Nangong Yao and others were also shocked. The first time they witnessed the master act, it was such a breathtaking event. The master was truly too strong. Everyone was bewildered, but they quickly shouted, We bid farewell to the senior. Nangong sect master, it was all a misunderstanding. Our sect will return all your disciples today. Furthermore, we deeply regret the death of your sect's third elder, but our sect has also lost the fourth elder, so it can be said that both sides have suffered losses. How about we shake hands and make peace? Our sect will withdraw immediately and no longer invade the territory of your Dao Tian sect. Ji Wucang clasped his hands and spoke solemnly. Hearing this, the other demon sect leaders naturally did not dare to object. In their view, Ji Wucang's handling of the situation had no issues at all. After all, with such a great deity in the Dao Tian sect, they did not dare to have the slightest ill intent, let alone them, even if it were reported up. The Swallowing Sky Demon sect would probably be scared out of their wits. Nangong Yao's eyes flickered, but he sighed inwardly. The matter of the third elder would not be settled so easily, and when the time was right, he would still seek revenge. But for now, they could only appear to shake hands and make peace. This was already the best outcome, if not for the master's intervention to intimidate Ji Wucang and others. The Dao Tian sect would have been in grave danger this time. All right. Subsequently, Ji Wucang returned Su Jingyao and the other disciples to the Dao Tian sect. Ji Wucang bowed toward the miscellaneous peak from afar and said, "Senior, the gates of the Dian Demon sect will always be open for you. If you ever wish to visit, I would be overjoyed and listen to your teachings. Today, I take my leave." They came in a grand manner and left in a timid one. As the demonic cultivators departed, their eyes remained fixated on the chasm created by that sword. Still deeply moved, how could Bei Xian have such a powerful sword cultivator? Fortunately, this sword cultivator senior did not despise the demonic path and did not truly stand on the side of the righteous path. Otherwise, the demonic path and Bei Xian would be in grave danger. Before leaving, Ji Mengli looked at the Dao Tian sect's miscellaneous peak with an extremely complicated expression. The demonic sects left, yet everyone in the Dao Tian sect remained rooted to the spot, feeling that everything was so unreal. Today felt like a grand dream. Master, Chen Xiong, Zhao Ting mumbled in a daze. Chu Ningxiang's heart skipped a beat. Her eyes sharpened as she said, "Mind your manners." Zhao Ting trembled, lowering his head and biting his lip, unsure of what to say. What had happened today had impacted him too greatly. Because Chen Sun had gone mad again. He stayed in the Dao Tian sect for another 3 years. In the first year, Chen Sun continued as always, eating, drinking, sleeping, and sweeping at the miscellaneous peak every day. Any disciples who saw Chen Sun were so frightened that they immediately knelt and respectfully referred to him as senior. Even though Chen Sun had become mad and nonsensical again, to the disciples, it had turned into a form of deep and inscrutable behavior, playing with the world. Nangong Yao and others would also frequently visit the miscellaneous peak to pay respects to Chen Sun, leaving behind food and drink, accompanying Chen Sun for a while before bowing and taking their leave. However, after that day, Zhao Ting never sought out Chen Sun again. The disciples and elders within the sect also rarely saw Zhao Ting, and later learned that Zhao Ting had gone into seclusion. At the same time, the news of the 10 demon sects withdrawing from the Dao Tian sect shocked the Bei Xian cultivation world. Both the righteous and demonic paths scrambled to gather information, wanting to know what had happened that day at the Dao Tian sect. How could the 10 demon sects leave together without achieving anything? Yet, despite multiple inquiries, the news was sealed and nothing could be learned. Thus, this matter became a mystery. After hearing of this, the Swallowing Sky Demon sect remained silent for a long time before issuing an order to temporarily set aside the matter of capturing righteous disciples as blood slaves. After Ji Wucang received the order, he breathed a sigh of relief. This was how it should be. Consequently, the Bei Xian cultivation world returned to calm. And for a short time, no news of righteous sect disciples being captured emerged. At the end of the first year, many disciples at the miscellaneous peak reached their limit and left the sect for the mundane world, among them a young man named Yu Zhang, who ultimately could not break through. He felt regret, but also no regret. However, before Yu Zhang left, he stood at the foot of the mountain, staring blankly in the direction of the thatched cottage to the west for a long time. At the beginning of the second year, 3 unexpected visitors arrived at the Dao Tian sect. One was a middle-aged man, one was a woman, and one was an old man. The middle-aged man was Ji Wucang. The woman was Ji Mengli, and the elder who led them was the sect master of the Swallowing Sky Demon sect. As the old man approached, he saw the sword chasm, his face turning pale. Outside the mountain gate, the old man cupped his hands and smiled. "Nangong sect master, I am Yin Jueching of the Swallowing Sky Demon sect. I trouble you to introduce me, so I can pay my respects to that senior." Chapter 55, Dinner. The sudden voice outside the mountain gate shook the Dao Tian sect, the Swallowing Sky Demon sect. They were the true overlords of the Bei Xian demonic path. In Bei Xian, if singled out, perhaps only the Heavenly Sword sect could stand shoulder to shoulder with them. At this moment, both the disciples and the elders knew who the senior that the demon sect master wanted to visit was. At the mountain gate, Nangong Yao and a group of core elders quickly arrived. Upon seeing the elder Yin Jueching in the center, their expressions subtly changed, and they bowed respectfully. "We have met sect master Yin." Yin Jueching smiled slightly. "There is no need for excessive courtesy, Master Nangong. I have taken the liberty to come here this time, so please do not take offense." Nangong Yao pursed his lips. "I dare not." Nearby, Ji Wucang and Ji Mengli were not surprised by Nangong Yao's attitude, as they would also show respect if they encountered the leader of the righteous Tianjin sect, which relates to cultivation level and status. Yin Jueching smiled and glanced at the many peaks of Dao Tian sect, quickly fixing his gaze on the miscellaneous peak. and said again, "I trouble Master Nangong to take me to meet that senior." Nangong Yao did not agree immediately, but said, "Master Yin, this matter is not something our sect can decide. Please wait a moment. I will go ask the master's opinion." Yin Jueqing replied, "All right, I will wait here." Nangong Yao glanced at Elder Lu Yunjian and the others, then flew towards the miscellaneous peak. Yin Jueqing looked expectantly. "How is it? Is the senior willing?" Nangong Yao apologized. "The master is still sleeping. I dare not disturb him." Sleeping?" Yin Jueqing was taken aback. Beside him, Ji Wucang quickly conveyed, "Master Yin, when we left a year ago, our sect found that Elder Qin's character became unpredictable. He is not an ordinary cultivator." Yin Jueqing suddenly understood, recalling the terrifying sword chasm outside Daotian's sect, and immediately expressed his understanding. After all, powerful individuals are not ordinary. "It's fine. I am willing to wait here until the senior awakens." Yin Jueqing nodded. Nangong Yao initially wanted to invite Yin Jueqing to wait in a guest residence, as it was inappropriate to make such a prominent leader of a demon sect wait here, but Yin Jueqing refused. Naturally, Nangong Yao would not insist further, so he left with the elders. Yin Jueqing and the others arrived at noon and waited at the mountain gate, and by the evening, Nangong Yao finally returned, saying the master had awakened. Only then did Yin Jueqing and the others follow Nangong Yao up to the miscellaneous peak. After reaching halfway up the mountain, they walked towards a thatched cottage on the west side. On the way, the expressions of Yin Jueqing and the others changed. As they spotted the thatched cottage from a distance, Ji Wucang smiled sarcastically. "I heard the senior was sweeping the floor before, but I didn't expect Master Nangong would actually let the senior live in such a shabby place. Haha." Nangong Yao was momentarily taken aback, his expression slightly darkening. But he couldn't be bothered to respond. If the master wanted to live here, what could he do? Soon, Nangong Yao brought Yin Jueqing and the others to the front of the thatched cottage. Just then, Chen Sun yawned, shaking his head and walking out of the cottage, comfortably stretching at the door. "Master, I have met the senior." The four quickly bowed in greeting. Chen Sun crazily laughed as he glanced at everyone, then hummed a little tune and bounced away like a monkey. Nangong Yao clapped his hands and said, "I forgot, it's mealtime. The master must be going to the dining hall for dinner." "What? Dinner?" Yin Jueqing and the others were dumbfounded. Does the senior of such high cultivation still need to eat dinner? Nangong Yao felt a bit embarrassed and smiled wryly. "Master Yin, you may not know, but the master has been living in our Daotian sect for over 4 years, and he has hardly missed a single meal." Upon hearing this, Yin Jueqing and the others couldn't help but be shocked. Not breaking the valley, wouldn't that accumulate impurities, making cultivation difficult or even stagnant? But the senior's level of strength does not align with common sense. In the dining hall, when Chun Sun arrived, the miscellaneous disciples eating dinner were startled, abruptly putting down their bowls and chopsticks, standing up in unison and shouting, "Senior, good evening." "Crazy," Chun Sun mumbled, then ran to the serving table to get a plate of food. However, one of those serving food was not a disciple, but actually Qianlaifu, the steward. Ever since that incident a year ago, Qianlaifu had personally served food in the dining hall for a whole year. Of course, Qianlaifu looked forward to Chun Sun coming to help him serve food every day. As for other disciples, they were naturally taken care of by other serving disciples. "Senior, you are here." As everyone knew, Chun Sun had a large appetite, so Qianlaifu thoughtfully placed Chun Sun's seat closest to the serving area, so he could easily get more food. When the miscellaneous disciples saw Chun Sun eating, they cautiously sat down, quietly eating, not daring to chat, fearing they would make some noise and upset Chun Sun. Qianlaifu stood there with a serving spoon, his eyes fixed on Chun Sun's plate. As soon as Chun Sun finished eating, he would rush over to help him get more food. Just then, 4 figures entered the dining hall. One of the beautiful women left the disciples stunned, but quickly noticed Nangong Yao, causing them to be frightened and hurriedly stand up, only to be waved down by Nangong Yao. "No need for excessive courtesy, eat your food." The disciples sat down, trembling. Qianlaifu's expression changed, quickly coming over to bow. Sect master." Nangong Yao ignored him and led Yin Jueqing and the others towards Chen Sun. "Serve food, serve food, serve food." At this point, Chen Sun had finished eating and was loudly complaining. Oh, senior, I'm coming." Qianlaifu's heart trembled, wanting to rush over, but was stopped by Nangong Yao. "Let me do it." Nangong Yao approached the serving table, picked up the serving spoon, and respectfully served food for Chen Sun. Qianlaifu and the other miscellaneous disciples watched this scene with shock and emotion. In the entire Daotian sect, the only one who could make the sect master serve food was probably Elder Chun. Master Nangong, seeing the senior eat so happily. "The food at this miscellaneous peak must be quite good. Could the 3 of us also have a meal here?" Yin Jueqing smiled. Ji Wucang's expression changed slightly. Eating grains?" But then he realized that Master Yin was trying to get closer to Elder Chun. Nangong Yao smiled. "Of course, that would be great. I also want to have a meal." Subsequently, Nangong Yao and Yin Jueqing each served themselves a portion and sat down opposite Chen Sun. The dining hall was quiet, with only the sound of Chen Sun eating loudly. Qian Lifu and the disciples felt a tumultuous wave in their hearts, finally realizing that besides the sect master, that old man must be the leader of the sky-eating demon sect, who had loudly visited outside the mountain gate at noon. Chapter 56. Comical Conversations, Ji Wucong's Thoughts. At the dining table, Nangong Yao and Yin Jueqing were eating slowly, each lost in their thoughts. Chen Sun was mindlessly devouring food and had no idea how many plates he had eaten, shocking Yin Jueqing and the others. How much is the senior going to eat this time? With such an eating style, wouldn't his meridians get blocked by impurities? Ji Mingli kept glancing at Chen Sun, her eyes flickering. The Chen Sun in front of her felt incredibly unfamiliar. His crazy demeanor was worlds apart from their previous encounter at Lingfang. How could a person have such a huge contrast? After a moment of reflection, Ji Mingli quickly shook off the thought. Times have changed. She knew the strength of the man in front of her and dared not speculate recklessly. Gradually, fewer and fewer people remained in the dining hall. After the miscellaneous disciples finished eating, they quickly bowed and left, not daring to linger. In the end, the spacious dining hall was left with only Chen Sun and the others, along with Qian Lifu, who remained kneeling beside them, waiting to serve food. Yin Jueqing slowly put down his chopsticks, cupped his hands towards Chen Sun, and finally spoke respectfully. Senior, I am Yin Jueqing of the sky-eating demon sect. I have taken the liberty to come here to meet you. Please forgive me. Seeing Yin Jueqing speak, Ji Wucong and Ji Mingli also put down their chopsticks and carefully looked towards Chen Sun. Nangong Yao continued to eat, but his ears perked up. He knew that Yin Jueqing's visit was definitely not just for a simple greeting. Meanwhile, Qian Lifu, kneeling, felt a tremor in his body upon seeing Yin Jueqing show such respect to Chen Sun and dared not listen any longer. The Northern Xian Superdemon Sect. The sky-eating demon sect, who doesn't he know about it? It was unimaginable that the leader of such a sect would show such reverence to Elder Chun. It could be inferred that Elder Chun was perhaps the most prominent figure in the Northern Xian cultivation world. Qian Lifu was just a mere mid-stage qi refinement practitioner, insignificant as dust. To him, anyone present felt like a towering figure. Chen Sun continued to focus on his meal, ignoring them. Yin Jueqing felt a bit awkward upon seeing this, but remained silently patient. Burp. After a while, Chen Sun finally finished eating, let out a satisfied burp, and then looked at Yin Jueqing and the others with suspicion, asking, "What did you just say about who you are, old man?" Ji Wucong and Ji Mingli swallowed hard. In Beixian, it seemed that only Elder Chun could call the head of the Yin sect an old man. Chen Sun's eyes lit up with interest as he leaned forward, excitedly banging the table and saying, "Wow, the swallowing heaven demon sect. So impressive." Everyone was taken aback. Yin Jueqing forced a smile and said with embarrassment, "Elder, you flatter me. The swallowing heaven demon sect must be just a small sect in your eyes." Chen Sun's face turned red as he exclaimed, "Old man, you're talking nonsense. If it can swallow the heavens, how can it not be impressive? That's incredible." Yin Jueqing and the others were dumbfounded, looking at each other. What kind of sect opens its big abyssal mouth and swallows the heavens? Is this something a normal person would say? Finally, Yin Jueqing looked at Nangong Yao and said, Sect Master Nangong, this elder is, cough." Nangong Yao felt like laughing inside but kept a straight face and said seriously, "Sect Master Yin." His thought process has always been quite abstract. Perhaps there is some deep meaning in it, but we cannot comprehend it in such a short time. All right. Chen Sun became impatient and urged, "Come on, speak. I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf, old man?" Yin Jueqing quickly said, "Elder, the swallowing heaven demon sect is just a sect name. It absolutely does not have the ability to swallow the heavens. You misunderstand." Chen Sun jumped onto the dining table, looking down at the bewildered crowd and shouted, "Impossible. You better tell the truth, old man. Otherwise, I'm going to get angry, and the consequences will be severe." As he spoke, a faint aura began to emanate from him. This ethereal pressure made Yin Jueqing and Nangong Yao shudder and feel inexplicably frightened. Yin Jueqing's face turned pale, and he hurriedly said, "Elder, wait. You are right. In fact, the swallowing heaven demon sect does have the ability to swallow the heavens." After speaking, Yin Jueqing glanced nervously at the sky, fearing that a lightning bolt would strike him at that moment. "Oh," Chen Sun was delighted, squatting down and eagerly asking, "Then quickly describe that spectacular scene to me." Yin Jueqing looked at Ji Wucong and Nangong Yao, forced a smile, and said, "Just as the elder mentioned, the sect opens its abyssal mouth and swallows the heavens all at once." To make it more vivid, Yin Jueqing even spread his arms wide. Hearing this, Chen Sun burst into laughter. "Impressive, impressive. Exactly right, ha ha ha." Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yin Jueqing glanced at Nangong Yao, then took a deep breath and seized the opportunity to ask, Elder, if the righteous and demonic paths were to clash in Beixian, would you intervene? Nangong Yao's expression changed slightly. Chun Sun shook his head and mumbled, why should I meddle in this? The ways of the world have their own development rules. If I were to intervene, how could I manage it all? Old man, am I right? Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong exchanged glances, both relieved, and then flattered him, saying, what the elder says is indeed correct indeed. Bang! Chun Sun jumped down from the dining table. After he finished speaking, he took a quick step and dashed out of the dining hall, disappearing without a trace. We bid farewell to the elder. Everyone quickly stood up and bowed to see him off. Afterward, Nangong Yao escorted Yin Jueqing and the others out of the sect. Sect Master Yin, Sect Master Ji. I will see you off here. Sect Master Nangong. At this moment, Yin Jueqing called out. Nangong Yao paused but did not turn around, saying, what further instructions do you have, Sect Master Yin? Yin Jueqing cupped his hands in the direction of the servant peak and said, Elder resides in your Daotian sect. So from now on, our demonic sect will not invade your Daotian sect's territory to avoid disturbing the elder. However, we must make it clear that this is all based on the elder's face. If Sect Master Nangong insists on obstructing us or aiding other righteous sects, then do not blame our artifacts for being blind and harming your disciples outside the Daotian sect. Sect Master Yin, this Nangong Yao is ungrateful, Ji Wutsong said coldly. Yin Jueqing shook his head and sighed. There's nothing we can do. Although the elder does not target us demonic sects and does not favor the righteous sects, it is an undeniable fact that the elder resides in the Daotian sect. The Daotian sect is indeed stubborn, but I dare not disregard the elder's face. However, the outcome of this trip has been quite good. As long as the elder does not interfere, we can continue our actions. For now, we will temporarily avoid the Daotian sect. Ji Wutsong nodded heavily, but his gaze occasionally drifted toward the servant peak, deep in thought. What method could possibly persuade the elder to move to his Dine Demon sect? As long as the elder moved there, then they could act against the Daotian sect. Unfortunately, the elder seemed rather indifferent about food and lodging. What about beauty? Would the elder be interested? After contemplating, Ji Wutsong felt it was incredibly difficult. Chapter 57. The Elder is Terrifying. In the second year, Beixian fell into chaos again, with the demonic sect starting to capture righteous disciples on a large scale. During this process, many third-rate sects were destroyed, and even 2 second-rate sects were wiped out, namely the Tianjiao sect and the Qingdao Pavilion. Previously, Pang Yin and Pui Dao had been killed in the Daotian sect's territory by the demonic sect, severely injuring both sects and leaving them unable to retaliate against the demonic sect. Otherwise, as second-rate sects, they would not have been easily wiped out. The righteous sects sensed the brutality of the demonic sect and, after feeling alarmed, could no longer endure it. They finally sent a joint letter to the super-righteous sect, the Tianjin sect, requesting their intervention to stabilize the situation. Naturally, the Tianjin sect agreed, seizing the opportunity to unify the righteous sects of Beixian. In the past, many righteous sects would not have been willing to comply, but in this urgent moment, they had no choice but to bow their heads to the Tianjin sect. With the Tianjin sect's intervention, the demonic sect's momentum was temporarily diminished. However, this did not mean the demonic sect was afraid. Rather, anyone could sense that something different was brewing, as if the demonic sect was planning a fierce storm. Time continued until the end of the second year. Zhao Tingren was still nowhere to be seen, reportedly still in seclusion. Whether he was truly in seclusion or too afraid to face Chen Sun, no one could say for sure. Outside the Daotian sect's main gate, Yin Jueqing stroked his beard while looking towards the servant peak, smiling and saying, in the past 6 months of clashes with the righteous sects, the elder's words have proven true. Not managing it at all is indeed good. Very good. Haha. Ji Wutsong chuckled and glanced back, puzzled. Sect Master Yin, I'm afraid our sect is in trouble. Could the elder really be interested in these beauties? To be fair, these 20 beauties were all chosen from the Dine Demon sect, each with exceptional looks. Aside from most being Foundation Establishment disciples, there were even 2 inner sect elders at the core formation stage. To please Chen Sun, Ji Wutsong had put in a lot of effort and was quite sincere. Meanwhile, Ji Mingli curled her lips and glanced at the group of female cultivators behind her, wondering what they were thinking. You need not worry. Sending these female cultivators here. If the elder does not like them, it's no problem. As long as the elder can feel our sincerity, that is enough. Yin Jueqing chuckled. Ji Wutsong felt this made sense, and then turned to the group of demon female cultivators, saying coldly, when you meet the elder later, all of you better perk up. Let me tell you, the elder is a true dragon among men, a great cultivator who has transcended tribulations. If any of you can catch the elder's eye, it would be like ascending to the heavens. Perhaps in the future, our sect will have to pay respects to you. Upon hearing this, The 20 female cultivators were stunned, their hearts gradually heating up with excitement. "Humph," Ji Wutsong said lightly, "but I must speak some harsh words up front. If anyone does not have eyes and provokes the elder to be displeased, I will tear her apart on the spot." The female cultivators immediately trembled and hurriedly bowed. "Yes, Sectmaster." At the same time, Nangong Yao arrived at the mountain gate. Although he wore a forced smile on his face, he was unhappy inside. After all, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong were here again. If other righteous sects saw this, wouldn't Dao Tian's sect be unjustly accused of colluding with the demonic path? It would leave him in a difficult position. In fact, Nangong Yao had considered keeping the two here. If something were to happen to Yin Jueqing, the northern Xian demonic path would be leaderless and not a concern. Unfortunately, facing the leader of the northern Xian demonic path, Nangong Yao had little confidence in being able to keep her here. Moreover, Ji Wutsong always came with Yin Jueqing, which was also a consideration. Otherwise, Ji Wutsong might come alone, fearing Nangong Yao would act against her. "Leader Yin, Leader Ji, you just visited at the beginning of the year, and I didn't expect you to come again at the end of the year," Nangong Yao said with a forced smile. Yin Jueqing raised an eyebrow and said, "Is Sect Master Nangong not welcoming this old man?" Nangong Yao replied, "Leader Yin, what are you talking about? Of course, this sect welcomes you." Nangong Yao simply gave up on pretending and spoke frankly. Yin Jueqing smiled lightly, unconcerned, and said, "This old man is here to pay respects to the elder. Whether Sect Master Nangong welcomes me is up to you." Saying this, he walked into the mountain gate. "Let's go." Ji Wutsong waved her hand, leading Ji Mengli and a group of female cultivators to follow. Seeing this, Nangong Yao took a deep breath, wanting to stop them, but ultimately gave up. Since they said they were here to pay respects to the elder, he had no reason to obstruct them and could only angrily flick his sleeves and follow. Nangong Yao's gaze locked onto the group of demonic female cultivators, his eyes flickering with suspicion about what Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong were up to this time. Come, all of you squat down properly. What are we now? Jia. Very good. We want to grow into towering trees, and from now on, no one is allowed to move or speak, okay?" At the west side of the Zai Peak, in a grass hut, Yin Jueqing and the others stood there foolishly. Before them, Chen Sun had brought 20 female cultivators to squat on the grass, hugging their knees, motionless. "I understand," Yin Jueqing suddenly exclaimed. Nangong Yao and Ji Wutsong looked at Yin Jueqing in shock. "What do you understand?" Yin Jueqing stroked his beard and laughed. "Elder's action is a method of merging with the heavens and earth, transforming into a tree, feeling the natural laws of the Tao. Truly marvelous, truly marvelous. Worthy of being an elder." Hearing this, Nangong Yao and the others were secretly shocked, feeling that it made sense. After all, Yin Jueqing was the leader of the northern Xian demonic path, with a cultivation level higher than theirs, and his perspective on things was also more profound. As Yin Jueqing spoke, he walked over, squatted down, and remained motionless, silently chanting, "I am a sapling, I am a sapling." Ji Wutsong nodded, and also took Ji Mengli, who looked awkward, over and squatted down with a solemn expression. Seeing this, Nangong Yao was startled and hurried over, squatting down as well, fearing that their fortunes would be comprehended by Yin Jueqing and the others. Thus, the grass hut fell silent. A group of people squatted there from day to night. From night to day, they squatted like this until the beginning of the third year. During this time, only Chen Sun occasionally got up and went to the dining hall for meals. In the end, he would take a spray bottle, humming a little tune as he sprinkled water on Yin Jueqing and the others, treating them like trees. Yin Jueqing and the others were almost numb, but dared not stand up. Until one day, everyone sensed a faint loosening of their realms, and their expressions changed drastically as waves surged in their minds, transforming into a tree, communicating with the heavens and earth. This elder's method of merging with the natural laws is terrifying. Chapter 58, Cunning Ji Wutsong, Shameless Nangong Yao. In the third year, Yin Jueqing and the others finally left Dao Tian's sect with a group of female cultivators. In their view, although the female cultivators had not been favored by the elder, they had benefited immensely. At their level, every attempt to break through a realm could take decades or even centuries without results. But with the elder, in just over half a year, their realms had already loosened, which was a tremendous fortune. During this time, without Yin Jueqing, the demonic path had remained quiet. Originally, it was good for the demonic path to be quiet, but it made the righteous sects increasingly nervous, not knowing what the demonic path was plotting, appearing ghostly and mysterious. Suddenly, news came out that some cultivators saw the leaders of the Swallowing Sky Demon sect and the Great Yin Demon sect coming out of the territory of Dao Tian's sect. This was bad. All sorts of suspicion and accusations followed. No wonder the demonic path has been quiet recently. It turns out they went to your Dao Tian sect. Now, thinking back, they finally understood why the 10 demonic sects, led by the Great Yin Demon Sect, attacked Dao Tian's sect years ago. Yet Dao Tian's sect remained unscathed. This mystery was finally solved. Damn it. Thus, rumors of Dao Tian's sect colluding with the demonic path spread throughout the northern Xian cultivation world. For a time, Dao Tian's sect's situation became dire again. As for this matter, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang naturally learned of it, but they did not publicly state anything. Keeping silent was better. If they spoke to clarify, it would only make the accusations of collusion with the demonic path even harder to explain. The two could only silently mourn for Nangong Yao in their hearts, truly a pitiful child. This really infuriates this sect. In the internal cabinet of Dao Tian Peak, Nangong Yao angrily smashed a teacup to the ground, his face dark. Elders like Lu Yunjian also wore worried expressions, unsure of what to do. Why is our Dao Tian sect facing so many disasters now? It hasn't been long since the 10 major demonic sects attacked, and now we are being labeled as colluding with the demonic path, Lu Yunjian said with a pained expression. Don't you know that our Dao Tian sect cannot withstand such turmoil now? Years ago, after the protective formation was shattered by the Elder's sword, it still hasn't been fully repaired. Nangong Yao, who was usually quite steady, was truly enraged at this moment and could no longer hold back, gritting his teeth and saying, "It's all that old bastard Yin's fault. He insisted on visiting the Elder time and again, and I was worried it would expose us, attracting idle talk. And now look what has happened. That old bastard is really pushing our Dao Tian sect to a dead end." The elders fell silent. Of course, knowing who Nangong Yao referred to as that old bastard, Yin Jueqing, the leader of the northern Xian demonic path, Lu Yunjian pondered and said, "Sect Master, if we just clarify the matter and explain clearly, saying that Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang came to see the elder, not to find us at Dao Tian's sect, it would be fine." Sighing heavily, Nangong Yao replied, "Does this sect not understand the reasoning? But someone has to come forward to prove it. That old bastard and Ji Wucang have remained silent until now. How can we prove ourselves? We can't ask the elder to come forward to prove it, can we? Moreover, there is one crucial thing that Nangong Yao did not say. That is, looking at the elder's current state, he cannot prove anything at all." Sect Master. Suddenly, the usually silent ninth elder, Zhou Tong, spoke up. Nangong Yao was taken aback and asked, "Do you have an idea, ninth elder?" Zhou Tong hesitated and said, "Sect Master, if we cannot prove it, we won't even need the demonic path to act. Our Dao Tian sect will be innocently destroyed at the hands of the righteous sections. Otherwise, we can either do nothing or switch sides and join the demonic path." The cabinet fell into silence. Everyone stared blankly at Zhou Tong. Lu Yunjian angrily said, "Ninth elder, stop talking nonsense. Our Dao Tian sect practices righteous methods. How can we possibly join that cruel demonic path? Is what you said even human language?" Zhou Tong awkwardly replied, "Great elder, don't be angry. I was only making a suggestion. If we don't make plans early and sit and wait for death, by then, the sect will be unjustly destroyed. Are we happy about that? Our sect has so many disciples and elders, we must be responsible." Lu Yunjian waved his sleeve and fell silent. Nangong Yao suddenly said, "What the ninth elder said makes sense. If those righteous sects truly push us too far, then our Dao Tian sect will just switch to the demonic path." The elders were dumbfounded. It was one thing for Zhou Tong to suggest it, but how could the sect master seem to agree? Nangong Yao noticed the change in the expressions of the crowd, their hesitation evident, and waved his hand, saying, "The master once said, right is not defined by right, nor is evil defined by evil. The righteous path or the demonic path is merely a superficial title. Whether something is righteous or demonic is determined by actions, not names. Our Dao Tian sect cannot let the name of righteousness lead to the wrongful death of all the elders and disciples." The elders sighed upon hearing this and said no more. However, several years ago, the third elder had died at the hands of the demonic sect. And now to actually seek help from the demonic sect was truly ironic and a sign of the unpredictability of the world. Nangong Yao's expression darkened as he thought of this, sighing inwardly. As the sect leader, he could only temporarily set aside the grudge of the third elder for the safety of all the elders and disciples, to prevent the demonic path from invading. The various sects naturally did not mobilize all their forces, but instead sent a few elders and disciples. The Tianjin sect sent only one elder. Nevertheless, this was enough to cause Dao Tian's sect, which lacked a protective formation, to suffer. However, when they arrived in the Dao Tian sect's territory, the righteous sects were stunned into silence. The reason was the terrifying sword chasm on the ground. Even now, various sects could feel the lingering sharp sword intent within it. Whose divine sword was it that created this? Originally, the righteous sects came in full force to judge Dao Tian's sect, but upon seeing the sword chasm, they suddenly lost their momentum and couldn't help but think of many things. It was evident that this sword chasm had been there for some time. almost coinciding with the time that 10 demonic sects retreated a few years ago. Could it be that there is a powerful figure within Daotian's sect? At that time, did this powerful figure drive back the 10 demonic sects with a single sword? And there were rumors that someone saw Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang entering and exiting Daotian's sect's territory. Could this also be related to this powerful figure? Thinking about it this way, it was very possible. Outside the mountain gate of Daotian's sect, the various righteous sects hovered in midair. Confronting Nangong Yao and the others from a distance, the atmosphere solemn. Just when Nangong Yao thought that the elder of Tianjin's sect was about to speak and begin the judgment, that elder instead clasped his fists and smiled. Sect Master Nangong, we have come from afar as guests. Are you really going to refuse us entry? Without knowing what the other party was up to, would they easily let them in? Lu Yunjian frowned and said, elderly, do you think our Daotian sect colludes with the demonic path and has specifically come for judgment? If so, how could we dare to let you in? The elder of Tianjin sect, named Li Zhao, laughed and said, hee, don't pretend anymore. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao and the others' pupils contracted. They knew it. Fortunately, in the territory of Daotian's sect, they had contacted Ji Wucang in advance to hide some demonic sections. As long as these righteous sects dared to act recklessly, those demonic sects would come out to help. Nangong Yao had already agreed with Ji Wucang that unless absolutely necessary, the hidden demonic sects must not be exposed. To be safe, Nangong Yao even made Ji Wucang swear an oath to the heavens, and Ji Wucang immediately solemnly swore that if he acted recklessly, he would lose 100 years of lifespan. Only then did Nangong Yao feel a bit more at ease. As he knew Ji Wucang's lifespan was already near its end, 100 years would be enough to deter him from acting rashly. Li Zhao continued, keep pretending. Just as Nangong Yao and the others clenched their fists tightly, Li Zhao coldly snorted, stop pretending. Who would have thought that Daotian's sect hides a powerful figure? Sect Master Nangong, as fellow righteous sects, isn't it unkind of you to conceal this? Nangong Yao and the others were momentarily stunned. So the other party was referring to the master. Understood, they must have made the connection upon seeing the sword chasm. Everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief, as things were temporarily developing in a good direction. Since these people had discovered the existence of the master, they should be cautious and not dare to act recklessly. Li Zhao said, Sect Master Nangong, it seems there is indeed some misunderstanding. Today, we will not judge Daotian's sect, but please quickly take us to meet that senior. Now that the northern Xian demonic path is rampant, and that senior has such profound cultivation, if we can invite him out of seclusion, it will surely aid us righteous ones. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao's previously relaxed heart tightened again, and he sternly waved his hand. You can forget it. The master will not come out to help. Li Zhao's expression darkened as he stared at Nangong Yao and said, what do you mean? Do you want to hide that senior from us and not let us meet? Suddenly, the sound of killing erupted around them. The hidden demonic cultivators dismantled their formation, revealing their forms, fiercely attacking the righteous sects. In an instant, demonic energy surged. The righteous cultivators were shocked and stirred by this sudden scene. There were actually demonic sects lying in ambush in advance. One by one, they looked at Nangong Yao with disbelief and hatred. Li Zhao's pupils contracted as he shouted, Nangong Yao, your Daotian sect really colludes with the demonic path. At this moment, Nangong Yao and Lu Yunjian were dumbfounded. Nangong Yao's face turned pale as he suddenly looked towards Ji Wucang in the distance, sending a voice transmission, Ji Wucang, what are you doing? He saw Ji Wucang suffering from the backlash of the oath to the heavens, his figure swaying, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Ji Wucang casually wiped away the crimson from his mouth, grinning sinisterly as he said, did you forget? Our sect was also enlightened by that senior at the Tree of Transformation. Now we are close to breaking through. A mere 100 years of lifespan is nothing to worry about. If I can use this as a price to force your Daotian sect into the demonic path, that would be worth it. Ha ha ha. As he finished, Ji Wucang threw his head back and laughed, fully displaying the arrogant demeanor of a demonic sect leader. Nangong Yao's pupils contracted infinitely. There had been too many events recently, and he had momentarily forgotten that Ji Wucang had also been enlightened by the master at the Tree of Transformation. Damn it, you were the one who started this. Thus, Nangong Yao appeared shocked and loudly said, I never expected there would be a demonic sect ambush in the territory of my Daotian sect. Elders, join me in eliminating the demonic cultivators. Ji Wucang's laughter abruptly stopped, and his face quickly darkened, cursing Nangong Yao for being so shameless. Chapter 59. The Visit of the Tianjin Sect Master. Retreat. Ji Wucang was decisive, seeing that things were not working out. He immediately led the many demonic cultivators to retreat. However, before leaving, he bitterly said, Nangong Yao, you are truly shameless. After the demonic sect left, the various righteous sects counted their numbers, relieved that this brief battle had not caused many casualties. Fortunately, Dao Tian sect acted in time, and together they drove away the demonic sect. Sect Master Nangong, we are sorry, we misunderstood you, Li Zhao said apologetically. Nangong Yao waved his hand and solemnly said, how could my Dao Tian sect collude with the demonic path? Yes, everyone felt increasingly ashamed. What a huge misunderstanding. Fortunately, Dao Tian sect did not collude with the demonic path. Otherwise, if Dao Tian sect had truly joined forces with those demonic sects, their fate would have been dire. Li Zhao pondered and said, Sect Master Nangong, please let us meet that senior. Nangong Yao narrowed his eyes and said, whether you can meet or not is not for our sect to decide. Li Zhao replied, then could you please ask? Elderly, everyone. Our sect has already consulted the master. The master said he will not meet. Nangong Yao knew that the master was most averse to being disturbed while sleeping. Upon hearing this, Li Zhao and the others no longer pressed the matter and left with regret. Once Li Zhao and the others departed, Nangong Yao and the elders finally darkened their expressions. Humph, Ji Wucang is truly cunning. Fortunately, the sect master adapted quickly and resolved this crisis. Lu Yunjian scolded. The elders nodded in agreement, still feeling lingering fear. Bringing in the demonic path was originally for insurance. They never expected such a turn of events would almost lead to an irreparable situation. Otherwise, how could one say that he was a demonic cultivator? By the end of the third year, as more and more righteous disciples were captured by the demonic sects, the situation became increasingly urgent. They could not wait any longer. The Tianjin sect issued an order, uniting with the northern Xian righteous sects to march south, preparing to confront the Swallowing Sky demonic sect. The Swallowing Heaven demon sect had already received the news and summoned various demon sects, including the Dian demon sect, in advance. When the two sides clashed, the heavens and earth changed color, resembling the end of days. This was indeed the first time in many years that such a large-scale conflict among cultivators had occurred in Beixian. Naturally, this large-scale battle inevitably affected many mundane towns, resulting in a significant loss of life. In this battle, the righteous cultivators suffered around 100,000 casualties, with countless others sustaining various degrees of injuries. Among them, 10 Yuan Ing stage cultivators fell, and there were hundreds at the Jedon stage, while the number at the Foundation establishment stage was not even counted. In contrast, the demon sects only lost about 20,000 cultivators, with 3 Yuan Ing stage cultivators and fewer than 100 at the Jedon stage. The disparity between the two sides was evident. The defeat of the righteous side was not only due to the Swallowing Heaven demon sect fighting on home turf, but more importantly, the righteous cultivators discovered that the war was not solely participated in by the Beixian cultivators. There were even forces from the Southern Sky sects secretly assisting the Swallowing Heaven demon sect. Time flowed like sand, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years of Chun Sun's madness had finally passed. Outside the Dao Tian sect, two figures stood still. The sect master, that senior resides within the Dao Tian sect, Li Zhao said in a solemn voice, his pale face indicating that he had also been injured in the war. The other figure was naturally the sect master of the Tianjin sect, a mid-stage transformation cultivator, the leader of the righteous side in Beixian. Duan Songhai initially thought that his swordsmanship had no rival in Beixian, yet here was a sword cultivator of such caliber. Li Zhao remained silent. Duan Songhai continued, if we can invite this senior out, perhaps we can stabilize the situation in Beixian. Otherwise, if this continues, Beixian will be unified by the demon path. Upon hearing this, Li Zhao raised an eyebrow and whispered, Sect Master, I heard that Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang visited this senior at the Dao Tian sect long ago. We latercomers might have no hope. Li Zhao recalled that Nin Gongyao had once confidently told him that the senior would not intervene. Perhaps this had something to do with Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang. Duan Songhai fell silent for a moment before saying, regardless, we will see when we meet. At the same time, Nin Gongyao led the elders out to greet them. Duan Songhai smiled, waving his hand, and said, Ningong need not say such things. It is our sect that came without prior notice, so please do not mind. Duan Songhai nodded and got straight to the point. Nangong, I will speak plainly. We have come to visit the senior. Please make the introduction. Nangong Yao exchanged glances with the elders, as they had anticipated this. Duan Songhai's eyes flickered as he asked, is it related to Yin Jueqing? Nangong Yao shook his head. No, it has nothing to do with anyone. That is just how the senior is. Duan Songhai sighed internally, saying, our sect understands, but we still wish to see the senior. They stopped only halfway up the mountain. Nan Gonyao said something before heading toward the western grass hut. Chapter 60, Brother Chun. When Nan Gonyao arrived at the grass hut, he saw Chun Sun leisurely drinking. Observing Chun Sun's demeanor, Nan Gonyao was secretly shocked. The senior was no longer mad? Senior, the sect master of the Tianjin sect wishes to pay his respects to you. Will you see him? Nan Gonyao bowed and asked cautiously, still uncertain whether the senior was truly sane. Chen Sun picked up his cup, took a sip, and said softly, "Did you not already bring him halfway up the mountain? Just let him come and see." Chen Sun smiled. "There is no need to trouble yourself. Bring him to the grass hut." "Yes." Nan Gongyao bowed and retreated. Moments later, we have met the senior. Lu Yunjian and the other elders quickly bowed in greeting. Chen Sun waved his hand and smiled. No need for excessive courtesy. The elders straightened up slightly, each with a look of astonishment. Feeling that the senior was indeed a remarkable person, Nan Gongyao introduced them, and the two had imagined the sword cultivator who had struck that blow could either be a vigorous elder with white hair or a tall middle-aged man. However, they never expected it to be a seemingly unremarkable young scholar in green robes. Li Zhao also quickly bowed. Second elder of the Tianjin sect, Li Zhao, has come to pay respects to the senior. Chen Sun looked the two over and directly asked, "What do you seek from me?" Upon hearing this, Duan Songhai and Li Zhao were momentarily taken aback, having not expected Chen Sun to get straight to the point. They were left momentarily speechless. Their prepared flattering words stuck in their throats. Duan Songhai quickly gathered his thoughts and said, "Songhai is also a sword cultivator, and since the senior's swordsmanship is divine, I have come to admire your grandeur." Li Zhao added, "Yes, yes, yes, senior, we are here to admire you." Chen Sun nodded and smiled. "Admire? Then you should be done admiring now. You can leave." Duan Songhai and Li Zhao felt anxious. 5 Earth-grade spirit veins. Nan Gongyao and the others were shocked. They knew that their Dao Tian sect only possessed 1 Earth-grade spirit vein, but unfortunately, it was difficult to mine, and after many years, they had only extracted 20% of it. If mining the spirit vein were easy, they wouldn't have had to worry about resources earlier. Chen Sun chuckled. "What do I need that spirit vein for?" This question left everyone dumbfounded. Spirit veins were indeed valuable things, especially Earth-grade spirit veins. Who wouldn't want more spirit stones? Chen Sun raised his hand to interrupt. "I said you can leave." "Senior, then we will take our leave." Chen Sun nodded. "Senior, we will take our leave as well." Nan Gongyao and the others bowed. They had no strong expressions, as they were not surprised by this outcome. However, Chen Sun said, "Nan Gong, stay." "Yes, senior." Nan Gongyao bowed, waiting for Chen Sun to continue. He knew that if the senior called him to stay, there must be something important. Chen Sun looked up at the sky for a long time before sighing softly. "Tell Lin Jueqing that I will not interfere in the trivial matters between the righteous and demonic paths, but in the future, do not harm the ordinary people. Regardless of whether they are righteous cultivators or demon cultivators, they all come from ordinary people and should be protected." Nan Gongyao was taken aback. "Understood." "Wait." As Nan Gongyao bowed and was about to leave, Chen Sun called out to him again. Chen Sun handed him a pill and said, "This pill is for you. It may assist you during the upcoming transformation thunder tribulation." Nan Gongyao was stunned. He understood the terrifying nature of the pill gifted by the senior and did not act overly polite as he tremblingly accepted it. "Thank you very much, senior." After receiving the pill, Nan Gongyao remained in a daze for a long time before asking, "Is the senior planning to leave?" Chen Sun slightly nodded and smiled. "Yes. I've been at your Dao Tian sect for 6 years. I should have left 3 years ago. I can't stay idle when I'm clear-headed. I enjoy wandering around." Upon receiving the answer, Nan Gongyao felt a sense of loss and softly asked, "When will the senior leave?" Having benefited immensely from the senior during his 6 years in the sect, Nan Gongyao naturally wished to send him off in a grand manner. However, Chen Sun did not respond but smiled warmly. "If I want to leave, I will leave." "Chun, senior." In front of the grass hut, a disciple in purple bowed. This was Zhao Ting, whom he had not seen for 3 years. Chen Sun smiled and teased, "It's been 3 years, Brother Zhao, and your demeanor remains unchanged." Zhao Ting's heart trembled, his face turned pale, and he bowed, staring at his toes as he hurriedly said, "Senior Chen, you can just call me Zhao Ting. I used to be unaware." The sect master and elders all respectfully addressed him as senior, and even the leader of the Beishian demon path bowed to him. How could Zhao Ting dare to still call him brother? Chen Sun smiled, stood up, and pulled the extremely reserved Zhao Ting to sit down, saying, "Brother Zhao, I'm not that particular. I can be of the same generation with anyone. There's no need to be so formal. I still miss the old you." After sitting down, Zhao Ting carefully poured wine for Chen Sun, his voice trembling. "Senior's words are too kind. Zhao Ting is merely a humble purple-clad disciple. While you are like the blue sky to me, how could I not respect you? If my master finds out, he will surely punish me." Chen Sun smiled slightly, took the wine jug from Zhao Ting's hand, and poured wine for him personally, saying softly, "But once, I was just an ordinary person suffering from madness. While Brother Zhao is a high-ranking disciple of the Dao Tian sect, there is no need for us to be formal." Zhao Ting slowly raised his head, staring blankly at Chen Sun, who smiled gently in front of him. His vision blurred slightly, and a smile finally appeared at the corners of his mouth as he said, "Brother Chun, Chapter 61. The Tribulation of South Heaven's Great Cultivator? After 3 rounds of wine. 3 years ago, when the 10 demonic sects attacked the Daotian sect, Zhao Ting wanted to send Chen Sun out through the secret path at the back mountain, entrusting him to take this jade pendant to his parents, which must have a special meaning for Zhao Ting and his parents. Zhao Ting respectfully accepted it and said, "Thank you, senior." Chen Sun smiled at his words, but didn't he take it to heart. In fact, aside from Zhao Ting calling him Brother Chen before the wine, he later became respectful and referred to him as senior. When there is a significant gap in identity and status between people, barriers are inevitable, which is normal. Not to mention the disparity is as vast as between clouds and mud. Zhao Ting's master respects him. So how could Zhao Ting maintain a normal mindset? That was utterly impossible. Chen Sun and Zhao Ting still sat together drinking, as if nothing had changed. But in reality, everything had changed. Zhao Ting, 6 years ago, you said in Tianqing City that you didn't want to be an ordinary person, you wanted to cultivate immortality. To wander the heavens and see the scenery that only immortal cultivators can see. What are your thoughts now? Chen Sun asked with a smile. Zhao Ting fell silent for a while and replied, "What you said back then, senior, was true. The immortal world is not as beautiful as I initially imagined. In the past 6 years, many things have happened in the sect. If it weren't for you, the Daotian sect might have ceased to exist long ago." Chen Sun shook his head slightly. "Actually, you are quite fortunate. You have a place to rely on. In these years of turmoil in Beixian, many loose cultivators have had a much harder time surviving." Chen Sun swirled the wine in his cup and said, "Beixian cannot stabilize in the short term. Your hopes may be in vain." Zhao Ting paused and lowered his head. Chen Sun drank the wine in his cup, stood up, and said, "It's getting late. You should go about your business." Zhao Ting quickly stood up and respectfully said, "Yes, then senior, please rest. Zhao Ting will take my leave." After watching Zhao Ting leave, Chen Sun glanced at the darkening sky and headed to the dining hall, thinking to have a meal there before leaving. At the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect, while Yin Jueqing was discussing something with 2 leaders of Southern Heaven sects, he suddenly felt warmth in his heart and took out a communication talisman. Seeing it was a message from Ji Wucong, he did not conceal it and wanted to hear what Ji Wucong had to say. "Sect Master Yin, Nangong Yao just sent a message to our sect, asking us to convey a sentence to you." Upon hearing the first sentence, Yin Jueqing's face darkened, saying, "Nangong Yao is so full of himself, unexpectedly." But before he could finish, Ji Wucong quickly interjected, "Nangong Yao is conveying a message on behalf of a senior." Yin Jueqing's expression changed instantly, smiling as he said, "Oh, it's a message from a senior. Please speak quickly." Meanwhile, Yin Jueqing felt a bit anxious, thinking, could it be that the senior has changed their mind and wants to take charge of the matters between the righteous and demonic paths in Beixian? Beside him, the 2 Southern Heaven leaders exchanged doubtful glances. Does Beixian still have experts? Even Yin Jueqing calls them senior. They knew that Nangong Yao was the master of a first-rate righteous sect in Beixian, since it was a message from Nangong Yao. Does that mean the senior Yin Jueqing mentioned is closely related to the righteous path? The senior said that trivial matters between the righteous and demonic paths would not be managed. But in the future, it must not affect a large number of ordinary people, regardless of whether they are righteous cultivators or demonic cultivators. They share a commonality. Each one comes from the ranks of ordinary people and should be protected. Ji Wucong's cautious voice came from the communication talisman. Yin Jueqing did not hesitate and solemnly replied, "Understood." After saying that, he cut off the connection. The 2 Southern Heaven leaders immediately stood up impatiently. "Sect Master Yin, who exactly is this senior?" Yin Jueqing pursed his lips and replied, "I'm afraid I cannot disclose anything about the senior." The 2 Southern Heaven leaders exchanged glances, their eyes flickering. "Very well, we won't ask too much about this so-called senior, but there will continue to be battles between the 2 paths, and it is inevitable that ordinary people will be affected." "Sect Master Yin, you easily agreed to that. How will future actions be carried out?" One of them said seriously, even questioning. Yin Jueqing closed his eyes and said lightly, "How to proceed will proceed as it should. You 2 should be thankful that the senior does not participate in the disputes between the righteous and demonic paths in Beixian. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have the opportunity to act. So exaggerated?" The 2 exchanged another shocked glance. "You keep calling them senior and refuse to reveal their identity. You must give us a reason." "Exactly. We traveled thousands of miles from Southern Heaven to Beixian to assist you in unifying Beixian, yet you show no sincerity." Yin Jueqing frowned, somewhat angry. "Don't make it sound so nice. Whether you are assisting our sect or your Southern Heavens person, you know best in your hearts. If you want a reason, fine. The senior is a great cultivator undergoing tribulation. Is that reason enough?" "What? A tribulation stage?" The faces of the 2 Southern Heaven leaders changed instantly. "What is the name of that great cultivator undergoing tribulation?" One of them immediately asked. How many great cultivators undergoing tribulation are there in the world? Could it be that this one in Beixian is an isolated expert? Yin Jueqing replied, no comment. I can only tell you that the senior is not any great cultivator undergoing tribulation you have heard of. The air fell silent for a moment. After that, the leader of the faction flickered and disappeared, revealing that he was also at the transformation stage. Sectmaster Yin. Regardless of whether the senior you speak of is truly a great cultivator undergoing tribulation, that person from Southern Heaven is a genuine great cultivator undergoing tribulation. You'd best keep a scale in your heart. If you provoke that person, the leader of the demonic path in Beixian will likely not live long. I'll take my leave to rest. The other Southern Heaven leader waved his sleeve and arrogantly left the hall. Sigh. Yin Jueqing let out a low sigh, turning his head to look at the sky outside for a long time without speaking. To be honest, he was very grateful to the senior. If it weren't for the senior, he didn't know how many years it would take to break through to the late transformation stage. If that person from Southern Heaven was relentless, he truly feared that person would clash with the senior. At that time, who would emerge victorious was still uncertain. However, through a few previous encounters with the senior, that terrifying sword chasm, and the senior's method of transforming into a tree, in Yin Jueqing's view, even that person from Southern Heaven might not gain any advantage against the senior. Chapter 62. Returning to the small river, things have changed. 3 days later, in the morning, at the grass hut on the western side of the miscellaneous peak, Nangong Yao and several core elders stood there. The difference was that Nangong Yao was relatively silent. Sectmaster, the teacher is not here. At this hour, the teacher must be in the dining hall, Lu Yunjin pondered. The other elders nodded, agreeing. The teacher has left. Nangong Yao said. The elders were stunned. Upon hearing this, the elders were lost in thought. The teacher had stayed in the sect for 6 years, and unexpectedly left just like that. However, this aligned with the teacher's personality. The teacher was never one to be coy. In a few days, our sect will prepare for the transformation. I will trouble all of you elders to protect the law then. Nangong Yao turned and walked outside. The elders were startled, not expecting the sect master to progress so quickly that he would unknowingly be preparing for transformation, and thus hurriedly followed. Sectmaster, you speak as if it is a matter of course. It is our duty to protect you. Sectmaster, the transformation thunder tribulation is difficult to pass. Are you fully prepared? With the teacher's fortune, our sect has confidence. As Nangong Yao spoke, he paused, took a deep breath, and said, seal off 100 zhang around the grass hut on the west side. Anyone from the Daotian sect must keep their distance and not approach. Understood. On the wild path, a fine horse jogged. On the horse's back, a scholar in green lay sideways, flipping through a blank book. The wind lifted the scholar's hair, making it dance freely and leisurely. This scholar was naturally Chen Sun. As the horse ran, the wild path grew narrower. Soon, a small town appeared faintly in the distance, gradually becoming clearer. Moments later, they arrived at the town's entrance. Chen Sun glanced at the plaque on the town gate, smiled, and then dismounted, leading the horse into the town. On the street, many people curiously observed Chen Sun. Some felt that the scholar in green looked somewhat familiar, but thinking it was just an illusion, they shook their heads and walked away. At that moment, 3 constables passed by. The middle-aged leader, upon seeing Chen Sun, didn't pay much attention, thinking he was just an outsider passing through for a rest, and prepared to leave. However, the next moment, the middle-aged man abruptly halted, and along with the 2 confused constables, quickly approached Chen Sun. Chen Sun? The middle-aged man stared at Chen Sun incredulously. Chen Sun smiled slightly. I didn't expect that after 6 years, Captain Ji still remembers me? The middle-aged man before him was naturally the captain of the office. Ji Ba. 6 years ago, due to the case of the Black Tiger, he had invited Chen Sun to the office. However, compared to 6 years ago, Ji Ba now had a mix of black and white hair. His temples seemed to have been frosted white, and the lines at the corners of his eyes were deeper. Chen Sun said, I just passed by to take a look. Ji Ba looked at Chen Sun, observing him closely, suddenly realizing something, and exclaimed, 6 years have passed, and your appearance hasn't changed at all. Indeed. Ji Ba didn't suspect anything, but said, however, you're wrong about one thing. 6 years is not a short time. Chen Sun paused, gently nodding. Yes, for ordinary people, 6 years is truly not short. Ji Ba then seemed to think of something and sighed. Chen Sun, it's good that you're here. The old Li family has undergone quite a change over the years. Things have changed and people have changed. 3 years after you left, Li Yuan lost her sight, allegedly inherited from her grandmother. However, strangely, her parents had no such inheritance before, and it manifested a generation later. Last year, old Li passed away. The town chief thought it pitiful for Li Yuan to be alone, and since it was inconvenient in many aspects, he asked me to arrange a marriage for her. But this girl refused to agree, and I've been taking a matchmaker there every day, only to be met with closed doors, which has worried me to death. Sigh. Chen Sun remained silent for a moment and said, "All right, Captain Ji, you can be busy. I'll go take a look." Ji Ba called out and then left with his two subordinates. After standing in place for a while, Chen Sun, not knowing what he was thinking, led the horse towards the west side of the town. In front of a familiar courtyard, Chen Sun stood with the horse tied nearby, impatiently stamping its hooves. Chen Sun walked over and gently knocked on the courtyard door. After a moment, a sound of fumbling to open the door came from inside, and after a creak, a slightly flustered voice rang out. "Is it Uncle Ji?" Outside the courtyard, Chen Sun softly replied, "It's Brother Chen." The air fell silent. Then footsteps sounded, and in a hurry, it seemed something was knocked over. Soon, the courtyard door slowly opened, revealing a pretty face before Chen Sun's eyes. 6 years had passed, and Li Yuan was no longer a girl. She looked much more mature. Especially those once large eyes, now seemed to lack focus and spirit. "Brother Chen?" Li Yuan leaned against the courtyard door, calling out with a trembling voice. Chen Sun gently said, "Yes, it's me." Inside the courtyard, Chen Sun held a cup of hot tea, standing there, scanning everything in the yard. The bundle of dusty hemp rope and the rusty machete in the corner were particularly conspicuous. As if sensing something, Li Yuan softly said, "Brother Chen, Grandpa passed away last year. He lived for 69 years, which is considered a long life in Xia Town, and he had no regrets about it. The only regret was that he missed you and couldn't see you one last time." Chen Sun sighed inwardly. He had originally planned to visit Xia Town 3 years ago, but didn't he expect that the time he was awake would be so short, and madness would come so quickly. In this world, Chen Sun prided himself on being able to grasp many things, yet he could not grasp himself. Chen Sun turned to Li Yuan and said, "I just met Captain Ji. He said he wanted to arrange a marriage for you." "Brother Chen." Li Yuan hadn't finished speaking when Chen Sun interjected, "I understand. You have always been considerate of others. You don't refuse because you don't want to, but because you don't want to burden others, right?" Upon hearing this, tears rolled down Li Yuan's cheeks as she nodded vigorously, choked up, "Yes. I can't see anything, can't do anything." Chen Sun stepped forward, gently patting Li Yuan's head like an elder, looking into her eyes, and smiled. "Do you have any wishes at the moment? Brother Chen will try to fulfill them as much as possible." Li Yuan tilted her head. Her hollow gaze now seemed to have a faint glimmer, and she said, 20 miles east of Xia Town, there's a sea of flowers. In the past, Grandpa sometimes took me there in spring. Now that it's spring, it must be beautiful. Can Brother Chen take me to see it?" Chen Sun's eyes paused. Is this her wish? He then said, "Although the sea of flowers is beautiful, you can't see it." Li Yuan's face broke into a smile as she replied, "Being in the sea of flowers, even if I can't see it, I know it must be beautiful." Chen Sun was momentarily stunned, then smiled and said, "All right, Brother Chen will take you there." Chapter 63 The Money Bag of That Year. Chen Sun led Li Yuan out of the courtyard and asked, "How do you want to get there?" Li Yuan replied playfully, "Of course we ride a horse. As mortals. Can we fly there?" Hee. Chen Sun, it's not impossible." Li Yuan fell silent for a moment, then forced a smile. "Brother Chen, you're joking, right?" Chen Sun laughed. "Brother Chen is not joking with you." After saying that, Chen Sun grasped Li Yuan's wrist and soared into the air, flying towards the east side of Xia Town. During this time, Li Yuan gasped, her expression suddenly changing to disbelief. Meanwhile, Ji Ba, who happened to be nearby, had his pupils sharply contract, watching Chen Sun take Li Yuan into the air and disappear in the blink of an eye. Chen Sun is an immortal, 20 miles east of Xia Town. This was a valley. In the valley, flowers bloomed everywhere, colorful and fragrant. The spring breeze swept through, making the flowers sway in the wind, resembling a sea of flowers. Soon, a flash of light swept in, transforming into 2 figures landing in the sea of flowers. Chen Sun released Li Yuan's wrist, stood with his hands behind his back, facing the spring breeze, took a few steps forward, looked around and smiled. The scenery is indeed good, worthy of the name Sea of Flowers. At this moment, Li Yuan was looking down, trembling, and said, "Brother Chen is an immortal." Chen Sun turned around and softly said, "That's not important. What matters is that we arrived at the Sea of Flowers." Li Yuan's body trembled as if letting go of all her worries. She raised her head, a smile reappearing on her face, and stretched out her arms to smell the fragrance of the flowers, saying, "Thank you, Brother Chen. I haven't been out for a long time. Today is the happiest day for me in the past 2 years." Chen Sun walked to Li Yuan's side and asked with a smile, "Do you want to run freely in the Sea of Flowers, facing the warm spring breeze?" Li Yuan stiffened and said, but Chen Sun shook his head. "You just have to say you want to, and Brother Chen will help you." Li Yuan's lips moved. Trembling, "I want to." Chen Sun slightly nodded and gently brushed his hand in front of Li Yuan's eyes. At that moment, Li Yuan's eyes moved. Trying to open them, the long-lost light faintly appeared, accompanied by her increasingly rapid heartbeat. In her blurred vision, there was a figure whose face she couldn't clearly see. And behind the figure was a shimmering ocean. As her vision gradually became clearer, the young man's face was finally visible, and the shimmering ocean was also visible, revealing a sea of flowers under the sunlight. "Brother Chen, I see you." Li Yuan's eyes brightened as she closely gazed at the young man before her. Both familiar and strange, as if she wanted to engrave that face in her heart. Unknowingly, joyful tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Chen Sun smiled and extended his hand towards the sea of flowers, saying, "You must have felt a lot of repression these past 2 years. Go and vent it out." Li Yuan nodded vigorously, no longer caring to wipe away her tears, and opened her arms to run freely in the flower sea. Chen Sun stood quietly in place with his hands behind his back, wearing a warm smile as he watched the flower sea and listened to the cheerful laughter carried by the wind. In the evening, Li Yuan prepared a large table of dishes. Just as Chen Sun and Li Yuan were about to start eating, a voice sounded from outside the courtyard. "I, Jibuchang, have come to pay my respects to the immortal." Upon receiving Chen Sun's signal, Li Yuan quickly ran to open the courtyard door to welcome Jibuchang in, along with the head constable, Jiba. When Jibuchang and Jiba saw the brightness return to Li Yuan's eyes, they were surprised, but upon recalling Chen Sun's presence, they nodded. They couldn't help but admire that the immortal was indeed extraordinary, able to cure Li Yuan's ailment with just a wave of his hand. It should be noted that they had previously sought many physicians, all of whom were helpless. Soon, Jibuchang and Jiba entered the house, and upon seeing Chen Sun, they immediately greeted him. "We have seen the immortal." Chen Sun was not surprised by their formalities and smiled, saying, "Tonight's dishes are plentiful. Let us sit down and have a drink together." Jibuchang was startled and quickly replied, "I wouldn't dare. How could I sit with the immortal?" Chen Sun said, "I don't mind such formalities, no need for politeness." As he spoke, he glanced at Li Yuan, who understood immediately and hurriedly pulled Jibuchang and Jiba to sit down. After they were seated, Jibuchang and Jiba were quite restrained, occasionally stealing glances at Chen Sun, feeling deeply impressed. An immortal truly is an immortal. Time had left no mark on him. In contrast, they had aged significantly. 6 years had passed, and Jibuchang had aged a lot. He figured that in a few more years, he would be buried as well. Suddenly, Jibuchang and Jiba exchanged glances, both recalling the Black Tiger case, where 3 hunters died in prison. They had once thought there were supernatural forces at play. Now they understood that it was not supernatural forces, but rather those hunters had offended Chen Sun, the immortal, and there was no way they could have survived. Regarding that unsolved case, the two had basically realized it was done by Chen Sun, but they naturally buried it in their hearts, not daring to bring it up. After a long silence, Jibuchang bowed his head and clasped his hands, saying, "I was unaware of the immortal's presence before. If I have been lacking in courtesy, please forgive me." Chen Sun waved his hand. "No worries, let us drink." "Yes, yes," they replied. Next, the 3 of them started drinking, while Li Yuan silently ate her meal on the side. After a few rounds of drinks, Jibuchang and Jiba began to feel tipsy and gradually relaxed. "Li Yuan, now that your eye ailment is cured, you should hurry and get married, so that old Li in the heavens can rest easy. In the town, children your age are already walking," Jibuchang said with a smile. Li Yuan pushed her rice around and nodded silently. Jibuchang glanced at Chen Sun and then said seriously, "Rest assured, I will have Jiba find the best marriage proposal for you." With Chen Sun's connection, Jibuchang naturally wanted to do his best. Chen Sun smiled and said, "Then I'll trouble the town lord to ensure Yuan's happiness in her later years." Jibuchang hurriedly replied, "What the immortal says is too kind. This is what I should do." Chen Sun slightly nodded and then looked at Li Yuan, saying, "The town lord is right. You are not young anymore, and you need to get married soon to let the late Grandpa Li rest easy, understand?" Li Yuan's lips moved, and she lowered her head, saying, "I understand, Brother Chen." After dinner, Jibuchang and Jiba left. Chen Sun stood in the courtyard, gazing at the night sky. Li Yuan came over and suddenly handed him a money pouch that showed signs of age. Chen Sun was taken aback. His throat moved slightly, momentarily speechless. Regarding old Li's death, he had not felt much emotional fluctuation, but the sudden appearance of the money pouch stirred complex feelings within him. Chen Sun took the money pouch and tightened his grip. The next day, Chen Sun visited old Li's grave. In front of the grave, he opened 2 flasks of wine, pouring one in front of the grave and drinking the other himself. He stayed there for an entire day, not speaking a word throughout. Only before leaving did he softly say, "Grandpa Li, I'm leaving. Brother Chen, it's time to eat." In the small courtyard, Li Yuan ran out from the kitchen, searching for Chen Sun but finding no trace of him. A bad premonition arose in her heart, and she glanced around anxiously. She noticed that the hemp rope in the corner of the courtyard had been neatly arranged, and the hatchet had been sharpened to a smooth finish, no longer rusty. The hemp rope and hatchet lay quietly there, but the person who had sharpened the knife was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 64. Into the Snowfield, Encountering the Unkind. Daotian Sect. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang stood outside the mountain gate. Opposite them was Nangong Yao. Sect Master Nangong, I have important matters to discuss with you. Yin Jueqing said solemnly. Nangong Yao frowned and replied directly, Sect Master Yin, you are late. The esteemed one left without saying goodbye a few days ago. What? Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang were taken aback. Seeing their reaction, Nangong Yao couldn't help but be suspicious and asked, what important matter does Sect Master Yin have? Yin Jueqing deeply looked at Nangong Yao and said in a low voice, Sect Master Nangong, it seems that Daotian Sect may face a great calamity. Nangong Yao's expression changed. He knew that Yin Jueqing wouldn't speak lightly. But what kind of calamity could it be? After all, the current situation in Beixian was merely a conflict between the righteous and demonic paths. How could there be a great calamity for Daotian Sect? Yin Jueqing was silent for a moment and sighed, out of respect for the esteemed one. I will tell you directly that the conflict between the righteous and demonic paths in Beixian is not initiated by me, but rather comes from a great cultivator of tribulation from the southern heaven. Didn't the esteemed one tell you to convey to me to avoid involving ordinary people? I naturally wouldn't dare to disregard this, but it has touched the interests of that great cultivator of tribulation from the southern heaven. If I'm not mistaken, in a while, that great cultivator will come to Beixian to seek an explanation from the esteemed one. However, you say the esteemed one has already left, so do you think that great cultivator will not target your Daotian Sect? Boom. Nangong Yao's pupils constricted sharply, and his face turned pale. Then, what should we do? Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang exchanged glances, both shaking their heads with sympathetic expressions. To be honest, Daotian Sect is truly unfortunate. This is too pitiful. Yin Jueqing said seriously. I do have two suggestions. Nangong Yao hurriedly said, Please, Sect Master Yin. At this moment, it seemed there was no distinction between righteous and demonic. The first is to find the esteemed one. If the esteemed one is here, that great cultivator of tribulation will not gain much. As soon as Yin Jueqing finished speaking, Nangong Yao bitterly shook his head. Sect Master Yin, you jest. The esteemed one is elusive. Where can our sect find him? Yin Jueqing knew this was highly unlikely. So he continued. The second suggestion is for Sect Master Nangong to immediately go to the mysterious snowfield north of Beixian to see if you can invite the head of the Wujigong to help. Since there is a great cultivator of tribulation in the southern heaven, they naturally have one in Beixian as well. Although strictly speaking, the mysterious snowfield is not within Beixian's territory. It is marked as such on the map. The head of Wujigong? Nangong Yao quickly shook his head, saying with difficulty, Sect Master Yin, you must be joking. How can a small yuaning cultivator like me invite such a person? Moreover, there was something Nangong Yao was hesitant to say. He was currently on the verge of a transformation thunder calamity and had no time to go to the mysterious snowfield. Then I don't know what to say. Sect Master Nangong, you decide for yourself. I will take my leave now, Yin Jueqing said, shaking his head and transforming into black mist, disappearing without a trace. After saying this, seeing Nangong Yao's increasingly gloomy expression, he did not want to stoke the flames further and flew away, following Yin Jueqing. Phew. Nangong Yao's eyes flashed urgently, and he immediately summoned Lu Yunjian. Sect Master. Nangong Yao quickly explained the situation to Lu Yunjian, who turned pale upon hearing it. Elder, please go to the mysterious snow plain and see if you can invite the master of the Wujixian Palace. Our sect is facing a thunder tribulation and really cannot spare anyone, Nangong Yao said solemnly. Lu Yunjian was dumbfounded. Sect Master, how can I possibly invite the master of the Wujixian Palace? If I go to the snow plain, whether I can even meet him is another matter. Nangong Yao sighed. There really is no other way at the moment. Let's give it a try. If it really doesn't work, we can only say that our Daotian Sect's fate has run out. Lu Yunjian replied, Understood. The only thing our Daotian Sect can offer is that earthly spirit vein. If you can meet the master of the Wujixian Palace, please tell him that our sect is willing to offer the spirit vein. Nangong Yao said in a low voice. Lu Yunjian pursed his lips. Sect Master, such a transcendent force as the Wujixian Palace might not even look at an earthly spirit vein. Nangong Yao gritted his teeth and said, If one earthly spirit vein is not enough, then just keep saying that as long as they are willing to help our sect through this tribulation, we are willing to submit to the Wujixian Palace. We have 15 purple-clad disciples, 4 of whom have heavenly spiritual roots and 11 with top-level earthly spiritual roots. I don't believe the Wujixian Palace will not help. Lu Yunjian's heart trembled. He understood how terrifying this calamity was. It was definitely the most horrifying one ever. To safely get through it, the sect master was willing to go all out. Understood. The cold wind howled, and heavy snow fell from the sky. On the boundless snow plain, a scholar in green walked step by step. Amid the wind and snow, Chen Sun took out a map, glanced at it, and smiled. Mysterious snow plain, not bad. After wandering here, I'll go check out the enemy's southern sky. Chen Sun put away the map, took out a flask of wine, and began to drink while walking, feeling quite pleased. Suddenly, a faint wolf howl mixed with the cold wind reached his ears. Unbeknownst to him, he had already been surrounded by hundreds of white wolves. Each white wolf was larger than a strong adult, their blood-red eyes fixed intently on Chen Sun. These white wolves were not ordinary. They were wolf demons with cultivation, each at the mid to late stage of chi refinement. The leading wolf king was at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Watching the encroaching pack, Chen Sun rubbed his belly and said, "What a coincidence, just when I was getting hungry. Smells good." Chen Sun sat down and began to roast a wolf. Feeling quite satisfied, after cleaning one white wolf, he skewered it with a wooden sword and roasted it over the fire. The wooden sword was extraordinarily sturdy. The wolf meat was nearly cooked, yet the sword showed no signs of damage. The wind nearby blew fiercely, yet a tenjong radius around Chen Sun seemed to be in a state of stillness, with no flying snow or strong winds, strangely bizarre. The snow plain was dangerous. During Chen Sun's roasting, many demon beasts were attracted by the smell, but upon seeing the numerous white wolf corpses around Chen Sun, they fled in terror. The meat is delicious, quite nice. Chen Sun took the wooden sword, bit off a piece of wolf meat, chewed and swallowed it. Then took a big gulp from the wine flask, feeling refreshed. "Senior sister, look over there." At that moment, a surprise shout came from nearby, and a group of men and women in sect clothing arrived. The crowd was shocked to see the corpses of white wolves everywhere. Finally, they looked at the young man who was eating meat and drinking wine, and their expressions gradually turned unfriendly. Chapter 65. Call your elders out. While Chen Sun was eating roasted wolf meat, a group of sect disciples stepped forward, totaling 15. "Fellow Taoist, do you know that these many ice-white wolves you killed are raised by our sect?" The leading female disciple, Yang said coldly. The other disciples glared at Chen Sun with resentment, yet no one noticed the strange phenomenon that after approaching Chen Sun, the wind and snow around them had stopped. Chen Sun was surprised and took another bite of wolf meat, chewing while saying, "You raised them?" Yang nodded seriously. "Exactly. This area is close to our Wujixian palace, and the demon beasts within a radius of thousands of miles are all raised by our Wujixian palace." After speaking, Yang was taken aback. She had thought that mentioning the name of the Wujixian palace would frighten the young man, but to her surprise, he showed no reaction at all, his expression still light and carefree. Chen Sun nodded. "I see. Then fine, I don't like trouble. Since they are raised by you, just tell me how many spirit stones you need, and I'm willing to compensate." Just after Chen Sun finished speaking, a disciple shouted, "Compensate with spirit stones? No matter how much you pay, it won't be enough. Do you know how precious the ice-white wolves are? In this mysterious snow plain, killing one means there is one less, and you've killed hundreds." Upon hearing this, Chen Sun paused in his eating, smiled, "Since no compensation will be enough, then I want to pay." He continued, "Next, I can ask you for compensation." Yang and the others were taken aback. Chen Sun inserted the wooden sword with the wolf meat into the fire and stretched out his hand to warm himself, saying, "Do you know that when I was attacked by this group of white wolves just now, I was extremely scared and almost lost my life? Since the white wolves are raised by you, isn't it reasonable to ask for some spirit stones to soothe my still tense heart?" Yang and the others' expressions changed, their eyes growing increasingly grim. "What a thick-skinned guy. You don't even look scared at all." A disciple shouted, "You must be from Beixian, right? The mysterious snow plain is not a place you should be in at all. This crisis is your own doing, being attacked by the ice-white wolves." "Exactly. And you still have the face to ask us for compensation? Didn't you hear that we are disciples of the Wujixian palace?" The disciples chimed in one after another. Chen Sun was not angry at all. Instead, he said, "You are so domineering. Let me tell you, killing the demon beasts in our Wujixian palace's territory cannot end well." A disciple coldly remarked. At this moment, Yang pupils slightly contracted, as she suddenly noticed something was off. Clearly, the wind and snow were fierce around them, yet this place seemed quiet. Chen Sun clapped his hands and stood up, saying, "Since it cannot end well, then let it not end well." The crowd sneered dismissively. "Stop talking." Suddenly, Yang interrupted. The disciples were delighted, thinking that Yang did not want to waste more words. "You juniors look like this. I really want to see what kind of character your elders from the sect have." Yang frowned, while the disciples continued to sneer, filled with disdain. "What are you pretending for? It seems that the Wujixian palace has been hidden for too long in the mysterious snow plain. Who among the cultivators above foundation establishment in Beixian doesn't he know of the Wujixian palace's reputation in the mysterious snow plain? This person can kill so many white wolves. His strength is not weak, Surely he has heard of it. They didn't know whether he was just a reckless youth or had other reasons. At that moment, Chen Sun casually waved his hand. The accumulated snow on the ground lifted, forming ice crystal ropes that flew like snakes, instantly binding Yang Qing and the other disciples. For a moment, Yang Qing and the others panicked. The disciples finally understood that the young man before them was a strong cultivator, one above foundation establishment. At least not something they could resist with their foundation establishment level. After all, even Yang Qing, who was about to break through to foundation establishment, was helpless. What do you want? A disciple, pained by the ropes binding him, shouted angrily. You really have the guts to act against us, disciples of the Wujixian Palace. In the mysterious snow plain. Upon hearing this, the crowd was stunned. What did this person mean? Did he really dare to challenge the Wujixian Palace? Instantly, they were all delighted, thinking that this was good. To be honest, they had thought the person was just a reckless youth, but now it seemed he truly was. Yang Qing gritted her teeth and said, Fellow Taoist, let us go, and you can leave. Today, we will treat this as if nothing happened. Chen Sun said softly. Something has already happened. Yang Qing was momentarily stunned, unwilling to say more. Although she knew this person was powerful, he seemed to have no idea what the Wujixian Palace represented. Our sect is in that direction. If you have the ability, go ahead. If you don't go, I will look down on you from the bottom of my heart. A disciple pointed in a direction, shouting loudly. Hearing this, Chen Sun fell silent, waving his hand to lead a group of disciples through the snowstorm in that direction, taking strides of 1,000 miles. At this terrifying speed, the wind and snow stung their faces painfully, cutting them and causing blood to flow endlessly, making it hard for them to breathe. Their expressions finally changed. They were shocked by the young man's overwhelming power. A bad premonition gradually surfaced in everyone's hearts. However, thinking of their elder, a cultivator in the combined body stage, and the palace master, who was a major figure in the tribulation stage, they relaxed again. In this land, the Wujixian Palace was the absolute overlord. This person was seeking his own death. His time was short. The Wujixian Palace was located at the peak of a towering snow mountain in the center of the mysterious snow plain. Amidst the swirling snow, the magnificent building at the summit could be faintly seen. Whoosh! A group of figures darted over. It was Chen Sun leading his 15 disciples. At this moment, under such terrifying speed, the disciples were already heavily injured, their features a bloody mess. Chen Sun stood in the air, one hand behind his back, smiling. Is this your sect? After speaking, Chen Sun tilted his head. You have 10 breaths to call your elders out. Yang Qing and the other disciples looked at the figure in green with trembling eyes, already frightened by his calm demeanor. Even now that he had arrived outside the Wujixian Palace, he remained unperturbed, showing not a hint of fear or cowardice. Elder, save me. Chapter 66. I pity you. Elder, save me. This cry resounded through the heavens, startling the Wujixian Palace. Inside the Wujixian Palace, no matter what they were doing, everyone froze at the same time, looking incredulously at the sky outside the palace. At the same time, numerous beams of light shot out from the Wujixian Palace, rushing to confront Chen Sun and his group. Some foundation-building cultivators flying with swords, some core formation cultivators stepping through the air, and a few nascent soul cultivators staring intently, their eyes like lightning. And these nascent soul cultivators were merely the inner gate elders of the Wujixian Palace. In contrast, the inner gate elders of the Daotian sect were only in the core formation stage. The disparity was evident. At this moment, more and more beams of light flew out from the Wujixian Palace, and anyone who saw the 15 heavily injured disciples behind Chen Sun felt a surge of anger. In the mysterious snow plain, who would dare to touch the disciples of the Wujixian Palace? What was even more infuriating was that this person dared to come alone to the Wujixian Palace. How audacious, how reckless. Behind Chen Sun, Yang Qing and the other disciples saw more and more elders arriving, forming a pressure like 1,000 troops around Chen Sun, and they couldn't help but feel relieved. The hatred in their hearts instantly spread infinitely. Aren't you arrogant? Aren't you daring to confront the Wujixian Palace alone? What about now? Chen Sun scanned the disciples and elders of the Wujixian Palace before him, smiling faintly. You are not worthy to let your strongest come out to face me. For a moment, the sky outside the Wujixian Palace fell into silence. Only the wind and snow swirled above. Who was outside the palace? Inside a hall of the Wujixian Palace, a cold voice rang out. At this time, in the hall, a stunning woman veiled in a scarf sat in the high seat. Below, on both sides, were 6 core elders, and kneeling in the center was the grand elder of the Daotian sect, Lu Yunjian. He had arrived at the Wujixian Palace through boats and teleportation arrays without rest. Lu Yunjian was greatly alarmed at this moment. Unable to comprehend why someone still dared to challenge the Wujixian Palace. Who exactly was this fearless person? Palace Master, do you need me to go out and take a look? One of the core elders asked respectfully. Qin Xingran replied lightly. No need. Let the people below handle it. Continue discussing the matters of the Daotian sect. Yes, the core elder responded. From this situation, it could be seen that neither Qin Xingran, the palace master, nor the core elders took the events unfolding outside the palace to heart. Lu Yunjian, what you just said, is it all true? Qin Xingran asked. Upon hearing this, Qin Xingran fell silent, her expression hidden beneath her veil. A core elder, keenly observing, immediately stepped forward and shouted, Why didn't he, the master of the Daotian sect, come in person? Instead, you sent an elder? Is this the sincerity of your Daotian sect? Nangong Yao is merely in the late nascent soul stage, yet he acts so arrogantly. Humph. Lu Yunjian trembled inwardly and said awkwardly, Misunderstanding. I pay my respects to Palace Master Qin and the esteemed elders. The master naturally wanted to come in person, but unfortunately, the master is facing the tribulation of divine transformation soon and cannot spare the time. Sigh. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the core elders softened slightly. If that were the case, it was understandable. Qin Xingran spoke. Lu Yunjian, I am willing to go to the North Xian and assist your Daotian sect in overcoming this tribulation. Lu Yunjian was overjoyed, ready to express his gratitude. But Qin Xingran waved her hand and said, Don't be in a hurry. However, besides your Daotian sect's allegiance, I have another condition. That is, 2 of your 4 spirit root disciples must enter my Wujixian palace and become disciples of my Wujixian palace forever. Lu Yunjian's expression changed, and he opened his mouth but could not find the words. Spirit root disciples were so precious. The Daotian sect had only 4 in many years. How could they? Qin Xingran said no more. She knew that the Daotian sect would be clear about the weight of losing 2 spirit root disciples versus their annihilation. Moreover, entering the Wujixian palace could be seen as a great opportunity for those 2 spirit root disciples. It all depended on whether the Daotian sect had the insight. Lu Yunjian forced a smile and said, All right, no problem. It would be a blessing for the 2 spirit root disciples to enter the Daotian sect. How could I not comply? Just then, a core elder's expression changed drastically, saying, Palace Master, that young cultivator from the outside has already killed one of our palace's nascent souls and 2 core formation disciples. What? Everyone's body shook. Even Qin Xingran slowly stood up, raising her gaze coldly toward the outside of the palace. Outside the Wujixian palace, more and more cultivators were gathering. The number had even reached over 10,000, but it was deathly silent. The disciples and elders looked pale as they gazed at the figure in green. Just moments ago, they had only shouted warnings, and this person had killed one of their inner gate nascent soul elders and 2 core formation deacons without saying a word. And it was an instant kill. Behind Chen Sun, Yang Qing and the others trembled, looking at the figure in green in disbelief, and after witnessing the slaughter, they were too frightened to speak. Chen Sun scanned the scene, chuckling softly. What's wrong? Are you all mute now? Where's that arrogance from before? The space fell silent. Countless gazes avoided his, and before the high-ranking members of the Wujixian palace arrived, no one dared to utter a word, fearing the scythe of death would come for them. Seeing that no one spoke, Chen Sun felt somewhat bored and said, You high-ranking members of the Wujixian palace sure have a big air about you, making me wait. So let us do it this way. If they are late by a breath, I will kill one person. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword chi suddenly surged from nowhere. Whoosh! Another core formation deacon was split in half from the top of his head and fell from the sky. Su deacon. The elders and disciples stirred restlessly, horrified as they watched this scene. Yet no one dared to step forward. Over 10,000 cultivators of the Wujixian palace were shocked into silence by this lone swordsman in green. As each breath passed, one after another, disciples and elders were cut in half by the sword chi, perishing. An extreme sense of oppression swept through everyone's hearts, their faces pale, and despite the frigid weather, they were all drenched in cold sweat. For many years, this was the first time such a horrifying event had occurred in the Wujixian palace. However, although the cultivators were fearful, thinking of the core elders and even the palace master arriving soon, they all glared with fierce eyes. Stop it! Who dares to be so audacious in the Wujixian palace? At that moment, a core elder's furious shout rang out, followed closely by 7 figures appearing. It was none other than Palace Master Qin Xingran and 6 core elders. Arriving just a moment too late, another breath passed. Chen Sun chuckled lightly, and another disciple was struck down by the invisible sword chi, dead. This disciple was slain right in front of the high-ranking officials of the Wuji Immortal Palace. Palace Master, elders. Many cultivators felt a sudden relief in their hearts at the arrival of Qin Xingran and the core elders, bowing down in sorrow, truly frightened. Behind Chen Sun, disciples like Yang Qing also cried out, never expecting that a cultivator they casually encountered on the snowy plains would be such a ruthless person. daring to come to the Wuji Immortal Palace and kill without restraint. Palace Master, save us. Yang Qing and the other disciples pleaded in panic. They didn't dare to stay by the side of the green-clad cultivator for even a moment longer. It was too terrifying. You are quite impressive, Qin Xingran said, staring at Chen Sun, her tone indifferent. The core elders were also infuriated, their chests heaving, even with their appearance. This person still dared to kill someone in front of them. It had been many years since such an incident occurred in the Wuji Immortal Palace. This was truly a disgrace. Moreover, the loss of those elders, deacons, and disciples was unprecedented. Chen Sun smiled. Since you are here, let me ask, how do you manage your disciples in your sect that you end up with such a group of arrogant and unreasonable individuals? Qin Xingran's expression tightened. How I manage my palace's disciples is not for you to evaluate. Are you perhaps too lenient in your own management? Chen Sun nodded. Don't you want to know the ins and outs? Qin Xingran replied. I have no interest in that. Nor do I wish to know the conflict between you and my palace's disciples, and I don't want to argue about what is right or wrong. I only know that the Wuji Immortal Palace is the truth. The elders and disciples felt their hearts swell with passion. Yes, this is the Wuji Immortal Palace. Yang Qing and the others were no longer frightened, looking at Chen Sun with pity and hatred. It was time to pay the price. Chen Sun chuckled. Now I understand why your disciples are so arrogant. It turns out the upper beam is not straight, and the lower beam is crooked. Qin Xingran commanded. Bind him and take him to the extreme cold ice cave in the back mountain. Two core elders stepped forward, coldly staring at Chen Sun. This elder knows you may be a cultivator in the integration stage, a level that can dominate the North Xian on the outside. But you probably have grown accustomed to being high and mighty and underestimated our Wuji Immortal Palace. Hearing this, Chen Sun fell silent for a moment, then said, What a pity. Qin Xingran's eyes flickered, asking, Are you pitying yourself? No. Chen Sun shook his head with a smile. I pity you. I have given you a chance. After all, the path of immortality is fraught with difficulties, and cultivation is not easy. After finishing, Chen Sun slowly extended his hand, gripping the sword hilt behind his back. At that moment, Lu Yunjian, who had just come out of the hall, saw the scene here. Upon seeing Chen Sun's figure, his pupils constricted, and his face turned pale. Yes, sir. Chapter 67. Sword Qi Sweeps, Annihilating the Immortal Palace. Sir. Lu Yunjian transformed into a streak of light, rushing into the sky with an urgent expression. Sir, is there some misunderstanding? Qin Xingran and the core elders were surprised, not expecting the Daotian sect to know this person. It seemed that the Daotian sect could not help. Lu Yunjian. This person has just killed several elders and disciples of our Wuji Immortal Palace. I didn't expect you to be acquainted with him. Then the previous discussions are rendered void, a core elder said coldly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunjian was indifferent. Since he had encountered the Sir, then void it was. No matter what, he would stand by the Sir's side, believing that even if the palace master were present, they would not hesitate to stand by the Sir. However, at this moment, Lu Yunjian was worried for Chen Sun. Not that he doubted Chen Sun's strength, but because they were on the territory of the Wuji Immortal Palace, where aside from the powerful palace master, there were many elders in the integration stage, so they were truly outnumbered. Even if the Sir was strong, it would be difficult to fight against so many. Sir, retreat behind me. Lu Yunjian wanted to say something, but Chen Sun interrupted him. Lu Yunjian's heart trembled, though anxious. He did not dare to disobey, silently retreating to the side. At this moment, Qin Xingran looked at Chen Sun's sword-holding gesture, completely unconcerned, and said calmly, This palace master has cultivated for over 2,000 years, in the mid-stage of tribulation crossing, nearly reaching the peak of the mortal realm. After another 1,000 years, I might ascend, so what is there to regret? You, as a cultivator, are indeed arrogant. You are not worth regretting. What a not worth regretting. Well said. Chen Sun smiled softly and suddenly drew his sword. Clang. The moment the sword was drawn, its ringing echoed through the heavens. The wind and snow of the entire ethereal snowy plains seemed to freeze for an instant. Qin Xingran originally didn't think much of it. But just at the moment Chen Sun drew his sword, her expression suddenly changed, her mind going blank. Qin Xingran instinctively wanted to mobilize her spiritual power to release the pressure of crossing the tribulation and counterattack, but under the seemingly most formidable sword intent in the world. She couldn't even conjure that thought. No, senior. Swish. The invisible sword Qi instantly swept past Qin Xingran's body, along with her veil. Qin Xingran's body was split in half, all vitality within her ruthlessly extinguished by the terrifying sword Qi. Qin Xingran's two half-faces were frozen in expressions of pleading and terror. In the next moment, her two halves were obliterated by the sword Qi, vanishing into nothingness. In a blink, everything happened in the blink of an eye. The palace master of the Wuji Immortal Palace, a great tribulation cultivator, fell, And this, Chen Sun had merely drawn his sword. Outside the Wuji Immortal Palace, the world fell into an extreme silence. Everyone's faces turned pale, their souls trembling, feeling as if the sky had collapsed. So fast. It was simply too fast. They even understood what had happened. Their supreme palace master had just. Lu Yunjian's pupils also trembled, frantically swallowing saliva, feeling an unprecedented dryness in his mouth. Lu Yunjian glanced at the figure in green beside him, nearly gasping for breath. So strong. The Sir is so strong. The Sir's strength is incredible, far surpassing the limits of the mortal realm. Is the Sir really a cultivator of this world? Palace Master. Coming back to his senses. All the elders and disciples of the Wuji Immortal Palace felt immense sorrow, but at this moment, they didn't even have the courage to cry out. The disciples like Yang Qing, who were bound behind Chen Sun, were filled with terror, their bodies trembling, warmth spreading in their lower bodies. Yes. They were scared to the point of wetting themselves. An unparalleled regret spread in their hearts. But it was too late. Chen Sun tilted his head and asked, "Tell me, does your palace master deserve to die?" Yang Qing and the others felt their hairs stand on end, their souls seemingly entranced, hurriedly saying, "Deserve to die. The palace master deserves to die." Chen Sun smiled, truly worthless. After saying this, with a flick of his sleeve, he turned Yang Qing and the others into nothingness, as if they had never existed in this world. This scene, exceeding imagination, once again frightened everyone from the Wuji Immortal Palace to the point of losing their souls. Everyone fell to their knees in the air, frantically bowing their heads and begging for mercy. "Senior, spare us. Senior, please spare us. We know we were wrong. We truly know we were wrong. Senior, spare us." The scene of tens of thousands of cultivators from the Wuji Immortal Palace madly begging for mercy before a single green-clad figure was extraordinarily explosive. "Let us go." Chen Sun turned and stepped into the void as he walked away. Once Chen Sun had gone far, all the elders and disciples seemed to have their strength drained, some even losing their stability and spiritual power and falling from the sky. Everyone knelt there, lost and dazed, unable to believe that their palace master had died just like that, as if in a dream. But they had all seen it with their own eyes. The only thing to be thankful for was that the vast majority of them were still alive. However, at this moment, the distant Chen Sun suddenly turned around, his gaze calm and deep, raising his right hand slightly, his index and middle fingers together, pointing in the direction of the Wuji Immortal Palace. Suddenly, a faint light illuminated from his fingertip, flickering like a firefly. The next moment, a brilliant sword light erupted from his fingertips. In an instant, a vast sword chi surged into the sky, tearing through the heavens for miles, directly targeting the Wuji Immortal Palace. Wherever the sword energy reached, it stirred up endless wind and snow, tearing apart space and producing crackling sounds. The sword energy was formless, while the wind and snow were tangible, and the world was real. In the eyes of Lu Yunjian and the others in the Wuji Immortal Palace, it was like the end of days. No. Swish. Boom. The terrifying sword energy surged like a tsunami, overwhelming the entire Wuji Immortal Palace. In an instant, the magnificent Wuji Immortal Palace turned to dust. Countless desperate and terrified elders and disciples were obliterated into nothingness amidst the endless sword energy, along with the towering snow mountain where the Wuji Immortal Palace was located. It also collapsed and vanished into flat ground at the same time. Boom. The heavens shook and the earth trembled on the ethereal snow plain. Countless demonic beasts fled in all directions, howling continuously. It was not until a while later that all the commotion finally subsided. Chen Sun slowly lowered his finger, placing it behind his back, and coldly watched this scene. Beside him, Lu Yunjian stood there, staring at the dissipated Wuji Immortal Palace, looking at the indescribable destruction caused. His teeth clenched to the extreme, knees weak, and his mind in a daze, nearly fainting. Chen Sun glanced at Lu Yunjian and asked, "What's wrong with you? Are you okay?" Lu Yunjian jolted, kneeling down and trembling. "Yes, sir. Yunjian is fine." Chen Sun looked at him suspiciously. "Seeing that you seem to have a good relationship with the Wuji Immortal Palace, you wouldn't want to seek an explanation from me on their behalf, would you?" Lu Yunjian's scalp immediately felt like it was about to explode, his eyes bulging. He exclaimed, "Sir, you misunderstand. Yunjian dares not. Besides, Yunjian has nothing to do with the Wuji Immortal Palace. Yunjian has long been displeased with the Wuji Immortal Palace. Now that it has been destroyed by you, it is truly divine retribution." Yunjian is overjoyed. Lu Yunjian rolled his eyes, finally losing his composure, frightened and fainted, falling downwards. Chen Sun smiled slightly and waved his sleeve to support him in midair. Otherwise, Lu Yunjian would have fallen to pieces. After all, he was a Yuanian cultivator. If he fell to pieces, that would certainly be recorded in history, a source of laughter for thousands of years. Chapter 68. the many treasures Chun Sun looks down upon. Crackle. In a low-lying area of the snow plain, a bonfire burned. Chun Sun warmed a pot of wine, leaning there, drinking while reading a book without words. Beside him, Lu Yunjian lay flat, eyes tightly closed, brows furrowed, as if dreaming of something terrifying. Suddenly, Lu Yunjian sat up abruptly, panting, looking quite shaken. Lu Yunjian quickly calmed down, noticed the bonfire and Chun Sun out of the corner of his eye, startled, and hurriedly got up to salute. "Yes, sir." Chun Sun did not look at him, only said softly, "It's cold. Since you're awake, drink some wine to warm yourself." "Yes," Lu Yunjian replied respectfully, silently sitting down, taking out a cup to pour himself a glass of warm wine, and began to drink. Although as a Yuanian cultivator, he was not afraid of the cold. Since the sir said so, he complied. After drinking a cup, Lu Yunjian fell silent, occasionally glancing at Chun Sun, recalling the destruction of the Wuji Immortal Palace, still feeling horrified and dreamlike. "Yes, sir." Chun Sun turned a page and said, "Speak." Lu Yunjian swallowed and asked, "Are you, sir, an immortal?" Chun Sun was slightly taken aback and joked, "What immortal am I? It's you guys who, in the mundane world, are called immortals by everyone and gladly accept it, right?" Lu Yunjian's face turned red, feeling utterly ashamed, and said, "We are merely half-hearted cultivators, unworthy of the title of immortal. It's just that mortals have limited understanding and think anyone who can fly is an immortal." Chun Sun smiled without speaking. Lu Yunjian coughed lightly, took another drink, and, emboldened by the wine, said, "Sir, you are truly powerful. To be honest, before, Yunjian was still a bit confused as to why you didn't care about the matters of the North Xian righteous and demonic paths, but now I completely understand. With your existence, watching the North Xian righteous and demonic clash must be like watching a child's play, not worth mentioning." In Lu Yunjian's view, in Sir's eyes, the battle between the North Xian righteous and demonic factions was probably like two ants fighting. What was there to manage? Just let it be. Unless one of the ants was foolish enough to provoke Sir, then Sir would reluctantly step in and squash it, just like the recently destroyed Wuji Immortal Palace. Chun Sun glanced at Lu Yunjian, but said, "You're right, but not entirely right." Lu Yunjian immediately perked up his ears, listening respectfully, but Chun Sun did not elaborate further. Lu Yunjian did not dare to ask any further. Thinking of the important matter, he carefully inquired, "Now that the Wuji Immortal Palace has been destroyed, when that South Heaven Tribulation Great Cultivator arrives, the Daotian sect will be finished." Chun Sun was silent for a moment and said, "I know what you mean. No matter what, that person is here for me, and I can't implicate your Daotian sect." Lu Yunjian was first surprised, then shocked. He didn't understand how Sir knew this so clearly. He hadn't even said it. Truly, Sir isn't immortal. Saying this, Chun Sun took out a dusty formation plate from somewhere and tossed it over. Lu Yunjian hurriedly caught it, as if it were a treasure, and exclaimed, "Thank you, sir." Lu Yunjian knew that whatever Sir produced must be of high quality. Chun Sun nodded and smiled. "This formation plate only has 2 formation cores. Use it sparingly. But to be honest, using it to resist that South Heaven cultivator is somewhat wasteful, but it doesn't matter. After all, I picked it up. And it's not something I usually use." It had been so long that Chun Sun had forgotten where he picked it up from. Things like this, which he regarded as garbage, he actually had quite a lot, in all sorts. Chun Sun did not elaborate further to Lu Yunjian. He couldn't exactly say that once this formation plate was activated, even immortals couldn't break it, right? To put it another way, that South Heaven cultivator would be quite fortunate if he could be resisted by such a formation plate one day. "Sir, Yunjian understands." Lu Yunjian solemnly put away the formation plate. He also understood that Sir meant that the formation plate could only be used twice. Chun Sun smiled. "Since that person is here to trouble me, you all can scold him well in the formation for me." "Yes," Lu Yunjian hurriedly agreed. "Also, inform him that I will be going to the South Heaven soon, and I will give him a chance to settle accounts face to face." Chun Sun said softly. This way, that tribulation cultivator, seeing that he couldn't break into the Daotian sect, would not continue to stay and would retreat. Understood. Lu Yunjian clearly understood Chun Sun's intention and felt even more grateful. Unavoidably, Lu Yunjian felt pity for that tribulation great cultivator. Why did you provoke, sir, of all people? Previously, Lu Yunjian might have thought that the tribulation great cultivator would pose a threat to Chun Sun, but after witnessing the Wuji Immortal Palace's destruction, he knew that in Sir's eyes, the tribulation great cultivator was nothing. With Sir's temperament, how could he specifically seek him out? It could only be said that he would be casually dealt with if he crossed paths. "Do you have anything else?" Chun Sun asked calmly. "Chun Sun, since there is nothing else, then leave. Do you want me to send you off?" I dare not." "Sir, then Yunjian will take my leave first. Take care." Lu Yunjian was startled and understood that time could not be delayed any longer. He got up, bowed, retreated 10 zhang, and then turned to fly away. After Lu Yunjian left, Qianquan Tower, Indestructible Sutra, Binding Immortal Rope, Endless Dan Furnace, Hongming Green Lotus, World Tree Seedling, Hunyuan Heavy Armor, Soul Summoning Banner, 10,000 Spell Cannon, Sky Crossing Cloud Boots, 5 Elements Spiritual Pearl, etc. These things, keeping them is useless, but throwing them away seems a pity. Chun Sun felt a bit depressed, shook his head, and after rummaging through them, he put all these things away again. Although Chun Sun looked down on these things, any one of them could cause a bloody storm anywhere, and Chun Sun had many of them. Among all these treasures, the one Chun Sun favored the most was the book without words. That's right, it was the book without words. Even the wooden sword had to be pushed back. Whether Chun Sun was in a state of madness or normalcy, he often held the wordless book and watched it, not really to learn anything, but simply because it was interesting and visually appealing. To ordinary people, the wordless book had no records and was devoid of content, but to Chun Sun, it contained many profound mysteries. In a single phrase, it allowed one to glimpse the heavens and understand all things. The basics of the wordless book included insights into fate, causality, and even the laws of the world. At this moment, the wooden sword behind Chun Sun vibrated slightly. Chun Sun raised an eyebrow and said lightly, "All right, actually, you're not too bad." The Wooden Sword. Chapter 69, Spirit World Demon Emperor Xianxia. In the following half-month, Chun Sun explored most of the mysterious snow plain. The mysterious snow plain was perpetually covered in snow, as if it were a chosen palace site by the Wujigong, dominating the area. However, with the destruction of the Wujigong, the mysterious snow plain seemed to have lost its uniqueness. Oh, amidst the falling snow, Chun Sun paused, and a wall of air appeared 10 zhang in front of him. Chun Sun approached, stroked his chin, and then gently poked it with a finger. Crack! The wall of air shattered, creating a hole large enough for one person to pass through. Don't be fooled by how easily Chun Sun did it. The hardness of this wall of air meant that even an ordinary tribulation stage cultivator would likely just stare in disbelief. It seemed that the Wujigong, having occupied the mysterious snow plain for so long, must have been aware of the existence of this air wall, but temporarily had no way to break it. Perhaps the palace master of the Wujigong was not strong enough, and once he broke through to the late tribulation stage, he would come to break this air wall. Without a hint of hesitation, Chun Sun stepped inside. The moment he passed through the air wall, the scenery changed drastically. Surrounding him was no longer the snow plain, but a pitch-black, silent void. Chun Sun looked down and saw nothing beneath his feet, only an unfathomable darkness. After so many years, finally, someone could enter here. It was worth the wait for this emperor. At that moment, a phantom dressed in golden armor slowly appeared, and a detached voice echoed, appearing quite profound and inscrutable. Chun Sun looked at the golden-armored figure, his eyes slightly widened, feeling a sense of familiarity, but he couldn't quite recall. "You can enter here. Your cultivation must have reached the peak of the mortal realm. Very good." "Huh? Whoa, sir," the golden-armored phantom said lightly, turning around, upon seeing Chun Sun. It let out a startled exclamation. Chun Sun narrowed his eyes. The golden-armored phantom changed from its previous domineering demeanor to a flattering one, quickly flashing in front of Chun Sun, saying, Sir, it's me. I'm Xianxia. Have you forgotten me?" As it spoke, it removed its mask, revealing a furry yet mischievous face. Chun Sun frowned slightly and after a while, remembered, laughing, "So it's you, you mischievous monkey." Xianxia chuckled, scratching its head, appearing quite excited. Chun Sun smiled lightly and said, "I didn't expect you to leave a trace of your soul in the mortal realm. If I guess correctly, this must be another of your schemes." Do not be fooled by Xianxia's seemingly harmless appearance in front of Chun Sun. Its true identity was that of a demon emperor in the spirit world. Xianxia awkwardly laughed. "Of course, I can't hide anything from your eyes, cough cough." Upon seeing Chun Sun, Xianxia was both delighted and helpless. The helplessness was due to its plan to seize a body being thwarted. The air wall set up in the mortal realm was to filter candidates. If someone could enter, they would meet its conditions for body snatching. Xianxia was naturally not dead. Its true body was in the spirit world. This trace of residual soul was intended to seize a suitable external incarnation. Generally speaking, being able to cultivate to the peak in the resource-scarce mortal realm was enough to demonstrate talent and perseverance. And most cultivators who ascended from the mortal realm could thrive in the spirit world. If it could achieve an excellent external incarnation in the mortal realm and then ascend to the spirit world, it would become Xianxia's right-hand assistant in the future. "Sir won't blame Xianxia, will you?" Xianxia asked nervously, seeing that Chun Sun was silent and merely watching him. Chun Sun softly replied, "What would I blame you for? The fate of others has nothing to do with me." Xianxia immediately laughed. "Sir hasn't changed. You were like this in the past, and you still are now." Chun Sun suddenly said, "Right now, there happens to be a tribulation stage cultivator who is my enemy. whose cultivation is at the peak of the mid-tribulation stage and is just a step away from the late tribulation stage. How about that body for you? Xianxia was shocked. Is there really someone who dares to be your enemy? That tribulation cultivator must be tired of living. Xianxia was startled. It was very familiar with the vast powers of the person in front of it, and could only say that the tribulation cultivator had guts. Xianxia shook his head helplessly and smiled. What you're saying is, are there really few who have been my enemies? My face is not marked with do not provoke. Hee. Sir is right, sir is right. Xianxia flattered, and then said, it's so great to see you in your clear state. Previously, you left without a sound, and I missed you a lot. I didn't expect you to come to the mortal realm, as expected of you, able to ignore the barriers of realms and travel freely among worlds. Moreover, in Xianxia's view, the alternation of the two states of Chen was also a behavior of a big shot playing with the world. Hearing Xianxia mention this, Chen sighed inwardly, recalling that it had already been over a month since he had been clear-headed, and he didn't know when he would suddenly become mad again. He had gotten used to it. All right, enough idle chatter. I will first collect this trace of your residual soul. Once I've dealt with that tribulation cultivator, I will let you out. After Chen finished speaking, he waved his sleeve, and the trace of Xianxia's residual soul was nowhere to be seen. Chen actually quite liked this mischievous monkey, and since there was a connection from before, he didn't mind lending a helping hand. Dao Tian sect. Cabinet. Nangong Yao and the elders were frowning, occasionally sighing. At that moment, Lu Yunjian hurriedly entered the cabinet. Everyone was delighted and quickly surrounded him. Nangong Yao excitedly said. As he spoke, Nangong Yao suddenly said urgently, and the elders also noticed, their faces turning pale. Lu Yunjian swallowed hard and said, Sect Master. Palace Master Qin has been killed by the Sir, and the Wuzhigong has also been destroyed by the Sir. What? Everyone was stunned. Nangong Yao could no longer maintain his composure, lunging forward to grab Lu Yunjian's collar, incredulously asking, What did you say? Say it again? Lu Yunjian trembled and replied, The Wuzhigong is no more. Nangong Yao's pupils constricted sharply, slowly releasing Lu Yunjian's collar, staggering backward, nearly losing his footing. The elders also gasped, their minds swirling. That was the mysterious snow plane, the transcendent Wuzhigong, destroyed by the Sir? The Sir is too fierce. If this news had not come from the great elder Lu Yunjian's own mouth, everyone would find it hard to believe, as if they were dreaming. How could the Wuzhigong have provoked the Sir? It's all over. Now that the Wuzhigong has been destroyed, how will our Dao Tian sect weather this calamity? Nangong Yao muttered, his eyes vacant. Lu Yunjian chuckled, took out a formation plate, and loudly said, Sect Master, don't panic. This is a formation plate bestowed by the Sir. The Sir said this formation plate can easily block that great tribulation cultivator. Boom. Everyone was overjoyed. Nangong Yao's eyes instantly lit up again. Snatching the formation plate and cradling it as if it were a treasure, caressing it, and saying, Good. That's great. Humph. The Wuzhigong provoked the Sir and deserved to end up destroyed. Nangong Yao looked at Lu Yunjian, a bit worried. Yunjian, the Sir wasn't injured, right? Lu Yunjian, the Sir wasn't hurt at all. Chapter 70. Formation Rise. At that time, the Sir simply drew his sword, and Xianxiaran was split in half. Later, I followed my master outside. Suddenly, he turned around, extended his middle and index fingers, and pointed towards the Wuji Immortal Palace. The suffocating sword energy surged towards the Wuji Immortal Palace like a sea. At that moment, it was truly a scene of apocalypse. Guess what? In just a few breaths, the Wuji Immortal Palace was reduced to dust. Yes, reduced to dust. Even the towering snow-capped mountains were flattened. In the cabinet, Lu Yunjian extended his fingers while speaking and imitated Chen Sun's actions at that time. Nangong Yao and the others were utterly shocked. From Lu Yunjian's simple words, they felt the terrifying scene of that time, instantaneously killing Xianxiaran, who was in the mid-stage of tribulation, and then annihilating the Wuji Immortal Palace in an instant. Who in the world could do that? My master is terrifying indeed. Lu Xianyin exclaimed. The master's cultivation reaches the heavens and the earth. I dare say that the master is definitely not a person of this mortal realm. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao and the others looked at Lu Xianyin as if he were a fool. Did it need saying? Seeing the looks from everyone, Lu Xianyin couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Nangong Yao picked up the formation plate and observed. When our sect first encountered the master at that mountain peak, we felt the master's extraordinary aura. We didn't expect the master's abilities to be beyond our imagination. To think such a transcendent being could reside in the Dao Tian sect for 6 years is truly a great fortune for our sect. The elders all nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with awe and respect. Lu Yunjian, seeing Nangong Yao examining the formation plate, said, By the way, Sect Master, the master mentioned that there are still 2 formation cores left in this plate. Each use reduces the number. Also, the master said that when that tribulation-level cultivator arrives, we should thoroughly scold him inside the formation. The master also said to inform that tribulation-level cultivator about taking him to the southern heaven. Upon hearing this, Nan Gong Yao and the others sorted through the information and understood, firmly remembering these matters in their hearts. However, the idea of scolding excited everyone. Goodness! One could hardly imagine how satisfying it would be to scold a tribulation-level cultivator. In the past, they wouldn't have dared even with 1,000 guts, but now, with the master's orders, what was there to fear? Just scold him. 10 days later, 5 figures arrived outside the Daotian sect, Yin Jiueching, Ji Wutsong, and 3 other southern heaven cultivators. Among them were the 2 who had a bit of a spat with Yin Jiueching that day. The one in the middle, however, was a fierce-looking dwarf. One could tell from a mile away that this dwarf was the tribulation-level cultivator who had come from the southern heaven. The dwarf's name was Hao Gao, a peak mid-stage tribulation cultivator, slightly stronger than the recently fallen Qin Qingran of the Wuji Immortal Palace, and a ruthless character in the southern heaven. At this moment, Hao Gao's gaze fixed on the sword chasm, flickering slightly, as he sensed the sharpness within, and his heart became slightly heavy. Before coming, Hao Gao knew that the other party was also a tribulation-stage cultivator, and it was not surprising that they could unleash such a sword strike. Hao Gao was originally a cautious person, unless necessary. He did not wish to conflict with tribulation-stage sword cultivators, but the other party had to interfere, claiming it could not harm mortals? Nonsense. He stirred up the battle between the righteous and the demonic, and in addition to needing the blood of cultivators, he also required a large amount of mortal blood. Therefore, he had no choice but to come. If the other party did not know how to appreciate kindness, Hao Gao did not mind teaching them a lesson. Yin Jiueching and Ji Wutsong exchanged glances, inwardly sighing. They did not know if the Daotian sect had called for reinforcements. Otherwise, today might lead to their destruction. It was not that they were worried about the Daotian sect, but after all, the predecessor had resided in the Daotian sect for 6 years. Dao friend, I believe you have already heard the news of my arrival. I have now arrived at the Daotian sect. Please come out and meet. Soon. Hao Gao looked at the Daotian sect, and his indifferent voice echoed through the heavens and the earth. In contrast, the Daotian sect was very quiet. Without a hint of agitation, Nan Gong Yao had long instructed the elders to inform all peaks that from now on, regardless of what happened, all elders and disciples should not be concerned, just do their own tasks, and come out only when it was time to scold. At the same time, Nan Gong Yao and Lu Yunjian, along with the other elders, soared into the air, looking at the 5 people outside the sect from a distance. They quickly focused their gaze on the dwarf, their eyes flickering. This must be the tribulation-level cultivator from the southern heaven. To be honest, even though they had the formation plate bestowed by the master, facing this tribulation-level cultivator, it was false to say they were not anxious. However, Nan Gong Yao pretended not to see Hao Gao. Looking at Yin Jiueching and cupping his hands, he asked, Sect Master Yin, who are these people? Upon hearing this, Hao Gao and the others' expressions turned cold. Yin Jiueching cleared his throat and introduced, Nan Gong Yao. This is Senior Hao Gao, a tribulation-level cultivator from the southern heaven. As he spoke, he angrily said, Why aren't you quickly paying your respects? Yin Jiueching had previously notified Nan Gong Yao in person, so he naturally could not show weakness in front of Hao Gao and the others. Nan Gong Yao feigned shock, but did not bow, looking at Hao Gao, and asked, May I ask what brings you to my Daotian sect, Senior? Hao Gao sneered in his heart, already marking the Daotian sect on his hit list, and said indifferently, I have come to see the friend who struck this sword. Is that friend currently in your sect? Nan Gong Yao smiled bitterly. Senior arrived late. The master left a month ago. Hao Gao, upon hearing this, completely relaxed. That bit of apprehension vanished. It seemed that the person had learned of his arrival and fled early. That was fine. After all, the other party was also a tribulation-stage sword cultivator and not easy to kill. If he had run, then he could continue his actions in the northern Xian. However, this Daotian sect, could not be left alive. Hao Gao then said, I find your Daotian sect displeasing and wish to annihilate your entire sect today. Do you have any objections? The air suddenly tensed. Yin Jiueching and Ji Wutsong became a bit nervous. However, Nan Gong Yao and the others, after a slight tightening of their expressions, suddenly exchanged glances and burst into laughter in the bewildered expressions of Hao Gao and the others. You stinky dwarf. You really make this elder laugh to death. You want to annihilate my Daotian sect? You won't even take a look in the mirror to see what kind of virtue you possess. Lu Yunjian, following Chen Sun's previous instructions, was the first to mock. Lu Xianyin squatted down and looked at the elders, asking with a smile, Do I look like a dwarf? The elders all shook their heads. Where do you look like one? You're much taller than that dwarf even while squatting. Yes, where do you look like one? At that moment, outside the Daotian sect, The expressions of Yin Jueqing and the four others were as vivid as could be. Only Hao Gao's face was as dark as night. No one had ever dared to mock his dwarf stature. Today, however, he was ridiculed by a few ants from the northern Xian. If it weren't for the drawbacks of his cultivation method, would he have been a dwarf? These ants deserve to die. Hee. Elders, look quickly. The dwarf seems to be angry. His eyes are red. Nan Gongyao said with a smile. The fifth elder, Jin Wang Tianfu, patted his leg and laughed. You make this elder laugh to death. And you claim to be a tribulation stage cultivator? With that temperament? You're not even as good as my spiritual dog. I can scold it a few times, and it won't react. The ninth elder, Zhou Tong, also laughed uncomfortably, mocking. You call yourself Hao Gao? In my opinion, your name should be Hao Short. Ha. Ninth elder is talented. Nan Gongyao and the others laughed heartily. Ah, I will make you ants wish you were dead. Hao Gao roared angrily, his defenses shattered. Boom. A rolling tribulation-level pressure erupted from his body, sweeping through the heavens and the earth. Hao Gao extended his tiny palm and angrily slapped towards the Dao Tian sect, wanting to smash the entire Dao Tian sect into pieces. However, at that moment, a pillar of crimson golden light shot up from the Dao Tian sect, soaring into the clouds. In the space, numerous Buddha statues and countless Buddhist chants suddenly appeared, rapidly spinning around the Dao Tian sect, golden light illuminating the heavens and the earth. Namo Satta Tathgata, Shakyamuni Buddha. Bang 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 bang. The urgent sound of the wooden fish and the solemn Buddha's voice exploded in the heavens and the earth like a death knell. Even the entire northern Xian felt it, as countless people were shocked and looked towards the direction of Dao Tian sect. At the same time, everyone in Dao Tian sect was looking up, shaken by this scene. Not to mention them, even Nan Gongyao and others were dumbfounded. No one expected that the seemingly ordinary formation plate given by the master would cause such a shocking commotion. This is just too exaggerated. Chapter 71. Treasure, Heavenly Net Umbrella, Enduring Tribulation and Sustaining Injury. Namo He Luo Dana Duo Luo Yi. The sound of the Buddha reverberated, making people feel their heads swelling, their heads aching, and their hearts anxious. Yin Juqing and Ji Wucang's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints, looking in disbelief at the dazzling Buddha light of Dao Tian sect, observing what seemed to be a formation. But where did Dao Tian sect get such an inconceivable formation? At the same time, Hao Gao's expression also became serious, his eyes flickering with incredulity. Boom. The next moment, Hao Gao's palm had already struck towards Dao Tian sect. Normally, this palm filled with the pressure of tribulation could easily smash Dao Tian sect into pieces. However, the palm force vanished into the Buddha light and made no further sound, as if a mud cow had entered the sea. Seeing this scene, Nan Gongyao and the others, who were originally somewhat tense, suddenly relaxed, and then their faces were filled with excitement. Sure enough, what the master produces is bound to be a masterpiece. This grand formation is terrifying. The defense it displayed completely matched the light effects and commotion it caused. A strike from a peak tribulation stage cultivator was effortlessly resolved by the grand formation, and the formation remained completely unmoved. Within the sect, Zhao Ting and countless disciples were also dumbfounded, feeling shocked. At this moment, Hao Gao stared wide-eyed, fixating on the illusory Buddha statue and the Buddha mantras in the air, his words squeezed out from between his teeth. No, it can't be. How could such a terrifying grand formation appear in the mortal realm? And how could it appear in Dao Tian's sect? Hao Gao suddenly turned to Nan Gongyao in the formation and said, Why does your mere Dao Tian sect have such a defensive grand formation? Behind him, the other two Southern Sky cultivators were already mesmerized. After the shock, Yin Juqing and Ji Wucang had a faint guess in their hearts, and a figure in green robes appeared in their minds. Could this formation be? If what they thought was true, then the terror of that senior in their hearts would increase dramatically. After all, this formation was unprecedented, easily blocking a strike from a peak tribulation stage cultivator, which was simply too terrifying. Just then, in the sky, a Buddha statue with closed eyes slowly raised its hand and struck towards Hao Gao. It seemed to have the same fluctuations, the same intensity. But upon careful perception, one could sense that this attack was significantly stronger than Hao Gao's palm. Hao Gao's pupils suddenly constricted, filled with disbelief. Is there really such a formation in the world? Yin Juqing, Ji Wucang, and others turned pale, panicking, and shouted, Senior Hao, if this palm with tribulation pressure strikes over, they would definitely die. Seeing this, Nan Gongyao and the others were even more shocked and delighted, repeatedly exclaiming, calling the master amazing. Buzzing. This palm moved extremely quickly. Hao Gao took a deep breath, his expression grave. Earlier, in his rage, he had thought about directly smashing Dao Tian's sect into ruins, using almost 80% of his strength. But now, he had to defend against his own attack, which was incredibly frustrating. Most importantly, Hao Gao could feel that this palm was significantly strengthened compared to when he had struck out, and the counterattack was equivalent to 99% of his power. This is infuriating. Hao Gao shouted in anger, not daring to be careless, then opened his palm, and a paper umbrella flickered into existence, held in his hand. The surface of the paper umbrella was decorated with many strange patterns, clearly an extraordinary treasure. Nearby, Yin Juqing and the others were shaken upon seeing the paper umbrella, knowing that this was Hao Gao's famous treasure, the heavenly net umbrella. This umbrella could both attack and defend, and it was rumored that Hao Gao had previously used this umbrella to fight 2 mid-tribulation stage cultivators without falling behind. Hao Gao stared intently at the approaching palm, wildly infusing spiritual power into the umbrella, his lips slightly parting as he chanted words, before suddenly thrusting the heavenly net umbrella out, shouting, "Heavenly net umbrella, open!" With a puff, the heavenly net umbrella suddenly opened, strands of spiritual essence rising. And then it spun rapidly, quickly enlarging in Hao Gao's hand. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly net umbrella grew to a diameter of 100 zhang, giving off a sense of blocking the sky and covering the sun. This scene made Nangong Yao and the others feel dread and fear. They sighed that indeed. A tribulation stage cultivator was extraordinary. Even this treasure made them feel no resistance. Without the formation plate given by the master, Dao Tian sect would definitely be destroyed this time. Boom. Under the gaze of numerous trembling eyes, that palm struck the heavenly net umbrella. The space seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, a loud noise erupted. Boom. The heavenly net umbrella's surface caved in, faint cracks appearing. Hao Gao's face turned pale as he frantically retreated. He retreated a full 1,000 zhang before barely stopping. The palm force vanished, and the heavenly net umbrella returned to its original size. Uffed. Hao Gao, holding the umbrella, knelt on one knee, spitting out a mouthful of blood. All right. Yin Juqing and the others hurried over to help Hao Gao up, but said nothing. Dong 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 dong. The sound of wooden fish continued. The sky full of Buddha mantras was still spinning, the Buddha statue solemn and dignified, all with closed eyes, bringing an endless sense of oppression to Hao Gao. Hao Gao weakly looked up, breathing heavily, already having the thought of retreating. In his life, it was the first time he encountered such a domineering formation. How could such a formation appear in the mortal realm? Dao Tian sect unexpectedly had such a chance encounter. Damn it, Dao Tian sect, I won't let you off. Hao Gao decisively decided to withdraw. With such a weird and domineering grand formation guarding, Dao Tian sect could not be breached. If he continued to attack, Hao Gao felt he would die. He would really die. Seeing that the opponent was about to retreat, Nangong Yao and the others were overjoyed. Senior Hao, the master has a message for you to pass on. Nangong Yao remembered something and said quickly. Hao Gao paused, but said nothing, waiting for the follow-up. Nangong Yao smiled and said, "The master said, you don't need to search for him in northern Xian. The master will come to southern sky himself." Upon hearing this, Hao Gao's fists slowly clenched, and then he left with Yin Juqing and others. Haha, the master is too powerful, Lu Yunjian said joyfully. The others also nodded repeatedly, full of admiration. Sect master, when shall we remove the grand formation? Lu Xianyin asked. Nangong Yao pondered and said, "No rush. Let's wait until the formation plate's core is completely exhausted. Didn't the master say that using it once means one less? Since it has been used this time, let us use that core up, and besides, our sect does not believe that Hao Gao really left." Upon hearing this, the elders felt a chill in their hearts and nodded in agreement. Just as Nangong Yao said, Hao Gao indeed did not truly leave, but was hiding in the territory of Dao Tian sect, watching Dao Tian sect's direction with keen eyes, until several days later. Seeing that the vast Buddha light was still shining brightly, showing no signs of dissipating, he reluctantly departed. Hao Gao did not leave northern Xian immediately, but temporarily took residence in the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect to heal his injuries. Chapter 72. What price will that madman have to pay? In the vast spirit realm, in the infinite Buddha domain, in a magnificent treasure hall, the sound of bells echoed, and the sound of wooden fish was faintly heard. Buddha Lord, there is news of the Vajra Buddha plate. A barefoot monk arrived outside the treasure hall, bowed respectfully, hands clasped together, and said reverently. The sound of the wooden fish in the treasure hall paused for a moment, then resumed, and a voice filled with a tone of compassion for the world rang out. Where is it from? The monk lowered his head and said, the mortal realm. The sound of the wooden fish in the treasure hall finally stopped, and the voice rang out again, this time with a smile. In the past, during the battle in the Dao domain, the Vajra Buddha plate was accidentally lost and picked up by a madman passing by. Later, that madman quickly vanished without a trace, and despite searching, they could not find him. Now, the Vajra Buddha plate has ended up in the mortal realm, but that madman is not an ordinary person. The monk fell silent. Being able to successfully take the Vajra Buddha plate from their boundless Buddha domain is certainly not something an ordinary person can do. After a long silence in the treasure hall, he finally spoke. No need, since the Vajra Buddha plate only has one formation core left. It's not worth bringing it down to the lower realm. Let it go, but this debt will be remembered. That madman will pay the price in the end. Yes, the monk replied. However, he couldn't help but wonder if the Vajra Buddha plate had been brought to the lower realm by that madman. If it was indeed the madman who brought it to the mortal realm, then that madman is indeed quite capable. After all, traveling from the spirit realm to the mortal realm requires a significant cost. A slight mistake could lead to punishment from the heavenly laws of the mortal realm. The second thing that puzzled the monk was why a place like the mortal realm could utilize a treasure like the Vajra Buddha plate. Could it be used to resist some powerful being? But what kind of powerful being could there be in the mortal realm? If the monk were to learn that the Vajra Buddha plate was used to defend against a crossing tribulation stage cultivator, he would surely find it hard to remain calm. Likely pounding his chest in anger and spitting blood, exclaiming the waste of heavenly resources. In the Xianxian demon sect, Hao Gao spent a few days healing his injuries and prepared to leave Beixian. After all, he had many enemies in the southern heaven, and it would not be good if he were to be robbed. Senior Hao, will we continue in Beixian? Yin Jueqing asked thoughtfully. Hao Gao was taken aback, then quickly reacted, staring at Yin Jueqing and coldly saying, "Of course we will continue. I need blood, a lot of blood. If the blood of righteous cultivators is insufficient, then I will take the blood of you demon cultivators. If that's still not enough, then I will take the blood of mortals. If you fail to accomplish this, you will be the first one I kill." Yin Jueqing felt a chill in his heart, but dared not show any dissatisfaction, only verbally agreeing. "Rest assured, Senior Hao." Hao Gao then smiled with satisfaction, patted Yin Jueqing on the shoulder, and said, "Just do as I instructed. Once you succeed, I will definitely reward you." Yin Jueqing pretended to be surprised and respectfully said, "Thank you, Senior Hao." Hao Gao nodded and then disappeared in a flash. Only then did Yin Jueqing slowly retract the smile from his face, his eyes flashing quickly as he looked in the direction where Hao Gao had left. Benefits? Up until now, after doing so much, he hadn't received any benefits at all. It's truly laughable. In contrast, Senior Chun had helped him break through to the mid-stage of the transformation god realm with the technique of transforming into a tree and had not made him do anything at all, except for the small request not to harm a large number of mortals. Yin Jueqing had no intention of continuing to assist Hao Gao. However, thinking of the two spies Hao Gao had left to supervise him, Yin Jueqing made a decision in his heart. But he couldn't kill them just yet, otherwise the soul lamp far away in the southern heaven would go out. As for whether this matter would eventually be discovered by Hao Gao, that is impossible. Hao Gao is in the southern heaven and will definitely be dealt with by Senior Chun. Yin Jueqing also had his own schemes and did not inform Hao Gao that the terrifying formation of the Dao Tian sect might have been granted by Senior Chun. To be honest, if Hao Gao had treated Yin Jueqing a little better, he would not have said such harsh words about killing him. Yin Jueqing might have hinted at this matter to Hao Gao to warn him not to confront Senior Chun and ruin his own path to immortality. Confronting a senior with immense powers, that would mean the end of your path to immortality, Hao Gao. Yin Jueqing sneered softly, pondered for a moment, and then sent a message to Ji Wucong and the other leaders of the demon sect to discuss the matter of imprisonment. Since the two southern heaven cultivators had been trapped by Yin Jueqing and the other demon cultivators using formations in the Xianxian demon sect, they had no way to contact the outside world. Yin Jueqing immediately ordered that all the righteous cultivators who had been captured be released. Thus, Beixian returned to its previous calm, and for the time being, the righteous and demonic sects kept to themselves, although the previous small skirmishes continued. During this time, the mysterious Buddhist sound that had resonated through Beixian was also spread. When the sect learned that the Dao Tian sect had used a mysterious great formation to block the crossing tribulation stage cultivator from the southern heaven and sent him flying with injuries, it caused a great uproar. As if that news wasn't enough, an even more shocking explosive piece of news emerged, causing the entire cultivation world of Beixian to go into an uproar. The Wujidian palace in the misty snow plains had been mysteriously destroyed. Most cultivators were unaware of the details of the incident. In the Beixian cultivation world, if anyone had the strength to destroy the Wujidian palace, there was only one person at present. It was the enigmatic sword cultivator who had previously resided in the Dao Tian sect. After the stabilization of Beixian, Nangong Yao, Yin Jueqing, and others voluntarily set out secretly for the southern heaven. With no other purpose, they just wanted to see for themselves the final outcome of Hao Gao, the crossing tribulation stage cultivator. Since they had not had the fortune to witness Senior Chun destroy the Wujidian palace, they hoped to at least see Senior Chun eliminate Hao Gao, which might provide them with some insights. Not to mention insights. Witnessing the fall of a crossing tribulation cultivator would also be a grand visual feast. When Nangong Yao was about to leave, the Grand Elder Lu Yunjian had tried to dissuade him, saying, Sect Master, you've only just entered the transformation god realm. It's better to stabilize your realm in the sect and not go to the southern heaven. Nangong Yao replied, No, if our sect can witness the master slaying Hao Gao, it will definitely provide insights. Lu Yunjian chuckled, Sect Master, the master kills in an instant. To put it bluntly, you won't gain much insight. Lu Yunjian said, All right, I'm going to the southern heaven now. You take care of the sect. Understood. In the mortal realm, there are Beixian, southern heaven, eastern Xian, and western sea. The overall strength of the cultivation realms in southern heaven and eastern Xian is nearly the same, while western sea is more mysterious. Among them, Beixian is slightly weaker in overall strength. It is precisely because of this that Hao Gao chose to carry out his actions in Beixian. At this moment, on the border of southern heaven, a green shadow crossed the boundary and entered the southern heaven. The young man in green clothes looked like a calm scholar. He was none other than Qin Sun, who had come from the misty snow plains to the southern heaven. It had been over a month since he last saw Xianxiang and collected her remnant soul. In other words, Qin Sun had been clear-headed for nearly 2.5 months. Here, the peach blossoms were in full bloom, and a gentle breeze blew. The peach blossoms reflected a solitary shadow, and the spring breeze caressed a smiling face, making it a pleasant sight. Qin Sun smiled and recited a line, picked a peach blossom, sniffed it, and then leisurely walked away. The figure in green quickly turned into a black, disappearing into the spring scenery. Chapter 73, 6 months later, in the Yin City Vegetable Market. Yin City is located in the eastern part of southern heaven and has a considerable reputation among countless cities in the east. It is famous for being next to a volcanic range called the Extreme Flame Mountains. Yin City houses a population of several 100,000, among which 99 are mortals and the rest are cultivators. Most cultivators who come to Yin City are of the fire attribute, all coming for the Extreme Flame Mountains. At this moment, in the sky, groups of flowing lights occasionally flew between Yin City and the Extreme Flame Mountains. The mortals in Yin City occasionally looked up at the sky, accustomed to it, but they also felt envy and awe in their hearts. 6 months later, in the vegetable market on East Street of Yin City, a middle-aged couple was busy at a pork stall, either cutting bones, peeling skin, or cleaning. Behind the stall, a young man in tattered green clothes, wearing a blood-stained pink apron around his neck, was sleeping soundly on a short stool. The apron also had cute lace with the words "Pork is delicious." How much is the pork selling for these days? Has there been a price increase? At this moment, a customer approached the stall, glanced at the pork hanging and displayed on the stall, and asked with a smile. When the guests arrived, the middle-aged couple quickly stopped their work and picked up their knives to greet them. Haha, no price increase, still selling for 8 copper coins a pound. The middle-aged man said with a hearty smile. The man, named Rongfu, was the owner of the meat stall, of medium build with a face full of stubble. Yet he did not give off a fierce impression at all. His wife, Su Yingying, still had charm. Both her name and her faintly refined demeanor made it seem like she was not of the same ilk as Rongfu. Yet the reality was that they were husband and wife. All right, I'll take 2 pounds, cut it like this. This piece with a good mix of fat and lean looks great. The customer pointed at a piece of pork on the stall. Sure thing. Rongfu picked up his knife, swiftly cut off 2 pounds of meat as requested, and was about to weigh it on the nearby scale when the customer stopped him with a smile. Rongfu chuckled but still weighed the meat, showing the customer, hey, it really is 2 pounds, quite accurate. The customer, seeing this, praised Rongfu's skills. Afterward, Rongfu took a thin string and tied up the pork before handing it to the customer. The customer took it and paid 16 copper coins. Just as the customer was about to leave with the pork, he caught sight of the young man sleeping behind the stall and couldn't help but say, Rongfu, what's up with that guy? Rongfu exchanged glances with his wife, shook his head, and laughed. You misunderstood this young man, Qin Sun. Don't be fooled by his sleeping now. Every day before dawn, it's Qin Sun who pushes the cart to haul pigs. You know, Qin Sun's a bit mentally unbalanced, so for the business and counting money, it's us who handle it. Oh, I see. The customer nodded in realization and exclaimed in surprise, this young man can haul pigs? Rongfu laughed heartily. Don't underestimate Qin Sun just because he looks a bit weak. He has incredible strength and can run fast while hauling a cart of pigs. The customer, slightly shocked, glanced at Qin Sun before bidding farewell and leaving. Although he was a bit crazy and mentally unstable, in other respects, he was far better than the previous lazy worker they had. In the afternoon, Qin Sun, wake up, it's time to close the stall. While Su Yingying was cleaning up the stall, Rongfu went over and shook Qin Sun, chuckling at the drool at the corner of his mouth, feeling both amused and helpless. Qin Sun slowly woke up, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, his eyes gradually brightening, full of excitement, and then he giggled. rushing out towards the market without even taking off his frilly pink apron, disappearing in a flash amidst the familiar gazes. Su Yingying covered her mouth and giggled, saying, "Defu, what do you think this kid thinks about all day?" Rongfu scratched his head. How could he know? He just smiled foolishly and said, "Let us not worry about what he thinks. At least he is happy every day, isn't? To be honest, I envy Chen Sun for being so carefree." As he finished speaking, Rongfu's smile faded, and he stared blankly at Su Yingying, sighing inwardly. Noticing Rongfu's gaze, Su Yingying asked, "What's wrong?" 4 months ago, Chen Sun arrived in this scorching city. At that time, he was in a pretty good mood, having been clear-headed for over 4 months. However, unexpectedly, just half a day after arriving in the scorching city, that urge came back. Chen Sun went mad again. After going mad, Chen Sun wandered in the scorching city for over a month, and there was no significant impact in a short time. After all, the scorching city was different from the small river town. It was too large, with a population of hundreds of thousands. During this period, Chen Sun became increasingly disheveled and unkempt, resembling a beggar. Although he did not actively beg, others would sometimes pity him and give him some money. But that was no different. In desperation, Rongfu sought help and happened to see Chen Sun squatting on the roadside, laughing madly, so he naturally asked Chen Sun for help. Without hesitation, Chen Sun squatted down and lifted the cart loaded with 2 pigs with his hands. That's right, he lifted it up. Rongfu was dumbfounded. He thought to himself, "This young man looks like a frail scholar, yet he has such astonishing strength." After the situation was resolved, Rongfu approached Chen Sun to express his gratitude and took out some money as a token of appreciation, but Chen Sun wouldn't accept it, just staring at him and smiling. This startled Rongfu, and he could see that Chen Sun seemed to be mentally unstable. Rongfu finally realized that Chen Sun was probably a homeless madman. In the end, Rongfu felt a pang of compassion and decided to hire Chen Sun as a worker to haul pigs. Not to mention anything else. At least he recognized the strength Chen Sun had. It was impressive. To Rongfu, he seemed like a natural for hauling pigs. Rongfu asked Chen Sun if he was willing to help him out, saying he would just haul pigs, with food and lodging provided, and a monthly salary. Chen Sun's eyes lit up at that, laughing maniacally. "Hauling pigs sounds great. I love hauling pigs." Oh yeah. Thus, Chen Sun became a pig-hauling worker in the scorching city and moved into Rongfu's home. Chapter 74, The Pig-Hauling Worker Chen Sun. Rongfu's home was located in the eastern part of the scorching city. Rows of old buildings with small courtyards stretched out, densely packed. In the open space in front of the buildings, many residents were moving about, some sitting at tables drinking and chatting, some walking with their children, and some shirtless men bathing openly in the daylight, etc. Compared to the bustling market, this place seemed quieter and more vibrant with life. The residents here had a moderate standard of living in the scorching city. In the western part of the scorching city, there were slums where most people crowded into one room, living a hard life, belonging to the lower class. Since Rongfu's pork business was doing well, he also lived here. Of course, even so, the house was still rented by Rongfu. Despite the buildings appearing old and dilapidated, if one really wanted to buy, it would be a considerable sum. In a place like the scorching city, owning a house was very difficult. Many people might work hard their whole lives and still not be able to buy a home of their own in the scorching city. Hey, when they saw Chen Sun, everyone smiled, not surprised. Those living in this area were almost all familiar with Chen Sun, knowing he was the worker hired by the Rong family to handle the pork. He brought a lot of joy to them. Someone looked at Chen Sun and politely smiled, saying, "Hey, come eat." When Chen Sun heard about food, his eyes brightened, and he rushed towards that person's house. "Big Nyo, you don't need to bother. Our meal is about to be ready." Rongfu knew very well Chen Sun's appetite. Despite Big Nyo's cheerful demeanor at the moment, he would surely be dizzy when he witnessed Chen Sun's eating capacity later. "Oh, go ahead. Our food isn't as good as your pork Rong family s. I bet Chen Sun won't be used to it," Big Nyo said, shrugging. Rongfu glared. "Hey, stop saying that." Big Nyo, holding the pork in his hands, grinned and even proudly showed off to the people looking over here. The crowd, however, didn't think much of it. What was the big deal about one piece of pork? It's not like nobody had received pork from Rong before. Everyone knew how generous Rongfu was. Those living in this area had all received pork to some extent. Therefore, Rongfu had a good reputation among the locals. As for Chen Sun, being a worker, everyone had a fondness for him. Rongfu, as expected of a pork seller, had several pork-related dishes on the dinner table, which was no wonder Big Nyo said the food at Rongfu's house was good. They almost had meat at every meal. Chen Sun ate a full 10 bowls of rice before reluctantly leaving the dinner table. There was nothing else to eat. Chen Sun wasn't too keen on eating plain rice. Rongfu and Su Yingying watched Chen Sun's swaying figure, swallowing hard. To be honest, even though Chen Sun has been living in their house for a month, they still haven't gotten used to his terrifying appetite. He can eat so much. What's even more ridiculous is that this kid eats a lot, but doesn't gain weight. Chen Sun. Rongfu chuckled bitterly. It's simply because Chen Sun is worth it. He is so much better than that lazy glutton from before. In the past, Rongfu had to pull 2 pigs himself, which was exhausting. But Chen Sun can pull 4 pigs in one go. To Rongfu and his wife, it was simply terrifying. Defu. This kid Chen Sun has been here for a month. You should settle his monthly pay, Su Yingying said while tidying up the dining table. Okay, Rongfu nodded, picked up his pipe, and prepared to go to the small courtyard. Hey, Su Yingying slapped Rongfu's hand, reproaching, can't you smoke less? Rongfu stiffened, gave an awkward smile, and put down the pipe before heading out. As soon as he arrived at the small courtyard, he saw Chen Sun doing a handstand, and he was taken aback. He walked over and exclaimed, I didn't expect you to know how to do this. No wonder you're so strong. Turns out you've trained. But Rongfu was also puzzled. To him, Chen Sun was too strange. He looked like a scholar, but was actually quite the martial artist. Hee. Chen Sun just laughed crazily. Rongfu was helpless. When he saw Chen Sun still wearing that pink apron, he shook his head, squatted down, and kindly helped him take it off, saying, Chen Sun, you've been working with Uncle Fu for a month now, and Uncle Fu is very satisfied with you. Here, this is your pay for last month. As he spoke, Rongfu took out several silver coins and handed them over, placing them directly in Chen Sun's pocket. Just finished eating, don't throw it up. Rongfu chuckled at Chen Sun's focused appearance and then went to get a wooden tub and towel to take a bath. The next day, even before dawn, Chen Sun left his small room, hurried to the courtyard, and solemnly put on the pink apron before heading out, pulling the cart with a rumble. Inside the house, Rongfu and Su Yingying, hearing the commotion, woke up and exchanged glances, feeling both gratified and wryly amused. They were gratified by Chen Sun's diligence, as he had been consistent every day at this hour. They were wryly amused because Chen Sun made them seem lazy. They both knew that Chen Sun was highly efficient. Meanwhile, on the somewhat dim streets of Yin City, Chen Sun raced with the cart. Many early rising citizens saw this scene and hurriedly retreated to the sides of the road, staring in shock at the figure dashing away with the cart. What the hell, is he insane? With a large population in Yin City, Chen Sun had only been officially pulling pigs for a month, and apart from Rongfu's area, not many people knew him, but there were still some who had seen him. Are you stunned? This isn't the first time I've seen it. This guy is strong, said a passerby. What's so strong about it? He's just pulling a broken cart. He's acting crazy. It's not even dawn yet, and he's not afraid of hitting someone. If he's unlucky enough to hit a cultivator, he wouldn't even know how he died. What? I don't believe it. All right, at the pig farm. Chen Sun arrived at the entrance. At this time, the area in front of the pig farm was empty, with only Chen Sun's figure. When Rongfu used to pull pigs, there were already many fellow workers with carts by this time. There was nothing to be done. Chen Sun got up early and was quick. So by the time he arrived, the pigs had already been taken away, and the other pig pullers were just arriving. Hence many hadn't even seen Chen Sun. Bang bang bang. Chen Sun stepped forward and, side on, used his shoulder to heavily bang on the door, his eyes fervent. With a creak, an old man opened the door. Squinting sleepily, and before even seeing who it was, he instinctively muttered, it must be Chen Sun. You little brat, coming so early every day. The pigs in the yard haven't even woken up yet, and you're already taking them to be slaughtered. It's really a sin. Chapter 75. I dare bet that the senior is not in Yin City. Chen Sun placed his hands on his hips, tilting his chin up, filled with pride. The old man shook his head helplessly, then opened the gate to let Chen Sun pull the cart inside. Once in the yard, Chen Sun jumped into the pig pen, easily moving the still sleeping pigs onto the cart one by one. The old man watched in amazement, secretly thinking that Chen Sun was born with great strength. If it were other pig pullers or workers, they would need help from the people in the yard to lift the pigs onto the cart. In no time at all, Chen Sun had loaded 4 pigs onto the cart, and the old man sighed. Chen Sun, you look so thin. How come you're so strong? I've seen pig farms for half my life, and you're the strongest pig puller I've ever seen. Chen Sun laughed and ignored the old man, pulling the cart away with a rumble. The cart had sturdy railings, so there was no need to worry about the pigs falling off. In the blink of an eye, Chen Sun had left the pig farm and was racing down the road with the cart. The 4 pigs quickly stood up, squealing in panic. Shut up. At that moment, Chen Sun, running with the cart, suddenly turned his head, his features fierce as he shouted. The 4 pigs were immediately frightened into lying down, trembling. Hee. Chen Sun laughed crazily as he sped away, his legs leaving a blur behind. By now, the sky was brighter than before, with a hint of dawn on the horizon. Rumble. On the street, many citizens felt a blur rush past them, creating a gust of wind. They turned to look, dumbfounded. At a nearby breakfast shop, someone just drinking soup spatted out, staring in shock at the direction where the person and cart had disappeared, shouting, what the hell? Hee, now you believe it? That guy can run fast, even while pulling 4 pigs. What strength? I believe it, I believe it. Damn, he is really amazing. With this strength. Why not make a fortune? Why pull pigs? How much can he earn doing this? Who does this pig puller work for? It seems to be the pig meat stall at East Street Market. I think I saw him when I went to buy pork before. Meanwhile, Chen Sun had already pulled the pigs to Rongfu's house. Hearing the commotion, Rongfu and Su Yingying hurried out to help Chen Sun push the cart into the yard. Chen Sun, you should rest for a bit. Leave the rest to Uncle Fu, Rongfu said, picking up the slaughtering knife with a smile. After Su Yingying handed Chen Sun a cup of tea, she joined Rongfu to slaughter the pigs. The 4 pigs, seeing the slaughtering knife, screamed in fright. But under Rongfu and his wife's swift actions, they soon lost their lives. After Rongfu and Su Yingying placed the 4 pigs on the prepared roasting frames to remove the hair, they skillfully dismembered the pigs, their technique impressive and quick. During this process, Su Yingying's faintly noble demeanor stood in stark contrast to the act of slaughtering pigs. Once finished, they loaded the cut-up pig heads, ears, ribs, large chunks of meat, and trotters onto the cart. Afterwards, Rongfu and his wife called Chen Sun to have breakfast together. Chen Sun pulled the cart while Rongfu and Su Yingying pushed from behind, heading towards the East Street Market. Another day of selling pork had begun. This daily routine had continued for over a month for Chen Sun and for many more years for Rongfu and his wife. When they reached their stall at the market, they arranged the pork and ribs and hung up the trotters before starting business. Chen Sun yawned, settled down in his usual spot behind the stall, and fell asleep listening to the market's hustle and bustle, just like every other day. Rongfu and Su Yingying exchanged smiles and began to attend to the arriving customers. Pork Rong, give me a pound of pork. All right. Hey, Pork Rong, you don't have any children. Why do you work so hard every day to earn so much money? Rongfu fell silent for a moment before chuckling and saying, right now, we have no children. But we should prepare, shouldn't we? The tuition fees in Yen City are quite expensive. In a luxurious restaurant in Yen City, on the 5th floor by the window, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong sat opposite each other drinking. After half a year in Nantian, they had not heard a single piece of news about their predecessor. Truly, the predecessor seemed to have vanished without a trace. Yin Jueqing looked at the mortals coming and going below and sighed. Ji Wucong took a sip of wine and laughed. With such a carefree person as our predecessor, who knows in which beautiful valley they are residing now? How could we easily find them? Yin Jueqing smiled and pondered. In the past 6 months, Hao Gao has been incessantly searching for Elder Chun. Since there hasn't been any news about Elder Chun, Hao Gao believes that Elder Chun is afraid. Ji Wucong's expression turned slightly cold as he teased. How could our predecessor be afraid of that dwarf? When the predecessor appears, it will be the time for that dwarf to meet his end. After all, even the Wujixian palace was destroyed by our predecessor. Although this had yet to be confirmed, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong believed it to be almost certain. Moreover, the terrifying great formation of Daotian's sect still shone as if it had boundless power. Each of these earth-shattering events was related to their predecessor, Yin Jueqing remarked. It was evident that after the incident in Beixian and being scolded by Daotian's sect, Hao Gao's anger had yet to dissipate. It seemed that the term dwarf had touched the core of Hao Gao's spirit. Ji Wucong asked curiously, Insect Master, it seems that the dwarf has never seen our predecessor, right? How could he issue a bounty? Upon hearing this, Yin Jueqing's expression became awkward, and he replied sheepishly, previously, when Hao Gao came to Beixian to cause trouble for our predecessor, he asked me some questions about our predecessor. I had no choice but to share some basic information, including the predecessor's name, some physical characteristics, and that they lived in Daotian's sect. Don't look at me like that. I was almost killed by Hao Gao at that time. You know? Moreover, at that time, I had already learned from Nangong Yao that our predecessor had left Daotian's sect, which is why I felt at ease to speak with Hao Gao. As he spoke, Yin Jueqing's eyes filled with resentment, but also helplessness. As the leader of the sky-eating demon sect, he had been threatened with death by Hao Gao several times, but unfortunately, this was a world where strength spoke the loudest. Ji Wucong nodded in understanding, and then said, Insect Master, I dare to bet that our predecessor is not in this Yin City. Shall we head to the next place to search? All right. Ji Wucong suddenly added, Insect Master, do you think our predecessor might be in the Qianlong Forbidden Area? Yin Jueqing paused, feeling that it was quite possible, but if their predecessor were in the Qianlong Forbidden Area, they wouldn't dare to go looking for them. The Qianlong Forbidden Area is located to the south of Nantian and is extremely dangerous, being the most forbidden area in the mortal realm. Chapter 76. Did I just see our predecessor? A day quickly passed, and it was almost dinner time. Rongfu's stall was doing great business, with only a few pieces left from 4 pigs, earning more in a day than the average person would. This child, Chen Sun, can really sleep. Aside from that time at noon when I woke him up for lunch, he has been sleeping for almost the entire day, Su Yingying said helplessly. Su Yingying thought about it and realized that Chen Sun was indeed quite resilient. She couldn't help but gaze at Chen Sun, lost in thought. If she and DeFu had a child, they would probably be around 20, almost the same age as Chen Sun. Rong Fu, pulling the drowsy Chen Sun up, suddenly noticed Su Yingying's gaze and paused for a moment before quietly calling out to her. On the way home, Chen Sun was still happily pulling the cart in front, shaking his head and swaying. Rong Fu and Su Yingying followed behind, both watching Chen Sun's back, not saying much. Rong Fu occasionally glanced at Su Yingying, noticing her gaze, and felt a tremor in his heart. Thus, the three of them passed through the bustling street, gradually moving further away. Just then, on the 5th floor of a restaurant on one side of the street, Ji Wucang looked suspiciously at the disappearing figures of Chen Sun and Rong Fu's couple. Although it was just an inadvertent glance, Ji Wucang thought that the figure pulling the cart looked strangely like their predecessor. Ji Wucang furrowed his brow, preparing to chase after them for a closer look. Suddenly, Yin Jueqing came in holding 2 jars of wine. Wucang, come drink a couple of cups with me. Ji Wucang paused, shaking off the unrealistic thought in his mind. That person probably just looked a bit like the predecessor. It's impossible. How could someone of that caliber be pulling a broken cart in the mundane market? Moreover, there was a middle-aged couple following behind them, looking like a family of 3. After all, this situation wasn't the first time it had happened in the past 6 months. What's wrong? Yin Jueqing noticed Ji Wucang's unusual demeanor and asked curiously. Hearing this, Ji Wucang hesitated for a moment, then said, Insect Master, I just saw a figure that resembles our predecessor. What? Yin Jueqing raised his eyebrows and hurriedly asked, where? Let's hurry and see. Although there had been similar mix-ups before, what if it really was them? Ji Wucang was taken aback, quickly nodding and pointing in a direction. In the next moment, the 2 figures disappeared from the room. Swish. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang appeared at the street corner, looking around, but there were no signs of the 3 people pulling the cart that Ji Wucang had mentioned earlier. Yin Jueqing immediately closed his eyes. His divine sense, at the late stage of transformation, spread out in all directions. The people eating dinner, the people playing cards, the people arguing, the people walking their dogs, even the scenes of intimate exchanges between men and women in various brothels and residences were all clearly sensed by Yin Jueqing. Ji Wucang also spread out his divine sense, but his brows tightened as he found nothing and reluctantly opened his eyes. Oh, after a moment. Yin Jueqing also opened his eyes, rubbed his temples, and sighed. We can't find them. Hearing this, Ji Wucang felt a bit disappointed, but then suddenly had a flash of inspiration, raising a finger excitedly. Hey, Insect Master, it makes sense that we can't find them. If that person really is our predecessor, it would be perfectly normal for us to not be able to locate them with our divine senses. Yin Jueqing was stunned, a look of joy appearing on his face as he exclaimed, that's right. With this thought, their hearts raced. Could it be that they had truly encountered their predecessor? Insect Master, they just passed by the street where our restaurant is located today. If we wait there at the same time tomorrow afternoon, we might just see them. Whether that person is truly our predecessor will be revealed then, Ji Wucang hurriedly said. Although the idea of their predecessor pulling a cart was somewhat absurd, it suddenly reminded him that previously at Daotian's sect, their predecessors sometimes seemed to think and act differently from ordinary people. Perhaps this was their predecessor traveling through the mundane world? Yin Jueqing was overjoyed, patting Ji Wucang on the shoulder, praising, very good, Wucang, you're quite clever. Cough. Ji Wucang cleared his throat and said, it's all right. Yin Jueqing's expression turned cold, and he kicked Ji Wucang, who was showing off, causing him to stagger. That's what you get for showing off. At dinner, DeFu, you should drink less. Su Yingying frowned with concern as she saw Rong Fu continuously drinking. Rong Fu's face was flushed as he waved his hand and laughed. Ah, I'm happy today, so let me drink a few more cups. Don't you think so, Chen Sun? Beside them, Chen Sun was stuffing his cheeks with food, his chopsticks moving so fast that they left shadows, completely ignoring Rong Fu. Su Yingying could only shake her head and say, I'll allow you to drink 3 more cups, but no more than that. All right. After dinner, Su Yingying was clearing the table and washing the dishes. Chen Sun squatted in the yard, holding a twig and laughing madly as he drew circles on the ground. At that moment, Rong Fu stumbled over, sat down next to Chen Sun, glanced at the circles on the ground, and asked dizzily, what are you drawing, Chen Sun? Chen Sun remained silent, only continuing to draw circles. If Uncle Rong had a child, he would probably be about your age too. Rong Fu looked at Chen Sun, smiled, and felt the world spinning around him, gradually becoming blurry. He patted Chen Sun on the shoulder and suddenly bowed his head, choking back tears. Uncle Rong, you're really not human at all. Hearing the commotion, Chen Sun stopped drawing circles and curiously tilted his head to look at Rong Fu, then reached out to touch Rong Fu's head, laughing madly. Adults aren't allowed to cry, hee. Rong Fu paused and cried even more sadly. Chen Sun got up and shouted into the house, crying. The adult is crying. Who cried? Suddenly, Su Yingying's voice rang out, followed by the sound of her quickly walking out. Rong Fu's crying abruptly stopped, and he hurriedly wiped away his tears and stood up, trying to calm his emotions and expression. At this moment, Su Yingying walked out, glanced at Chen Sun and Rong Fu, and asked suspiciously, Chen Sun, who cried? Chen Sun grinned foolishly, pointing at Rong Fu. Him. Rong Fu immediately jumped up, blushing and shouting, Don't say that. Saying this, he picked up a slipper and staggered after Chen Sun. Chen Sun chuckled and turned to run. Thus, Rong Fu and Chen Sun began to chase each other around the small courtyard, with Chen Sun occasionally turning his head to make a funny face. If Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang were to see this scene, they would surely be shocked, thinking they were hallucinating, their eyes wide with astonishment. Mortal, do you know who you were chasing? That is the senior who destroyed the Wuji Immortal Palace. At this time, Chen Sun suddenly made a quick retreat. However, the drunken Rong Fu was still running circles in the yard with the slipper in hand, not even knowing what he was chasing. Chen Sun stood by, hands on his hips, laughing uncontrollably, drool flowing from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 77. It really is a senior. It's impossible to pull a pig in this lifetime. The next day, Chen Sun got up early as usual, pulling the cart with a rumble to the pig farm. Another day of selling pork began. Rong Fu and his wife were busy as usual, while Chen Sun leaned back and slept soundly. The day quickly passed. In the afternoon, Rong Fu and his wife woke Chen Sun and pulled the cart back home. It was still the same street, still the same tavern. At this moment, on the 5th floor of the tavern, at the window position, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang stood there, intently watching the crowd on the street below. At that moment, 3 figures came into view, coming closer. It was Chen Sun pulling the cart, with Rong Fu and his wife following behind. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang's pupils constricted, their chests rising and falling violently, an infinite surprise flooding their hearts. Senior. It really is the senior. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang exchanged a glance, their excitement uncontainable. They nodded to each other, and in a flash, they descended to the lower level, cautiously following at a distance. Ji Wucang looked at the cart and the pork on it, frowning. How could the senior be pulling a pig cart in the mortal world? This is too unbefitting of the senior's status. Yin Jueqing looked at Chen Sun's back with reverence, saying, What does it matter? Didn't the senior once live on the miscellaneous peak of Daotian's sect, and even swept the floors every day? The senior is different from us small cultivators. He enjoys playing in the mortal realm, experiencing the mundane world. When we were transforming our spirits, didn't we also have to endure the trials of becoming mortal? Ji Wucang nodded, feeling it made a lot of sense, and his gaze towards that figure in blue became even more respectful. Thinking of this, Ji Wucang felt quite ashamed, saying, If I were to enter the mortal realm and do the work of pulling a pig cart, I would never be able to lower my face. But the senior truly deserves to be called a senior. Yin Jueqing shook his head and laughed. Don't say that. I also couldn't do this work. At a certain status, it's very difficult to bend down. For people like them, one is the leader of the Beishin demon path, and the other is the head of a first-rate demon sect. How could they lower their faces to pull pigs? It's impossible to pull a pig in this lifetime. Su Yingying quickly went to cook, while Rong Fu took the opportunity to take out a set of pig-killing knives and sat outside to sharpen them. As for Chen Sun, he was playing with some kids. A group of children was running after Chen Sun. He looked just like the king of children. Some parents worried their kids were running too fast and might fall, chasing after their own kids with brooms, swatting their butts. Brother, my dad is hitting my butt. A little kid cried out in fear. Seeing this scene, the parents were furious and glared at Chen Sun, then turned and left with their brooms. Only then did the kids burst into laughter. Rong Fu sharpened the knife while watching this scene, shaking his head helplessly, but the smile on his face never faded. Since Chen Sun arrived, their area had indeed become much livelier. Meanwhile, not far around a corner, 2 heads, one high and one low, were sneaking a peek. They were indeed the following Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang. Watching such a harmonious scene, they were stunned, feeling increasingly emotional. Such a harmonious scene had not been seen by Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang since they began cultivating. Ji Wucang's eyes turned red, trembling slightly as he said. Yin Jueqing pursed his lips, silent, gently stroking Ji Wucang's head to comfort him, his eyes filled with regret and reminiscence. He too was not immune to such feelings. Along the way, it seemed they had abandoned far too much. In the tavern room, after 3 rounds of drinks, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang still drank in silence, rarely speaking. They even began to ponder whether they were right or wrong on this journey. Suddenly, both of them groaned, their faces turning pale as they exchanged a difficult glance, a hint of terror rising in their hearts. Not good. The Tao heart is unstable. The heart demon is arising. Yin Jueqing immediately pushed the table aside and pressed both hands on Ji Wucang's shoulders, starting to circulate their techniques to save themselves. but their faces grew increasingly worse, even blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. Just then, a young scholar in a pink apron appeared out of nowhere, laughing mischievously. The moment Chen Sun appeared, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong's situation suddenly improved, and that emerging heart demon vanished without a trace, as if scared away. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong gasped for breath. When they saw Chen Sun, they hurriedly bowed down, respectfully saying, "We have seen the senior." Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong knew that if the senior hadn't appeared in time, the consequences of being invaded by the heart demon would be unimaginable. "Thank you for saving us, senior." They earnestly expressed their gratitude, bowing deeply. As for why the senior came here, they were not surprised at all, having followed earlier. With the senior's abilities, how could he not have noticed them? Chen Sun squatted down, shaking his head as he looked at the two, laughing madly. "Do you pull pigs?" Pull. We love pulling pigs the most, senior." Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong nodded, like chicks pecking at rice. Remembering the years spent in the Daotian sect, could it be that pulling pigs is also a great technique? Is the senior going to bestow them with fortune again? Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong immediately became incredibly excited and exhilarated. Then, Chen Sun chuckled and vanished. Only then did Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong sit down on the ground, looking at each other, still shaken, and simultaneously sighed with a bitter smile. Good thing the senior appeared. Chapter 78. 3 people pulling pigs. The next afternoon, just as they arrived home, Rong Fu and his wife noticed that many neighbors were giving them furtive looks. Rong Fu and his wife were taken aback and looked over, discovering an old man and a middle-aged man standing at their doorstep. The luxurious clothing of the old man and the middle-aged man suggested they were not ordinary people. Especially the subtle aura of authority emanating from them made Rong Fu and his wife's hearts tighten. But they had done nothing but sell pork every day. Rong Fu and his wife hurried over, while Chen Sun ran off to play with the kids. "You too. May I ask who you are?" Rong Fu and Su Yingying bowed, their voices trembling. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong quickly reached out to help the Rong Fu couple up. The two glanced at Chen Sun, who was playing over there, and Ji Wutsong smiled and said, Both of you, we have admired Rong's pig stall for a long time. We are not talented, but we have a bit of strength and came here to seek a job pulling pigs." Before coming, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong had already thoroughly understood the Rong Fu couple's business. The Rong Fu couple, who were originally nervous, were stunned. Pulling pigs? Coming back to their senses, Rong Fu's face turned pale as he forced a smile and said, "You too, please don't joke with me." Su Yingying's heart also raced. Feeling very flustered, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong paused, exchanging glances. They didn't look like they were joking. Suddenly, they noticed each other's attire, their hearts tightened. And they thought, oh no, they forgot to change clothes when they came. Dressed so extravagantly, of course, people would think they were joking. "It's all your fault. How could you overlook this?" Yin Jueqing communicated unhappily. Ji Wutsong felt bitter in his heart and innocently replied, "Sect Master Yin, didn't I go to inquire about the predecessor's pig stall? How could I think of so much?" Ji Wutsong pouted, then smiled at Rong Fu, saying, "Boss Rong, we are not joking with you. We sincerely want to help pull pigs, and we hope you agree. And please don't call us my lord." The Rong Fu couple still felt the two were joking. Rong Fu awkwardly said, "You two, the thing is, we already have hired workers and have no plans to hire more. Currently, with Chen Sun pulling 4 pigs every day, sometimes they can't even sell them all. If they hire more workers, wouldn't that mean losing money?" Ji Wutsong, having also understood the pig-selling business, didn't know what to say. He had never been so humble in discussing matters with mortals. So he gritted his teeth and said, "Boss Rong, we don't need wages. We don't need a place to stay. We just want to pull pigs." Yin Jueqing quickly echoed, "Yes." Rong Fu and Su Yingying were almost overwhelmed, staring blankly at the two extravagantly dressed individuals. Could these two be crazy? But they didn't look like it. Or were they just here to mock them? Many wealthy people have a penchant for mocking the poor, after all. Rong Fu didn't dare to say much, smiling bitterly and saying, "You too. We really don't need pig-pulling workers. With Chen Sun pulling 4 pigs daily, we might not even sell them all, and having more is really not feasible. We hope you too, my lords." Ji Wutsong quickly said, "Then we can share the load with the other worker and pull 4 pigs together, right?" He must be tired pulling 4 by himself. Rong Fu was stunned. But now, Rong Fu and Su Yingying realized these two genuinely wanted to pull pigs. Is it really that enjoyable to pull pigs? Are the wealthy people's hobbies in Yen City so unique now? Enough of this. Right. As long as we can pull pigs, how about we give you money?" Ji Wutsong said, preparing to take out money. Rong Fu hurriedly stopped him, saying, "No, let you pull." Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong were overjoyed. The pig-pulling matter was finally settled. "Then, Boss Rong, we'll come over tomorrow morning. Oh, by the way, we love the pink apron the previous worker wore. Please make sure to prepare one for us too. Also, No need to prepare a pig cart for us. We are strong enough to carry one pig each. After Yin Jueqing finished speaking, they cautiously glanced at Chen Sun and slipped away. Rongfu and his wife stared blankly at the retreating figures, still feeling as if they were dreaming. They couldn't understand why they encountered such an absurd situation. Moreover, there were countless pig stalls in Yin City. Why did they choose theirs? The next morning, before dawn, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang arrived early to wait. They had learned their lesson and changed out of their extravagant clothes into worn-out hemp clothing. With a creak, hearing the noise, the two quickly looked over and saw Chen Sun coming out. "Greetings, senior." They immediately whispered respectfully, like thieves. Soon, there were footsteps again, and Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang stood up straight. Coming out was Rongfu, and when he saw Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang, he was stunned, not expecting them to really come. "You two, this is the apron you wanted, to avoid getting dirty." As Rongfu spoke, he suddenly noticed their clothing and was taken aback again. They were clearly dressed extravagantly yesterday, so why today? Understanding dawned on him. It seemed they didn't want to dirty their fine clothes, so they wore appropriate attire for work. "All right, thank you." The two snatched the pink apron and quickly put it on. Just an old man and a middle-aged man wearing pink aprons looked rather odd. At that moment, Chen Sun let out a wild laugh, pulled the cart, and rumbled away. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang saw this, and no longer paid attention to the dazed Rongfu, turning to dash after him, running like the wind. Rongfu swallowed hard. The middle-aged man was fine, quite strong. But that old man was surprisingly quick, so nimble. On the street, rumble, rumble. Chen Sun ran wildly with the cart. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang flanked him, both staring ahead with serious expressions, rapidly swinging their arms as they sprinted. The three maintained the same rhythm, quickly sweeping across the street, kicking up quite a bit of dust. Early risers on the road were startled and retreated to the sides. That pig-pulling worker again. Oh, this time there are two more people. Wow, look at that old man. He's running so fast. Wow, that's impressive. Soon after, Chen Sun's cart carried two pigs. The other two pigs were each hoisted on the shoulders of Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang. The three sped away and quickly disappeared around the corner. Bystanders who witnessed this scene were already dumbfounded. At the same time, for cultivators in a loft also noticed this scene, and after a moment of shock, their eyes flickered. Except for the seemingly abnormal young man pulling the cart, they sensed that the old man and the middle-aged man carrying pigs had faint spiritual fluctuations. Were they cultivators? Cultivators pulling pigs? Come on, what is happening in this world? This is too absurd, unheard of, and unseen. Why would cultivators do such things? It seems there is some unknown secret behind this. Let's go, let's investigate. Chapter 79. That old man is actually playing so pervertedly? As Chen Sun and the others approached Rongfu's home, their speed slowed down. Just then, four figures darted out from the side, blocking Chen Sun and the others' path. These four were the cultivators who had chased over from the loft earlier. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang narrowed their eyes slightly. They could tell at a glance that the four cultivators were merely at the foundation establishment stage. Impressive, a mere foundation establishment dared to target them? Chen Sun seemingly ignored them, shaking his head as he pulled the cart right through the middle of the four. Huh. The four cultivators' expressions changed as they were about to stop Chen Sun. Ji Wucang's gaze sharpened as he calmly spoke. "You four ants must be tired of living, daring to block the path of a senior?" As he spoke, a faint aura of transformation spread out. Boom. The expressions of the four cultivators changed dramatically, their faces turning pale. Although they didn't know the exact cultivation level of the middle-aged man before them, it was certainly far beyond theirs. At the very least, he was at the core formation stage, or even an old monster at the nascent soul stage. Bang, 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 bang. The four cultivators' knees buckled, and they fell to the ground, trembling all over, regretting it immensely. Who would have thought that the pig puller would have such powerful cultivation? If they had known, they wouldn't have dared to come and test the waters even if they were beaten to death. Before, "Senior, we have no other intentions. We're just curious about how Senior pulls pigs." One of the cultivators stammered. "Senior, we are disciples of the Baihuo Pavilion, and we mean no offense." Unfortunately, the four cultivators had no idea who they were facing. But Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang are notorious. Upon hearing this, Ji Wucang grinned sinisterly and said, "Our sect doesn't care where you come from. Since you dare to block our way with malicious intent, be careful in your next life." As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of the four cultivators changed drastically, and in fear, they shouted, "Run." Humph. Ji Wucang coldly smiled and abruptly waved his sleeve. The four foundation establishment cultivators exploded into a mist of blood, not even having time to scream. In Ji Wucang's eyes, a mere four foundation establishment cultivators were no different from slaughtering pigs or dogs, let alone if 1,000 more came. In the path of cultivation, the difference in realms only grows larger as one progresses, especially when there are several major realm differences. It's not something that can be overcome by sheer numbers. Baihua Pavilion? At this moment, Yin Jueqing murmured, with these 4 ants dead, the Baihua Pavilion will definitely come to Yin City to investigate. It seems there is no need for their existence anymore. Wucong, after carrying the pig to Boss Rong's house, you should go and destroy that Baihua Pavilion, so that we won't be troubled by the old coming after the young. Ji Wucong nodded. Yes, no need for you to say it. I already had that intention. Their conversation was very plain, yet their intentions were decisive and ruthless, truly befitting the leader of a demon sect. Afterwards, they carried the pig to Rong Fu's small courtyard. Shocking Rong Fu and Su Yingying again. So fierce. Such strength. The middle-aged man is one thing, but why is this old man so strong too? You two have worked hard. Please sit down and have some tea. Su Yingying quickly brought over 2 cups of tea. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong took the tea. But their peripheral vision was fixed on Chun Sun squatting nearby, who didn't dare to sit down at all. What a joke, the senior is still here. How could they have the qualifications to sit down? Su Yingying didn't think much of it, and hurried to help Rong Fu deal with the 4 pigs. As time was a bit tight. What are your names? Rong Fu asked with a smile, while processing the pork. After this pig-pulling incident, Rong Fu felt much closer to Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong, as it was clear they genuinely wanted to pull pigs. Yin Jueqing, Ji Wucong. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong replied. Rong Fu and Su Yingying paused their movements, deciding to stop talking altogether, as the little sense of closeness they had quickly dissipated. These 2 names sounded too domineering to them, and they didn't sound like good people. They were clearly big shots here to experience life, and they would have to be careful in serving them in the future. Boss Rong, we're leaving first. We'll come back early tomorrow to pull pigs. Yin Jueqing said. Then he and Ji Wucong gave a subtle, respectful glance at Chin Sun before leaving. Take care. Rong Fu hurriedly responded. After Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong walked far away, Rong Fu and his wife sighed in distress. Since yesterday, they had been in a daze. Fortunately, they hadn't sensed any malice from the 2 from the beginning. Thinking of this, Rong Fu looked at Chin Sun while processing the pork and solemnly warned, Chin Sun, those 2 are definitely not ordinary people. You must be respectful when pulling pigs in the future, or else you might bring disaster upon yourself. Chin Sun seemed to not hear, slapping his face and shouting, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. All right. Seeing that Chin Sun wasn't listening, Rong Fu had no choice but to hurriedly say, Yingzi, let Chin Sun have breakfast first. Okay. They suddenly noticed many passers-by looking at them with strange expressions, whispering something and walking away. Those fragmented words couldn't escape the ears of the 2. Hey, look, that big man and that old man, wearing pink neck aprons. Could they be perverts? Hiss, a secret affair? I see that old man is already at an age to be buried, yet he is engaging in such perversion? Well, there is a bit of perversion, but some people just have a fondness for the unusual. We should set aside societal views and look at it correctly. No, I'm not disapproving. I'm just curious who is the dominant one between that middle-aged man and that old man. It should be that old man. Otherwise, if the middle-aged man were dominant, with that burly build, the old man wouldn't stand a chance. At this moment, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong were struck as if by lightning, frozen in place. Their faces were frighteningly dark, as if they had eaten 1,000 dead flies. What are you ants saying? Say it again if you dare. Ji Wucong suddenly turned around, his face grim with anger. Although Ji Wucong didn't use spiritual power, as the leader of the Dian demon sect, he exuded a fierce aura that made those passers-by tremble in fear, causing them to flee. Seeing this, Ji Wucong snorted and glared at the fleeing people, a black mist slowly rising from his hand within his sleeve. Forget it. At this moment, Yin Jueqing grabbed Ji Wucong's hand, giving him a warning look. Ji Wucong immediately shivered, understanding Yin Jueqing's meaning. However, he felt somewhat aggrieved in his heart. He and the leader of the northern Xian demon sect were being slandered by these mortals. If they weren't in Yin City, Ji Wucong would have had the urge to overturn the entire city. Yin Jueqing could only comfort him. These mortals didn't mean anything by it. Look at our appearance early in the morning. It's no wonder they thought wrong. Ji Wucong's expression slightly softened as he shook his head. Meanwhile, the action of Yin Jueqing holding Ji Wucong's hand further convinced many passers-by that there was something going on between them. Sensing these gazes, Yin Jueqing paused, quickly letting go of his hand, and with Ji Wucong, whose expression had turned gloomy, they hurriedly entered a tavern under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Good heavens! At this moment, the many passers-by exchanged glances, and the atmosphere became a bit tense. That old man and the middle-aged man entered the tavern so quickly. Were they really that eager? Chapter 80. The bounty notice arrives in Yin City. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong arrived at Rong Fu's house every day before dawn to wait for Chin Sun to pull pigs. Time flew by, and half a month passed. During this period, Ji Wucong made a trip to the Baihua Pavilion, and on the way, he indeed encountered people coming to investigate. He casually exterminated them and then wiped out the entire Baihuo Pavilion. In the Baihuo Pavilion, the highest realm was only Midcore Formation, which was not a well-known force in the entire southern heaven. Facing a demonic cultivator like Ji Wutsong at the transformation stage, they naturally had no power to resist. Therefore, it's said that generally, sects advise their disciples to be vigilant when going out, as there are numerous examples of sects being wiped out after provoking some big figure. Recently, the number of cultivators coming to Yin City has increased significantly, and luminous streaks of light can often be seen in the skies above Yin City. A bounty notice quietly spread inside and outside Yin City. Of course, it was mostly circulated among cultivators. Ordinary mortals would glance at the notice and shake their heads before leaving. Although they were shocked, how could they, as commoners, dare to get involved in the affairs of cultivators? Even if the bounty amount was huge, claiming that reliable information about that person would earn cultivators spirit stones and treasures, and commoners would receive gold coins or even official positions. Moreover, the content of the bounty notice was something the people of Yin City had more or less learned about, and they were extremely shocked, because the content was incredibly horrifying. It seemed that the various sects of the Southern Heaven had joined forces to hunt down a cultivator. Normally, people wouldn't dare to provoke even a single cultivator, only daring to observe from afar, let alone with so many sects. It was said that these were all major sects of the Southern Heaven. The people of Yin City couldn't imagine what kind of monstrous disaster the cultivator named Chen Sun had caused to provoke such serious consequences. However, from this bounty notice, it could also be inferred that the cultivator named Chen Sun was certainly not an ordinary person. After all, being wanted by so many sects can't be simple. Outside Yin City, two middle-aged men in plain robes stood there, looking up at the wanted notice on the city wall with flickering eyes. They didn't expect that the bounty on Hao Gao had already reached Yin City. Anyone who dares to trouble the gentleman will undoubtedly meet a bad end. They had been in the southern sky for over half a year, wandering around and finally arriving at Yin City. After all, in the past 6 months, they had traveled through many cities and regions, but had not heard a single piece of news related to Chen Sun. Let's go, Duan Songhai said. Nangong Yao nodded. Just as the two were about to leave, they overheard a conversation from some cultivators flying by on their swords. Did you know? The Baihuo Pavilion was destroyed. It was tragic. Yeah, I naturally heard about it. The Baihuo Pavilion had been rooted in the extreme Flame Mountain range for quite a few years, and there were even core formation cultivators stationed there. I didn't expect it to end up like this. I heard that the entire Baihuo Pavilion turned into ruins, filled with demonic energy. It must have been done by demonic cultivators. Based on the residual aura at the scene, it's speculated that the demonic cultivator who destroyed the Baihuo Pavilion might be at the Transformation God stage. Transformation God True Monarch is truly terrifying. Could it be that the demonic cultivator who destroyed the Baihuo Pavilion is the one named Chen Sun on the wanted notice? Sigh. The world is too chaotic these days. We should keep a low profile to avoid implicating our sect. Yeah, the two cultivators continued their conversation as they flew into Yin City. Several keywords swirled in their minds. Demonic cultivator, transformation god stage, extermination of a sect. Duan Songhai also had a premonition and pursed his lips, saying, "What do you think?" Nangong Yao said suspiciously, "I have a feeling that the destruction of the Baihuo Pavilion must be the doing of that old villain Yin and Ji Wutsong." Duan Songhai was not surprised and nodded. Sect leader Nangong. Actually, our sect also has this kind of premonition. Thinking of this, the two exchanged strange glances at Yin City and decided not to leave for the time being. At Rongfu's home, during dinner. Sigh. There are more and more cultivators in Yin City lately. I heard that a bounty has been issued for a certain cultivator, causing us ordinary folks in Yin City to be on edge. I've been too busy with business lately. I should find time to check that wanted notice and see what it says, Rongfu said as he took a sip of wine. Next to him, Chen Sun was buried in his food, with rice sticking all over his face, looking like a starving ghost reincarnated. Su Yingying said, "It should be no big deal. As long as we don't provoke those cultivators, we'll be fine." Rongfu shook his head. It's not just a matter of provoking or not. You know that there have been conflicts between cultivators in Yin City before. When two cultivators fight, their spells wreak havoc. And who knows how many ordinary folks near the street get affected. The last time, the government reported that at least 150 people died, including children, and there were countless injuries. That's 150 shattered families. Many children lost their parents in that incident, and they ended up struggling to survive in the slums, fighting with stray dogs for food. In the end, those two cultivators came out unscathed. Sigh. It's pitiful for those who died. Our lives as mortals are like grass, trampled upon. At this point, Rongfu was a bit angry, saying, "It's one thing for the instigators to be fine. They are cultivators, high above us mortals, but those affected, the surviving children, are innocent. The government doesn't care at all, without any compensation." Su Yingying hurriedly covered Rongfu's mouth, saying, "Dafu, you've had too much to drink. Rongfu paused, took a deep breath to calm down, and looked at Chen Sun, saying, Chen Sun, you don't need to pull the pigs tomorrow. We'll take a day off and go somewhere. Okay. Chen Sun replied casually and continued eating. After dinner, Chen Sun went out to play with the children again. In the narrow courtyard, Rongfu and Su Yingying sat facing each other. In front of them was a rusty iron box, filled to the brim with copper and silver coins. Those kids probably miss you too, Su Yingying said, looking at Rongfu, who was focused on counting money, with a gentle smile. Hearing this, Rongfu's face broke into a simple smile as he counted the coins, saying, recently, with that kid Chen Sun around, the pork business has been good. Looks like I need to give that kid a raise. Tomorrow, we'll go to the children and buy them more food, add some household supplies. I love it when the kids surround me and call me Uncle Rong. Heh. Rongfu had been selling pork for many years, and aside from keeping a little for his own family, he spent almost all of his money on the homeless children in the slums. Rongfu was kind-hearted and was just a good person. He had quietly given for many years, and even the neighbors did not know about this. Rongfu seemed to think of something, and his hand counting money paused. After some hesitation, he finally spoke up, trembling. Yingzi, I'm sorry. You disregarded your family's opposition back in the day, resolutely marrying this rough man, yet I. Su Yingying smiled slightly, reaching out to place her hand over Rongfu's palm. Dafu, have these words been bottled up in your heart for a long time? Actually, I know what you were thinking, but please understand, I married you just because of the kind of person you are, nothing else matters. What I like most is your kindness and simplicity. I like you. As long as I can be with you, it doesn't matter how we live. Even if we beg on the street together, I would be happy. Rongfu was stunned for a long time, holding Su Yingying's hand, his eyes reddening as he smiled. Thank you. Chapter 81. In the slums of Yin City. Chen Sun is a good person. The next morning, before dawn, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong arrived. However, they were informed by Rongfu that they would be taking a day off from pulling pigs. The two had no choice but to give up. Yet, they did not leave. They waited until Chen Sun and Rongfu finished breakfast, came out with cloth bags, and saw Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong still there. Rongfu couldn't help but ask, you two haven't tea left yet? Hee hee. Ji Wucong respectfully glanced at Chen Sun and then said, Boss Rong, where are you planning to go today? Can we accompany you? Yin Jueqing quickly nodded in agreement. The two exchanged glances, and it wasn't that they wanted to follow. But they were worried that someone might provoke their senior while on the way, and they wanted to be ready to teach them a lesson at the first moment. Regardless, this was a chance to show off in front of their senior, and they absolutely could not miss it. Rongfu glanced at Su Yingying, hesitating a bit. Come on, Boss Rong, let's just go together, Ji Wucong urged. All right, then please feel free, Rongfu replied. Boss Rong, we're all on the same side, so stop calling us sir or gentlemen. It sounds distant. If you call me sir again, I'll get angry. Okay. Thus, Chen Sun and the group headed west in Yin City. The slums were in that area. Along the way, Chen Sun, with disheveled hair, waved a wooden sword around while laughing maniacally, drawing many strange looks. Rongfu and Su Yingying felt somewhat embarrassed, but it was manageable. Rongfu looked at Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong, apologizing. You two, Chen Sun is not quite normal. His thoughts are different from others. Please bear with him. Although Rongfu knew that these two had been pulling pigs with Chen Sun for over half a month and understood Chen Sun's situation, he still worried about making them feel uncomfortable in this situation. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong, who had been focused on Chen Sun, were terrified and shook their heads continuously. No, Boss Rong, Chen Gong is quite good. Yeah, Chen Gong is great. He is perfectly normal. Huh. Rongfu was stunned. Perfectly normal? He couldn't help but look at Chen Sun's crazy appearance and then exchanged a puzzled glance with Su Yingying. It can't be that normal, can it? Afterwards, everyone went to a market and bought a lot of food and daily necessities. The Rongfu couple couldn't manage so many, so Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong helped carry them. As Chen Sun and the others moved further west towards Yin City, the roads became increasingly dilapidated, and some were muddy and difficult to traverse. The air also gradually changed, carrying a faint stench. The odor was a mix of various decaying substances, and the smell of feces and urine, quite pungent. Chen Sun seemed indifferent, laughing madly as if he sensed nothing. However, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong could no longer hold back their frowns and secretly used spiritual energy to block their noses. As far as the eye could see, the whole slum gave a feeling of dirtiness and disorder. Tattered, faded tents were scattered chaotically across the field of vision, densely packed, with no end in sight. Many people and children could be seen moving among them, most of their eyes lacking any light. The appearance of Chen Sun and the others attracted many curious glances. Two of you, the smell inside will be even stronger. Why don't you wait here? Rongfu said, looking at Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong. Ji Wucong immediately waved his hand. Boss Rong, it's fine. This smell is nothing to us. To be honest, it smells quite nice. Yin Jueqing glanced at Ji Wutsong, who was talking nonsense, as if to say, if it's nothing to you, then disperse the spiritual energy blocking your nose. What the hell? It smells nice. The Rongfu couple pursed their lips, glanced at Ji Wutsong, and quickly turned their eyes away, wanting to ask, is your nose okay? Well, okay then. After that, everyone headed into the slum. The Rongfu couple was cautious, looking around, afraid someone might jump out to rob them, as they had encountered such situations before. Fortunately, this time they were quite safe. Unbeknownst to them, someone was eyeing them during this period. But they were intimidated into inaction by a fierce glare from Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong. It wasn't until everyone walked far away that three young men dressed in patched clothes, skinny as bamboo poles, emerged from the shadows, expressing their dissatisfaction. Why didn't we act just now? Those people had big bags and small packages in their hands, probably worth a lot of money. I even saw delicious meat pies. What the hell? Did you not see the old man and that middle-aged man's eyes? They looked like wolves, so scary. Forget it. Actually, I know that person. He is the owner of Rong's pig stall. He brings good food every year to help those children. He is a good person. Even without those two people, I wouldn't really want to rob. But I'm so hungry. Just then, the three young men were startled and became alert, ready to run at the slightest sign of trouble. Hee. Chun Sun looked at them, stroking his chin with a bizarre smile. Seeing this scene, the three young men were slightly startled, realizing the person seemed a bit off. Hey, what do you want to do? I'll tell you. The three of us are not afraid of you. One young man pretended to be fierce. I'm so scared. Chun Sun clutched his chest, acting terrified. The three young men were dumbfounded and didn't want to argue with a lunatic, turning to leave. Hey, with hands and feet, why not go find a job? At this moment, Chun Sun shook his head and spoke. The three paused, silent for a moment, then turned back to look at Chun Sun. The middle young man said solemnly, we people from this slum are the lowest of the low in Yin City. We are not allowed to appear outside during the day. If we are discovered, the authorities will imprison us for affecting the city's appearance. We can only wait until night to go out and beg for food. Chun Sun was also lucky. Before he went to Rongfu's house to pull pigs, he wasn't discovered. Otherwise, he would probably have been imprisoned as a slum dweller. Oh no. It should be said that the Lord of Yin City is lucky. Fortunately, Chun Sun was hired by Rongfu to pull pigs in time. Otherwise, the Lord of Yin City might be doomed. Can we go now? Actually, we didn't really intend to rob you just now, the young man said. Hee. Chun Sun suddenly reached into his pocket and pulled out a few silver coins, handing them over with a silly grin. This is my payment for pulling pigs last month. You can take it to buy some good food. The three stared blankly at the money being handed to them, swallowing hard. Realizing what was happening, the middle young man snatched the coins from Chun Sun's hand and shouted, run. The three turned to flee. Chun Sun laughed happily and didn't mind, turning to leave. Just then, the three fleeing young men gradually stopped, turning to stare at Chun Sun's departing figure in a daze. Little brother, we only need a little. You keep the rest. Thank you. You, like Boss Rong, are a good person. Hee. Chun Sun smiled, stuffed the silver coins into his pocket, and quickly ran away. Big brother, that crazy little brother must be one of Boss Rong's pig pullers. Yeah, he earns blood and sweat money, and he doesn't seem normal either. We can't lose our conscience over this. A silver coin is not a small amount. We really appreciate him. Chapter 82. The Thoughts of Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai. Uncle Rong, you also eat pies. Uncle Rong, Aunt Sue, we miss you so much. Haha, Uncle Rong and Aunt Sue miss you too. Inside a dilapidated tent, the Rongfu couple was surrounded by a group of skinny children, unable to stop smiling. Outside the tent, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong stood there, peering through the curtain and watching the scenes inside, slightly lost in thought. The two cold-blooded demon cultivators felt an indescribable sensation in their hearts for the first time after many years of cultivation. Yin Jueqing sighed. This Boss Rong is indeed a good person. Ji Wutsong silently nodded. Although he wouldn't do such things, he wouldn't criticize others who did. Yin Jueqing stroked his beard and chuckled. I finally understand why my senior instructed me not to harm a large number of mortals when I was in Beixian. Now I realize that people like Boss Rong are probably not few among mortals. What are you two doing? At that moment, Chun Sun suddenly appeared behind Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong, startling them. They quickly turned and bowed. Senior. Chun Sun glanced at the two and happily dove into the stinky tent. Senior, it's very dirty and smelly inside. Ji Wutsong quickly said, but Chun Sun had already gone in. We should go in too. Yin Jueqing said immediately. Ji Wutsong's face turned bitter. Zhongzhu Yin, it's too dirty and smelly in there. Yin Jueqing replied irritably. You've carried pigs. Do you still care about this? Besides, can you be more distinguished than the senior? Don't make me force you. Hearing this, Ji Wutsong's heart trembled, and he had no choice but to follow Yin Jueqing into the tent. Inside the tent, Chun Sun had already blended in with the children. The children were initially a bit scared when they saw two more people enter, but after Rongfu introduced them, they were no longer afraid and quickly started playing with the bewildered Xianxiadrama and Ji Wutsong. The Rongfu couple was startled and was about to intervene, but Ji Wutsong gave them a reassuring look. Thus, the leaders of the Tunshin demon sect and the Dian demon sect started playing with the children from the slum. At first, Xianxiadrama and Ji Wutsong felt a bit uncomfortable, but as they played, feeling the children's pure hearts, smiles unconsciously appeared on their faces. If this scene were seen by their elders and disciples in the sect, they would be dumbfounded, feeling as if the sky had fallen. Brother, eat pie? A little girl held out a pie she had eaten to Chun Sun's mouth. Chun Sun grinned and, not minding at all, took a bite, laughing happily. Xianxiadrama and Ji Wutsong watched this scene, their gazes towards Chun Sun becoming increasingly complex, filled with respect from the bottom of their hearts. Senior, really, you are unlike any cultivator we've ever seen, completely different. During this time, Xianxiadrama and Ji Wutsong learned from the Rongfu couple that most of these children's parents had died in the aftermath of battles fought by cultivators years ago, leaving them stunned for a long time. The two couldn't help but exchange difficult glances. Previously, during the battle between the righteous and the demonic factions in Beixian, some townsfolk were affected, which likely caused many children to live such a miserable life. Early the next morning, before dawn, Chun Sun came out. Another day of pig herding had begun. After greeting the master, he noticed that Xianxiadrama and Ji Wutsong, both wearing pink aprons, were already waiting here. Chun Sun ignored them, pulled the cart, and rumbled off. Xianxiadrama and Ji Wutsong immediately caught up. On the street, the three of them dashed past, kicking up a cloud of dust, drawing the ire of many passers-by who muttered about their madness. At the same time, in a tavern beside the street, Nangong Yao spat out his tea, staring in shock at the retreating figures of Chun Sun and the other two. Master. And the other two are actually Xianxiadrama and Ji Wutsong. This tavern was considered the most prestigious in Yen City, and most cultivators chose to stay here. Nangong Yao sent a message and quickly flickered away, heading in the direction of Chun Sun and the others. What? The pig farm. Rumble, rumble. Chun Sun ran out with two still half-asleep pigs. Xianxiadrama and Ji Wutsong were also each carrying a bewildered pig, closely following Chun Sun's footsteps. The three of them disappeared down the road in a flash. Moments later, am I hallucinating? The one herding pigs is a senior, and the other two carrying pigs are Xianxiadrama and Ji Wutsong? Duan Songhai gulped hard and spoke with difficulty. This feeling was like encountering someone very familiar who suddenly squatted down in front of you with their back to you and started to defecate. It was one thing for the senior, as everyone more or less knew that he enjoyed living among mortals, often acting unconventionally. But what the hell was up with Xianxiadrama and Ji Wutsong? I got it. Suddenly, Nangong Yao said. Duan Songhai looked at him suspiciously, waiting for the explanation. Nangong Yao confidently stated, earlier in the sect, I followed the master and Xianxiadrama to perform the tree transformation technique, gaining the opportunity to break through. Now, the master is herding pigs, and it must also be a method of cultivation. Naturally, Xianxiadrama and the others wouldn't want to miss this opportunity. No wonder Xianxiadrama had advanced to the late stage of the transformation realm ahead of him. Now it made sense. Boss Rong, we'll come again tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Boss Rong, Xianxiadrama and Ji Wutsong headed towards the tavern. This time they were smarter and quickly took off the pink aprons to avoid being called perverts again. Who? Come out. Suddenly, Xianxiadrama sensed something and turned his head to a shadowy corner, shouting. Ji Wutsong was also slightly startled. Someone was actually following them, and he hadn't sensed it immediately. This meant the cultivator tracking them was not to be underestimated. The air was silent for a moment. Hee, Sect Master Yin, Sect Master Ji. Xianxiadrama and Ji Wutsong were momentarily stunned, their pupils slightly constricting. What the hell? Is Nantian really that small? They can meet here. We saw everything. Nangong Yao said lightly. Xianxiadrama frowned. What did you see? Immediately, both Xianxiadrama and Ji Wutsong's expressions darkened, cursing inwardly. Damn. These two old foxes seem to have realized the power of the pig herding method. Ji Wutsong coldly said. Humph. If you want to herd pigs, just go ahead. There are countless pig stalls in Yen City. Can we really stop you? Nangong Yao coughed. We also want to follow the master and herd pigs. Xianxiadrama was displeased and waved his sleeves. We only came to herd pigs after asking the master. If you want to herd pigs, go ask the master. What use is it to talk to us? Humph, crazy people. After saying that, Xianxiadrama and Ji Wutsong raised their chins and disdainfully walked away. They then glanced at Boss Rong's house and quickly approached. In Boss Rong's small courtyard, Chun Sun was having breakfast. The Rong couple was processing pork. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Boss Rong wiped his hands and went to open the door, only to be taken aback when he saw the two middle-aged men outside. Moreover, most importantly, they looked extraordinary, either rich or noble. For some reason, Boss Rong felt an ominous premonition and cautiously asked, "Why you two aren't here to herd pigs, are you?" Hiss. No wonder it's the master. Everything seems to be under his control. Duan Songhai immediately had a serious expression. "Yes, we want to come here to herd pigs." Nangong Yao quickly added, "Yes, yes. As long as we can herd pigs, we don't need you to provide food and accommodation, and we don't need to be paid. We can even pay you to herd pigs." Boss Rong was stunned. Su Yingying, who was processing pork behind him, also spaced out and nearly cut her own hand with the knife. Their lines were almost identical. Chapter 83. Those who come to herd pigs don't seem like ordinary people. But, I must be honest, we already have 3 pig herders at home, and 4 pigs a day is enough. Boss Rong hadn't finished speaking when Nangong Yao waved his hand. "No problem, we can each carry a pig. That's just right." Boss Rong stuttered. But what about Chin Sun?" No. If you want to herd pigs, just go ahead. Just let us watch." Boss Rong was so shocked he quickly stopped them. "What do we call the boss?" Rong Fu." Boss Rong stood there, confused. "Defuku, what on earth is this?" Su Yingying walked over, frowning deeply. "This world is truly absurd. How can rich people want to come herd pigs? And they just happen to come to our Rongji? They don't even want food and accommodation. Don't want to be paid, and even want to pay to herd pigs. It's too ridiculous." Boss Rong couldn't help but scratch his bloody hand, smiling bitterly. "I can't make sense of it. In my half a life, this is the first time I've encountered such a series of strange events." Su Yingying's eyes flickered, and she suddenly said quietly, "Defuku, actually, from their demeanor, they don't seem like ordinary people at all." Boss Rong was startled by her words, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Cultivators?" Su Yingying nodded, a bit bitter. "Yeah, you probably thought about it in that direction too, just unwilling to believe it. How could these people's demeanor resemble that of ordinary people?" Boss Rong gulped. But running with pigs, martial artists can do that too. If that's the case, Chin Sun is also quite strong. Could he be a cultivator? Su Yingying smiled helplessly. That kid Chin Sun is definitely not a cultivator. Although he is strong, he has always herded pigs with a cart, unlike those two who directly carry them. Besides, with Chin Sun's temperament, he couldn't possibly be a cultivator. Boss Rong shook his head. "No, I still don't believe it. How could cultivators come to herd pigs? What do they gain from it?" Although Boss Rong said he didn't believe it, his face visibly paled. Su Yingying sighed. "I don't know what they are after either. We are just ordinary people trying to make a living selling pigs. Of course, I'm just guessing, don't worry too much. Even if they are cultivators, at least they have never shown us any malice." Boss Rong frowned and nodded. Afterward, the two of them absent-mindedly finished processing the pork, had breakfast together, and then loaded the pork onto the cart, which Chin Sun pulled towards the vegetable market on East Street. "In the Yen City Lord's mansion, my lord. It seems we have some news about the cultivator on the bounty notice." The old steward bowed. Uffed. The city lord, Wang Heng, who was drinking tea, sprayed it out in shock. "What did you say?" The old steward said again. "The cultivator on the bounty notice seems to have some leads. That cultivator, who is being hunted by many immortal sects, is actually in our Yen City." Moments later, Wang Heng did not immediately ask for specific news, but said in a deep voice, "Steward, do you think we should report this matter?" Although Wang Heng governs the entire Yen City, he is ultimately just a mortal. To be honest, he is quite tempted by the bounty listed in the wanted notice. However, Wang Heng cannot help but feel apprehensive about a cultivator who has been wanted by so many sections. The current situation feels almost like being on the edge of a cliff. One side is heaven, the other is hell. Of course, there is another option, to ignore it all, to remain uninformed and keep the status quo. The old steward remained silent for a long time before saying, "In my humble opinion, it would be best for you, my lord, not to get involved. The reward is high, but it is like walking on a tightrope over a cliff. A slight misstep could lead to irreversible destruction. If the ruthless individual mentioned in the bounty learns that it was you who reported the information, the consequences would be unimaginable." The old steward was being relatively tactful. To put it bluntly, a cultivator who could be so wanted must be extremely ruthless. If they come looking for him, it is likely that with just a finger, the lord's residence would be destroyed. Wang Heng's chest heaved as he understood that the steward had always been his advisor. This time, he would heed his advice, as some matters are beyond his control. The old steward nodded in relief and said, "So it seems, my lord. You do not intend to inquire about the whereabouts of the cultivator mentioned in the bounty?" Wang Heng suppressed his curiosity and shook his head. "No need to inquire. As long as I do not inquire, I will know nothing, and you should keep this matter to yourself." The old steward bowed. "Yes." According to the report, a pig handler at the Rongji pig stall in the East Street Market closely resembles the description in the bounty. His name is Chin Sun, dressed in blue, carrying a wooden sword, looking like a scholar. All of this matches. The only mismatch is that this Chin Sun is said to be a madman. Whether he is the cultivator from the bounty remains to be debated. After all, in the old steward's view, What kind of cultivator would be like this? Actually going to pull pigs? Of course, the old steward speculated that this might be a way to hide. But contradictorily, if he wanted to hide, why not change his name and wear different clothes? All of this made the old steward feel a headache. He couldn't make sense of it. So he decided to stop thinking about it and let it be. Many times, pretending to know nothing is the best way to protect oneself. Cultivators' grudges are not something mortals should meddle in. Just as the old steward was about to exit, Wang Heng suddenly said, "Steward, find the person who reported this information." As he spoke, he made a gesture across his throat. The old steward nodded. "Rest assured, my lord. After that person reported the information, I had him killed immediately and instructed that the lord's residence will have nothing to do with the bounty." Wang Heng paused, looking at the old steward with satisfaction. With him around, things felt more secure. However, for some reason, looking at the old steward's cunning face sent chills down his spine. Chapter 84. The shock of the Rongfu couple, fleeing Yin City at night. In the afternoon, another day of selling pork came to an end. Thinking of the children in the slums, Rongfu still wanted to go take a look, fearing that if the cultivators started fighting, many innocent citizens would be affected. In Yin City, at a bounty notice spot, heads were bobbing, with crowds inside and outside. Most of them were cultivators, all looking at the contents of the bounty notice. Mortals were few, afraid to get too close to the cultivators, only daring to watch from a distance. Seeing the amount on the bounty notice, everyone's eyes gleamed with greed, their breaths heavy. Rongfu came here, swallowing hard, summoning some courage to move a little closer. When he could clearly see the text on the bounty notice, he stopped and began to read intently. The bounty notice read, Name, Chen Sun. Identity, Northern Xian cultivator. Appearance, dressed in blue, carrying a wooden sword. Anyone who can provide information on this cultivator's whereabouts will receive a reward of 100,000 spirit stones and 2 purple star treasures. Mortals will receive 1,000 gold coins and a noble title. Bounty period, none. Task risk, the target possesses strong cultivation. Please be cautious. This bounty was drafted by the top sects of the Southern Sky. Any cultivator who obtains information about the target can report it to the Jiang sect, Batian Pavilion, Miaoying Valley, and other sections. Mortals can report directly to the local city and town lord's office. Out of fear that cultivators would learn that Chun Sun's cultivation level was at the tribulation stage and would not dare to report it, Hao Gao did not allow the sects to specify Chun Sun's exact cultivation level on the bounty notice, only stating that it was strong. After reading the bounty notice, Rongfu's pupils dilated, his gaze fixed tightly on the 2 lines detailing the name and appearance. Chun Sun dressed in blue, carrying a wooden sword? Impossible, impossible. How could this be? Rongfu mumbled incoherently in disbelief. At the Rongfu household, during dinner, Dafu, why are you so quiet today? Su Yingying noticed Rongfu's unusual demeanor and couldn't help but ask. It is known that during dinner, Rongfu is usually a chatterbox, laughing and talking nonstop. Rongfu forced a smile and said, Nothing, nothing. Su Yingying frowned but did not inquire further. After dinner, Chen Sun went outside to play with the children. Rongfu then hurried to the kitchen, watching Su Yingying wash the dishes, hesitating to speak. Su Yingying noticed and asked while washing the dishes, Dafu, why are you acting so strange today? Yingzi, I went to see the bounty notice this afternoon, Rongfu said with a pale face. Even after drinking quite a bit, there was no sign of color or intoxication on Rongfu's face at that moment. Su Yingying noticed the tremor in Rongfu's voice and, feeling alarmed, quickly stopped washing the dishes and asked, What about the bounty notice? Rongfu said with difficulty, The cultivator on the bounty notice is named Chen Sun, dressed in blue, carrying a wooden sword. Clang. The dish in Su Yingying's hand fell into the sink, shattering into pieces. Su Yingying quickly walked up to Rongfu, her face rapidly losing color, and said, You mean? Rongfu cautiously glanced outside and nodded with difficulty, his voice trembling as he said, Although I don't want to admit it, but both his name and clothing match, especially that distinctive wooden sword. Yingzi, what should we do? Su Yingying's pupils contracted as she listened to the laughter of Chen Sun playing outside with the children, still feeling it was unbelievable. Look at Chen Sun. How could this not just be a coincidence? Rongfu gritted his teeth and said, But this is too much of a coincidence. How can there be such coincidences in the world? Moreover, Yingzi, you said yesterday that those who came to pull pigs were all cultivators. I was a bit skeptical at the time, but now that I think about it, it can almost be confirmed that they are definitely the ones. Those 4 must be coming from Master Chun to get that sky-high bounty. They probably have already reported to those sects. And they continue to stay here pulling pigs just to keep an eye on Master Chun. Master Chin's current situation is very dangerous. At this moment, Rongfu's mind was solely focused on Chen Sun's safety. To him, how could someone as kind as Chen Sun end up on that bounty notice? Everything is targeting Chen Sun. Su Yingying was now also starting to believe, as the facts were laid out before her, She had no choice but to accept it. Trembling, she said, then Dafu, what are you planning? We are both mortals. If we get involved, our lives may be in danger. Rongfu stammered. We don't know why Master Qin is. Ingzi, Master Qin's condition is unclear, and he's pulling pigs every day. Although Yin City is large, it will only be a matter of time before he is discovered. And those four have already set their sights on Master Qin. You are always smarter than me. Do you have any ideas? I will listen to you. Su Yingying looked down at the ground for a long time before finally saying, Dafu, the only option now is to dismiss Qin Sun. Even if Master Qin is no longer useful, those four cultivators will never let us go. In my opinion, while those four cultivators still do not know that we have discovered anything, we should take advantage of their carelessness and leave Yin City with Master Qin as soon as it gets dark. Escape as far as we can. Rongfu quickly nodded. All right. Let's pack our bags now. In their view, Yin City was currently filled with wanted posters for Qin Sun. If they didn't take Qin Sun with them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even as cultivators, they would fear being outnumbered. That night, Qin, Master Qin, I'll help you wrap this up. Rongfu brought over a scarf and wrapped it around Qin Sun's neck along with his wooden sword. To be safe, Rongfu also helped Qin Sun put on a pink apron to cover his green attire. Qin Sun just laughed maniacally, seemingly enjoying the situation. Once everything was ready, the Rongfu couple shouldered their luggage and took Qin Sun away under the cover of night while everyone was asleep. They passed through the city gates, which were heavily guarded, but managed to do so smoothly. The next morning, at the Rongfu's doorstep, they looked at the open courtyard gate and the empty, silent yard, their expressions confused. What's going on? Where is everyone? Chapter 85. Sir, Wu Song, you haven't done anything. The four exchanged glances, and then their hearts sank as they quickly entered the Rongfu home. They soon noticed many signs of hasty packing. Yin Jueqing frowned and said, Boss Rong and his wife must have moved out with the Sir, and they did it overnight. Everyone nodded, observing the traces in Boss Rong's home, confirming that they had indeed moved. Ji Wutsong asked, Master Yin, but everything was fine. Why did Boss Rong and his wife move? Nan Gongyao's expression changed slightly. Duan Songhai said discontentedly, Master Yin, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that our sect and Master Nangong forced Boss Rong to leave? Yin Jueqing mocked. Isn't that so? We were happily staying at Boss Rong's place with the Sir, but you had to meddle, and now look, you scared Boss Rong into moving. The Sir will surely teach you a lesson. You, what do you mean? Did I say something wrong? Yin Jueqing. Don't slander us by wrongly attributing the fault to our sect and Master Nangong. Yin Jueqing, I curse your mother. Haha, you are truly a beast. My mother has been dead for 1,000 years, yet you still have such vile thoughts. Go do your thing. You. At this moment, Ji Wutsong frowned tightly and said, I feel like Boss Rong and the others didn't just move, they left Yin City. What? The others were shocked. Ji Wutsong spoke with certainty. It must be because of that wanted notice. Perhaps Boss Rong discovered that the Sir is the person on that notice, so they took him away overnight. Hearing this, the three exchanged glances, feeling it made a lot of sense. After all, they had all seen that wanted notice. The name Qin Sun, dressed in green, carrying a wooden sword. As long as Boss Rong and his wife weren't foolish, they would immediately link him to the Sir. And since Boss Rong and his wife were so kind, seeing the Sir in such a way, they surely wouldn't neglect him. Let's go. The next moment, the four exchanged glances and vanished in a flash. To be cautious, they even asked the guards at the city gate, and indeed learned that a middle-aged couple had left the city gate with a strange young man the night before. It was obvious that it was Boss Rong and his wife with the Sir. Outside Yin City, Boss Rong and the others surely hadn't gone far. Let me use my spiritual sense to find them, Yin Jueqing said as he closed his eyes, expanding his powerful spiritual sense in all directions. But soon, Yin Jueqing opened his eyes and said helplessly, No, I almost forgot. Boss Rong and his wife are with the Sir, and with the Sir's protection blocking our senses, how can we perceive them? Ji Wutsong paused and nodded in understanding. The first time they met the Sir in Yin City, they had used their spiritual sense to sense him, but found nothing. How about this? Let's split up and search, Yin Jueqing said, and swiftly moved in one direction. The other three from Nan Gonyao immediately took action as well. Go. On the wide mountain road, a horse was pulling a cart. The one driving the horse was Rongfu, while Qin Sun sat on the cart with Su Yingying in the back. The cart was covered with hay, and it was the cart Qin Sun usually used for transporting pigs. The horse was bought by Rongfu the night before and tied to the front of the cart, forming a makeshift carriage. Although they had been running all night, they were only about 60 miles away from Yin City. Dafu, the horse has been running all night. We should stop for a bit to let it eat some grass and drink water. We are already a bit away from Yin City, Su Yingying suggested as she noticed the horse's speed had significantly slowed. All right, Rongfu nodded, guiding the horse to the side to stop, then took a water bag to give the horse some water. Chun, Master Chun, would you like some water? Su Yingying asked from the cart. Chen Sun shook his head, focusing on the book without words in his hands, mumbling, "No, no, I want to eat. I'm hungry." Su Yingying forced a smile and took out a few meat pies to hand over. "Given the current conditions, please don't mind, master." Seeing the meat pies, Chen Sun quickly put away the book and snatched the pies with lightning speed, burying his head in them. Rongfu walked over, saw this scene, and exchanged amused glances with Su Yingying. To be honest, even now, they couldn't see how Chen Sun resembled a cultivator. If it weren't for the striking resemblance to the wanted notice, they would hardly believe it. Su Yingying, having sat for a while, felt tired and got off the cart to stretch her legs. "Ah," Rongfu sighed. "Yingzi, where should we go next?" Su Yingying leaned against the cart, shaking her head, indicating she didn't know either. She had never thought that one day they would be displaced. Su Yingying pondered, "Dafu, although we don't know much about cultivators, from what you've said, those sects that issued the wanted notices for Master Chen are top-tier sects in the cultivation world. Being top-tier, they must be beyond our imagination. I think there might be wanted notices not just in Yin City, but in other towns as well." Rongfu's heart trembled. Does this mean he and his wife are doomed? Just as the Rongfu couple was at a loss, a streak of light flashed from the sky and appeared in front of the cart in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them, startling Rongfu and his wife, who instinctively bowed in fear. "Immortal, spare our lives. Immortal, spare our lives." The Rongfu couple thought their escape had been discovered, and that cultivators from Yin City who coveted the bounty were after them. Ji Wucong, feeling helpless, quickly stepped forward to help the two up, saying, "No need to be alarmed." But as soon as he spoke, when Rongfu and his wife looked up at Ji Wucong, they were so frightened that their eyes rolled back, and they fainted. Ji Wucong panicked, looking at Chen Sun with a pale face. "Sir, you saw that too? Wucong hasn't done anything." Ji Wucong was puzzled. Was he really that scary? Why were the Rongfu couple so afraid of him? Chen Sun swallowed the last bite of pie and then looked at Ji Wucong, laughing mischievously. Dry? Oh, Ji Wucong suddenly understood, hurriedly taking out a jug of wine from his storage ring and respectfully handing it over. Chen Sun took it, tilted his head back, and gulped it down, then burped, covering his face with the book and falling asleep. Ji Wucong pursed his lips. After lifting the Rongfu couple onto the cart, he sat down on the front board, took the reins, and turned the horse back toward Yin City. Go. To be honest, it was Ji Wucong's first time driving a horse, and it was quite a novel experience. At the same time, Ji Wucong sent a message to Yin Jueqing and the others. "I have found the Sir and am returning to Yin City." Chapter 86. A huge misunderstanding. In Yin City, at the Rongfu home, in the evening, in the small courtyard, Chen Sun was babbling nonsense while the four of Yin Jueqing sat in front of Chen Sun, kneeling in a row, respectfully listening. In the dark path, truly worthy of being the great cultivator who destroyed the supreme immortal palace. Everything seen, heard, and said is remarkable. Sir, I, Songhai, once boasted of being the #1 sword cultivator of Beixian, but upon seeing you, I realize you are the bright moon. While I am merely a firefly, Songhai dares to ask, what insights do you have on the sword path? Duan Songhai lowered his head, both sincere and hopeful. This is quite thick-skinned. Yin Jueqing transmitted angrily. Chen Sun chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Want to learn, do you?" Duan Songhai nodded eagerly, wanting to learn. Songhai has been obsessed with the sword path throughout his life. Hee, but I want to teach you. How does that make you feel? Wahaha. Chen Sun laughed so hard his body shook, and with his hair disheveled, he created an impression of chaotic revelry. Duan Songhai was momentarily stunned. His face flushed with shame as he said, "Songhai has been reckless." Indeed, Yin Jueqing was not wrong. Who would ask about the sword path right away? He was too anxious. At this moment, Yin Jueqing and Nangong Yao felt a sense of relief. That was close. Meanwhile, in the room, the Rongfu couple slowly woke up, and upon seeing the familiar ceiling, they instantly felt as if the sky had collapsed. Rongfu stared blankly at the ceiling, tears sliding down the corners of his eyes. "Yingzi, what should we do?" Su Yingying stared blankly at the ceiling, tears flowing down her cheeks. "Dafu, I don't know either." The Rongfu couple had never felt life so bleak, seeing no hint of color. At this time, the faint sounds from the courtyard outside made the Rongfu couple realize that the four were watching them outside. Guessing that after the previous lessons, the four dared not be careless. This is a sin. I wonder how Master Chen is doing now. Yingzi, should we fight them? After all, we're definitely going to die anyway. Rongfu said in despair. Su Yingying nodded. Yes, we should die together. With this determination, Rongfu slowly sat up, then quietly got out of bed and put on shoes, gently pulling out a box from under the bed. Rongfu opened the box slowly, revealing a set of shiny pig-killing knives inside. Goodness, Rongfu is indeed a pig farmer, even hiding a set of sharpened pig-killing knives. Rongfu picked one up for himself and handed one to Su Yingying, who trembled as she took it. Although they knew that ordinary people fighting against cultivators would be futile. If they were going to die, they might as well die gloriously. Hoo. Rongfu gripped the pig-killing knife, his chest heaving, breathing heavily, his eyes reddened. Then, Rongfu and Su Yingying exchanged a glance, seeing determination in each other's eyes. The next moment, they raised the pig-killing knives and charged towards the courtyard. Damn cultivators. I'll kill you. Oh. At this moment, the four in the courtyard, Yingyueqing and his companions, stared in shock at the Rongfu couple charging at them with pig-killing knives. For a moment, they were stunned, unable to react. By the time they did react, the Rongfu couple had already arrived, the pig-killing knives glinting as they swung down. Holy crap. Seeing this scene, the Rongfu couple immediately fell into despair. Cultivators are indeed cultivators. Catching a blade with bare hands is as easy as drinking water. Ji Wucang was bewildered. Boss Rong, what are you doing? Yingyueqing also wore a bitter smile and said, yes, Boss Rong. If we've done something wrong, can we apologize? There's no need to come at us with knives, right? Damn, this Rongfu couple is too ruthless. If they had spiritual roots, it would be a shame not to become demon cultivators with such a mindset. Don't pretend, you damn cultivators. Don't think we don't know you want to use Master Qin to exchange for a reward. Let me tell you, we're already dead anyway. We're not afraid. Rongfu shouted with red eyes, but his trembling hands and legs betrayed him. He was still afraid, only supported by a surge of adrenaline. At this point, Yingyueqing and his companions finally understood. They also realized why the Rongfu couple wanted to escape Yin City with the master. Damn, they thought we came for the bounty. What a huge misunderstanding. How could they dare to do such a thing? Thus, the four of them looked at Qin Sun, their hearts racing. Yingyueqing hurriedly shouted, Boss Rong, I see you're a decent person. I usually respect you, yet you poured dirty water on us. Ji Wucang nodded in agreement. Yes, we admit we're cultivators, but we're definitely not what you think. The Rongfu couple was taken aback. After a moment, they put down the pig-killing knives, their faces filled with unnaturalness and fear. Ahem, for immortal masters, it seems this was a misunderstanding. Please don't take it to heart about what just happened, Rongfu said tremblingly. Su Yingying also quickly apologized. At this moment, they were still scared but could see that the four in front of them truly had no ill intentions. Otherwise, a slap would have ended their lives. No, Boss Rong, Boss Lady, we also know you mean well. It was just a mix-up. As the saying goes, people can be good or bad. And cultivators can also be righteous or evil. We are definitely the good guys, please rest assured. Ji Wucang waved his hand. Yes, we are good cultivators. Yingyueqing also chuckled, stroking his beard. Nowadays, even the faces of demons are extremely thick. Rongfu let out a long sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground. Feeling utterly exhausted. As long as the four immortal masters aren't here to capture Master Qin, that's good. Hiss. Yingyueqing and the others gasped, glancing nervously at Qin Sun, who was focused on his book. This Rongfu, please don't mention it. How could we dare to come and capture the master? We're not done living yet. Su Yingying cautiously asked, since the four immortal masters aren't here to capture Master Qin, then, why did you come to our Rong's pig stand? For good cultivators coming to get pigs, not targeting Master Qin, there must be a reason, right? Was it really just to get pigs? Or do they still have ulterior motives, just stalling for time? Seeing the Rongfu couple still on guard, Yingyueqing felt both relieved and helpless, saying, you can rest assured, we came just to get pigs, with no other purpose. If you really don't believe it, we can make a heavenly Tao oath, right everyone? Ji Wucang. Yes, I've loved getting pigs since I was a child. Even after becoming a cultivator, I feel uncomfortable if I don't get pigs for a day. Duan Songhai. That's right, getting pigs is a great thing. If one can calm down and get pigs, it must greatly benefit cultivation. That's why we were even willing to spend money to get pigs before. Nangong Yao. I'm different from them. Besides loving to get pigs, I'm actually a pig by nature, born to be close to pigs, just like dear friends. After saying this, Yingyueqing and the other three looked at Nangong Yao in disbelief. Wait, you love pigs like dear friends? You've lost your conscience. Even if you're going to lie, can't you make it more plausible? Nangong Yao realized he misspoke and hurriedly laughed awkwardly. Huh? I didn't mean it that way. But regardless, the misunderstanding has finally been completely resolved. The Rongfu couple also believed that the four were not bad people. I'm hungry. Qin Sun, not knowing when he had set down the wordless book, was slapping his face and shouting. The four of them were startled, quickly looking at the Rongfu couple, urging, Boss Rong, isn't it time for dinner? Rongfu glanced at the sky. It's time to eat. Immortal masters, why don't you eat at our humble abode? The four of them eagerly nodded, indicating they could. Having more opportunities to interact with the master is naturally not to be missed. Previously, they didn't dare to stay, but now the host invited them. So they were delighted. Although they were fasting, eating once or twice with the master was no problem at all. Thus, the four stayed temporarily. The Rongfu couple went to prepare dinner. Soon, it was time to eat. Due to the large number of people, the space inside the house was a bit cramped. So they moved the table to the small courtyard. The Rongfu couple initially dared not take a seat, but were forcibly pressed down by Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others. After drinking some wine, they relaxed a bit. Rongfu hazily said, "For immortal masters, I am just an ordinary person. Today, I am fortunate enough to drink with the four immortal masters. This life is enough." The four of them smiled, really wanting to say that it was a blessing to eat with the master. However, it was true that the four of them were already the top forces of the North Xian sects, and it was indeed a stroke of luck for Boss Rong to be able to eat with them. Rongfu continued drunkenly, "Master Chun is in a dangerous situation now. If something unexpected happens, I dare to ask, could the four immortal masters lend a hand? I would be very grateful." Saying this, Rongfu left his stool and knelt down with a thud in front of Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others. Su Yingying saw this and hurriedly followed suit. Kneeling down with a pleading expression, Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others were taken aback and quickly used their spiritual power to lift the Rongfu couple up. Boss Rong is being too serious. At the same time, the four of them cast a glance at Chen Sun, who was buried in his meal. They secretly sighed that Boss Rong was so loyal and affectionate. He must be fully appreciated by the master. It was indeed a blessing for him. Chapter 87. 5 People Pulling a Pig, the Master's Deep Meaning. The next day, at dawn, Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others were waiting at the door of Rongfu's house. Wearing pink aprons. Last night, they had told the Rongfu couple to continue selling pork without worry, and as for other matters, they said there was no need to stress as long as they were there. Unless the heads of those first-rate sects came together. Perhaps Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others really wouldn't be able to handle it. After all, the overall strength of the Southern Heavens immortal cultivation world was originally stronger than their Northern Xian sections. Aside from Gao Hao, who was at the mid-stage of tribulation crossing, there were beings at the integration stage among the first-rate sects in the Southern Heaven. However, in the eyes of Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others, this was irrelevant. With the master present, the small Southern Heaven wouldn't stir up any storms. Creak. The courtyard door opened. Chen Sun came out with his eyes closed, shaking his head. "Master." Everyone hurriedly bowed. Chen Sun proudly raised his chin, opening his eyes a crack to look at the four. Everyone's hearts trembled, not knowing what was happening, and they knelt down with a thud. The next moment, Chen Sun grinned and reached out. In his palm lay 4 black, muddy pills that looked like elixirs. "These are the balls I rolled with mud from the roadside yesterday. Do you want to eat them? Mud balls from the roadside? Can they be eaten?" Everyone was stunned. Just then, Nan Gongyao suddenly exclaimed in delight. "Thank you for the gift, Master. Nan Gong wants to eat. Nan Gong loves mud balls the most." Saying this, he happily took one from Chen Sun's hand, treating it like a treasure. Nan Gongyao knew that this was definitely not a mud ball. It was absolutely a celestial pill. Xianxiaaudiobooks and the other 3 were puzzled for a moment, but immediately noticed the trick from Nan Gongyao's expression. Therefore, as Chen Sun was about to retract his hand, they hurriedly took one each. "Master, we love to eat too." Hee. Chen Sun laughed maniacally, pulling up a cart and rumbling off. The others didn't even have time to examine the muddy pills in their hands and had to pocket them, quickly getting up to chase after him. On the street, Chen Sun was running wildly with the cart. On both sides, Xianxiaaudiobooks and the 4 were frantically waving their arms to keep up. This scene left many passers-by dumbfounded, secretly lamenting that the pig-pulling team had grown even larger. From 1 person at the beginning, to 3, and now 5. What on earth did these pig pullers want to do? Damn, there are 5 of them now. Yeah, what do these pig pullers want to do? Every day at dawn. Making this noise, it's infuriating. I must report them to the authorities. It drove me crazy the other morning when I was drinking porridge, and they ran past, kicking up dust into my bowl. Damn it. You should calm down. Someone has reported it before, but it sank without a trace. What? The authorities don't care about this? Haha. If you ask me, the authorities aren't ignoring it. They're just afraid to handle it. Oh, what do you mean? I don't know if you're truly oblivious or pretending to be. Take a closer look. That young man pulling the cart, dressed in blue with a wooden sword on his back, doesn't he look a lot like the one on the bounty notice? But don't panic. This person is probably just similarly dressed. He couldn't possibly be the notorious figure on the bounty notice. What kind of notorious figure would pull pigs? Of course, the authorities are afraid to act, just in case. They can't take that risk. So according to you, why don't the cultivators in the city report this news? TSK, you think too simply. Yin City is so big, they have to run into him first. Moreover, these pig pullers are out before dawn. At this hour, cultivators are scarce. But eventually, they will run into them. In any case, it's best for us common folks not to get involved. That makes sense. Meanwhile, Chen Sun and the others had already arrived at the pig farm. Nowadays, Chen Sun didn't even need to call out. Xianxiaaudiobooks stepped forward and knocked heavily on the door, shouting, "Open up." We're here to pull pigs. Creak. The pig farm door slowly opened. An old man peeked out with sleepy eyes, and when he saw Chen Sun and the others, his eyes widened in shock, rubbing his head and muttering, "Good heavens. Chen Sun, your pig-pulling team has expanded again? Damn, there are only 4 pigs. Do you really need 5 people? What has Rongfu gone crazy about? He can't even sell 4 pigs in a day, and he hires so many pig pullers. Can he afford the monthly wages? Does he think he has too much money?" Yin Jueqing's expression remained unchanged as he said, "Take us to the pig pen." The old man curled his lip, looking at Yin Jueqing, but felt pity for him. "Old buddy, I see you're getting close to the grave age. I didn't expect you to still be doing this hard work of pulling pigs. You really are a suffering person. Sigh, looks like your children are unfilial." Upon hearing this, Ji Wucong and the others pursed their lips, glancing at Yin Jueqing's dark face. Unable to hold back their laughter, Yin Jueqing was a bit agitated. He directly grabbed the old man's collar and lifted him up like a chick, angrily saying, "Who are you calling close to the grave? Who's close to the grave? Say it again." The old man felt himself flying and looked down in confusion, seeing his feet off the ground. Startled by Yin Jueqing's strength, he hurriedly said, No, old buddy, calm down." Yin Jueqing realized that the master was still here and was also startled, quickly putting the old man down, patting his head gently, and saying softly, "Good. Take us to the pig pen quickly." Okay. The old man was so flustered he had goosebumps all over his body. Quickly distancing himself from Yin Jueqing and turning to walk inside. Moments later, rumble. Chen Sun was pulling the cart away. Meanwhile, Yin Jueqing and the other 4 were each carrying a pig, standing on the cart, looking at Chen Sun's back as he ran, their expressions awkward and bewildered. They didn't want this either, but the master insisted. They came to pull pigs, yet now they were being pulled along with pigs by the master. They couldn't understand what this meant. Cough. The master isn't treating us like pigs, is he? It seems so. Does the master's action hold some deep meaning? Is he trying to tell us that we are too foolish? Just as foolish as pigs? Or is it that the master simply has an addiction to pulling pigs? Perhaps I understand now. Suddenly, Yin Jueqing transmitted a serious thought to the others. The other 3 quickly looked at Yin Jueqing, wanting to ask what he understood. Yin Jueqing closed his eyes, gently stroking the pig on his shoulder, and said, "I believe the master wants us to experience the feeling of nearing death. Just like these pigs, about to be pulled away for slaughter. Or perhaps, the master wants us to always remain vigilant, not to be like these pigs, still in slumber, and be dragged away for slaughter without even knowing how we died." Hiss. Nan Gonyao and the other 3 gasped, looking at Yin Jueqing in shock. That's too reasonable. The realm of Yin Jueqing is indeed higher than theirs, with both vision and comprehension surpassing them by quite a bit. Thus, the 4 of them closed their eyes and carefully felt the sensation of being pulled by the pig cart, focusing intently. In front, Chen Sun turned his head, shaking it while glancing at the 4 people and 4 pigs, and chuckled. Crazy. Chapter 88. Hand-rolled mud pill, terrifying medicinal effects. But he did not dare to question further and unloaded the pigs to handle other matters. He also mentioned that breakfast was ready and invited Chen Sun and Yin Jueqing's group to eat. Chen Sun's eyes were filled with fervor as he rushed to eat. However, Yin Jueqing and the others repeatedly waved their hands, saying they had already eaten. In truth, they couldn't eat anymore. An occasional meal was fine. But if they ate too much, it would be detrimental to their cultivation. They then took their leave. After the 4 left, the Rongfu couple sighed and finally dared to voice their thoughts. Those 4 immortal masters said they came to pull the pigs, but they stood on the cart with the pigs. I have no idea what they intend to do. I just know this greatly increases Master Chen's workload. Rongfu sighed, a look of helplessness in his eyes. Su Yingying glanced at Chen Sun, who was eating breakfast in a crazy manner, shook her head, and sighed inwardly. Perhaps those 4 thought Master Chen looked easy to fool. The Rongfu couple still couldn't understand why someone like Chen Sun, who appeared very kind but was mentally unstable, would be wanted for a bounty. Yin Jueqing took out the mud pill and glanced at Nangong Yao, saying, "Master Nangong, when the gentleman previously bestowed this mud pill, you were the most excited, looking as if you had found a treasure. I still remember that clearly. Now you tell me, was that to avoid embarrassing the gentleman or for some other reason? What else could it be but a treasure? The main point is that the gentleman said it was made from mud found by the roadside. He wouldn't lie." Nangong Yao chuckled lightly, recalling something, and glanced at Ji Wucong, a hint of hatred flickering in his eyes. The grudge against the 3rd elder had never been forgotten, and he would repay it sooner or later. He then admitted, "Previously, our sect and the 2nd elder were heavily injured, and it was the gentleman who rewarded us with a pill that resembled this mud pill. After taking it, we healed instantly without needing to refine it." Upon hearing this, Ji Wucong's eyes widened as he looked at Nangong Yao. He understood what Nangong Yao was referring to. No wonder when they allied with the other 9 demonic sects to approach the Daotian sect, Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin looked so vigorous. So that was it. He realized that he and the 3 elders in their sect had barely managed to maintain their injuries with precious medicines. Even now, the injuries from that year's nascent soul explosion had not fully healed. Because of this, he had almost died under the tribulation of becoming an immortal, perishing in the process. Ji Wucang finally understood everything. You mean we can heal from serious injuries instantly without refining? Is this for real? So this seemingly ordinary mud pill is actually a life-saving elixir? Indeed, the things given by the gentleman cannot be ordinary. Nangong Yao looked at the others and said, but our sect is not claiming that this pill has healing effects. The gentleman didn't say what its effects are. So we don't know yet. Our sect happens to have injuries. Ji Wucang suddenly said, whether it's a healing effect or not, we can find out by trying. The others were shocked and felt it was feasible. After returning to the inn, Ji Wucang sat cross-legged in front of the 3, took out the mud pill, and without hesitation, placed it in his mouth. Though they still didn't know its effects, it definitely wouldn't harm them. Seeing Ji Wucang consume the mud pill, Yin Jueqing and the other 2 looked on with bated breath, their eyes fixed on him. Suddenly, Ji Wucang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stood up. I've reached the late stage of the transformation realm. What? Yin Jueqing and the others looked utterly bewildered. You just sat down, took the mud pill, and in less than 3 breaths, you stand up claiming you've reached the late stage of the transformation realm? Is this for real? Yin Jueqing frowned and said, Wucang, be serious. This isn't the time for jokes. Ji Wucang, brimming with excitement, noticed their disbelief and released some of his aura. As they sensed Ji Wucang's realm, the 3 were dumbfounded, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. Wow, he really is at the late stage of the transformation realm. Yin Jueqing, being at the late stage himself, sensed it particularly clearly. He could distinctly feel the same aura emanating from Ji Wucang, the only difference being that it was still unstable. Ji Wucang clenched his fists tightly, trembling as he exclaimed, an elixir. If I wanted to cultivate to the late stage of the transformation realm, under smooth conditions, it would take at least 1,000 years. Yet after taking the gentleman's elixir, as Ji Wucang spoke, he became so excited that he could barely articulate, almost going mad. It was known that a few years ago, he was merely at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and reaching the transformation realm seemed far away. Later, he was fortunate to follow the gentleman and transformed into a tree, breaking through to the transformation realm. Just a few years later, he received the gentleman's elixir and leaped directly to the late stage of the transformation realm. Even all his injuries were healed. It was unimaginable. Ji Wucang trembled, immediately bowing in the direction of the Rongfu household, repeatedly murmuring, thank you, sir, thank you, sir. The item given by the gentleman turned out to be such a treasure. At this moment, everyone thought the gentleman's earlier words were a joke. How could such a miraculous elixir be made from mud? It must have been refined from various rare materials through intricate and exquisite alchemical techniques. For the gentleman, it must also be a precious existence. The gentleman valued them so much, and they must go through fire and water for him, even if it meant death. Little did they know, it really was just Chen Sun casually rolling it in the dirt. Nangong Yao, seeing Ji Wucang had reached the late stage of the transformation realm, was envious and quickly put the mud pill into his mouth. Immediately, a taste reminiscent of slightly urine-like dirt spread in his mouth. In just a few breaths, Nangong Yao also revealed the aura of the late stage of the transformation realm in front of the astonished eyes of the others. The once arduous breakthrough now felt as simple as drinking water. Who said the path to immortality was treacherous? As long as one followed the gentleman, the path to immortality was incredibly smooth. However, he held back from consuming it. Unlike them, if they took it now, they would surely attract the calamity of the harmonization tribulation. Moreover, the harmonization tribulation was terrifying, and they were not adequately prepared. Without the gentleman's elixir, they would most likely perish in the end. I understand now. Yin Jueqing murmured. The gentleman must know that the top sects from the southern heaven will surely come to Flame City. And those people are nothing but ants in the gentleman's eyes. When the time comes, the gentleman will still be at ease pulling pigs, with no time to deal with those people. The gentleman's elixir is to help us enhance our strength to resist them. Everyone nodded, feeling this made a lot of sense. Nangong Yao and Ji Wucang both nodded in agreement. After they left, only Nangong Yao and Ji Wucang remained in the room. They exchanged glances, coldly snorted, and turned their heads away in unison. Ji Wucang, for now, we can't do anything while following the gentleman to pull pigs. But in the future, there will definitely be a life and death battle between us. Nangong Yao said coldly. Ji Wucang sneered dismissively. You, Nangong Yao, are at the late stage of the transformation realm, and so am I. I want to fear you. TCH, what a joke. After saying that, Ji Wutsong flicked his sleeve and hummed a tune as he left the room. Chapter 89. That Qinsun is in Flame City, where various sects gathered to discuss. In the following 2 months, Nangong Yao and Ji Wutsong continued to follow Qinsun to pull pigs every day without fail. They noticed that as time passed, more and more cultivators were secretly spying on them and the gentlemen. Recently, the influx of cultivators coming and going from Flame City had increased, making the atmosphere in the entire Flame City very solemn. The common people on the streets no longer dared to speak loudly, each one hurrying about their own business. Nowadays, everyone could sense that something was off. In Yen City, it seemed that a major event could happen at any moment. Early in the morning, at the Rongfu household, the Rongfu couple hurriedly helped unload the pig. After Qinsun set down the cart, he rushed into the house for breakfast. Nangong Yao and the others took their leave. The number of cultivators in Yen City was increasing. It seemed that their master's whereabouts had been exposed. Nangong Yao said solemnly, "Hee." Ji Wutsong smiled faintly, showing no concern, and said, "Our master pulls pigs every day, and his method is unique, so it's naturally easy for attentive people to notice." Ji Wutsong's eyes flickered, and he added, "Even at this moment, many eyes are watching us." Nangong Yao replied, "To avoid these people disturbing our master and Boss Rong's family, we should live closer to our master. I see there are still vacant houses for rent in Boss Rong's area. We can directly buy 2 of them. Although they are simple, our master has lived in such an environment for so long. How can we not?" Ji Wutsong hesitated for a moment, then nodded, "All right." Unbeknownst to them, a message was sent saying that he was already in the extreme Flame Mountain range and had prepared the necessary treasures, elixirs, formations, etc. for the tribulation. Now, he was calling the 2 of them to the extreme Flame Mountain range to assist in protecting the law. Meanwhile, the leaders of 5 first-rate sects, including Zhiyang sect, Batian Pavilion, and Miaoyin Valley, were holding a meeting on a mountain peak 10,000 miles away from Yen City. "Everyone, we have received news that Qinsun is in Yen City." The man speaking had a domineering appearance with a full beard. He was Luo Wanjun, the master of Batian Pavilion, a late-stage Huashan cultivator. The other 4 were Yang Ling, the master of Zhiyang sect, Ji Chunfeng, the master of Miaoyin Valley, Qi Mei, the master of Yuhan sect, and Qing Tong, the master of Green Jiao sect. Although these 4 were not as powerful as Luo Wanjun, they were all at least Huashan cultivators. In comparison, Nangong Yao and Ji Wutsong, as leaders of first-rate sects, were much weaker. If it weren't for the fortuitous gifts from Qinsun, they would still only be peak late-stage Yuanian cultivators. Naturally, there were 2 transcendent sects in the South Sky. One was Xiankong Hall, and the other was Blood Fiend Demon sect. The master of Blood Fiend Demon sect was the tribulation-transcending great cultivator Hao Gao. His realm was higher than that of the master of the former Wuji Immortal Palace in the mysterious snow plains. Thus, it can be seen that the overall level of cultivators in the North Xian and South Sky realms was indeed very different. "Oh, Yen City? Is that the Yen City next to the extreme Flame Mountain range? I didn't expect that North Xian cultivator would hide there. Could he be a fire attribute spirit root cultivator?" Yang Ling said in surprise. He was somewhat familiar with Yen City, as he himself was a fire attribute cultivator and had been there before. The other 3 leaders nodded thoughtfully, having heard of the peculiar Yen City. "Now that this North Xian cultivator has been found, what are your thoughts?" Luo Wanjun glanced at everyone and casually asked. "Hee, what thoughts can we have? Since we have already found him, our task is considered complete, and we should naturally report it to Blood Fiend Demon sect," Qing Tong, the master of Green Jiao sect, said with a smile. The others nodded, but their eyes flickered slightly. Luo Wanjun noticed and immediately understood, smiling as he said, "In your opinion, why would Blood Fiend Demon sect offer a high price to hunt down that North Xian cultivator?" Everyone was momentarily taken aback. How would they know? This North Xian cultivator named Qinsun was clearly not from Wuji Immortal Palace, yet he was being hunted down at a high price by Blood Fiend Demon sect. There was only one possibility. He possessed a treasure that even Blood Fiend Demon sect coveted. At this thought, everyone's hearts trembled. So what did Luo Wanju mean? Did he still harbor the thought of snatching food from the tigress' mouth? In the South Sky, Blood Fiend Demon sect held absolute power. If anyone dared to harbor ulterior motives there, they would likely face annihilation. Luo Wanjun looked at the strange expressions of everyone and said calmly, "To not hide it from you, recently, Blood Fiend Demon sect's actions against that North Xian cultivator have also been observed by Xiankong Hall, a super sect." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked again. But they were not surprised. After all, a super sect like Xiankong Hall would certainly be aware of any movements in the South Sky. But what did Luo Wanjun mean by saying this? Luo Wanjun continued, "That North Xian cultivator must possess a treasure, and since Blood Fiend Demon sect's goal is that treasure, why don't we join forces to capture that North Xian cultivator and claim the treasure for ourselves?" A treasure that can cause Blood Fiend Demon Sect to move so much. Hee. It must be extraordinary. As his words fell, Yang Ling and the other four suddenly stood up, their pupils contracting as they looked at Luo Wanjun. Master Luo, you dare to covet what Blood Fiend Demon Sect has set its sights on. Are you seeking death? Yang Ling said in disbelief. The others were also trembling with fear. That was Blood Fiend Demon Sect, not to mention the numerous elders at the combined body stage within the sect. The Master Hao Gao was a peak mid-stage, tribulation-transcending cultivator. Has Luo Wanjun lost his mind to say such reckless words? To be realistic, Blood Fiend Demon Sect could easily crush these first-rate sects with just a few elders. Ha! Luo Wanjun suddenly threw his head back and laughed, then became serious. Have you all forgotten the Xiankong Hall I just mentioned? Who do you think has given this master the guts? The expressions of everyone changed. They already had a rough guess in their hearts, but they were still not at ease. This was simply a suicidal act. Master Luo, Xiankong Hall is at odds with Blood Fiend Demon Sect, but that is a conflict between their two super sections. We should be careful not to play with fire and get burned. Ji Chunfang sighed heavily. Chapter 90. Preparing for the Heavenly Tribulation. Where is Master Chun? Seeing the terrified expressions of everyone, Luo Wanjun slowly stood up and said, Everyone, do not have such a posture. We cultivators are originally meant to go against the current to achieve the great Tao. This is definitely an opportunity. Luo Wanjun had been at the late stage of Huashan for hundreds of years, making no progress. If this continued, he would likely run out of lifespan without breaking through. Now, with a chance to possibly break through right in front of him, he did not want to let it go. As long as he could obtain the treasure, he would escape South Sky at the first opportunity. North Xian, Dongxian, or even the West Sea. The world is vast. Where could he not escape to? He did not believe that he could still be chased by Blood Fiend Demon Sect. As for his sect, Batian Pavilion, if he could reach the combined body stage, what would it matter if he abandoned it? Seeing that everyone was still hesitating, Luo Wanjun said solemnly, Moreover, with Xiankong Hall backing us, this master does not know what you all have to fear. However, upon hearing this, everyone still could not muster even the slightest thought of snatching food from the tigeress mouth. After all, a slight misstep could lead to annihilation. Seeing this, Luo Wanjun took a stronger approach, saying, Perhaps you all do not know? According to the elder of Xiankong Hall, Blood Fiend Demon Sect is brewing a conspiracy. Hao Gao wants to use the blood of the common people to ascend to the upper realm, and right now, North Xian is his first target. If the blood from North Xian is not enough, do you think Hao Gao will not set his sights on the local South Sky? What? Everyone was shocked. There was such a thing. He actually intended to harm North Xian. Hao Gao, this poison must not be allowed to remain. Xiankong Hall has long made up its mind to join forces with our first-rate demon sects to eradicate Blood Fiend Demon Sect. Luo Wanjun coldly finished, leaving a profound implication. What do you all think now? Everyone was somewhat moved. Yang Ling said solemnly, How can we trust your words? There is no evidence. Humph. Luo Wanjun spread his hand and took out a jade slip, tossing it to everyone. As they looked at it, they gasped, finally no longer wavering, their hearts gradually becoming fervent. Since that is the case, let us not report it for now. Who wouldn't want the treasure that the North Xian cultivator possesses? Ji Chunfang. Master Luo, there's one more thing I want to ask. Does the Xuanxin Palace not covet that treasure? Yeah. What if they get the treasure later, and the Xuanxin Palace makes them hand it over? Everyone frowned tightly. Haha, rest assured, everyone. The Xuanxin Palace said that the North Xian cultivator is a greeting gift for us first-rate sections. As long as we accept it, we will be in the same boat as the Xuanxin Palace from now on. Luo Wanjun waved his hand. Only then did everyone feel relieved. Understanding that the Xuanxin Palace wanted to use this to win over these first-rate sects and completely isolate the Bloodshot Demon Sect. Wherever there are people, there are conflicts. Wherever there are cultivators, there are schemes and deceptions. The North Xian is like this, and so is the South Sky. Luo Wanjun and the others were unaware that the old fox, Hao Gao, had kept something from them, that he hadn't told them that Chen Sun, the North Xian cultivator, was a crossing tribulation expert. If Luo Wanjun and the others knew that Chen Sun was a crossing tribulation expert, they probably wouldn't dare to have thoughts of seizing the treasure. It was afternoon, at the peak of the extreme flame mountain range. Yin Jueqing clasped his hands. Everyone nodded. It should be so. Yin Jueqing asked seriously. Good. Yin Jueqing then flashed to the sky, overlooking the entire extreme flame mountain range, and coldly said, All cultivators, retreat from the extreme flame mountain range within half a stick of incense. After saying this, his whole body trembled, and the pressure of a late-stage transformation god swept down like a tidal wave. Boom. Countless birds and beasts were startled and fled in all directions. The cultivators in the extreme flame mountain range all looked up in horror, gazing at the black dot in the sky. A transformation god. There was actually a transformation god appearing in the extreme flame mountain range. However, this was too domineering. The extreme flame mountain range didn't belong to anyone. So why was this transformation god so arrogantly driving them away? They thought this in their hearts, but their actions were very obedient, quickly leaving the extreme flame mountain range. Looking disheveled, there was no way. They couldn't afford to provoke him. Half a stick of incense quickly passed. The extreme flame mountain range was cleared out. This was the first time in history that the extreme flame mountain range had been completely emptied. However, the countless cultivators who left the extreme flame mountain range did not go far and instead watched from a distance outside the mountains. They wanted to see what was happening. Being driven away like this was uncomfortable for anyone. Meanwhile, at the mountain's peak, Duan Sanhai bowed to the three, relying on them. After speaking, he sat cross-legged, solemnly taking out the clay pill that Chen Sun had made by hand and putting it into his mouth. Seeing this, the faces of Yin Jueqing and the others changed slightly, glancing at the sky, and then immediately retreated in different directions outside the extreme flame mountain range, forming a triangular protective formation to prevent anyone from entering the Thunder Tribulation area. It wasn't that they were worried about cultivators entering the Thunder Tribulation area being struck by lightning, but once a cultivator entered, it would affect the Thunder Tribulation that the Tribulation Passer would face, making it even more terrifying. Mid-stage Transformation God, Peak Late-Stage Transformation God, Peak Late-Stage Transformation God. At that moment, the previously clear sky suddenly became overcast, dark clouds gathering, flashes of lightning flickering, and thunder rumbling. The countless cultivators outside the extreme flame mountain range had their pupils constrict deeply, feeling the faint heavenly might within the clouds. They couldn't help but feel a surge of panic towards the lightning and finally understood. Damn, no wonder they were driven out. It turned out to be the Thunder Tribulation. Yin Jueqing and the others looked at the spreading dark clouds, and their hearts filled with seriousness and fear. The heavenly tribulation is the most feared thing for all cultivators. He was about to prepare for the tribulation. The dark clouds spread wildly, quickly covering a radius of 1,000 miles. Even Yin City was shrouded in the dark clouds. Boom! Thunder rumbled. In the next moment, the sky erupted with thunder, and arcs of electricity danced wildly. This terrifying noise shocked all the mortals and cultivators in Yin City, making them look towards the extreme flame mountain range, their eyes trembling. The citizens in the city didn't know what was happening, but the cultivators did. A powerful being was undergoing the heavenly tribulation in the extreme flame mountain range. At the Rongfu residence. At this moment, outside the building, neighbors stood together, discussing the dramatically changing sky. Why did the sky change so suddenly? Those dark clouds look really unsettling. We are fine. But look at the area around the extreme flame mountain range. The lightning and thunder are truly frightening. Do you think this is the commotion caused by a cultivator? The Rongfu couple stood at their doorstep, also dumbfounded, watching the scene. They had no idea what was happening. If they knew that this was the commotion caused by one of the 4 celestial masters of the pig, they would surely faint in shock. Soon, the neighbors didn't dare to stay outside any longer and all went inside, curling up, as that rumbling thunder made them uneasy. But once the couple entered the courtyard, they were dumbfounded. Hey, where's Master Chun? Wasn't he just squatting in that corner reading? The Rongfu couple was puzzled and quickly searched the house, but found no trace of Chen Sun. They then remembered that he probably went out to the street while they were outside with the neighbors watching the celestial phenomenon. Chapter 91. How can a person be so crazy? Boom. Thunder echoed in the sky. The people of Yin City couldn't see clearly. They only saw the lightning continuously striking the extreme flame mountain range. However, the countless cultivators outside the extreme flame mountain range could see clearly that the numerous lightning bolts were striking the cultivator on the mountain peak. Such intensity of the thunder tribulation was unprecedented, shocking the cultivators with suspicion. Could it be the thunder tribulation for breaking through to the integration stage? This terrifying thunder tribulation I have never witnessed before. I was fortunate enough to observe a nascent soul senior crossing the transformation god thunder tribulation, but the intensity compared to what I see today is worlds apart. Hiss, if what you say is true, this is indeed the thunder tribulation for the integration stage? If this senior successfully crosses the thunder tribulation, then we in the South Sky will have another integration stage powerhouse. Yes, in the South Sky, including the Xuanxin Palace, the Bloodshot Demon Sect, and those scattered cultivator seniors, there are barely 20 of us, right? It seems today is truly an honor to witness this scene. Well, let's wait and see. The intensity of this thunder tribulation doesn't seem to have risen yet. Whether this senior can successfully pass the tribulation is still uncertain. The cultivators discussed among themselves. Haha, what intensity is this? Striking him probably doesn't even hurt. Just then, a sarcastic voice rang out, causing the cultivators to freeze. Their gazes quickly locking onto a young man dressed in green, carrying a wooden sword, and wearing a pink apron. The cultivators' expressions were strange as they momentarily fixated on the pink apron, then on the somewhat fanatical face. Upon seeing Chen Sun for the first time, some felt a violent shock in their hearts. Could this be the one on the bounty notice? Others looked at Chen Sun with a gloomy expression, inwardly cursing his arrogance. Arrogant. This is the integration thunder tribulation. You think it doesn't hurt to be struck? Can't you see that the figure of the senior crossing the tribulation at the peak is already swaying a bit? Friend, this person looks insane. We don't need to pay attention to him. If that senior successfully crosses the tribulation, this madman will have a hard time ahead. Chen Sun pouted, crossed his arms, and loudly said, I said this lightning strikes me and I feel nothing. You don't believe me, right? The cultivators scoffed, then looked up seriously to observe the scene at the mountain peak, too lazy to pay attention to this madman. Chen Sun became dissatisfied, ran to the front, pointed at the lightning clouds in the sky, and fervently shouted, Come on, strike me. Ah! The cultivators pursed their lips, feeling utterly speechless. How could a person be this crazy, wanting the lightning to strike him? He truly seemed to be tired of living. Moreover, this is the senior's thunder tribulation. And you are not in the thunder tribulation area. How could the lightning possibly strike down? This is basic common sense. Boom. Crack. Then, in the next moment, a lightning bolt the size of a bowl descended from the sky and struck Chen Sun. In that instant, Chen Sun grinned widely, his whole body radiating dazzling electric light. The lightning came too suddenly. It arrived quickly and left just as fast. Looking at the many cultivators, the color drained from their faces, leaving them stunned. Hee. I said it doesn't hurt, then it doesn't hurt. Chen Sun struck a cool bodybuilding pose and said proudly. The cultivators turned pale, staring at Chen Sun, who was completely unharmed, their minds already in a storm of shock. This madman is a strong one, a kind of strength they couldn't comprehend. As senior, we believe you. The cultivators quaked, kneeling down in fear. Hee. Chen Sun ignored them and took a swift step into the extreme flame mountain range. Seeing this, the cultivators were dumbfounded. That was the thunder tribulation zone. They wanted to dissuade him, but dared not. They could only feel regret in their hearts, fearing that once this madman entered the thunder tribulation zone, he would likely perish there along with that senior who was undergoing tribulation. Friends, do you know who that madman just now is? Suddenly, one cultivator took a deep breath and asked. Some cultivators knew and their eyes flickered, while others were confused, their expressions blank. The cultivator briefly explained, a bounty from a first-rate sect, dressed in green, carrying a wooden sword. Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled. That madman was actually Chen Sun, the North Xian cultivator wanted by the entire Southern Sky first-rate sect. No wonder he's so fierce. He took the heavenly lightning head-on and was unscathed. Terrifying indeed. The cultivators couldn't help but marvel, despite the strength of the first-rate sects. They clearly couldn't afford to provoke him. Who the hell would dare to report this? Meanwhile, just as Chen Sun was about to enter the extreme flame mountain range, he quietly bumped into Xianxiaaudiobooks, who was guarding here. Xianxiaaudiobooks was taken aback upon seeing Chen Sun and quickly approached him. Sir, you are here too. Chen Sun glanced at Xianxiaaudiobooks and continued into the mountain. Xianxiaaudiobooks' pupils contracted, and he hurriedly said, Sir, you mustn't go there. That's. But before he could finish, he quickly realized and shut his mouth. How could he dare to stop Sir from going wherever he wanted? Moreover, with Sir's cultivation, he naturally understood the concept of the thunder tribulation zone. Since Sir still wanted to enter, he must have confidence. Therefore, Xianxiaaudiobooks closely watched Chen Sun's back. And only after he saw Chen Sun enter the extreme flame mountain range did he suddenly look up at the sky. He saw that the power of the tribulation thunder in the sky had not suddenly increased, and he breathed a sigh of relief, feeling shocked. Truly worthy of being Sir. Even entering someone else's thunder tribulation zone without being sensed by the heavenly Tao. Could it be? Xianxiaaudiobooks then approached the thunder tribulation zone and slowly extended a finger to poke inside. A feeling of being targeted by the thunder tribulation arose. Boom. Duan Songhai was puzzled. Why did the thunder tribulation suddenly surge without warning? Until he caught a glimpse of Xianxiaaudiobooks at the foot of the mountain, extending a finger. He was instantly filled with rage. He shouted, Old Ian, my sect shouldn't have let you guard. You actually want to sneakily put me to death? Humph. Duan Songhai had no time to say anything more, quickly taking medicine to recover his injuries and spiritual power, for a more ferocious thunder tribulation was about to descend. Chapter 92. Success or failure in crossing the tribulation. Boom. The heavenly might was overwhelming, covering this part of the world and attracting countless shocked gazes. Although they had been at odds before, at this moment, they were all in the same camp under Sir. But when they unintentionally glanced at the mountain peak below and saw that figure in green, they suddenly coughed, their eyes bulging in shock, nearly unable to catch their breath. Duan Songhai thought he was mistaken, even rubbing his eyes hard. only to realize it was not an illusion. What the hell is that really, sir? How did he enter his thunder tribulation zone? Duan Songhai was filled with dread, looking up at the sky and seeing that the thunder tribulation was not behaving unusually. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sir is truly impressive. Entering the thunder tribulation zone. It's as if the heavenly Tao hasn't noticed at all. Boom. At this moment, the thunder clouds began to roll violently. Duan Songhai immediately sat cross-legged in the air, forming hand seals in front of his chest, shouting, "Sword rise." Swish, swish, swish. The sword in front of him split into two, then four, forming a sword formation, the sword light flickering, extremely dazzling, intending to resist the upcoming thunder tribulation. Crack. In the next moment, 6 bolts of lightning struck down from the tribulation clouds. Boom. The sword formation composed of thousands of swords shattered with a loud bang. Uft. Duan Songhai's face turned pale, a mouthful of blood spewed out, and he fell toward the mountain peak. Bang. Duan Songhai crashed to the ground like a cannonball, producing a huge sound. Chen Sun squatted by the pit, picking his ears, shaking his head as he said, "Wow, you're so bad. The lightning clearly struck me and didn't hurt at all, but you're almost dead." Uft. After regaining some strength, he weakly said respectfully, "Sir, please forgive Songhai for undergoing tribulation. I truly have no time to greet you." Hee hee. Chen Sun smiled and simply sat cross-legged by the giant pit, pulling out a handful of sunflower seeds and munching while watching. Next, Duan Songhai repeatedly fell from the sky, and each time he flew back up under Chen Sun's gaze. Duan Songhai was already heavily injured, spitting blood while forcing a smile to refuse. He really had no strength left. If Nangong Yao were here, he would surely be shouting in panic. "Sect Master, whatever Sir gives you, just eat it, no matter if it's sunflower seeds or not, even if it's poop. You have to eat it. Who knows, it might be a great fortune." Boom. At this moment, the thunderclouds in the sky suddenly began to spin rapidly, forming a vortex, as if a great terror could emerge from the vortex at any moment. Upon seeing this scene, Yin Jueqing and many other cultivators all trembled. This should be the last thunder tribulation. It was also the most powerful one. If they could get through it, they would achieve the integration stage. Duan Songhai clearly understood this as well, and he began to desperately consume pills, gripping an array flag tightly in his hand. The great formation he had set up in the extreme flame mountain range was precisely to cope with this final tribulation. "Sir, if Songhai cannot pass this tribulation." Duan Songhai looked up at the heavenly tribulation, speaking with red-rimmed eyes. To be honest, under the magnificent heavenly might, he felt inexplicably discouraged. They say cultivating immortality is good, but in reality, it is very difficult. Every time one breaks through a realm, they must face tribulations. If they succeed, they continue the endless cultivation. If they fail, they die and perish. Chen Sun chuckled. "If you die, you die. What's the big deal? I want to die, but I can't." Duan Songhai paused, his eyes becoming resolute. "Sir is right. If you die, you die. What's the big deal? Since ancient times, who hasn't died?" The remaining spiritual power in his body was desperately poured in. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. "Come." Duan Songhai shouted with red eyes. Boom. 9 bolts of heavenly lightning fell from the tribulation clouds. The mountain sea sword chi array suddenly surged with overwhelming sword energy, the illusory sea water rolling, forming a solid barrier. In the next moment, the 9 bolts of heavenly lightning struck fiercely against the mountain sea sword chi array. Crack. The mountain sea sword chi array instantly showed cracks. It seemed as though it would shatter into pieces in the next breath. Everyone except Chen Sun looked pale at this terrifying scene. Such a powerful formation. Yet it cracked in just a breath. Truly worthy of heavenly might. No cultivator could withstand it. This was still the integration stage thunder tribulation. One could hardly imagine how strong the crossing tribulation thunder tribulation would be. But after only a few breaths, the mountain sea sword chi array began to dissipate. Duan Songhai's sea of consciousness suddenly jolted, transforming into a lightning figure, closing his eyes. Amidst countless trembling gazes, he fell from the sky. Bang! He crashed heavily into the original giant pit, seemingly lifeless. The air fell silent. After a moment, a figure, completely charred and barely clothed, crawled up from the giant pit, weakly lying on the ground. "Sir, Songhai has succeeded." Duan Songhai grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and said, "Although the mountain and sea sword chi array failed to block the 9 bolts of lightning, it did weaken their power significantly. Duan Songhai ultimately survived the tribulation, but his body was in shambles, with fragmented meridians and severe internal injuries, leaving him in a semi-disabled state." He chuckled as he brought something to his mouth. Duan Songhai was startled. "Sir, that's not tasty." Meanwhile, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated, returning to clear skies, as if the previous events had never occurred. The cultivators looked towards the direction of the extreme flame mountain range, silently sighing, filled with sadness and confusion. It seemed that the senior had ultimately failed the tribulation and perished. At the mountain peak, Xianxiaaudiobooks, Nangong Yao, and Ji Wucang hurriedly approached. "Ah, you're here too?" Nangong Yao and Ji Wucang were stunned to see Chen Sun, wondering when he had arrived. Alas, the heavenly Tao is merciless, and the tribulation is also heartless. But soon, they noticed something. "What is this?" Duan Songhai, who had been relatively happy, spat out another mouthful of blood upon hearing this, finally overwhelmed by the burden and fainted. Chapter 93, The Tomb of Duan Songhai. That old man is also going to face the tribulation. Ji Wucang noticed Xianxiaaudiobooks' indecision and laughed. "Master Yin, you can rest assured to face the tribulation. Those small cultivators outside the extreme flame mountain range won't dare to step into the mountain when they see the tribulation starting. Entering the tribulation zone would disturb and harm the tribulation challenger, but they would also perish under the lightning. And who would be foolish enough to do that?" Xianxiaaudiobooks was still somewhat uneasy. Such a major matter could not be taken lightly. After some consideration, Xianxiaaudiobooks felt more reassured and frowned. "All right then. Those sect forces are probably already on their way to Flame City. I don't want to delay any further." Hiss. Directly teleporting with a fainted person is terrifying. It's absolutely impossible to do during the tribulation period. Indeed, the Sir is a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Afterwards, Ji Wucang and Nangong Yao went in different directions. Xianxiaaudiobooks then sat cross-legged on the spot, holding the clay pill in his palm, closing his eyes to stabilize his mind, until Ji Wucang's message sounded. "Master Yin, the formation is set, and Nangong Yao and I are in position." Only then did Xianxiaaudiobooks slowly open his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air, and without hesitation, he sent the clay pill into his mouth, where it melted instantly. Xianxiaaudiobooks was already in the late stage of the transformation god realm. After taking the clay pill, his realm instantly reached the peak of the transformation god stage, achieving great perfection, but he was then blocked and could not advance further. In that moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks suddenly felt himself being watched, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Feeling something, he abruptly opened his eyes and looked up. Xianxiaaudiobooks decisively stood up, squinting his eyes and clenching his fists tightly. No other reason, but because he was a demon cultivator. The tribulation for demon cultivators is more formidable, also considered a form of disguised punishment for them. Meanwhile, many cultivators outside the extreme flame mountain range were dumbfounded, staring blankly at the sky. No way. Another strong person is facing the tribulation? The intensity of the initial thunderclouds looked even more terrifying than the previous one. Rumbling. When the first bolt of lightning struck and Xianxiaaudiobooks' figure soared into the sky, it indicated that he had officially begun to face the tribulation. At Rongfu's home, the Rongfu couple was startled to see a pitch-black figure lying on the ground, even smoking. They cautiously approached, examining it closely, stunned. "How did it become like this?" Su Yingying asked with difficulty. Rongfu swallowed hard, feeling a bit dazed, unsure of what had happened, then glanced at Chen Sun. The Rongfu couple paused, feeling a slight sadness in their hearts. Now, just like that, he was said to be dead. They never expected cultivators to be so fragile. However, having the body just like this seemed inappropriate. The Rongfu couple hesitated for a moment, looking at Chen Sun. Chen Sun looked at the wordless book, still nodding. The Rongfu couple immediately understood. They exchanged glances and sighed. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, and the thunder occasionally roared. So there were very few passers-by on the streets. Most were hiding at home. The Rongfu couple came out at this time, also with great courage. They even went to a coffin shop, spending a large sum to buy a coffin, made a tombstone, and hired a few laborers to pull it out of the city. Outside the city, on a small hill. Here, they could see the scene of the extreme flame mountain range more clearly, with flashes of lightning and thunder. Numerous bolts striking towards the mountain, resembling a purgatory. "Hey, Boss Rome, in this extreme weather, our pay should be doubled." A few laborers, swinging their shovels, complained during a break. Rongfu was also digging the pit, and upon hearing this, he nodded seriously. "That's only right." The laborers then smiled and worked even harder. Before long, a pit suitable for the coffin was dug out. "Boss Rome, is this your relative?" All blackened. "Looks like he was struck by lightning. How unlucky." "Yeah. How could someone be struck by lightning out of nowhere? Although it's thundering today, all the strikes are towards the extreme flame mountain range. I haven't seen anyone else get struck." Hearing this, Rongfu awkwardly smiled. He couldn't tell these laborers that the deceased was a cultivator, so he casually made a few comments to brush it off. "We're not doing anything wrong. Why would we be afraid of being struck by lightning? Enough with the chatter. Hurry up." Thus, everyone together pushed the coffin into the pit and then buried it with dirt until it formed a mound. Rongfu took the tombstone from the cart, and the laborers drove the tombstone into the ground. Sigh. Rongfu turned around, Looking at the grave and the tombstone before him, he spoke softly. Boom. The thunder in the sky grew even more intense. As for the cart, it was no longer needed. After all, it had carried a dead person, and it couldn't be used again to haul pork to sell to customers. In the end, only the cart and the grave mound stood there lonely. Chapter 94. Life hanging by a thread, truly handcrafted immortal pills. The thunder of the extreme Flame Mountain range resounded throughout the night. The citizens of Flame City all had dark circles under their eyes, having not slept all night. Fortunately, not long after dawn, the thunder finally subsided. As a result, there were far fewer people out and about in the morning in Flame City. Most were still in bed catching up on sleep. Meanwhile, the cultivators outside the extreme Flame Mountain range, seeing the tribulation clouds dissipate, each re-entered the mountain to search. Unfortunately, they found nothing. It seemed that both Transformation God Seniors had been completely obliterated by the tribulation. Their storage rings dissipated along with them. In just one day, 2 Transformation God cultivators had fallen. It was tragic and lamentable. Although the cultivators' hearts were somewhat unsettled, once they embarked on the path of immortality, life had to go on. However, they lost much enthusiasm. In the end, what was the point of cultivating to a higher realm if one still faced death? Meanwhile, Ji Wucang and Nangong Yao were quickly rushing towards Rongfu's home, carrying the nearly lifeless Yin Jueqing. At Rongfu's home, Chen Sun had just finished breakfast and was preparing to go out with the Rongfu couple to the market with pork. Ji Wucang and Nangong Yao quickly entered the courtyard with Yin Jueqing. The Rongfu couple stared blankly at the charred Yin Jueqing. Their pupils contracted, frightened. Another one is dead? Rongfu stepped forward, trembling as he spoke. Is Master Yin dead too? Ji Wucang and Nangong Yao exchanged a bewildered glance. Thinking, what do you mean Master Yin is dead? He is not dead yet. Ji Wucang anxiously glanced at Chen Sun out of the corner of his eye and quickly said, Boss Rong, you two should head to the market first. We need to speak with Master Chen. Oh, okay. The Rongfu couple had planned to help bury Yin Jueqing, but upon hearing this, they had no choice but to leave and went out to the market with the pork. Once the Rongfu couple left, Ji Wucang and Nangong Yao hurriedly paid their respects. We have seen the sir, Ji Wucang said urgently. Sir, Master Yin's situation is very bad. Just as he had not finished speaking, Chen Sun let out a strange laugh. Oh dear, another one struck by lightning. Clearly, it tickled me, but why does it feel like you guys are about to die? You are really pathetic. Ji Wucang and Nangong Yao chuckled awkwardly, speechless. How can it be the same? After all, you are the master. Chen Sun went to the side, dipped his hands in some water, and kneaded a handful of mud into a clay pill, then flicked the pill into Yin Jueqing's mouth. After finishing, Chen Sun hopped out the door and headed to the market. During the day, Chen Sun liked to sleep at the market, finding it quite comfortable. At this moment, Yin Jueqing slowly woke up. Boom. Ji Wucang and Nangong Yao, who witnessed everything, felt as if they had been struck by 5 thunders, staring dumbfounded. It's not the elixir given by the master, but actually made from dirt? This meant that the elixirs they had received earlier were indeed clay pills. What an outrageous divine skill. In the cultivation world, which decent elixir isn't painstakingly refined by alchemists over a long time using a lot of energy, spiritual materials, and time? Yet here, the master had made it in just a few breaths, and the raw material was dirt. Is this real? Ji Wucang and Nangong Yao turned to look at each other, their pupils like pinpoints, swallowing their saliva wildly. They had previously felt that the master was a celestial being descended to earth, and now it was undoubtedly confirmed. Ji Wucang forced a smile and said, Lord Yin, you probably don't know, but you nearly died. What? Yin Jueqing jolted awake, quickly closing his eyes to sense. Besides some injuries in his body, his soul and flesh were indeed merging, showing that he had stepped into the integration stage. Moreover, he was at the peak of the early integration stage, just one step away from the mid-integration stage. When Ji Wucang recounted the events, Yin Jueqing's mouth gaped in shock, filled with gratitude and relief for surviving. So it was the master who saved him. Otherwise, he really might have perished this time. A life-saving grace, equivalent to being reborn. Yin Jueqing was moved to tears, no longer caring about the shocking act of kneading clay pills. He truly should be thankful that he encountered the crazy Chen Sun. If Chen Sun had been awake, he might not have cared about his life or death. After all, the two states of Chen Sun, whether in personality or disposition, were almost two extremes. After a moment, Yin Jueqing exclaimed, so the breakthrough elixirs we took before were actually made by the master with his bare hands. It's truly a miraculous wonder. The master's cultivation is beyond our imagination. Ji Wucang and Nangong Yao nodded in silence. The more they interacted with the master, the more they realized his terrifying abilities. Suddenly, Yin Jueqing thought of something and asked. Outside Yin City, in the coffin beneath the grave mound, Duan Songhai suddenly opened his eyes. When he realized he was in complete darkness, he instinctively felt a panic. Where was he? Duan Songhai reached out and felt what seemed to be a wooden surface. Gritting his teeth, he endured his injuries and struck forward with his palm. Bang! Immediately, the grave mound exploded, dust filling the air, and the coffin lid flew into the sky. Duan Songhai struggled to crawl out of the grave, feeling weak as he lay beside the mound. He took a breath of fresh air and felt somewhat better, turning his head to see a tombstone. What the hell? Duan Songhai was shocked, his eyes bulging as he stared at the tombstone. He finally realized where he was. His own grave? What was going on? Duan Songhai was bewildered. Chapter 95. Hiss. Does the master want him dead? Damn it, it must be that old man Yin's doing. Duan Songhai muttered angrily to himself. Earlier, during his tribulation, that old man Yin had tried to secretly kill him, and after he fainted, the old man buried him alive. It had to be like that. Logically, the old man Yin would have been stopped by Nangong Yao from doing this, so it seemed that Nangong Yao had also fallen victim to the old man's treachery. Heh. The old man Yin even said he came to the southern heavens to set aside past grievances under the master's command, but now it seemed like utter nonsense. Huh. Isn't this cart the one from Boss Rong's pig transport? Duan Songhai murmured. Lord Yin, let's cancel the room at this inn. Earlier, before you all left to prepare for the tribulation, Wucong and Nangong Zhongzhu had already changed accommodations. Ji Wucong smiled and mentioned that their current residence was near Rongfu's place, close to the master. Old man Yin. On the way, Yin Jueqing and the others suddenly heard a familiar voice behind them, so they turned to look. The three were delighted and immediately went to greet it. Clap. Ji Wucong and Nangong Yao exchanged glances, also confused. Yin Jueqing clenched his fists tightly in his sleeves, trying hard to suppress himself. Duan Songhai laughed angrily. Old man Yin, you dare to ask what my sect means? You know very well what you've done. Hearing this, Yin Jueqing was furious, feeling the other party was unreasonable, and shouted, I am considering the master's face, so don't dig your own grave. Duan Songhai was somewhat agitated. My sect is digging its own grave. Didn't you bury me alive? Still pretending. Should I thank you for buying me a coffin? What burying alive? What coffin? Yin Jueqing was stunned, turning to Ji Wucong and Nangong Yao, who both shook their heads in confusion. Duan Songhai paused, then noticed Nangong Yao and saw he was fine, feeling somewhat relieved and a bit clearer-headed. Could it be that this was all a misunderstanding? You all come with me, Duan Songhai said solemnly. Moments later, at that small hill outside Yin City, Yin Jueqing and the others stood silently, looking at the broken grave mound and the tombstone. Duan Songhai pointed at the tombstone and said angrily, I woke up lying in there. How can you expect me not to suspect you? Cough. Everyone coughed awkwardly. Master hiss. Why are you all looking at me like that? Duan Songhai was confused by their stares and said unhappily. Sigh. Duan Songhai was dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did it sound like they were speaking the words of someone on the verge of death? What a joke. He had just broken through to the integration stage, and his lifespan was still long. Moreover, they did not dare to go against the master's will. Yin Jueqing pondered for a moment, then shook his head and left. Ji Wucong and Nangong Yao also exchanged glances, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say, and shook their heads to leave as well. Duan Songhai watched the three depart, feeling completely disoriented. What on earth was going on? Why did he feel so dazed, as if he were dreaming? The next morning, Yin Jueqing and the others arrived early at Rongfu's house to wait. Since they lived nearby, it was just a short walk. Good heavens, they dared to come? Humph. Just as Yin Jueqing and the others were about to say something, the courtyard door creaked open, causing their hearts to tense. The next moment, Chen Sun walked out, shaking his head. Master. The four hurriedly bowed and respectfully called out in low voices. Moreover, it seemed that Master Yin had also died. Now he appeared right in front of them. Rongfu rolled his eyes and fainted. Great fortune ghost. The four were stunned, not understanding what was going on. But there was no time to think, so they quickly carried Rongfu and his wife inside before hastily chasing after Chen Sun. Chapter 96. They came knocking. On the morning streets, Chen Sun, as usual, was running with a cart. Yin Jueqing and the others followed closely on either side, expressionless. However, the four were now filled with confusion, communicating telepathically and discussing what had just happened. I understand now. Ji Wucong and Nangong Yao nodded, feeling it made sense. Duan Songhai was bitterly smiling. If that was the case, there was no way out. Damn it, another misunderstanding occurred. Duan Songhai naturally wouldn't blame the Rongfu couple. After all, ignorance is no crime, and if you think about it, he should actually thank the Rong boss's family. Logically speaking, they are not related by blood. Yet they spent a fortune on a coffin and braved terrible weather to bury themselves, which shows their strong sense of loyalty. Insect Master. I see that you have also broken through to the integration stage, yet you don't seem to have any injuries. Impressive. Duan Songhai changed the topic. Hee. I was also hanging by a thread yesterday, but thanks to your grace, otherwise I would have perished. Yin Jueqing looked at Chen Sun with admiration and communicated through sound transmission. So that's how it is, Duan Songhai realized, feeling a bit sour inside. Yin old bastard has such good luck. Suddenly, Yin Jueqing's eyes flashed. 5 auras of divine transformation cultivation have entered Yin City. Duan Songhai sensed it too and said, It seems to be the forces of those top sects from the South Sky coming to pay a visit. Hehe. Ji Wucang and Nangong Yao were secretly shocked. Yet their senses yielded no results. Have you noticed? Everything is just right. Yin Jueqing suddenly sighed. The crowd had just heard and didn't understand at first. But after thinking carefully, their hair stood on end, realizing that everything really was just right. The timing could be said to be perfectly aligned. Is it a coincidence? Or is everything under the control of the master? On the other side, 5 figures walked on the streets of Yin City, their powerful aura making many citizens afraid to approach. Even some cultivators in the shadows recognized the identities of the former. Hiss, that's the master of the Batian Pavilion. Master Luo. The other 4 were also the leaders of top sects from the South Sky, such as Juyang Sect and Miaoying Valley. Oh my. The 5 leaders of major sects coming together to Yin City is a big event in the entire South Sky. They must be here for that Chen Sun. TSK. Chen Sun really has made a grand entrance. I've always wondered why Chen Sun attracted the joint bounty of all top sections. Could it be that he possesses a great treasure? Even if he possesses a treasure, so what? It's not something we can covet. Well, let's just watch the show. That Chen Sun is probably finished. At this moment, as Luo Wanjun spread out his divine sense to search, he said lightly, according to the intel, that Beixian cultivator is at a pig stall named Rongji in the city. Although everyone had already known, they fell silent upon hearing it. That Chen Sun, since he can be targeted by Hao Gao, must be someone significant, yet he goes to pull pigs? This point was truly hard to comprehend. I heard that Chen Sun is crazy. Perhaps he has been scared out of his wits, Yang Ling said with a smile. The crowd chuckled, feeling quite relaxed, believing that dealing with Chen Sun and taking that non-existent treasure from him was a done deal. Let's go straight to find him. I hope that Chen Sun is easy to talk to and willingly hands over the treasure, so we don't have to take action ourselves. Soon, the 5 quickly pinpointed the exact location of the Rongfu family and flashed away. The Rongfu couple, awakened from their stupor, opened their eyes to see 5 extraordinary strangers and immediately got up, kneeling on the ground. No, may I ask which lords you are looking for? Rongfu trembled and asked. In fact, the 2 already had a hunch. These 5 were clearly cultivators looking for Chen Sun. Sure enough, they heard the leading man say faintly, Where is Chen Sun? The Rongfu couple was immediately flustered and didn't know how to respond. They knew that Chen Sun was out pulling pigs, and their hearts were filled with worry. Oh, seeing you like this, you already know Chen Sun's identity, right? Luo Wanjun squinted his eyes, extending his hand and using his spiritual power to grip Rongfu's neck, lifting him up like a chick. Rongfu's face turned red as he struggled violently. Dafu. Su Yingying's pupils trembled as she pleaded, Immortal Master, we are just mortals. We really don't know anything. Luo Wanjun and the others had indifferent expressions. Mere mortals were like ants to them, easily crushed. Just then, a sound of a cart rolling came from outside the courtyard. Moments later, Chen Sun and Yin Jueqing entered the courtyard. Chen Xianxia, hurry, Rongfu said with difficulty. Immortal Masters, please save Dafu. Su Yingying seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw, choking as she begged. Chen Sun. Upon seeing the newcomer, Luo Wanjun and the others' eyes lit up, a trace of greed emerging from their depths. Chen Sun didn't even glance at Luo Wanjun and the others, sprinting straight towards the kitchen to have breakfast. Luo Wanjun and the others narrowed their eyes, unsure of what Chen Sun was up to. It really was as the rumors said. Chen Sun had gone crazy and was not in his right mind. But soon, the sound of Chen Sun swallowing food echoed from the kitchen. Delicious, I want to eat. You all take care of it, he. Yin Jueqing and the others already had dark expressions, bowing and saying, Yes, master. Only then did Luo Wanjun and the others notice Yin Jueqing and the others, their eyes narrowing. This Chen Sun actually is helpers? After taking a closer look, Luo Wanjun and the others quickly recognized 2 familiar faces among the 4, their hearts shocked. They didn't expect that Chen Sun actually had these 2 assisting him. However, Luo Wanjun and the others didn't feel much apprehension. Among them, 1 was at the late stage of divine transformation, 2 at the mid stage, and 2 at the peak of the early stage, their strength completely overwhelming. Put down Boss Rong. Yin Jueqing stepped forward and said lightly. Luo Wanjun's gaze shifted, but he had no intention of letting go of Rongfu, instead smiling and saying, So it's Sect Master Yin. I wonder if Sect Master Yin remembers this pavilion master? Whoosh. Yin Jueqing suddenly disappeared from his spot, reappearing right in front of Luo Wanjun, their eyes mere centimeters apart. Luo Wanjuan's eyes were full of disbelief, and he couldn't help but step back half a step under Yin Jueqing's imposing aura. Yang Ling and the others watched this scene in shock. How is this possible? Yin Jueqing placed his hand on Luo Wanjuan's head, gently stroking it, and said softly, "I asked you to put down Boss Rong. Did you hear me clearly?" Luo Wanjun swallowed hard, unable to muster any resistance, and slowly lowered Rongfu. "Only after I say it a second time do you comply." Yin Jueqing smiled coldly, suddenly gripping Luo Wanjuan's head tightly. And demonic energy rushed into Luo Wanjuan's body like it was free. Ugh, no, no. Luo Wanjun sensed a life-threatening crisis and wanted to explode. But his entire cultivation was suppressed by that hand on his head, and he began to panic. Integration stage. How could such an exaggerated realm leap happen in such a short time? Suddenly recalling that he had seen a thunder tribulation near Jian Mountain yesterday, did that mean? Sect Master Yang, Sect Master Ji, hurry, save this pavilion master. Luo Wanjun cried out in a shrill voice, countless black gases emerging from his 7 orifices, and his cheeks visibly sinking. Hearing this commotion, Ji Wucong worried that nearby citizens would hear and immediately set up a barrier. At this moment, hearing Luo Wanjuan's cries for help and seeing his miserable state, Yang Ling and the others were already so frightened that they turned pale, not daring to intervene at all. The Rongfu couple unsurprisingly fainted again from fear. Moments later, Luo Wanjun became a dry corpse, his breath gone. His ambition had yet to be implemented before being nipped in the bud. Although the late stage of divine transformation is strong, facing the integration stage, there is basically no room for resistance. Ji Wucong and Nangong Yao watched this scene, also shocked and swallowing hard, their hearts racing. The integration stage is indeed the integration stage. A dignified divine transformation stage cultivator actually had no room for resistance at all. This means that if Yin Jueqing wanted to kill the two of them, it would be an easy task. Yin Jueqing casually threw the corpse aside, his gaze fixed on Yang Ling and the others, a sinister smile spreading across his lips. "Spare me, senior." Yang Ling and Ji Chunfang were so frightened that they lost their wits, kneeling down with a thud, trembling all over, having lost all the confidence they had when they arrived. This will easily kill Luo Wanjun. Yin Jueqing must at least be at the integration stage. Burp. At this moment, Chen Sun came out of the kitchen, rubbing his face and burping loudly. Sir. Yin Jueqing and the others hurriedly bowed. Seeing Yin Jueqing, who had previously appeared like a devil, suddenly become so respectful, Yang Ling and the others felt as if the sky had fallen. What kind of existence is Chen Sun that can make a being at the integration stage like Yin Jueqing bow so low? A tribulation transcending great cultivator? That old fox Hao Gao actually played them with the bounty order. If they had honestly reported, nothing would have happened. But if they dared to harbor selfish intentions, then they would be dealt with by Chen Sun, which is truly sinister. Chapter 97. Differences in Perspective. Senior, spare us. As long as you spare our lives, we are willing to submit to you. Yang Ling and the others knelt down in fear. After all, Luo Wanjuan's corpse lay nearby, which was quite shocking. Yin Jueqing and the others bent their bodies. As soon as Chen Sun gave the order, they would immediately kill the 4 of them. Chen Sun frowned and wildly waved his hands. "Get them out of here, it's too noisy." After saying that, he went to sit down and began to fervently flip through a wordless book. Yes. Yin Jueqing immediately took out a copper mirror and shone it at Yang Ling and the others, who were then sucked in. Only 4 storage rings were left on the ground, clinking. Only then did Yin Jueqing happily put away the copper mirror. The nutrients from 4 transformation stage cultivators were too delightful. Duan Songhai and the others' expressions changed slightly. They naturally knew that Yin Jueqing's copper mirror was his life treasure, the soul-melting mirror, which could not contain living beings. The fate of Yang Ling and the others was thus predictable. Yin Jueqing picked up the 4 storage rings from the ground, then removed the storage ring from Luo Wanjuan's corpse, totaling 5, and presented them to Chen Sun. "Sir, these are their storage rings." Chen Sun glanced at the 5 storage rings and immediately showed a look of disdain. Get lost, get lost. Without a doubt, the storage rings of transformation stage cultivators must contain good treasures. For an ordinary cultivator, obtaining one would be a tremendous fortune. But Chen Sun naturally looked down on these storage rings from transformation stage cultivators. In his eyes, they were trash among trash. Even worse than a small fraction of what he already had. If he valued such things, how many storage rings and resources could he have seized when the Wujixian palace was destroyed in the mysterious snow plain, not to mention those from integration and tribulation stages? Yes, sir, we will take our leave first. Yin Jueqing and the others were startled and thought, of course, the sir would not look at these. So they hurriedly bowed and retreated. Before leaving, they also took away Luo Wanjuan's corpse to avoid frightening the Rongfu couple. Nangong Yao quickly walked over and lightly touched the foreheads of the Rongfu couple before disappearing with the others. The next moment, the Rongfu couple slowly opened their eyes, seemingly recalling something, and suddenly sat up from the ground. Upon seeing the unharmed Chen Sun, Rongfu immediately trembled and asked, Chen Xianxianshi, where are they? Clap. Chen Sun closed the wordless book and laughed madly. They left. Left? The Rongfu couple immediately breathed a sigh of relief, almost collapsing from exhaustion. Xianxianshi usually seemed easy to get along with, but unexpectedly, he was so cruel. Indeed, one cannot judge a cultivator by appearances. The Rongfu couple even suspected that Xianxiaaudiobooks was a demonic cultivator among cultivators, shaking their heads madly, dispelling those thoughts. The Rongfu couple got up to deal with the pork. Then, they were led by Chen Sun, as usual, to the vegetable market. However, after today's events, the Rongfu couple always felt absent-minded, as if they were caught up in the conflicts of cultivators, thinking their lives were numbered. On the other side, Xianxiaaudiobooks and the four were dividing the spoils in a building near the Rongfu family. The Rongfu couple did not know that Xianxiaaudiobooks and the four were now living closer to their home. At this moment, 5 storage rings were placed on the table. The 4 of them looked straight ahead, each with their own thoughts. There are only 4 of us, but there are 5 storage rings. How do we divide them? Xianxiaaudiobooks said lightly, hands behind his back. Seeing that no one spoke, Xianxiaaudiobooks sighed, reached out to pick up one storage ring from the table, and said helplessly, I'll take a small loss and only take this one. You can decide what to do with the other 4. Duan Songhai and the others curled their lips. You're taking a loss again? Who can't see that you're taking the storage ring of the highest level Luo Wanjun? However, they did not say anything. It was reasonable since Luo Wanjun was also the highest level among them and was killed by Xianxiaaudiobooks. As the integration stage, this sect is your senior. Taking 2 rings is not too much, right? Nangong Yao and Ji Wutsong chuckled awkwardly. Not too much, not too much. But whether they were cursing inwardly was unknown. Duan Songhai seemed to see the dissatisfaction in the hearts of the two and sighed, speaking earnestly. Sect Master Nangong, Sect Master Ji. I believe you have misunderstood our sect's intentions. Our aim is only to help you two allocate fairly, to avoid a fight over the 3 rings that could hurt our feelings. So that's how it is. Nangong Yao and Ji Wutsong looked moved, unable to fight back. They could only swallow their anger. Subsequently, Nangong Yao and Ji Wutsong had no choice but to take the remaining 2 rings each. To be fair, it was uncertain whose gains were greater. The 5 rings belonged to top sect powers in life, and they were likely not much different. Alright, now let's talk about business. Xianxiaaudiobooks said seriously, the death of Luo Wanjun and the others will eventually reach Haogao. The alarm bells must have sounded in their respective sections. What are your thoughts? Ji Wutsong shrugged nonchalantly. It's simple. Just annihilate their sects, right? Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded. I had that in mind. Going to annihilate the 5 first-rate sects can also plunder many resources, which will help our own sect develop better. However, Duan Songhai and Nangong Yao's expressions changed. No. Xianxiaaudiobooks and Ji Wutsong narrowed their eyes. Although they currently shared the same stance, they still had fundamentally different views on right and wrong. Nangong Yao's expression was serious. There were tens of thousands of elders and disciples in their sect, most of whom were innocent. Xianxiaaudiobooks frowned, coldly saying, what innocent or not? I only know that if you don't remove the roots, the spring breeze will blow again. Do you want to see people continuously coming to trouble, sir, in the future? Duan Songhai and the others hesitated. I want to say that you righteous ones are naive. Xianxiaaudiobooks mocked. They won't dare to come looking for trouble. But what if they have a backing? What if they come under Hao Gao's lead? Do you think they would dare to come looking for trouble? Duan Songhai and Nangong Yao fell silent, but still felt it was very inappropriate. Our sect absolutely does not agree with you going to commit that inhumane act of extermination. Those with spiritual roots are already rare. Cultivators are limited in number. If you harm them this way, how many cultivators will be able to ascend in the future? Who would be wrongfully killed? Why annihilate the sect? Xianxiaaudiobooks' gaze sharpened, and he suddenly smiled ominously. Chapter 98. The 3-year period has arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Songhai and Nangong Yao's expressions changed dramatically. While discussing this matter, why did you suddenly drag Sir into it? Indeed. How could we dare to have any objections to Sir? Xianxiaaudiobooks said coldly. Didn't you say that you don't support extermination? Then Sir wiped out the Wajixian palace, which had over 10,000 elders and disciples. What do you have to say about that? Ultimately, it's still about who has the bigger fist that holds the power. Alright, I and Wutsong will not go to exterminate, but how about we make a bet? Duan Songhai said sullenly. What bet? You say, Xianxiaaudiobooks. At the latest, within 3 years, Hao Gao will definitely come to Yinqing. At that time, you will see whether the 5 first-rate sects will come together. If these 5 first-rate sects do not arrive, then I will apologize to you. Acknowledging that the act of extermination is biased, cruel, and unjust, and I will absolutely not carry out any extermination acts in the future. However, if these 5 top sects come to Yin City for revenge with Hao Gao, alright, I'm satisfied. I'll wait. Yin Jueqing stroked his beard and laughed. He was sure he would win this bet. Clearly, it was about the right or wrong of exterminating a family. So how could it be a bet on whether the other party would come or not? This was inherently a very contradictory and complex issue. Old Yin, you are setting a trap for our sect. These two matters are fundamentally different concepts. We won't bet anymore. Our sect will not bet. Duan Songhai shook his head. The bet has already been formed. Do you think you can just say you won't bet anymore? How naive. Yin Jueqing sneered disdainfully and went out with Ji Wusong. Nangong Sect Master, you should bet with him too. Blood Fiend Demon Sect. Sect Master, Luo Wanjun, Yang Ling, Ji Chunfang. And the other heads of the 5 top sects have all fallen, and within the Batian Pavilion, alarms are ringing, and there is a chorus of mourning. An elder was respectfully addressing a dwarf. The dwarf was, of course, Hao Gao, who had not been seen for a long time. Hearing this, Hao Gao showed no surprise and coldly laughed, saying, I only asked them to inquire about Chen Sun, but they had ulterior motives. Chen Sun is a tribulation stage cultivator. How could they, mere transformation stage cultivators, covet him? They brought it upon themselves. Sect Master, now that Chen Sun has been found, he is confirmed to be in Yin City. The elder had not finished speaking when Hao Gao waved his hand. No rush. Keep a close watch on the Xuanxin Hall for me in the near future. They have always looked down on our Blood Fiend Demon Sect. And after learning that Luo Wanjun and the others are dead, they might send someone to contact Chen Sun. Right now, the Xuanxin Hall may still think Chen Sun is a combination stage cultivator. Once they learn he is a tribulation stage cultivator, they will definitely try to recruit him immediately to deal with me. The elder hesitated. Sect Master, do you mean we cannot sit idly by while the Xuanxin Hall contacts Chen Sun? Hao Gao looked at him appreciatively, nodded, and said, that's right. Do not let anyone from the Xuanxin Hall easily contact Chen Sun. Yes, the elder agreed, hesitating for a moment before saying, Sect Master, there is one thing I still want to mention. Hao Gao, speak. Elder, I believe that Luo Wanjun and the others dared to privately seek out Chen Sun. It must be that the Xuanxin Hall had previously intended to recruit them as well. It is certainly the Xuanxin Hall instigating this, thinking that we are looking for Chen Sun for some unfounded treasure. Otherwise, even if you gave Luo Wanjun and the others 1,000 guts, they wouldn't dare. Hao Gao nodded thoughtfully, feeling that the elder made a lot of sense. Thus, his gaze turned cold. This Xuanxin Hall must not be spared. With this thought, Hao Gao clenched his fist and said mockingly, no problem. Once I break through to the late tribulation stage, whether it's Chen Sun or the Xuanxin Hall, they will all die. At that time, no one can ruin my plan to ascend. After all, he hadn't contacted Chen Sun yet, so to be safe, Hao Gao decided to break through in the next 2 years before settling accounts, ensuring everything would be stable by then. The elder heavily agreed. Just about to take his leave when Hao Gao reminded him again. Remember, keep a close watch on the Xuanxin Hall and Chen Sun. Rest assured, Sect Master. People from the Xuanxin Hall came looking for Chen Sun to make contact, but were blocked by members of the Blood Fiend Demon Sect, having to temporarily give up. However, this unusual behavior of the Blood Fiend Demon Sect made the Xuanxin Hall feel that Chen Sun was special, secretly guessing what Hao Gao was really worried about. Could it be? Thus, the Xuanxin Hall continued to search for various opportunities to contact Chen Sun, believing that the Blood Fiend Demon Sect must have some oversight since they were watching so closely. As for Chen Sun and Yin Jueqing, they were pulling the cart day by day. As long as Chen Sun kept pulling the cart, Yin Jueqing and the others seemed to be able to accompany him forever in this endeavor. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, over 2 years passed. By this time, Chen Sun's mad period of 3 years finally came to an end. One morning, suddenly, a sudden break. Yin Jueqing and the others jolted, almost falling over. Hurriedly opening their eyes and scanning their surroundings fiercely, they wondered which blind person dared to block their way. But looking around, apart from the bewildered passers-by staring at them, there was no one looking for trouble. Just then, Yin Jueqing and the others saw the master put down the cart, slowly turn around, his eyes clear and calm, with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown at the corner of his mouth. You all seem quite comfortable. Why don't you hurry up and get down?